You clearly awakened the SSS-level rare talent Ghost Warrior, but because there were no spirit skills to inherit, you were laughed at by everyone as a stinking street performer. Even your school beauty girlfriend who you loved for 2.5 years broke up with you because of this. Just because on this blue star invaded by fierce beasts, every powerful battle talent will inherit spirit skills created by ancestors with countless blood. Talents without spirit skill inheritance need to create their own spirit skills. But creating your own spirit skills is extremely difficult. One small mistake and your body will explode and you will die. You, who just traveled through time, looked completely confused. Big brother, are you kidding me? A talent with no spirit skill inheritance, how am I supposed to play this? Do you want me to perform puppet shows for fierce beasts and laugh them to death? Just when you thought this was a doomed start, suddenly a system notification sound rang in your ears. Ding, God-level evolution system has been bound. Congratulations host for getting the newbie gift package. Do you want to open it now? Without saying a word, you directly chose to open it. Congratulations host for getting SSS-level Blood Disaster Blood Disciple, Strange Puppet, and the 9 Great Strange Puppet Core Puppetmaster exclusive spirit skills, Curse Strange Puppet, Thousand Eyes Strange Puppet, Grief Strange Puppet. Seeing the system mention spirit skills, you looked shocked. You actually got Puppetmaster exclusive spirit skills. Through the original owner's memories, before this blue star had only seen 2 Ghost Puppet Masters total. Of the first 2, one gave up becoming a professional and died of natural aging, the other tried to create spirit skills and died from body explosion. Therefore, the Ghost Puppet Master profession had no spirit skills passed down. You couldn't suppress your wild joy. You never expected to get 3 exclusive spirit skills at once. You immediately began circulating spirit power, trying to further understand the Ghost Puppet Master's exclusive spirit skills. Curse Strange Puppet can make those who touch it fall into paralysis, sink into 3 kinds of heart demon illusions, until mental collapse. Thousand Eyes Strange Puppet can project 1,000 floating magic eyes. Those being watched will enter reverse attacks when using all spirit skills. Grief Strange Puppet can surround targets from different directions. Targets within range will be detonated, causing massive damage. You originally thought Curse Strange Puppet's ability was already very strong, but you never expected the last 2 Ghost Puppet spirit skills to be even more twisted. After understanding the Ghost Puppet Master's basic abilities and exclusive skills, you basically had a clear understanding of Ghost Puppet Master in your heart. During battle, you can first control Disaster and Ghost Puppet Core to fight, then use spirit skills to coordinate damage output. After you finished awakening your talent, you plan to leave school and go home to quickly improve your strength. Teachers and students watched your departing back. They didn't know you had already gotten spirit skills, thinking you were hit hard by the blow. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, such a waste. SSS-level talent. This year in China, those who awakened SSS-level talent battle professions didn't exceed one hand's count. Zhang Yuan originally had a chance to become a guardian strongman of one region, but ended up awakening this kind of profession. Just as you returned home, a woman wearing a purple nightgown rushed to you and acted cute. Zhang Yuan, I'm hungry. Looking at this woman with top-level temperament in front of you, your heart had no movement at all. Because this woman was your older sister in this world. You immediately said without good mood, if you're hungry then go eat instant noodles. Zhang Yili's expression was proud. Heartless little thing, I raised you from childhood, and now you won't even cook a meal. You immediately asked back, ha, big sister, is it possible that I was the one who raised you? Our parents went abroad for business since I can remember. Except for sending money on time each month, they rarely even call. Zhang Yili was a living idiot. When she cooked in the kitchen it was like fighting a war. One careless move could blow up the kitchen. So all the big and small matters of the house basically fell on your shoulders. Seeing she couldn't out-argue you, Zhang Yili quickly changed the topic. What profession did you awaken today? You casually said, I'm a life-type profession. Zhang Yili laughed loudly. Come, perform a puppet show for sister, make me happy and I'll tip you. You immediately argued back, it's a battle profession. Learning you awakened a battle profession, Zhang Yili raised her left index finger wearing a space ring, and immediately 3 demon crystals giving off blue light appeared in front of her. Since it's a battle profession, then you should decide to take the martial exam. I have 3 mysterious steel realm demon crystals here, call me good sister and I'll give them all to you. Before she finished speaking, you were quick with your eyes and hands, directly snatching the 3 demon crystals from her hands. In this world, professional realms were divided into Body Tempering Realm, Chi Refining Realm, Mysterious Steel Realm, Divine Power Realm, Law Transcendent Realm, Domain Realm, Saint Entry Realm, God Emperor Realm and Immortal Realm. Demon crystals were important means to improve professional realms. And one Mysterious Steel Realm demon crystal was worth 100,000 China coins. 3 years ago, Zhang Yili was guaranteed admission to Imperial Capital University with S-level talent time attribute battle profession, and now had already cultivated to Divine Power Realm 7 stars. Mysterious Steel Realm demon crystals seemed extremely ordinary in her hands. You immediately hurried to put away the demon crystals, saying, for the sake of the demon crystals, I'll reward you with a few fried eggs. After eating and drinking your fill, you had nothing to do on vacation at home, while the lazy Zhang Yili skillfully locked herself in her room. You sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to start creating the system reward blood disaster blood disciple. The next second, a large amount of dark red strange puppet parts appeared on the ground, complete from head to toe. You took a deep breath, gathered chi, and focused spirit. The appearance of blood disciple appeared in your mind, and you began creating according to the strange puppet parts. Creaking sounds, dull noises appeared in the bedroom, and a bloody smell gradually spread outward. Stinky boy, what are you doing in your room in broad daylight? And you locked the door? That kind of thing should be done at night. Hearing the knocking and Zhang Yili's words, your face was full of black lines. Old sister is driving again. However, this sound really did sound like a bed shaking. Go watch your bloody idol dramas. You were too lazy to deal with Zhang Yili and continued focusing on creating. Half an hour later, you admired your own work. The air was thick with bloody smell, and a monster 2 meters tall, wearing broken bone armor, with wolf head and human body appeared before you. He held a serrated chain blade, pupils blood red, sharp fangs giving off ghostly cold light. Seeing the human who created him, out of instinct, blood disaster blood disciple directly knelt on one knee. If sentenced to death, I am the mountain. If slander is waves, I am the shore. This heart only becomes one master's crowd. Blood disciple greets master. You immediately began checking blood disciple's abilities. Blood disaster blood disciple, SSS-Level strange puppet. Realm, body tempering realm. Skills, alien star spirit sacrifice, taste of blood, bloody storm, blood mist confusion, blood armor. Origin, the dead soul of an ancient barbarian tribe city slaughtering general, revived by disaster, thirsting for slaughter, endless slaughter. What you didn't expect was. The strange puppet is on the same level as a professional, which didn't surprise Lu Yuan. What surprised Lu Yuan was that Xue Tu could also perform spiritual techniques, and each one was incredibly powerful. Among them, the spiritual technique Taste of Blood could even enhance strength by killing ferocious beasts, demon clans, and even humans. Currently, the most common method for professionals to increase their strength is absorbing monster crystals, but a spiritual technique like Xue Tu's was unheard of. Does this mean that in the future, I can improve my strength by killing ferocious beasts? Lu Yuan eagerly thought. This is much simpler and more direct than dedicating oneself to hard practice. After successfully creating Xue Tu, Lu Yuan shifted his focus to the 9 strange puppet legions he had obtained. The 9 strange puppet legions each had their own unique characteristics, with different abilities, but they required materials to be crafted. Fortunately, the materials weren't too expensive, and creating a strange puppet soldier cost about 1,000 huaxia coins. I need to make more strange puppet soldiers in the coming days, preferably create a strange puppet legion for my own use. Lu Yuan thought, then opened the door and walked into the living room. Are you done? Lu Yeli asked. What do you mean, done? I haven't even started. Lu Yuan realized. Trying to hide it from me? When you yawn, I know the next second you're about to fart. Lu Yuan, even though you're young, you should control yourself, too much is bad for your health. Lu Yeli said with a knowing expression, advising him seriously. Go away, go away. Lu Yuan had long been used to Lu Yeli's tendency to tease him, so he went out to buy materials to make strange puppet soldiers. As for the money, it came from his little savings, accumulated over the years through frugality, amounting to more than 40,000 huaxia coins. 7 days after the awakening ceremony would be the martial arts exam, and there were many benefits to entering a top-tier university. Whether it was social welfare or access to cultivation resources, the advantages were unimaginable. Take Lu Yeli, for example, her annual subsidy alone was 500,000. In just 2 years at the Imperial Capital University, she had broken through from body refining realm to the divine power realm, and wherever she went, she was respected as a professional. In the days that followed, Lu Yuan's life became monotonous and dull. He spent his days cultivating through monster crystals and his nights crafting strange puppet soldiers, repeating the cycle over and over. Body refining realm, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. In his bedroom, Lu Yuan looked at the half-absorbed energy of the Shingon realm monster crystal, his fist swinging hard, sending out a sharp breaking sound. Body refining realm, 8-star. Thanks to his SSS-level talent and terrifying absorption ability, combined with the monster crystals Lu Yeli gave him, Lu Yuan crossed 7 small realms in just 6 days, directly breaking through to body refining realm, 8-star. The tall and muscular blood Calamity Xue Tu stood beside Lu Yuan, surrounded by over 100 mini-blood slaughter soldiers. They wore uniform dark red armor, wielding long swords and shields, quietly waiting for Lu Yuan's command. Another breakthrough? As night fell, Lu Yeli looked at Lu Yuan, who had broken through 1 or even multiple small realms every day, feeling incredulous. When she was at the body refining realm, her breakthrough speed wasn't nearly as fast as Lu Yuan's, and she could only say that his SSS level talent was truly amazing. It's nothing special. Lu Yuan said, but he didn't tell Lu Yeli that he was only a hair's breadth away from body refining realm, 9-star. Tomorrow is the martial arts exam, are you confident? Lu Yeli asked. Playing around was one thing, but she still worried about her brother. 100%. Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. 100% confidence in getting into a top-tier university? No, a top-tier academy. Lu Yuan corrected her. You just keep boasting. Pay attention to safety during the martial arts exam. Lu Yeli didn't believe him at first but then spoke seriously. Tonight felt especially long, with countless newly awakened students and their parents caught in a dilemma. In Huaxia, the college entrance exam was divided into the cultural exam and the martial arts exam, both held at the same time. Choosing which exam to take was a difficult decision, especially for students who had awakened combat professions but had lower talents. The next morning, Lu Yuan walked alone on his way to Yunhai High School. As for Lu Yeli, who had promised to go with him, she had stayed up late watching a drama last night and was now at home fast asleep. The playground was already packed with students, and many parents stood outside the railings, giving last-minute instructions to their children. If you don't score 300 points and reach the cutoff for a second-tier university, don't bother coming back. Old Wan, can you stop scaring the child? Baby, don't listen to your dad. The score doesn't matter, your safety matters most. Lu Yuan sat on the steps, waiting for the martial exam to begin. There were a lot of people on the playground, but compared to Awakening Day, it was much less crowded. Those who dared to join the martial exam were either awakened combat professions or support professions. The talents were generally above grade C. Lu Yuan looked around and roughly estimated about 400 to 500 people. Silence. At exactly 8 in the morning, Principal Zhang Zhenghong appeared in the center of the stage. The number of students taking the martial exam this year is even more than I expected. I'm very pleased. Zhang Zhenghong scanned the crowd, then suddenly changed his tone. The martial exam is different from the academic exam. Taking the martial exam is life-threatening. While I explain the test content, you still have the chance to back out. Life-threatening, these 4 words floated above the students' heads like a sharp sword. Many students hesitated, unsure whether they should really join the martial exam. Lu Yuan's face didn't change. Becoming a powerful person is never easy. If you back down now, you'll only live a mediocre life. In front of the stage stood a few students. They were the ones from Tianhai High School who awakened combat professions with talent above grade A. Among them, Lin Shuang stood at the front. Qin Shousheng? He was there too. Body tempering realm, 6-star. Lu Yuan looked at Lin Shuang, who had an S-grade talent. Among the students, she had the highest realm. But compared to Lu Yuan's body tempering realm, 8-star, it was far too low. This year's martial exam will be held in Tian City, a city that was destroyed by fierce beasts and later retaken by the military. Now, Tian City is still full of danger, with all kinds of fierce beasts lurking. Zhang Jinghong's voice was loud and powerful, as he explained the rules of this year's martial exam in detail. You have to survive in Tian City for 7 days. Each person will get enough water and compressed food, so that's not a worry. The key is the protection device. Zhang Zhenghong took out a blue wristband. If you encounter a beast you can't defeat, press the raised button on your wrist to activate a barrier. It can block the beast's attack, but it also means giving up your qualification for the martial exam. Lu Yuan looked at the blue wristband in his palm. The number 91 was written on it, meaning he was assigned to exam site 91. Even though the wristband could block beast attacks, every year there were still examinees who got killed by beasts. It was not absolutely safe. Not all examinees had strong mental endurance. Before the blue wristband was introduced, the death rate in the martial exam was as high as 6%. One final reminder for everyone, there are many roads in life, but safety is the first. I hope you all get good results. Zhang Zhenghong said, then nodded at a middle-aged man from an official organization. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The middle-aged man waved his hand. In an instant, hundreds of beams of black light shot into the sky, activating the teleportation arrays to Tian City. Chapter 5, A Small Test of Skill. On the playground of Yunhai High School, the students taking the martial exam entered the corresponding teleportation arrays according to their number. All teleportation arrays led to Tian City, but different locations, to prevent examinees who knew each other from teaming up or cheating. Using the number on his wristband, Lu Yuan stepped into teleportation array number 91. After a spinning dizziness, Lu Yuan opened his eyes and found himself on the edge of a city in ruins. The sharp smell of blood, the stink of rotting corpses exposed for a long time, mixed together. It made people cover their noses or retch uncontrollably. Tian City, once a well-known tourist city in Huaxia, had been turned unrecognizable by beast attacks. Skyscrapers had collapsed, and white bones could be seen everywhere. Some were beasts, but more were innocent citizens brutally killed by the beasts. Ugh, do we really have to survive here for 7 days? I can't even stand the smell. This is just the beginning. Survival isn't the point. Only killing beasts gives you points. Wow, is that the roar of a ferocious beast? It sounds so terrifying. Before Lu Yuan, many examinees from other cities had arrived at exam venue 91. They stood outside the red line, hesitant to step forward. A girl with twin ponytails kept frowning and complaining about the air in the city destroyed by the ferocious beasts. Even though the exam officials reminded them that the martial arts exam had started and the examinees could leave and head into the city, no one moved. Anyone want to team up? I'm a would attribute combat class, at the body refining level, 3 stars. Me. Any support classes? I need help with recovering spiritual power and healing, minimum requirement is body refining level 2 stars. Soon, the exam venue became lively. Although everyone didn't know each other, they all chose to team up to achieve good results. The girl with twin ponytails, who had complained about the air, looked at Lu Yuan. Before she could invite him to team up, she saw Lu Yuan step out of the red line alone. Such courage, he dares to hunt the ferocious beasts alone? All 100 examinees at the exam venue turned their gaze to Lu Yuan, watching him disappear into the ruins. A scorching heatwave hit, and the air shimmered with visible ripples. Soon, Lu Yuan encountered the first ferocious beast in the martial arts exam. Hiss. In the ruins on both sides of the street, a 2-meter-long, half-meter-high giant lizard blocked Lu Yuan's path. Its back was covered in iron spines, with tusks thick and sharp. Sensing the human scent, its amber eyes gleamed with fierceness. Ironback lizard, it can cultivate up to body refining level 8 stars. As for its weakness, Lu Yuan shook his head, watching as the ironback lizard twisted its limbs and opened its huge blood-red mouth to charge at him. Humans use the beast crystals inside ferocious beasts to improve their strength, while the ferocious beasts become stronger by devouring human flesh. This is why the ironback lizard was so excited upon seeing Lu Yuan. A red thread of spiritual power was woven and thrown out, summoning a tall, mighty soldier holding a long sword and shield to appear in front of Lu Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. The shield slammed heavily into the ironback lizard's head, making a muffled sound. Once, twice, 3 times. The ironback lizard's eyes were full of stars, and it had no power to resist under the absolute strength. This scene was brutal and bloody. Soon, the ironback lizard was dismembered. A vulture circled in the air, eager to pounce, but Lu Yuan stopped controlling the blood slaughter soldier and picked up the light blue beast crystal on the ground. He didn't need to know the ironback lizard's weakness. A beast of this strength didn't even need the blood calamity, blood slaughter, to act. An ordinary blood slaughter soldier was enough. The hand ring displayed the number 60, proving that the ironback lizard was at body refining level 6 stars. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 20 blood slaughter soldiers appeared. With Lu Yuan's current spiritual power reserve, he could control up to 80 blood slaughter soldiers at the same time. Each blood slaughter soldier was at body refining level 8 stars, equipped with full armor and weapons, and the blood calamity, blood slaughter, would also use spiritual techniques. Even ferocious beasts at the chi refining stage could not withstand it. Looking at the city that had been destroyed by ferocious beasts and turned into ruins, Lu Yuan controlled his blood slaughter soldiers and marched forward with great momentum. At noon, the sun was blinding. Rolling black smoke rose. On the outskirts of the desolate urban area, many examinees were besieging a multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. Keep it up, it can't hold on much longer. An excited examinee shouted, continuously throwing fireballs the size of basketballs at the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. His name was Yi Jiwei, awakened as a fire attribute combat class, and was now at body refining level 5 stars. This temporary team had 7 members, with Yi Jiwei being the strongest, and the lowest level in the team was body refining level 3 stars. 5 of them were combat classes, and 2 were support classes. With the combined efforts of the team, the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion staggered, its pincers weakly waving. If we kill it, will we get 80 points? A girl from the team, awakened as a support class, asked. Yeah, this is a multi-tailed human-faced scorpion at body refining level 8 stars. Yi Jiwei said. The multi-tailed human-faced scorpion had a hard, steel-like shell, and its tail contained deadly poison. It's easy to tell how strong a multi-tailed human-faced scorpion is, just count the number of tails. This one right here, not more, not less, exactly 8. Brother Wei is the strongest and puts in the most effort, let him finish this beast off, one of the candidates suggested. I think so too. Let's try to make sure all 7 of us at least get into a second-tier university after the martial exam. Hearing this, Yi Jiwei felt a bit touched. Just a few words had decided who would land the final blow and get the points for killing the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. The atmosphere gradually became relaxed, everyone easily holding off the scorpion's attacks, planning to wear it down until it died. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sound of air tearing came suddenly, followed by a few miserable screams. Two teammates were hit in the back by venomous stingers, their lips visibly turning black, and the color spreading to their faces and skin. Yi Jiwei swallowed hard and quickly turned his head. A much bigger scorpion with 9 tails had appeared behind them. It has a companion? The team members panicked. 9 tails meant this multi-tailed human-faced scorpion was a body-tempering realm 9-star beast. Yi Jiwei's face twitched. He realized something big had gone wrong. There might be a whole group of these creatures nearby. They had already struggled to kill one that was only at the body-tempering realm 8-star, and now another even stronger one had shown up. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. 9 venomous tails danced in the air, striking toward the examinees with deadly precision. Yi Jiwei, the strongest among them, barely managed to defend, while those at the body-tempering realm 2 or 3 stars were getting hit again and again, black blood flowing from their wounds as they lay helpless on the ground. Help, help me. A girl paralyzed by the poison stammered out, her pupils reflecting the scorpion tail growing larger and larger. In the next second, it would stab into her neck. Clang. The scorpion tail struck armor, making a sound like metal clashing. The girl was frozen, staring blankly at the one who blocked the deadly blow for her. A monster? 2 meters tall, with the head of a wolf and the body of a man, wearing shattered bone armor, gripping a serrated chain blade in its hand. What is that monster? Yi Jiwei was also stunned. Then came sharp, shrieking cries. More monsters in dark red armor had appeared without anyone noticing. They raised their long blades, and in one strike after another, took down the 8-star multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. In the distance, Lu Yuan was fully focused, controlling the blood butcher and blood slaughter soldiers. Looking toward the 9-star multi-tailed human-faced scorpion, Lu Yuan curled his lips into a smile. SSS rank puppet of dread, let me see how strong you really are. With that, he sent the blood butcher charging at the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion. Chapter 6, The Heavenly Punishment Legion. Yi Jiwei, tense to the limit with barely any spiritual energy left, wiped the sweat from his forehead and observed the strange monsters that had suddenly appeared. Are they friend or foe? Yi Jiwei couldn't tell, so he stayed put, afraid to move. When he saw the wolf-headed, human-bodied blood butcher charge at the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion, Yi Jiwei let out a breath of relief and quickly started treating his teammates' wounds. Brother Wei, are those monsters summoned by someone with a dark attribute combat class? One teammate asked. Among all combat class attributes, only the dark attribute can summon monsters. Doesn't look like it, Yi Jiwei shook his head. Dark attribute summoners usually call skeleton soldiers. But these monsters were stronger, fiercer, and just looked much more terrifying. And that was the truth. Watching the blood butcher fight the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion, Yi Jiwei couldn't help but curse. Damn, that thing's savage. Bang bang bang. Under Lu Yuan's control, the SSS rank puppet of dread, the blood catastrophe blood butcher, clashed head-on with the scorpion. Blood gathered and formed armor on the blood butcher's body. Using the spirit skill blood armor, the blood butcher charged forward, completely ignoring the scorpion's tails and claws. Watching this, Yi Jiwei and his teammates couldn't help but twitch their mouths. The scorpion's tail not only had deadly venom but could strike with a force of thousands of pounds. Yet all of this meant nothing to the blood butcher wearing the blood armor. Instant kill, said a teammate, his poisonous blood squeezed out and a bandage wrapped around him, as he stood back up. Witnessing the blood slayer sever each tail of the multi-tailed human-faced scorpion one by one, punching it over and over until it was dismembered. Don't even mention the screeching cries of the multi-tailed human-faced scorpions, just watching them made them feel the pain, fully embodying the words bloody violence. Brother Wei, this monster killed the multi-tailed human-faced scorpions, will it kill us too? Hearing his teammates' words, Yi Jiwei forced a bitter smile. Then let's immediately stretch our necks and let it kill us, Yi Jiwei said. The wolf-headed human-bodied monster is at the 8-star body refining stage, and there are also 20 blood slaughter soldiers in dark red armor, who are also at the 8-star body refining stage. The strength gap between the two sides is too huge. If they really fought, they would only be killed instantly. 9-star body refining stage. Lu Yuan felt the breakthrough of his realm. In less than 8 days after awakening, he went from the 1-star body refining stage to the 9-star. Other people need to absorb demon crystals, which is time-consuming and laborious, but he can enhance his strength through the blood slaughter's spiritual technique, the taste of blood. 9-star body refining stage demon crystals. The 2 multi-tailed human-faced scorpions were definitely dead. Seeing the 8-star and 9-star body refining stage demon crystals, the candidate teaming up with Yi Jiwei licked his lips. These 2 demon crystals together are worth nearly 20,000 yuan, and absorbing demon crystals can quickly help practitioners recover their spiritual power. Thinking of this, the candidate stretched his hand toward the demon crystals, but a blood slaughter soldier raised his long knife and pointed at him. Li Yuxing, don't be stupid. Yi Jiwei quickly reminded. The candidate named Li Yuxing quickly raised both hands, afraid that the blood slaughter soldier would chop him to death with a single strike. Rustling. Footsteps approached. Yi Jiwei looked at the boy dressed in a white school uniform, with the words Yunhai printed on his chest. The blood slaughter knelt on one knee and presented the spoils, the 2 8-star and 9-star body refining stage demon crystals. Thank you, this friend, for your help. Yi Jiwei confirmed that the boy was the one who saved them. Lu Yuan glanced at Yi Jiwei, controlling the blood slaughter and blood slaughter soldiers to leave. Brother Wei, he's so strong, why don't we invite him to team up? Li Yuxing said. If Lu Yuan teamed up with them, maybe everyone could get into a top university. It's not that easy. The fact that he helped us is already a blessing. A candidate of his level aims for top-tier universities. If we really teamed up, we'd be a burden to him. Yi Jiwei shook his head, almost as if saying, we're not worthy. What made him curious was what kind of profession Lu Yuan had awakened, as he had never heard of it before. The teammates fell silent, searching for nearby herbs to cure the poison from the multi-tailed human-faced scorpions. 540 points. In the abandoned building, Lu Yuan sat in a shaded area, taking out water and compressed rations from his backpack to replenish his strength. After killing another 8-star body refining stage and 9-star body refining stage fierce beast, his score reached 540 points. This score already met the admission line for top-tier universities, and the martial arts exam had only passed a little more than half a day. Heaven's Punishment Legion. The materials for crafting the Heaven's Punishment Legion's strange puppet appeared in Lu Yuan's mind. When he was in Tianhua City, he originally wanted to make some strange puppets for the 9 major strange puppet legions, since he would eventually need them. The higher the realm, the more strange puppets a person could control, but unfortunately, apart from the Blood Slaughter Legion, the others were missing some materials. After arriving in Tian City, Lu Yuan collected a lot of good materials, including the key materials that were previously lacking for making the Heaven's Punishment Legion. Looking at the materials laid out on the ground, Lu Yuan began to craft the Heaven's Punishment Legion's strange puppet. ZZZT, ZZZT. A faint electrical current filled the entire abandoned building. A strange puppet soldier, dressed in deep blue armor and holding a spear, was about to take shape. Night fell, and Tian City returned to its silence. Hunting fierce beasts at night is highly risky. The fierce beasts living in Tian City are incredibly familiar with the surrounding environment and have sharp senses. For the candidates, they would rather kill more fierce beasts during the day to earn points than go out at night. Brother Wei, we've had good luck today, huh? Everyone's score has reached 150 points. Li Yuxing, with his horse face, smiled as he spoke, awakening his wind element combat profession. It's really good luck. If that person hadn't acted in time this afternoon, we would have already died in the hands of the multi-tailed beastman scorpion. Yi Jiwei said with relief, then stopped outside an abandoned building. Everyone, stay close to me. First, let's check if there are any dangerous beasts inside. If not, we will rest here for the night. Yi Jiwei carefully walked up the stairs. In Tian City, dangerous beasts could appear at any moment, and a slight mistake could lead to a deadly ambush. They had been observing this abandoned building for a long time, and had not seen any signs of beasts. Even so, Yi Jiwei still remained cautious. No issues on the first floor. Nothing on the second floor either. One by one, they checked the floors and found no abnormalities. Yi Jiwei and his teammates looked up toward the third floor. This abandoned building had originally had 7 floors, but now only 3 remained after being destroyed. Dark clouds covered the moon, and in the pitch-black night, Yi Jiwei held his breath and focused. He was a fire element professional, but he dared not gather fire to light the way, as it would attract the beast's attention. If there's no danger on the third floor, we'll be safe, Yi Jiwei said, reminding his teammates to be ready for battle at any moment. Shasha shasha, the footsteps were dense. They arrived at the only closed door in the corridor. Yi Jiwei gathered his courage and opened it. Upon seeing the room, Yi Jiwei and his teammates were stunned. A bloodthirsty beast with a wolf's head and a human's body coldly stared at them, along with dozens of bloodthirsty soldiers. Not only that, but there was also a group of monsters wearing deep blue armor and holding long spears. The monsters made a sizzling electrical sound. As Lu Yuan opened his eyes, they all raised their spears and gathered their thunderstrike, ready to strike. Yi Jiwei's legs went weak. He realized that Lu Yuan's realm had broken through from body refining 8-star to 9-star, and all the monsters in the room were also 9-star body refining realm. The monsters holding spears were even more terrifying than the ones wearing dark red armor. They could even use spiritual techniques, specifically the Thunderstrike, a technique exclusive to Thunder Element professionals. Chapter 7, The Crisis in Tianhua City. You again? With lightning flashing, Lu Yuan looked at Yi Jiwei and the others. After confirming that the ones who entered the room were candidates, not beasts, Lu Yuan controlled the Heavenly Punishment soldiers to stop gathering Thunderstrike. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Yi Jiwei scratched his nose. He hadn't expected to encounter Lu Yuan again. Looking at the room full of eerie and strange soldiers, Yi Jiwei couldn't help but feel envy. These were 9-star body refining monsters, and there were so many of them. Any one of them could easily beat their 7-person team. Sorry to disturb you, we'll leave now, Yi Jiwei wisely said. He noticed that Lu Yuan didn't want to engage with them too much, so he made the decision to leave the abandoned building immediately. Go away. His teammates wanted to speak but hesitated. They had finally found a safe place to rest. It's too dangerous to wander outside at night. We might get ambushed by a beast. Let's go to the next room. Before Yi Jiwei could speak, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. As long as you don't disturb me, it's fine. I'm not the type of person to be unreasonable. Thank you, Yi Jiwei said with great joy, and with his teammates, they quietly moved to the next room. With Lu Yuan there, they would be able to sleep soundly tonight. The moonlight shone through the window, and Lu Yuan looked at the Heavenly Punishment Legion he had just created. Unlike the Bloodthirsty Legion, which held long knives and shields, the Heavenly Punishment Legion tightly gripped spiral-long spears. They looked terrifying, with 2 pairs of eyes on their stomachs, exuding a strong thunder attribute aura. The Heavenly Punishment soldiers could not only use Thunder Strike, but also multiple Thunder Element exclusive spiritual techniques. This was one of the things Lu Yuan was most satisfied with. Among all combat professions, fire and thunder were the most destructive attributes. Tomorrow, we can focus on hunting beasts, Lu Yuan said confidently. Now he had 100 bloodthirsty soldiers and 20 Heavenly Punishment soldiers. In addition to the bloodthirsty beast, the Blood Slayer. Even when facing a beast at the Qi Refining Realm, I am confident I can defeat it. Taking out a 9-star demon crystal of the Body Refining Realm from my backpack, Lu Yuan entered a state of cultivation. The martial exam is like 1,000 armies crossing a single plank bridge, every second counts and cannot be wasted. Today is the day the martial exam begins, a major event that attracts the attention of all of China. Douyin, Weibo, and other major social platforms are buzzing with intense discussions about this year's martial exam. Trending first, Thunder Alliance leader's son, Chu Wuxian, revealed to have awakened 4 attributes for combat profession: thunder, earth, wind, and the last attribute is a mystery. Trending second, Zhang Tianxia from Magic City awakens gold attribute, SSS-Level talent for combat profession. Trending third, various universities announced their application cutoff scores, an average increase of 30 points compared to last year. The top 20 trending topics are all about the martial exam, and the most discussed are Chu Wuxian and Zhang Tianxia. One is the son of the Thunder Alliance leader, the other is the current head of a prestigious family in Magic City, and the reason they are getting so much attention is not because of their noble identities. It's because of their awakened professions and talents. After trending, the comments section quickly exploded with over 10,000 comments. Hard training, self-sufficiency, 4 professions? Chu Wuxian is a bit overpowered, he's probably the martial exam champion this year. Even the coldest man has a warm side. Zhang Tianxia isn't bad either, gold attribute SSS-level talent, just her talent crushes 99.9% of martial exam candidates. Press your return key. Chu Wuxian and Zhang Tianxia are alright in real life, but this is online, they're just average, not as impressive as me, Xin Jingbing, not even a hair. Discussions about the martial exam continue, still dominating the trending topics and major social platforms. The next morning, at the top-floor conference room of the Tianhua city government. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere spread through the air, as Zhou Wenbin sat in a chair chatting with his colleagues. Why does everyone look so gloomy? Zhou Wenbin asked in confusion. Today is the second day of the martial exam, and all senior class teachers in Tianhua City have come to the education hall to check the scores of their students who took the martial exam. What puzzled Zhou Wenbin was that the leaders in the front row, including the head of education and the vice principal, were sighing. But the scores haven't been announced yet, have they? His colleague looked confused, not sure what had happened. The door to the conference room opened, and a man in his early 50s with gray hair at his temples walked in. Seeing him, everyone in the conference room stood up. The man entering was none other than Yun Weihua, the current mayor of Tianhua City. Behind Yun Weihua were the principals of 3 high schools in Tianhua City, their expressions serious, heads lowered, seemingly deep in thought. Teachers, I have some bad news for you. This year may very well be the last martial exam held under the name of Tianhua City. Yun Weihua said, his voice hoarse, his eyes full of reluctance. Everyone in the conference room was in an uproar, none of them understood what the mayor meant. In the past 2 years, Tianhua City's overall martial exam results have been unsatisfactory. After careful consideration, the province has decided to cancel Tianhua City and transfer its 3 districts to nearby cities for management. Yun Weihua's words were shocking, causing all the class teachers present to tremble. Tianhua City is going to be gone? No wonder the mayor and the 3 principals had such expressions. Martial exam results are the most important criteria for judging cities, even surpassing GDP, and in the past 2 years, Tianhua City's overall martial exam performance could only be described as disastrous. Although Yun Weihua claimed that the city's 3 high schools would remain, everyone knew the truth. Once Tianhua City is removed and joins other cities, it will inevitably receive fewer teaching resources. After all, other cities have their own key high schools, and no one will allocate resources to the newly joined high schools. Make sure to cherish this last martial exam, held in the name of Tianhua City. Yun Weihua said, and the big screen behind him lit up. First place, Li Jinxue, 2,000 points, Tianhua City Tianhua High School. Second place, Zhang Wangchuan, 1,400 points, Tianhua City Xinghui High School. Third place, Lin Shuang, 1,200 points, Yunhai High School, Tianhua City. From high to low in score, seeing the first place, Li Jinxue, far ahead, the principal of Tianhua High School, Luo Jingrui, showed a smile on his face. Li Jinxue is a key student of Tianhua High School, with the highest marks in all subjects like basic courses, theoretical courses, etc. And Li Jinxue lived up to expectations, awakening the time a tribute battle profession, with SS-level talent, currently ranked first in the city for the martial arts exam score, greatly boosting his face. Mayor, if Li Jinxue gets into a top-tier university, does Tianhua City still have a chance to stay? Asked Luo Jingrui. Difficult, but if it stays, Tianhua High School's educational resources will double next year. Yun Weihua promised. If Tianhua City no longer exists, as the mayor, there would be no need for his existence either. Both he and the three other principals present hoped that Tianhua City could remain. Hearing this, Luo Jingrui felt a surge of happiness, while the principal of Xinghui High School and Zhang Jinghong's expressions changed. Lin Shuang, try your best, thought Zhang Jinghong. In previous years, Yunhai High School had always been at the bottom of the martial arts exam. This year, among the awakened students, only Lin Shuang, with the space battle attribute and S-level talent, had a chance to surpass the other two schools. In the top 10, Tianhua High School had the most students, followed by Xinghui, while Yunhai only had a pitiful 2. This made Zhang Jinghong feel a stronger sense of crisis, hoping that his own students, ranked in the top 20, could push into the top 10. Old Joe, is that student from your class? While the mayor and three principals were talking on the stage, the homeroom teachers of each high school were whispering, carefully searching for their own students. Seeing their own students in the top 100, the homeroom teachers smiled brightly. Whether Tianhua City can stay is a matter for the big shots to consider, but they care more about how much their salary is every month. And schools will give homeroom teachers corresponding bonuses based on the ranking of their students. For example, from the 90th to 100th place, a student would reward the teacher with 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan is considered a high amount in a small city like Tianhua. Stop it, I don't see Qin Shoxing's name. Zhou Wenbin said gloomily. He knew which of his students had a chance to break into the top 100, it was just Qin Shoxing, who awakened the fire attribute and had A-level talent. Is Lu Yuan from your class? Asked the homeroom teacher of class 9, who had a good relationship with Zhou Wenbin. Who? Zhou Wenbin looked at the students ranked in the lower positions. 88th place, Lu Yuan, 600 points, Yunhai High School, Tianhua City. Zhou Wenbin was surprised. He remembered that Lu Yuan, although extremely talented, with SSS-level talent, awakened the profession of its strange puppet master. This profession has only been awakened by 2 people in Blue Star so far, so there is no matching spiritual technique. Like battle professions, students can learn spiritual techniques below the mysterious stage suitable for their attributes for free. So, the martial arts exam was held 7 days after awakening, to give candidates time to learn spiritual techniques in practice. So, how did he fight? Zhou Wenbin stared at Lu Yuan, ranked 88th, curious about how Lu Yuan made it so high in the ranking and what method he used to hunt fierce beasts. Chapter 8, Blackfire Ant Queen. The morning sun rises, everything is revived. In Taiyan City, in the abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts of the city, a 9-star iron lion beast in the body refining realm was enjoying its breakfast. A 4-star blood-tooth pig in the body refining realm. The law of survival of the fittest, this eternal truth applies to fierce beasts as well. The lion's claws were sharp, and the blood-tooth pig was soon ripped open, its heart and lungs taken out. Blood soaked the ground, and the iron lion beast, happily devouring its meal, sniffed the air and let out a deafening lion's roar. It smelled the scent of the human race. Compared to its own kind, the iron lion beast preferred to devour human flesh, not only because it tasted better but also because it made it stronger. Spiritual power condensed and wove a red thread flying through the air, as Lu Yuan controlled the strange puppet soldiers to initiate the attack. The blood-slaughter soldier raised its shield, and 20 heavenly punishment soldiers aimed their spears at the iron lion beast. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Before the iron lion beast could rush over, Lei Che gathered blue light and blasted it into pieces. Too weak. Lu Yuan shook his head. This kind of powerful beast was far from being his opponent now. He picked up the demon crystal on the ground and continued to explore. Killing fierce beasts, using the blood massacre spiritual skill, the taste of blood, to enhance strength. Then repeating the cycle, over and over again. Lu Yuan tirelessly did the same thing, becoming an emotionless meat grinder hunting fierce beasts. After a morning of hard work, his score rose from 3 digits to 4 digits, reaching 1,100 points. Over 1,000. At the Tianhua city government, Zhou Wenbin exclaimed loudly. In an instant, everyone's gaze in the meeting room turned to him, and seeing this, Zhou Wenbin scratched his head. Compared to other class advisors from the same school chatting and laughing, Zhou Wenbin felt incredibly bored. Mainly because there were no students from his class in the top 100, so he couldn't join the conversation. It was very awkward. What Zhou Wenbin didn't expect was that it wasn't Qin Shouxing who broke into the top 100 from his class, but the hopeless Lu Yuan. When he found out Lu Yuan was participating in the martial arts exam, Zhou Wenbin was even stunned for a moment. This teacher is talking about Lu Yuan, ranked 35th, said Mayor Yun Weihua, who was chatting with 3 principals while keeping an eye on the ranking displayed on the big screen. Lu Yuan had frequently caught his attention. This student from Yunhai High School had his score skyrocket from 600 to 1,100 points. The top 100 students generally saw slow score increases, sometimes not changing for over 10 minutes. But only Lu Yuan's score frequently jumped, rising from 88th place to 35th place in less than 2.5 hours. Hearing Yun Weihua's words, Zhou Wenbin, Lu Yuan's class advisor, nodded. 35th place, very good, praised Yun Weihua, though his mind was focused on the top 10 students. They were the real hope for Tianhua City. Especially the cliff-edge lead Lu Jinxue, who, if she could enter a top university with excellent results, might change the provincial leadership's mind. Lu Yuan. Seeing this name, Zhang Zhenghong, the principal of Yunhai High School, frowned and exchanged a look with Zhou Wenbin. Both of them saw the confusion and shock in each other's eyes. Although Zhang Zhenghong didn't say anything, he frequently glanced at the big screen showing Lu Yuan's 35th place. In Taiyan City, a 9-star steel rock rhinoceros from the body-tempering realm slammed heavily to the ground. Its tough rhinoceros hide was pierced with countless holes, and its prideful, 1,000-pound horn was cut off and casually discarded. Heaven's punishment soldiers on the left, blood slaughter soldiers on the right, and Lu Yuan took the demon crystal from the steel rock rhinoceros with his bare hands. Looking at the iron-barbed protective net in front of him, and several scattered wooden signs sticking into the ground, Lu Yuan realized that he had unknowingly arrived at the center of Taiyan City. Danger, you have entered the Beast Rampage Zone. The wooden sign depicted 5 skulls, with this blood-red warning written in bright red letters. Beast Rampage Zone, meaning the lowest level fierce beasts ahead are at least 8 stars in the body-tempering realm, with chi-refining realm beasts also present. The purpose of the wooden sign was to remind candidates to proceed cautiously, to avoid being torn apart by beasts that were impossible to defeat. The risk was proportional to the reward. Killing chi-refining realm beasts gave higher points, with just 1 star earning 200 points. 200 points, meaning you had to hunt 21-star body-tempering realm beasts. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan walked into the Beast Rampage Zone through a pre-made hole in the iron net. Under the sunlight, the blood slaughter soldiers and Heaven's punishment soldiers began a new round of slaughter. While hunting the fierce beasts, Lu Yuan encountered many other candidates. Some were solo, like him, while others had temporarily formed teams. Each candidate's cultivation was at least 5 stars in the body-tempering realm. Wow, this is so awesome, my score is skyrocketing. Leave some for me, I only have 500 points, still far from a top university. Dream on. You're short on points, but I'm not. Whoever kills the beast gets the points. Such a commotion. Seeing about 20 or 30 candidates gathered ahead. Laughter and the national essence occasionally echoed, as Lu Yuan walked forward. The temperature around gradually increased, and from a dark and damp cave entrance, ants, the size of fists, with black and red skin, were continuously crawling out. Lu Yuan immediately recognized what kind of fierce beast this was. Black fire ants, a vicious creature that loves magma, capable of cultivating to the peak of the chi refining stage. There were about 300 to 400 black fire ants on the ground, with strength ranging from 5 to 6 stars in the body refining stage. Damn, I told you not to laugh so loud, and here comes another one fighting us for points. Upon seeing Lu Yuan arrive, a student awakened with the earth attribute combat profession cursed. Lu Yuan understood why they were so happy. Killing one black fire ant could earn 60 points, though the points weren't much, the sheer number made up for it. These black fire ants weren't very strong, equivalent to free points, and anyone would inevitably laugh out loud. Feeling the vigilance of the surrounding students, Lu Yuan didn't care but felt curious inside. Wasn't it said that the beasts in the flood zone had the lowest strength of 8-star body refining stage? Where did these black fire ants come from? Awesome, so awesome. The student who had been complaining about the loud laughter, attracting Lu Yuan over, swung his fists, each punch landing on a black fire ant, his yellow mud-covered fist smashing one ant at a time. In less than 2 minutes, he had killed 5 or 6, earning over 300 points. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The student suddenly looked up, only to see a giant black fire ant, as big as an elephant, with foul-smelling liquid dripping from its mouth, looming above him. In one swift bite, it swallowed him whole, not even allowing a scream. It was the Queen Black Fire Ant. Lu Yuan looked at the monstrous black fire ant, which was actually a 3-star chi refining stage beast. The squeaking sound grew intense. The queen, furious after seeing the heavy casualties of its kin, sent out a wave of black fire ants. 20 to 30 peak body refining stage black fire ants crawled out from the cave entrance. Run! Some students reacted and fled in panic. The situation reversed in an instant. The hunters became the prey, and some students screamed in horror as their legs were bitten off by the black fire ants. Seeing such a bloody scene, some students turned pale, trembling as they pressed the protection device on their wristbands, just managing to avoid being turned into food for the black fire ants. However, the price was abandoning their martial exam. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yuan focused on controlling the blood slaughter to face the Queen Black Fire Ant. This group of black fire ants was the strongest. Once it was dealt with, everything else would be easy. Covered in blood armor, Blood Slaughter threw out his serrated chain blade, which precisely pierced the Queen Black Fire Ant's leg. Screech! A thick ant leg, as large as an arm, was sent flying, covered in green blood. The Queen Black Fire Ant let out a painful screech and shot black flames at Blood Slaughter, but all of it was easily blocked. Ah, who is this person, so fierce? Students who had activated the barrier and lost their martial exam qualifications, waiting for rescue, had rich expressions. They could see that if Lu Yuan hadn't stopped the Queen Black Fire Ant in time, they wouldn't have had even the time to activate the barrier and would have been turned into the Queen's meal. They thought that Lu Yuan would also activate the barrier, since he was facing a 3-star chi refining beast. Who would have thought that Lu Yuan was so strong, controlling a wolf-headed human-like monster to fight the Queen Black Fire Ant, exchanging blows, even injuring the Queen? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing that it couldn't defeat Blood Slaughter, the Queen Black Fire Ant changed its approach, gathering its subordinates to try to encircle Blood Slaughter. The peak body refining stage black fire ants, which had been chasing the students, turned back and surrounded Lu Yuan from different directions. Now he has to activate the defense shield, right? Thought the nearby students. One-on-one, Lu Yuan could win, but against many, there was no chance. Over 20 peak body refining stage black fire ants weren't to be taken lightly, and just their flame sprays would be enough to make Lu Yuan struggle. Are there more of them than people? Lu Yuan scanned the encircling black fire ants and tapped his fingers to summon his eerie puppet soldiers. 50 blood slaughter soldiers, with long swords, banged their shields, their battle spirits high. 20 heavenly punishment soldiers, holding long spears, aimed at the Queen Black Fire Ant, their pupils glowing with a bloodthirsty light. Then let's see who has more people. Lu Yuan's voice hit the ground like thunder, and in a single breath, he was surrounded by strange puppet soldiers. Chapter 9, Gaining the 3 Great Calamities Again. What kind of monster is that? Inside the barrier, the candidates widened their eyes, watching Lu Yuan control a crowd of strange puppet soldiers charging fearlessly toward the black fire ant swarm. They thought Lu Yuan controlling one monster was already powerful, who would have thought he could control 70 or 80. Blood Slaughter led the charge, his serrated chain blade scratching with a screech like a cat clawing a wall, unleashing the blood-type profound rank spirit skill, Blood Mist Confusion. A blood mist spread over 5 miles, and the black fire ant queen along with the swarm lost all senses, crashing around like headless flies. What happened? I don't know, I can't see anything, the blood mist blocked all vision. Damn, thank God there's a barrier, this scene is terrifying. The candidates' faces turned pale, especially when the dense screeching made their scalps tingle, unable to tell if the black fire ants were screaming in pain or excitement. After a long while, the blood mist gradually faded. Seeing the scene before them, the candidates were frozen like statues. A breeze passed, Lu Yuan stood straight in place, while not far away, Blood Slaughter held the black fire ant queen high, and with brute force, tore the 2-star chi refining black fire ant queen in half. Green blood splashed into the air, the stench and blood reek spreading all around. More than 20 peak body tempering black fire ants died in tragic ways. Some had all their legs chopped off by Blood Slaughter soldiers' long blades, their bodies writhing non-stop trying to crawl back to the nest. Others were stabbed full of holes by Heaven's punishment soldiers, their heads rolling everywhere. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Whether the candidates who escaped or those who had to activate the barrier, all wore looks of disbelief. All of them are dead? Peak body tempering crushing a 2-star chi refining beast? That's way too insane. Damn awesome, I thought he'd give up and activate the barrier, but he just wiped them all out. The candidates stared at Lu Yuan without blinking. The blood on the ground was absorbed entirely by Blood Slaughter, and Lu Yuan successfully broke through to the chi refining stage. Not long after, a black war vehicle sped over, and 4 fully armed combat professionals stepped out. They were patrollers sent by the official authorities, responsible for protecting candidates who activated the barrier and gave up the martial test. Every patrol team member was a profound Steel Realm combat professional, easily able to deal with all beasts in Tian City. Looks like you ran into trouble, said one sunglasses-wearing patroller with a smile, but looking around saw no beasts at all. Chi refining stage. The patrol team captain, Hu Jiqian, looked at Lu Yuan and the broken remains of the black fire ant swarm on the ground. A candidate broke through to Chi refining stage, the sunglasses-wearing patroller said in surprise. They were responsible for the 30-mile radius. If any candidate activated a barrier, they would rush to rescue, but so far, the strongest they'd seen was body tempering 8 stars. Lu Yuan had already crossed the body tempering stage and become a Chi refining professional. Impressive. Took down a 2-star Chi refining black fire ant queen all by yourself, and so many ant soldiers too. The patroller gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up, then went around disabling the candidates' barriers, handing out bread and water. Your martial exam ends here. Soon, you will be sent to the appropriate city teleportation array point. Hearing this, the candidates clenched their fists, faces full of frustration or disappointment. The martial exam ending meant they couldn't even enter a third-rate university, their professional careers ending early. What profession did you awaken? The patrol team captain Hu Jiqiang, around 30 years old, looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was not only the first candidate he had ever seen break through to Chi refining, but also the first whose profession he couldn't recognize. Puppetmaster. Lu Yuan said. Puppetmaster? Hu Jiqiang raised his eyebrows. Captain, what kind of profession is that? A team member looked confused, there didn't seem to be such a combat profession. Hu Jiqiang remained silent. Don't tell me even the captain doesn't know. Another teammate spoke. How could I not know? A puppeteer, that's just a puppeteer. Hu Jiqiang waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and take these candidates away, don't disturb the martial arts exam. The black war chariot came fast and left quickly, leading the group of candidates with activated shields away rapidly. Their mission was already complete. For the candidates who didn't have activated shields and were taking the normal martial arts exam, they would not offer any help. Watching the patrol team leave, Lu Yuan picked up the scattered demon crystals on the ground, and the system prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host, you have broken through the Chi refining stage, rewarded with the Wood Calamity, Rotting Root, Water Calamity, Sungning, and Earth Calamity, Zhangsha. 3 disaster puppets as a one-time reward? Lu Yuan suppressed his excitement. The Blood Butcher's strength was well known, a single challenge by a body refining beast could severely suppress a Chi refining stage beast. If he could control 4 SSS-level puppets at once, even the Black Fire Ant Queen's mother wouldn't stand a chance. But the surprise wasn't over yet. After the 3 disaster puppets were rewarded, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the A-level hidden quest, Fight Bravely. Fight bravely, hunt 20 Chi refining beasts within 48 hours, and increase spirit power reserves by 50 times. 50 times? Lu Yuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He was currently in a situation where there were too many puppets, and his spiritual power was insufficient. A Chi refining stage could control 100 puppets, but it couldn't control SSS-level puppets like the Blood Butcher. If he completed this A-level quest, no matter how many puppets he made in the future, he could control them all at the same time. First, let's assemble the 3 disaster puppets. Lu Yuan thought clearly. With 4 disaster puppets, forget about 20 Chi refining beasts, even if it doubled, what would it matter? Tianhua City Government, top floor meeting room. 3,000 points. The sound was deafening, startling everyone in the room. This was not said by Zhou Wenbin, but by the vice principal of Tianhua High School, Hua Jijian. What's the big deal? Li Jingxue getting 3,000 points is quite normal, right? Said Luo Jingxue, the principal of Tianhua High School. Principal, no. It's not Li Jingxue, it's Lu Yuan from Tianhai High School. Hua Jijian stuttered as he pointed to the ranking board. Who is Lu Yuan? Luo Jingxue frowned. The top 10 candidates didn't seem to have this name. First place, Li Jingxue, 3,500 points, Tianhua High School, Tianhua City. Second place, Lu Yuan, 3,000 points, Tianhai High School, Tianhua City. Third place, Jiang Wangchuan, 2,200 points, Xinghui High School, Tianhua City. Fourth place, Lin Shuang, 1,800 points, Tianhai High School, Tianhua City. Where did he come from? The 3 principals, vice principals, and homeroom teachers in the meeting room looked at each other. Mayor Yun Weihua stood in front of the ranking board. He remembered Lu Yuan, who was previously ranked 35, and his score had risen extremely fast. But that was all. After all, as the mayor, Yun Weihua focused on the top 10 candidates. This Lu Yuan's score started at over 1,000, and in less than 30 seconds, it skyrocketed to 3,000. Hua Jijian said, explaining why he was so shocked. Other candidates' scores increased by 70 or 80 points, but Lu Yuan's increased by 2,000. Anyone would find it unbelievable. Principal Zhang, Lu Yuan is a candidate from your school, right? Yun Weihua stared at Lu Yuan, who was second place. At this point, only Li Jingxue and Lu Yuan's scores were far ahead of the others. Lu Yuan was 800 points ahead of third place Jiang Wangchuan. That's right. Zhang Zhenghong nodded, still in a state of bewilderment. What profession did this candidate awaken? What level of talent does he have? At this moment, Yun Weihua had developed a strong interest in Lu Yuan. Puppeteer, SSS-level talent. Zhang Zhenghong said. When the SSS-level talent was mentioned, Yun Weihua and the other two principals swallowed their saliva, and the school leaders and homeroom teachers widened their eyes. Since the founding of China, Tianhua City had never seen an SSS-level talent, whether in combat, support, or lifestyle professions. Yun Weihua slammed his hand on the table. Why didn't you tell me about such a high-level talent? Don't you know the situation in Tianhua City is critical? We desperately need a candidate to shine in the martial arts exam. Yun Weihua was both excited and angry. Wait, a Guayou master? Yun Weihua realized the problem. He had never heard of such a profession. Ah, a Guayou master. The principal of Tianhua High, Luo Jingrui, twitched his mouth, now understanding why Zhang Zhenghong was smiling bitterly. This profession was so rare that, up until now, only 2 Guayou masters had awakened on Blue Star, and with Lu Yuan, there were 3. After hearing Zhang Zhenghong's explanation, Yun Weihua rubbed his forehead. Since Guayou masters don't learn spiritual techniques, how did Lu Yuan get such high scores? Yun Weihua focused on the key point. I don't know either. Zhang Zhenghong felt like crying. He had wanted to ask the mayor about it. On the day of the awakening ceremony, Lu Yuan's SSS-level talent was so striking that even the teachers of Tianhua High remembered him. To put it simply, this is a good thing. If Li Jinshui and Lu Yuan both get into top universities, the provincial leaders will most likely abandon the plan to dismantle Tianhua City. Yun Weihua said. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of energy. After all, no one wanted to join a strange city. On the second day of the martial arts exam, candidates' scores could be checked using their numbers, and on the third day, their specific conditions could be viewed in real time. This meant that to find out why Lu Yuan's score soared, they would have to wait until tomorrow. Third place. Zhou Wenbin was so excited that he almost suffocated, showing a silly grin. If Lu Yuan keeps this ranking, even if he falls to the top 10, he would still earn a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Old Zhou, congratulations. It looks like you'll be swimming in bonuses this year. His colleague said enviously. With a guaranteed 100,000 yuan, it would be hard not to envy him. Actually, I didn't teach Lu Yuan much. Zhou Wenbin scratched his head and said honestly. During the preparation period for the martial arts exam, he had focused on teaching Qin Shouxing. But Qin Shouxing wasn't in the top 100, instead, Lu Yuan had surged into the top 3. You're being humble. Tonight, you're treating. I'm going to make sure you pay big, 200 or 300 is not too much, right? His colleagues joked, thinking Zhou Wenbin was showing off. Zhou Wenbin had probably planned to stay at Lu Yuan's house for the 7 days of martial arts exam preparation, giving one-on-one coaching. Eating 500 or 600 is no problem. Zhou Wenbin generously said. Why isn't Lu Yuan's score moving? Someone said. Unknowingly, 7 or 8 minutes had passed, it was noon, not evening, and it was the prime time for hunting ferocious beasts. He might be resting. A colleague guessed. After an intense battle, resting for a while was normal. Half an hour, then an hour passed, and Lu Yuan's score was stuck at 3,000 points with no movement. This shouldn't be happening. Zhou Wenbin was a little panicked. In the martial arts exam, every second counted. Lu Yuan couldn't possibly be resting for an hour, could he? Is it possible that he's been? The person speaking didn't dare to continue. Although the officials were thorough and prioritized the safety of the candidates, the martial arts exam was not absolutely safe. Many candidates had died in the martial arts exam, and Lu Yuan not moving for so long likely meant he had died at the hands of a ferocious beast. The room fell silent, the mayor Yun Weihua's face darkened, and the 3 principals furrowed their brows. They had just imagined that both Lu Yuan and Li Jinshui would get into top universities, becoming the heroes who stopped Tianhua City's disbandment plan. But not long after, Lu Yuan died in the martial arts exam? Chapter 10, The Storm Tiger Pack. In the center of Tian City, in a certain residential area. The residential area had long collapsed into ruins, but the underground parking lot was still intact. Cars were covered in a thick layer of dust. After dealing with the nearby ferocious beasts, Lu Yuan decided to assemble the 3 great disaster Guayou. With experience in assembling blood slaughter, this time Lu Yuan was much faster, finishing the assembly in just 2 hours. A slender monster, completely wrapped in vines, was the first to be born. As this monster appeared, the entire parking lot was quickly covered with vines, growing roots and sprouting, resembling a forest. This monster was the wood disaster Guayou, rotten pit. The sky suddenly poured rain in torrents, with water flowing down from the exits. A monster with blue and white skin, holding a trident, stood in front of Lu Yuan. The water disaster Guiyou, Song Ming, was born. Boom, boom, boom. With muscular build, standing nearly 3 meters tall, the earth disaster, Zhang Sha, made of rock, let out a low, furious roar. The three great disasters stood opposite Lu Yuan, kneeling on one knee and speaking in unison. Blood can rust the blade, bones can turn to ash, the oath carved on the spine is more eternal than the throne. Corruption E greets the master. Song Ming greets the master. Zhang Sha greets the master. Another situation like this? Lu Yuan looked at the three great disasters that spoke. When blood slaughter was created, it was also the first to pledge loyalty to him. The crimson spiritual thread merged into the bodies of the three great disasters, and Lu Yuan checked their abilities. Wood disaster, corruption E. SSS great evil puppet. Realm, refining chi, 1 star. Spiritual skills, vine tangle, flying leaf storm, forest blessing, poisonous vine dance. Seeing corruption E's spiritual skills, combined with the title of wood disaster, Lu Yuan realized his guess was correct. Corruption E belongs to a control-type combat profession, with spiritual skills focusing on harassment and control. The water disaster, Song Ming, and the earth disaster, Zhang Sha, are combat professions, one with overwhelmingly powerful spiritual skills and the other focused on thick skin, muscle, strength, and defense. I have gained the 4 great disasters. Lu Yuan looked at the sky, brightly shining, and again controlled 20 heavenly punishment soldiers. The 4 great disasters led the way, followed by the 20 heavenly punishment soldiers. A team of evil puppets from Lu Yuan's refining chi realm left the parking lot, beginning a new hunt for fierce beasts. It moved, Lu Yuan's score moved. In the hall of the Tianhua city government, those who had guessed that Lu Yuan had died in the martial examination were worried and frowning. For a full 2 hours, Lu Yuan's score had not changed at all, like a stagnant pool of water. Zhou Wenbin, unwilling to believe it, stared at the ranking board. Although he often told his class, "You are the worst batch of students I have ever taught." But after 3 years of close companionship, Zhou Wenbin clearly remembered each student's name, personality, and so on. For him, he would rather not have a bonus than see his students return safely from the martial exam. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's score, which had been 3,000, rose to 3,300, and Zhou Wenbin was ecstatic, shouting loudly. It moved again. Upon hearing this, Mayor Yun Weihua and everyone in the meeting room turned their heads in unison. 3,500 points. Zhang Zhenghong pointed at the leaderboard. First place, Li Jinxue, 4,200 points, Tianhua City Tianhua High School. Second place, Lu Yuan, 3,500 points, Tianhua City Yunhai High School. Third place, Jiang Wangchuan, 2,500 points, Tianhua City Xinghui High School. Zhou Wenbin and the principal of Yunhai High School, along with the class teachers, all had flushed faces. He's not dead. Well done. Does Lu Yuan have a chance to surpass Li Jinxue and become the top in Tianhua City? Principal Zhang Zhenghong couldn't wait. Since the founding of Tianhai High School, the best martial exam result was 4th in Tianhua City, never reaching the top 3. There's a great chance. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Yuan's score jumped suddenly from 3,300 to 3,500, proving he killed a refining Chi realm fierce beast, and even killed it instantly, the vice principal analyzed. When Lu Yuan doesn't act, everything stays calm. But when he does, he explodes and takes over the scene. What does it mean to instantly kill a refining Chi realm fierce beast? Principal Zhang, if Lu Yuan gets into a top university, Yunhai High School's educational funding should increase next year, Yun Weihua said. The top universities he refers to are schools like the Imperial Capital University, Magic City University, and Pengcheng University. Only universities of this level can make provincial leaders change their minds, and the higher the score, the better. Zhang Zhenghong and the leaders of Yunhai High School were overjoyed, as educational funding is linked to their salaries. If Lu Yuan really achieves this, it would be like having a half-owner for them. The meeting room became lively, and the principal of Tianhua High School, Luo Jinxue, was a bit nervous, fearing that Lu Yuan would surpass Li Jinxue and take the first place in the city. The principal of Xinghui High School, Yu, was upset. Though Jiang Wangchuan ranked 3rd in his school, the gap between him and the top 2 was too big, there was no chance to overtake them. This year the city's martial exam geniuses are just too fierce, said the principal of Xinghui High School. In past years, 2,500 points would have easily secured Jiang Wangchuan the top spot in Tianhua City, but now there appeared 2 monsters, Li Jinxue and Lu Yuan. Rise. Rise crazily for me. Zhou Wenbin grinned widely as he watched Lu Yuan's score jump rapidly. Very soon, a huge question appeared in everyone's mind. Lu Yuan, who couldn't learn the Puppetmaster's spirit skills, how did he kill a Chi refining level fierce beast in one blow? We can only wait for tomorrow to find out, said Yun Weihua, gripping his teacup with force. The cold goji tea boiled instantly. After taking a sip of goji tea, Yun Weihua pulled himself together, his eyes swept back and forth between the names of Li Jinxue and Lu Yuan. The sun was setting in the west, and the afterglow of the sunset fell on the city taken over by fierce beasts. On the yellowing football field, two groups of candidates met, and several snarling chi refining level storm tigers growled lowly. They were all more or less injured, and one storm tiger had no more breath, turned into charcoal by lightning. Do you guys have no shame? We found the storm tigers, we hurt them, why do you get to enjoy the fruits of victory? This was a temporary team of 10 people, each candidate at least at the body tempering 7-star level. Awakened to the wind element battle profession, Lu Huichuan, at body tempering 8-star, roared angrily. He was the core member of this team, which was made of 7 battle professions and 3 support professions, with the weakest being body tempering 7-star. This setup could be called almost perfect. At noon, Lu Huichuan discovered a group of Qi refining 3-star storm tigers. Qi refining 3-star fierce beasts gave very considerable points, and Lu Huichuan decided instantly to strike. The battle lasted till evening. They finally were about to kill one storm tiger. A bolt of heavenly thunder appeared out of nowhere, snatching away the points from Lu Huichuan's hands. If your skills aren't as good, then scram, or fight us for it if you can beat us. 6 candidates, awakened to thunder element professions, at peak body tempering level, gathered lightning blades. The leader, dressed in a black school uniform, with the words Tianqing on his chest, spoke with sarcasm. His name was Qian Zhixing, the captain of this team. Even though they had fewer people than Lu Huichuan, 6 peak body tempering candidates with thunder element battle professions could walk sideways in this beast-infested area. Hearing Qian Zhixing's words, Lu Huichuan and his team's faces turned dark, a sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. Snatch? What could they use to fight thunder element battle professions for the right to kill storm tigers? Thunder element skills were the strongest in single-target burst among all elements. Are we just going to watch them kill the storm tigers? A teammate's veins bulged in rage. Lu Huichuan looked helpless. There were many rules in the martial exam, like strictly banning candidates from attacking each other. Once found, their exam qualifications would be cancelled, and they might even face jail. But the rules never said you couldn't snatch beasts. Whoever landed the final blow on the beast got the points. This was a moral problem, not a rule-breaking one. We can't beat them, Lu Huichuan sighed, deeply understanding the phrase, the weaker meet, the strong eat. His teammates clenched their fists. After spending half the day besieging the storm tigers and getting nothing, it was like they had done nothing on day 1 of the 7-day exam. Thunder element profound grade low tier skill, Thunder Sacrifice. Unlike Lu Huichuan's sighing group, Qian Zhixing launched his skill at the storm tigers, already imagining his points rising by 300 or 400. Boom! Thunder Sacrifice didn't hit the storm tigers, but struck a monster wearing bone armor. Who? Qian Zhixing looked around and saw a young man not far away, controlling a large group of humanoid monsters rushing toward the battlefield. The one who took Thunder Sacrifice head-on, Blood Butcher, patted his bone armor, acting like nothing happened, then punched at the storm tigers with full force. Vines twisted, and the wood Calamity Rotface gathered vine cages, trapping each storm tiger on the field one by one. The sky began to pour with heavy rain, and the raindrops fell to the ground like icicles, viciously stabbing at the central beast of the soccer field. Bang, 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 the ground trembled, and every step of the Earth's disaster caused violent shaking. A fist the size of a sandbag smashed a raging tiger into a pulp. Qian Zhixing's face twitched, and the 5 peak teammates of the Thunder attribute looked unfriendly. Dare you steal our beast? Qian Zhixing looked at Lu Yuan, knowing that this group of monsters was being controlled by him. If you can't compete, then get lost, or try to steal from me, but you have to be able to. Lu Yuan replied expressionlessly, returning Qian Zhixing's words. As the 4 great disasters slaughtered the Storm Tiger group, the score on Lu Yuan's wristband skyrocketed. Chapter 11, The Slacker Who Wins Is Actually Me. The Storm Tigers cried out in pain as they fell one after another into pools of blood. Seeing this scene, Lu Huichuan and other candidates who could not steal from Qian Zhixing showed excited expressions. Well done. Ha, villains always get what they deserve. We can't steal from you, and you can't steal from him. Such a handsome monster, is he a dark attribute practitioner? Lu Huichuan's teammates surveyed the 4 great disasters, internally grateful to Lu Yuan for helping them release their anger. They would rather have the Storm Tigers hunted by Lu Yuan for points than let Qian Zhixing gain them. Lu Yuan's words were soft but clear in the ears of Qian Zhixing and the other 6 peak candidates, awakening their Thunder attribute combat professions. What to do? A candidate with buck teeth asked. They had always been the ones stealing others' beasts, but today they were the ones being robbed. Damn it, I don't believe he can deal with so many Storm Tigers alone. Qian Zhixing swore. There were 7 or 8 gas-refining stage 3-star Storm Tigers on the soccer field. This person in front of him could not possibly take down all the Storm Tigers, no matter how powerful. Watching, Qian Zhixing panicked, having underestimated Lu Yuan's strength. The 4 great disasters were utterly dominating against the Storm Tigers. Blood Butcher fought 3 at once without falling behind, while in coordination with Corruption Spike, Sangming and Zhangcha seemed to be in a world of their own. One unleashed a water attribute spiritual skill, with icicles stabbing fiercely at the storm tigers, while another engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the storm tigers. The visual impact of each punch landed made their hearts race with shock. Crying echoed through the sky as Lu Yuan controlled the spear of the Sky Punishment Legion, pointing straight at Chen Zhixing, walking onto the soccer field to reap the fruits of victory. Although the martial arts exam strictly prohibits candidates from attacking each other, one must always be cautious. Who knows if Chen Zhixing and his group would become desperate. A total of 10 gas refining stage 3-star demon crystals, Lu Yuan's score skyrocketed from 3,500 to 6,700.
Awesome, dude, amazing. Lu Huichuan exclaimed excitedly from the side.
Seeing Lu Yuan steal the beast from Chen Zhixing was even more joyful than killing the beast himself. Teammates also gave thumbs up, sharing the same attitude as Chen Zhixing. Lu Yuan glanced at Chen Zhixing, putting the demon crystals into his backpack, then took out a crystal to restore his spiritual energy. Long before, he had noticed the commotion on this side of the soccer field and found that there were candidates hunting the storm tigers, but Lu Yuan didn't think much of it.
As Lu Huichuan said, taking others' beasts using strength was a moral issue. Lu Yuan could not bring himself to do such a thing as stealing another's beast. But now it was different. Chen Zhixing had made the first move, and Lu Yuan felt no burden in stealing from him. You've got guts, let's see. Chen Zhixing threatened.
He could not be foolish enough to actively attack Lu Yuan. Countless cameras had been installed in Tian City long before the martial arts exam started. Every move of the candidates was under the watchful eye of the officials. Anyone who dared to attack a candidate would immediately be disqualified from the martial arts exam. As Chen Zhixing and his group left, Lu Yuan controlled the Sky Punishment soldiers to come beside him. The storm tigers were all dead, and as night approached, Lu Huichuan thanked Lu Yuan and did not linger, leading his teammates to a temporary shelter.
The second day of the martial arts exam was about to pass.
Lu Yuan casually found a dilapidated house as a shelter and began to tally his loot. Just 5 more gas refining stage beasts to hunt, and I'll complete the mission.
Lu Yuan thought.
When the task is completed, he can control all the ghost soldiers with his spiritual power expanded by 50 times. In addition, he obtained a large amount of refining Chi Realm monster crystals. The first star of body refining realm is worth $1,000, and the first star of refining Chi Realm starts at 10,000. If he sells these monster crystals, it would be no less than 200,000 to 300,000. Monster crystals are an important means to enhance strength, and Lu Yuan does not plan to sell them. He hopes to break through to the second star of refining Chi Realm during the night rest. The second day of the martial arts examination declared its end, and discussions in China continued to rise, with hot topics about the martial arts exam everywhere.
Hot search first, Chu Wuxian firmly holds the first place in the Chinese martial arts exam with 80,000 points. Can he reach over 150,000 high points tomorrow?
Hot search second, Zhang Tianxia's score is likely to overtake Chu Wuxian. The top student in the Chinese martial arts exam is still a question mark. Hot search third, the martial arts exam live broadcast has not yet started, but Chu Wuxian and Zhang Tianxia's live broadcast rooms have already exceeded 1 million online.
Every toe of hers is my favorite lollipop. Wow, 80,000 points, is Chu Wuxian really so abnormal?
I remember 600 points can get into a top university.
Come watch me shoot at the shooting range. How can ordinary people compare with geniuses?
Talents like Chu Wuxian aim for top universities, while the majority of candidates are already impressive if they score 500 or 600. I'm marrying him not just because you like the thrill. When will the live broadcast start?
I want to see Chu Wuxian kill ferocious beasts. It must be very exciting. The next morning at 8, a blue barrier appeared over Tian City. Countless cameras protruded from high above, clearly observing every movement of the candidates.
Netizens could input the candidate number to precisely check the encounters of candidates in the martial arts exam. The live broadcast room with the highest number of viewers was undoubtedly for the top 10 candidates in China, with Chu Wuxian's room gathering more than 10 million viewers. Next were candidates ranking high from various provinces and cities. Zhang Zhengyu's score is so high, starting with 5,500 points on the third day, no wonder he's the top in Zuilan City.
Are you kidding? He awakened a dark attribute battle profession, SS-level talent. This skeleton warrior is really a bit cool.
First star of refining Chi Realm, just in terms of level, he outpaces 99% of the candidates in the martial arts exam. The live broadcast room of Zhang Zhengyu was lively. Zuilan City, known as the city of wine fragrance in China, sells enough wine bottles every year to circle the blue star 2.5 times. At this moment, Zhang Zhengyu's live broadcast room had reached a staggering 700,000 online, not just because he is the top of Zuilan City in the martial arts exam, but also because Zhang Zhengyu awakened a dark attribute profession. A dark attribute battle profession can summon a skeleton army to fight, and its rarity ranks alongside time and space. The uniqueness of the profession made Zhang Zhengyu the center of attention, as most people have a dream of summoning an army to battle. In the live broadcast, Zhang Zhengyu was hunting down a ferocious beast at the 5-star refining Chi Realm, with a boy in a blue school uniform standing beside him. Roar! The 5-star refining Chi Realm golden lion let out an angry roar, shaking its smooth lion mane, its claws ready to pounce. There were 2 golden lions, and Jiang Zhengyu looked at Lu Yuan with a friendly smile.
Bro, one for each of us? Jiang Zhengyu proposed. He knew that Lu Yuan was a 2-star refining Qi realm practitioner, and anyone brave enough to venture into the area filled with ferocious beasts like him was also a tough guy.
Sure.
Lu Yuan nodded.
He didn't mind teaming up with a friendly candidate like Jiang Zhengyu, even though he could take down the 2 golden lions by himself.
Alright, you hold one beast while I come to help you later. Jiang Zhengyu said.
Despite Lu Yuan being a 2-star refining Qi realm practitioner, Jiang Zhengyu with the awakened dark attribute was not afraid at all. Dark attributes are among the top in all combat attributes, only thunder, time, and space can rival them. Whoosh! Jiang Zhengyu gathered his spiritual power to conjure over 100 skeleton warriors, surrounding the golden lion. His strategy was simple, to use a sea of people tactic to exhaust the golden lion to death.
Seeing Jiang Zhengyu's skeleton warrior, the viewers in the livestream went wild.
A 1-star Qi refining realm hunter killing a 5-star Qi refining realm golden lion, it must be the dark attribute combat profession that can do this.
I told you, dark attribute combat professionals are amazing. This golden lion has already become Jiang Zhengyu's trophy. Who is that candidate next to Jiang Zhengyu?
Who cares? As long as that guy stays in his lane and provides cover, he's lucky to be with Jiang Zhengyu. The battle began, and Jiang Zhengyu's skeleton warrior died in batches, but then he kept summoning more to charge at the golden lion.
Skillfully, Jiang Zhengyu didn't forget to check on Lu Yuan's side.
Bro, you.
Jiang Zhengyu stretched his neck out long.
He saw Lu Yuan standing still, his fingers moving nimbly. Over 100 blood slaughter soldiers surrounded the golden lion, hacking away. The blood slaughter soldiers, under Lu Yuan's control, skillfully dodged the golden lion's claw attacks. Splat, splat. Flesh flew everywhere. Blood dripped from the long blades, and even though the golden lion was already dead, the blood slaughter soldiers continued hacking until they removed the demon crystal inside.
This could be used as filling for dumplings.
Jiang Zhengyu twitched his mouth, then looked at Lu Yuan's blood slaughter soldiers, and then at his own skeleton warriors that died in waves, only to continue summoning more to charge forward. They are both summon creatures, so why is there such a big difference?
Are you also a dark attribute combat professional? Jiang Zhengyu asked.
Kind of. Lu Yuan didn't bother to explain, and his blood slaughter soldiers kept hacking at another golden lion. Looking at the nearly dying golden lion, Lu Yuan nodded at Jiang Zhengyu.
Kill it. Jiang Zhengyu. The one who got to lie down and win was actually me. Chapter 12, if you don't make a move, I'll have to.
I thought I'd get to lie down and win with this 2-star Qi refining realm candidate, but turns out, the one lying down and winning is me? Jiang Zhengyu was stunned. Awakening the dark attribute combat profession was something he was very proud of, but seeing Lu Yuan's strange puppet soldiers, Jiang Zhengyu suddenly felt that dark attribute wasn't that impressive after all.
If you don't kill it soon, the points will go to me. Lu Yuan reminded. The golden lion was almost out of breath.
Oh, thanks, bro. Jiang Zhengyu hurriedly controlled his skeleton warriors to finish off the golden lion.
How do you control the skeleton warriors? Lu Yuan asked.
With my mind. Jiang Zhengyu wiped the sweat off his forehead, saying it like it was no big deal. Lu Yuan shrugged. There was still a difference between a puppet master and a dark attribute combat professional. It should be known that he could not only control the puppet soldiers but also had a puppet master's exclusive spiritual skill yet to be used.
Here's the demon crystal for you. Jiang Zhengyu handed over the golden lion's demon crystal to Lu Yuan.
Getting 600 to 700 points for free already made him feel a bit embarrassed, so the demon crystal should rightfully go to Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan didn't refuse, and then he parted ways with Jiang Zhengyu to hunt the fierce beasts.
He was deep in the heart of Tian City, where there were almost no candidates, and if there were, they were all at the peak of body tempering realm or 1-star Qi refining realm. Only with this level of power could they dare to venture deep into the area to hunt fierce beasts.
4 more to go. Lu Yuan kept the system's task in mind.
The viewers in Jiang Zhengyu's livestream, who had witnessed Lu Yuan control the puppet soldiers, were dumbfounded.
That candidate easily took down 2 5-star Qi refining golden lions and even gave one to Jiang Zhengyu? He's also a dark attribute combat professional, right?
But why doesn't it look like it? Jiang Zhengyu summoned skeleton warriors, but the monsters he summoned are hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than skeleton warriors. The monster in red armor looks so cool, and there's even a monster in deep blue armor that hasn't even made a move yet. Compared to them, the skeleton warriors are weak both in appearance and strength.
Lu Yuan, that candidate is called Lu Yuan, the number 1 in Tianhua City.
One viewer found Lu Yuan's livestream, and the original 3,000 or 4,000 viewers quickly surged.
70,000, 100,000, 200,000. In less than 10 minutes, the number broke 1 million. The Tianhua City government's conference room was also shocked by Lu Yuan's battle style.
On the wall hung multiple LCD screens displaying the candidates' live stream footage.
Right in the center, the city ranking appeared on the screen. First place, Lu Yuan, 7,400 points, Yunhai High School, Tianhua City. Second place, Li Jinxue, 6,000 points, Tianhua High School, Tianhua City. Third place, Zhang Wangchuan, 3,000 points, Xinghui High School, Tianhua City. He has surpassed her. Lu Yuan leads Li Jinxue by 1,400 points.
Principal Zhang Zhenghong of Yunhai High School slapped his thigh and laughed heartily, disregarding his image.
So refreshing.
After so many years, Yunhai High School has finally made a breakthrough, producing a top student in martial arts examinations. Thinking back to previous years when their scores were always lower than others, and being scolded by the mayor, Zhang Zhenghong's smile became even brighter. Luo Jingrui, the principal of Tianhua High School, looked grim at the loss of first place.
Tianhua High School is called that because it has consistently maintained first place among the 3 high schools, representing Tianhua City.
Now, this title must be temporarily handed over to Yunhai High School. The two principals secretly competed with each other, while the Xinghui High School principal felt it was boring. No other reason, Zhang Wangchuan had lost the qualification to compete with the top 2 early on.
Where did Lu Yuan learn this Puppetmaster skill?
His combat style is somewhat like that of a dark attribute professional, Mayor Yun Weihua said as he watched Lu Yuan's live broadcast. Seeing Lu Yuan break through to the 2nd star of the Qi refining realm, Yun Weihua was surprised.
Is this the SSS-level talent? So far, fewer than 100 candidates have broken through to the Qi refining realm, and there are very few at the 2nd star. The way Lu Yuan controlled the puppet soldiers in battle felt very novel to him. Even though it was the first time hearing of the puppet master profession, Yun Weihua, being at the divine ability realm, knew that Lu Yuan's puppet soldiers were not condensed from spiritual energy but were physical entities. Did he create it himself?
The official skills provided to schools do not include any exclusive to puppet masters. I can say this with 100% certainty. Zhang Zhenghong stated confidently. Spiritual skills are divided into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The official provision for schools is skills below the profound tier, while earth tier skills need to be purchased or obtained through joining a faction.
Perhaps, I hope Lu Yuan continues to work hard, Yun Weihua said in a deep voice. Tianhua City is under Hailan Province, and there are 15 such cities.
Before Yun Weihua became the mayor of Tianhua City, it was ranked last in terms of economy among the 15 cities. Now, it is 3rd from the last. And the martial arts exam results are somewhat similar to the economic level. Although there has been some improvement, it is not much. Clearly, the provincial leaders were not satisfied with the slow progress of Tianhua City, so they decided to dissolve it, reducing the number of cities from 15 to 14. Whether it's the economy or martial arts exam results, if either one makes significant progress, it will change the provincial leaders' minds. Lu Yuan and Li Jinxue have encountered each other, a homeroom teacher said.
Hearing this, everyone shifted their attention to the live broadcast of the two.
Li Jinxue had been the first in Tianhua City until today when Lu Yuan surpassed her. Compared to Lu Yuan, Li Jinxue was just as formidable, with awakened combat attributes and an SSS-level talent. In the rundown central sports hall of the city, a giant bear over 10 meters in size, stout and robust, surveyed its territory. The giant bear had golden fur, and its paws were like large paddles, with 5 or 6 prey laid out on the ground. These prey met a brutal end, having been swatted to death for intruding into the giant bear's territory, now served for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Hidden in an inconspicuous spot, a group of candidates observed the giant bear through the cracks. Among them was Jiang Zhengyu, who had just parted ways with Lu Yuan.
Seeing Lu Yuan, Jiang Zhengyu's expression brightened. What a coincidence! We meet again.
Jiang Zhengyu whispered and waved his hand, then made a shushing gesture.
What are you doing here? Lu Yuan walked over.
He had a good impression of Jiang Zhengyu. Given his lack of knowledge about his own strength, he was willing to offer a 5-star ferocious beast to him. Although the outcome ended up with him giving one to Jiang Zhengyu.
There's an 8-star diamond bear here. Jiang Zhengyu said. An 8-star diamond bear?
Lu Yuan became interested. Any ferocious beast related to bears is not a good thing.
Diamond bear.
At the peak of Qi refinement stage, this ferocious beast has incredibly strong combat and defense abilities.
Killing this diamond bear can earn 1,000 high points. Qi refinement stage 2 stars, what profession?
Seeing Lu Yuan, who was called by Jiang Zhengyu, a flat-headed candidate asked while spying on the diamond bear. A total of 12 candidates gathered here, and without exception, they are all Qi refinement stage 1-star practitioners. They are discussing how to cooperate to kill the diamond bear and get these 1,000 high points.
Before Lu Yuan could speak, Jiang Zhengyu excitedly introduced him.
This guy can single-handedly defeat 2 Qi refinement stage 5 golden lions.
How awesome is that?
He is a dark attribute practitioner, and the monsters he summons are worth 1 against 10, no, 1 against 100 skeleton warriors.
Jiang Zhengyu said. So strong? The candidates present surveyed Lu Yuan.
Jiang Zhengyu is considered one of the top contenders among them, yet he can't defeat two Qi Refinement Stage 5 ferocious beasts, including any one of them. Hearing Jiang Zhengyu's words, Lu Yuan remained expressionless, glancing at a girl in a white school uniform with Tianhua printed on her chest. Li Jinxue, the school beauty of Tianhua High School, excels in both looks and academic performance. I can't believe I encountered her here. Lu Yuan looked at the fair-skinned, tall girl with a single ponytail, Li Jinxue.
Yunhai High School? Li Jinxue also noticed Lu Yuan, as Yunhai High School belongs to Tianhua City.
She just hadn't heard of Lu Yuan, all she knew was Lin Shuang, who awakened a spatial attribute combat profession with an S-level talent. The two exchanged a glance, speechless. This was the martial arts exam, not some other place, and despite coming from the same city, they were still competitors. Let's discuss how to hunt the diamond bear. With so many of us, we might not be its match.
The flat-headed candidate seemed particularly enthusiastic.
There's a good chance to cooperate and take down the diamond bear, but I'm afraid someone might hide their true strength and take down the bear themselves at the critical moment for the points.
Someone said. The candidates fell silent.
Indeed, with 13 of them, only one could earn the diamond bear's points. No one was willing to simply hand over those 1,000 points. Everyone should go all out. Whoever takes down the diamond bear first gets it.
Jiang Zhengyu suggested. The flat-headed candidate sneered. That's easy to say.
The situation fell into a deadlock. Everyone distrusted one another, wary and reluctant to work hard just to benefit someone else. Lu Yuan stood up and stared directly at the diamond bear in the gym.
If you don't move, I will.
After saying this, he condensed his spiritual power into a screaming puppet and threw it at the diamond bear.
Puppetmaster Xian's spiritual skill, grieving puppet.
In an instant, the entire gym filled with eerie laughter, sending shivers down the listeners' spines.
Watching Lu Yuan attract the diamond bear's attention, exposing their hidden positions, the flat-headed candidate was seething with rage. Are you crazy? Chapter 13, Full Firepower. Roar.
The bear's roar shook the heavens, frightening the low-tier ferocious beasts around into shivering. The diamond bear is the ruler within a 10-mile radius, dominating with its Qi Refinement Stage 8 star strength. Seeing Lu Yuan anger the diamond bear, the candidates who had failed to strategize turned pale, and the flat-headed candidate was filled with rage.
Are you crazy? If you want to die, go ahead, don't drag us down. The flat-headed candidate said.
His name is Huang Jinhua, and he was so proactive in the discussion earlier because he had awakened a spatial attribute combat profession. This attribute easily takes advantage of others' unpreparedness to deal the final blow to the diamond bear for points. However, it is now too late. Without a determined strategy, they couldn't handle the enraged diamond bear. Among the 12 Qi Refinement Stage 1-star candidates, 10 quickly ran away, fearing they would be affected.
Buddy, what are you doing?
Jiang Zhengyu was dumbfounded.
Is he going to attack without a word?
He doesn't realize what level of ferocious beast the diamond bear is. A single slap could turn Lu Yuan into mush.
Run fast, I'll cover you.
Jiang Zhengyu decisively summoned hundreds of skeleton warriors and 10 skeleton heavy infantry.
He remembered the golden lion score that Lu Yuan gave him and decided to cover Lu Yuan's retreat.
Li Jinxue hesitated for a moment upon seeing this, looking towards the furious iron bear using time attribute spirit skills. The bear's fur stood up like steel needles, and the angry iron bear, pounding its chest, seemed frozen in time, standing still without moving.
5 seconds. Li Jinxue said and left.
She and Lu Yuan were strangers, but they came from the same city. Delaying for 5 seconds was her limit. At the same time, the audience in the livestream was filled with question marks.
What's Lu Yuan doing? Why is he provoking the iron bear for no reason?
He can't really think he can take down an 8-star ferocious beast in the Qi refining realm.
It's over.
He finally became number 1 in Tianhua City with a high score of 7,400, but now he's giving up the martial arts assessment by triggering the protection barrier.
Deserved it. Let him be so arrogant, now he's in trouble.
The 13 candidates, each ranked highly in their respective cities, added up to millions of viewers in the livestream.
Even though they couldn't hear them through the broadcast, the audience could tell.
These candidates wanted to collaborate to hunt the iron bear, but for some reason, they couldn't reach an agreement, probably over who would get the scores from hunting the bear.
When the audience thought they were parting unhappily, Lu Yuan's action drew the iron bear's attention. A 2-star in the Qi refining realm fighting an 8-star ferocious beast?
This was a joke.
Aren't you leaving?
Jiang Zhengyu was sweating in anxiety, watching Lu Yuan walk straight towards the iron bear, his heart stopping.
This guy is truly insane.
Jiang Zhengyu, be careful, you might not get away either. Huang Jin, who had run over 100 meters away, said sarcastically, resenting Lu Yuan for ruining his plans. Jiang Zhengyu had no choice but to leave. He didn't want all his hard-earned points to go to waste.
Buddy, I can only help you this far.
The eerie screams continued as Lu Yuan stepped closer to the Iron Bear, whose pupils turned blood red, completely going insane.
With each step he took, another eerie puppet appeared beside him.
Blood Disaster Blood Slayer, Wood Disaster Corruption Apparition, Water Disaster Sorrowful Twilight, Earth Disaster Shattering Echo.
Dark Attribute Combat Professional?
Li Jinxue thought as she reached a safe position.
A loud explosion sounded. Lu Yuan used the eerie puppet master's advanced spirit skill, Wailing Apparition, which screamed and split into 7 identical puppets, surrounding the Iron Bear. Bang! The originally dilapidated gymnasium was once again heavily damaged.
Wow, is its power that great?
Jiang Zhengyu was taken aback.
No, Dark Attribute Combat Professionals don't have this kind of spirit skill. Jiang Zhengyu blinked, not knowing where Lu Yuan had learned this technique. Dust filled the air, and the bear roared in anger. The Iron Bear, injured by the Wailing Apparition, dove headfirst into the ground, wishing it could immediately swallow Lu Yuan alive.
Be careful! Jiang Zhengyu instinctively reminded.
The Iron Bear's strength, defense, and speed were all top-notch among ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan had 2 choices, wait to die or actively activate the protection shield. But Lu Yuan chose a third option, once again condensing an eerie puppet suspended in the air.
Eerie Puppet Master Advanced Spirit Skill, Cursed Apparition.
Seeing the cursed apparition for a moment, the Iron Bear stood still with a dazed expression, squatting on the ground and banging its head. It was in great pain. Images that the bear least wanted to remember flashed in its mind.
It's your turn now.
After quickly casting 2 spirit skills, Lu Yuan decided to end the battle swiftly, controlling the 4 disasters to surround the Iron Bear. The Blood Slayer's serrated chain blade pierced into the Iron Bear's chest, and then kept spinning, pulling the bear out of its painful memories.
Earth Disaster Shattering Echo rode on the Iron Bear, raining down punches like raindrops.
Corruption Apparition and Sorrowful Twilight exerted all their strength, joining Blood Slayer and Shattering Echo to attack the Iron Bear. The bear's roars gradually weakened, and the candidates hiding in the distance scratching their heads in disbelief.
Is he really a 2-star in the Qi refining realm?
Could it be he's purposely hiding his strength and is actually a 5-star or even 7-star professional?
What nonsense!
Even if it's Chu Wuxia, he can't possibly break through to the 5th level of Qi refining during this time, for stars is about right.
Damn! He's not human, he's a monster, right?
One candidate stumbled over his words, pointing at Lu Yuan as if he had seen a ghost.
So strong.
Li Jinxue finally understood why Lu Yuan dared to provoke the Diamond Bear. It wasn't looking for death, it was that he had the strength to take down the Diamond Bear alone. Realizing that both she and Lu Yuan were from Tianhua City, Li Jinxue glanced at her own score and began to understand her ranking. Questions from the live stream audience never stopped, but the meaning of the first and second questions was completely different.
Put.
Blood Slaughter crushed the Diamond Bear's heart with his bare hands and extracted the demon crystal, kneeling on one knee with both hands presented. Lu Yuan picked up the demon crystal and put it into his backpack, watching his score rise from 7,400 to 8,400.
Bro, why didn't you say you were this strong? You scared me so much.
Jiang Zhengyu hurried over to Lu Yuan's side.
Haven't you seen this before? Lu Yuan said. Jiang Zhengyu laughed awkwardly.
The Golden Lion can't compare to the Diamond Bear, big brother.
I'm Jiang Zhengyu, the one who.
Jiang Zhengyu introduced himself, shyly smiling at Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan? Straight guy. Lu Yuan said. No, big brother, can you teach me the spirit technique you used?
Don't worry, the reward will definitely satisfy you.
Do you know Jiang Tianxia? She's my cousin.
Jiang Zhengyu mentioned Jiang Tianxia, promising Lu Yuan a satisfactory reward after the martial exam ended.
You can't learn it. Lu Yuan shook his head.
He had heard of Jiang Tianxia, who awakened a gold element combat profession, just like him, both possessing SSS-level talent. He was a special profession, the Puppetmaster, while Jiang Zhengyu had a dark element combat profession. How could he teach Jiang Zhengyu the exclusive spirit techniques of the Puppetmaster?
Big brother, please, I'm begging you.
Jiang Zhengyu acted cute. He had a baby face, looking not like 18 but more like 13 or 14.
You really can't learn it.
I'm a Puppetmaster, and we're not in the same profession.
Lu Yuan said. Nonsense. I'm a top student.
If there was a Puppetmaster profession on Blue Star, I would wash my hair upside down.
Jiang Zhengyu thought Lu Yuan didn't want to teach him.
A vine quietly wrapped around Jiang Zhengyu's neck, followed by a gentle caress on his back, the disaster of wood disease laughing like a flower.
Big brother, I was wrong. Jiang Zhengyu surrendered. This thing really works. Lu Yuan thought.
The massive corpse of the Diamond Bear lay in the center of the gym, and candidates hiding in the distance stepped forward to take a look. Huang Jin's throat moved, looking at Lu Yuan with a bit more awe. No one expected Lu Yuan's battle prowess to be so fierce.
Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yuan absorbed the blood of the diamond bear and broke through to the third level of qi refining, hearing the system notification in his ears. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing A-level task bravely advancing, reward, spirit power reserves increased by 50 times. Feeling his spirit power expand from a small river to a vast sea, Lu Yuan looked at the puppet soldiers in his backpack. Previously, his spirit power was too low to control all the puppet soldiers, but now, on the contrary, there were too few puppet soldiers filled with spirit power. Controlling blood slaughter to collect useful materials from the diamond bear's body, Lu Yuan surveyed his surroundings and walked straight forward. Time waits for no one. Today is the third day of the martial exam, and he aimed to push his score beyond 10,000 before dark. Lu Yuan. Li Jinxue silently remembered this name. Third level of qi refining, plus the endless strange tactics, she suspected Lu Yuan's score far exceeded hers. Leaving the crowd, Lu Yuan entered another wave of endless slaughter. Seeing fierce beasts, controlling the four great disasters to strike down with a thunderous force, seeing fierce beasts, then instantly killing. By the end, Lu Yuan's expression was numb, he only felt his backpack growing heavier. 9,000 points, 10,000 points, 20,000 points. As the sun set and the moonlight bathed the earth, Lu Yuan found an abandoned mall to take temporary shelter and raised his wrist, the wristband displaying a score that had unknowingly reached 30,000. Chapter 14, Beast Tide? Puppet Army. Under the night sky of Tian City, the howls of beasts erupted, giant wings occasionally flickered in the sky as groups of flying ferocious beasts searched for prey. Occasionally, terrified screams echoed out. That was the scream of a candidate discovered and attacked by savage beasts. In such situations, candidates basically have no chance of survival, they don't have time to activate their protective barriers before being mercilessly bitten in vital areas, quickly suffocating to death. The temporary shelter is not absolutely safe. In Tian City, especially in the downtown area, savage beasts are everywhere. Today marks the end of the third day of the martial arts exam, nearly half of the exam has passed. The candidates in the shelter are tense, always paying attention to the movements outside, lifting their wrists to check their scores. 320 points. With 4 days left, if I can score 500 points, I will be very satisfied. Hee, I have 450 points, there's hope for getting into a top university. Alas, I don't have such high aspirations as you, I just want to get into a decent second-tier university. Some are full of expectations for the next 4 days, while others are filled with worries. The martial arts exam is one of the few chances they have to change their lives, just the difference in salary between graduating from a top university and a second-tier university is more than 3 or 4 times, not to mention various benefits and social status. 30,000 points. Lu Yuan looks at the score displayed on his wristband, not knowing how high this score really is. But one thing is certain, he can apply to all the top universities in Huaxia. As for whether he will be specifically trained, that's another question. His older sister had mentioned before that top universities have strict categorizations for student training. Daijing University conducts strict tests on students every 3 months to reasonably allocate educational resources. Educational resources include many things, not just money, such as demon crystals, spiritual skills, and even spiritual weapons. Lu Yuan asks Lu Yeli what level of candidate she is. Lu Yeli smiles and remains silent, only calling out the name of the principal of Daijing University, repeatedly shouting, Old Deng. Jinj Battalion, Tuanqing Battalion, Yongni Battalion, Fenqi Battalion, Zhengji Battalion. Lu Yuan scans the various materials on the ground. Right now, his spiritual power has expanded 50-fold, and he urgently needs a large number of bizarre soldier units. Tonight is the day when these 5 major battalions will appear in the world. The martial arts exam live broadcast starts at 8 in the morning and ends at 10 at night. After watching the live broadcast, the audience is still unsatisfied. After all, this is a 360-degree view of candidates killing savage beasts with no dead angles, much better than a movie. Movies are acted, but candidates hunting savage beasts in Tian City is reality. Every year, the martial arts exam is a grand event, with rising excitement from the second day's score checking to the third day's full live broadcast. In reality and online, everyone is discussing this year's martial arts exam. Trending at number 1, Chu Wuxing exceeds expectations with scores breaking 150,000 points, still not showing his 4th combat attribute awakening. Trending at number 2, Zhang Tianxia closely follows Chu Wuxing's footsteps, hunting multi-headed 7-star savage beasts, achieving a score of 130,000 points. Trending at number 3, 4 days remaining in the martial arts exam, who will emerge as this year's dark horse? Trending at number 10, Lu Yuan's live recording from Tianhua City downloaded, super intense and bloody, restricted to minors. Besides the usual discussions among netizens about Chu Wuxing and Zhang Tianxia, as well as the current top 10 candidates in the country, Lu Yuan's figure appears at number 10. Clicking on the trending topic reveals the live recording of Lu Yuan hunting savage beasts. In the footage, Lu Yuan simultaneously controls 4 major disasters, hundreds of bloodthirsty soldiers, and 20 heavenly punishment soldiers, who all instantaneously annihilate savage beasts.
These savage beasts range from 2-star to 5-star in the chi refinement stage, and all of them are dismembered without exception. After normally defeating a savage beast, one would usually use a dagger to extract the demon crystal from inside its body. But Lu Yuan's method is to control his bizarre soldiers to slash at the savage beasts until discovering the demon crystal. Although trending at number 10, the number of comments has exceeded that of the third trending topic, reaching 100,000 comments. Madam, if this continues, the man will lose his job. It was so satisfying. I stayed in Lu Yuan's live room all day. He is simply a war god. How did my lunchbox end up on her foot? 30,000 points. Lu Yuan's score jumped from 7,500 to 30,000 points in one afternoon. This person is terrifying. 3 stars in chi refinement. In the entire martial arts examination, only he, Chu Wuxia, and Jiang Tianxia broke through to the 3rd star of the chi refining realm. I will take charge of my own game. Who dares to lead my horse to the ground? My son is about to be born. I want all the great leaders to help me come up with a name. My last name is Kai. I plead with all the great leaders. Viewers who watched Lu Yuan's live stream from beginning to end exclaimed it was thrilling. Although the scenes were indeed bloody, Lu Yuan was hunting fierce beasts. For the viewers, the fierce beasts destroyed the homes they relied on for survival. They couldn't wait for Lu Yuan to kill a few more. As the trending search gained attention, the number of viewers in Lu Yuan's live stream room, which had not yet started, reached 3 million, and they eagerly discussed how many points Lu Yuan would score tomorrow. As the sun rose, the abandoned mall was filled with eerie puppet soldiers, a staggering number reaching 700. The master of the eerie puppet soldiers stood at the highest point, overlooking his eerie puppet legion. With bloodshot eyes and no sleep, Lu Yuan was in high spirits. Although his level hadn't improved, he had gained 500 eerie puppet soldiers. The golden armored troop, radiating a murderous aura, stood straight. On the left side was the Inferno troop, covered in red armor and flames, standing barehanded, making the abandoned mall feel stifling hot. There were also the Forever Drowning troop, the Heavy Silence troop, and when Lu Yuan saw the Devourer troop, he frowned. The first 4 types of eerie puppet soldiers were all tall and strong. Why were these ones such a letdown? Over 100 Devourer soldiers looked silly. Their armor was green, standing less than a meter tall, with a cute and harmless appearance. Lu Yuan? Collecting materials perfectly allowed for the creation of the 5 major eerie puppet legions. If he had known the Devourer troop would be like this, he might as well gather some more materials to replace them with the Heavenly Punishment troop. Alright then, during the battle, you can cheer as mascots, Lu Yuan said. At this moment, in his area, the fierce beasts were all at least 5 stars of the chi refining realm. The exam candidates were divided into 2 types. One group formed teams, with team members generally at the peak of the body refinement realm using siege tactics to hunt fierce beasts. The other type consisted of 1-star or even 2-star chi refining candidates fighting alone. Both methods have their pros and cons. Today marked the 4th day of the martial arts examination, and the danger for the candidates doubled. Put. A 5-star fierce beast of the chi refining realm was killed in the siege. Brothers, let's go for it today, aiming for each of us to gain 800 points, don't lose face. Zhang Haoming cheered for his teammates. Their small team had 8 people, and after 3 days of adjustment, they became more proficient in battle. Each of them was a 1-star combat practitioner in the chi refining realm. 8 people, aiming to hunt 8 6-star fierce beasts in a day to just meet the goal. Come on, let's all get into good universities and make something of ourselves, a teammate echoed. Bang bang bang. The ground trembled, and Zhang Haoming's team, along with nearby candidates, froze. Is there an earthquake? What came into view was a grand army of monsters, about 700 or 800 in number. They looked fierce, swiftly killing fierce beasts like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Every monster was at the 3-star of the chi refining realm, and the leading 4 monsters emitted an aura that made it hard for them to breathe. Zhang Haoming's legs trembled, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. Run! The beast tide is coming. Hearing this, the nearby candidates felt their hearts stop, swallowed hard, and fled. The beast tide, a spontaneous counterattack of fierce beasts against humanity, had turned Tian City into a ruined city. Damn it, didn't the teacher say there would be a warning before the beast tide came? There was nothing. Stop complaining and run. The one at the back is in trouble. Buddy, what are you waiting for? Do you want to get trampled into meat paste by the fierce beasts? Zhang Haoming shouted to Lu Yuan, who was at the back of the beast tide, not knowing that Lu Yuan was disguised as a fierce beast mingling with the beast tide. Why are you running? Lu Yuan countered. The beast tide, open your eyes and see how many fierce beasts are in front of you. Zhang Haoming said. Lu Yuan. Don't worry, they won't hurt you. Lu Yuan shook his head. In Zhang Haoming's view, the beast tide was his 7 major eerie puppet legions. Only the number was too large, mistakenly thought to be a beast tide. Monsters don't kill humans, buddy. Have you ever seen a dog that doesn't eat shit? Zhang Haoming laughed in anger, but upon closer inspection, he found that, as Lu Yuan had said, this group of 800 monsters was disciplined, only killing fierce beasts while ignoring the candidates. What is going on? Zhang Haoming scratched his head. While Lu Yuan controlled the monstrous army to slaughter fierce beasts, he heard the deafening sound of the beast tide, and a girl, 165 centimeters tall and dressed in a white school uniform, walked over. Her expression was indifferent, and she held a 2-meter-long dark giant sword in her hand. While others were running away upon hearing the beast tide, she was filled with excitement. 3 stars in Chi Refining Realm. Lu Yuan looked at the girl, realizing it was the first time in 4 days of the martial arts exam that he encountered someone of the same level. Chapter 15, Top 20 in the Province. The martial arts exam live broadcast started at 8 o'clock. Seeing Lu Yuan's monstrous army mistakenly thought to be a beast tide, candidates nearby were scared into fleeing, and the audience was both crying and laughing. 400,000, 600,000, 800,000. Not long after it started, Lu Yuan's livestream audience reached 10 million. This is too funny, I'm laughing in bed until my stomach hurts. The key is that this momentum and pressure feel so much like a beast tide, anyone would be shaking with fear. All I can say is we are lucky it's Lu Yuan and not a real beast tide, otherwise, all candidates within 10 miles would die on the spot. Hey, isn't that Jiang Tianxia, who was ranked second in the country? She met Lu Yuan. Jiang Tianxia, ranked second in the national martial arts exam, scored as high as 140,000 points. 3 stars in Chi Refining Realm. Lu Yuan and Jiang Tianxia locked eyes, both surprised by each other's level. You have the same SSS-level talent as me. Jiang Tianxia's beautiful eyes sparkled as she immediately guessed Lu Yuan's talent. As for the profession, she hadn't noticed it for now. Looking at the beautiful girl with a face like a delicate porcelain doll, who was holding a 2-meter-long dark giant sword, Lu Yuan's expression was strange. The contrast was too strong. And Jiang Tianxia awakened a combat profession of the gold attribute, SSS-level talent. The martial arts exam allows candidates to bring weapons, but there are many regulations regarding weapons. Beast tide. The two stared at each other, and before anyone could speak first, a muscular candidate, with fists like rocks, charged towards Blood Butcher. Yu Gaotzen, a 2-star in Chi Refining Realm, was confident he could kill Blood Butcher due to his earth attribute defense and strength. The next second, Yu Gaotzen regretted his decision. The moment he swung his fist, Blood Butcher's pupils dilated, and it reached out to tightly grip Yu Gaotzen's neck. Cough cough. Yu Gaotzen's face turned red as he realized he couldn't break free from Blood Butcher's claws no matter what. Seeking death. Lu Yuan said coldly, controlling Blood Butcher to throw Yu Gaotzen flying. Yu Gaotzen coughed violently, unable to believe as he raised his head. Scram. Lu Yuan said, it was Yu Gaotzen who attacked his summon first, so this was self-defense. Yu Gaotzen first looked at Lu Yuan, and then at Blood Butcher as he realized something. These monsters were the candidates' summons before him. I'll scram right away. Yu Gaotzen gasped for air, praying not to be disqualified from the martial arts exam. Not a beast tide. Jiang Tianxia looked disappointed. Unlike Yu Gaotzen, she sensed something was wrong the moment she arrived and did not act recklessly. As she had expected, how could a beast tide not attack candidates and only kill fierce beasts? Just as Jiang Tianxia was preparing to leave, she heard a familiar voice. Cousin, I finally found you. Oh, Lu Gu is also here. Jiang Zhengyu, who rushed over, greeted Jiang Tianxia first and then waved to Lu Yuan. Seeing this pair of cousins, Lu Yuan felt they looked too much alike. Jiang Zhengyu looked like a young boy, while Jiang Tianxia resembled a porcelain doll, although the latter had a slightly cold demeanor and seemed not good at communicating with others. Do you know each other? Jiang Tianxia asked. I do, this is my Lu Gu. Jiang Zhengyu said, looking at Lu Yuan's monstrous army with wide eyes. Lu Gu, you, a 3-star in Chi Refining Realm, can summon so many monsters. I, a 2-star in Chi Refining Realm, can summon a maximum of 200 skeleton warriors. Jiang Zhengyu said enviously. I'm a Puppetmaster, Lu Yuan corrected. The nearby fierce beasts were quickly cleared by the strange puppet army. Blood flowed out into the soil, with the pungent smell of blood and the colorful corpses of fierce beasts making people feel nauseous. Cousin, Lu Gu just likes to fool people. How could there be a profession called a strange puppet master? Jiang Zhengyu said. Who told you there isn't one? Jiang Tianxia said coldly. Jiang Zhengyu? There really is. Jiang Zhengyu scratched his head, feeling that Lu Yuan had not fooled him. So far, there have been 2 strange puppet masters awakened on Blue Star. He is the 3rd and the only living strange puppet master. Jiang Tianxia figured out Lu Yuan's awakened profession. Be careful, I'm going to hunt fierce beasts now. Jiang Tianxia reminded Jiang Zhengyu a couple of times, carrying a black giant sword and disappearing from sight. For her martial arts test, her only competitor was the son of the Thunder Alliance leader, Chu Wuxian. She ignored everyone else. As Lu Yuan cleared this area of fierce beasts, he had a bountiful harvest. First, his realm was about to break through to the 4-star Chi refining stage, and second, he found a large number of demon crystals of 5-star Chi refining and above. His martial arts test score reached 60,000 points, doubling again.
Just as Lu Yuan was about to shift to the next area, he suddenly felt the strong desire of the star-eating core. This desire came from instinct, as over 100 star-eating soldiers stared at the fierce beast corpses on the ground without blinking. You want to devour the fierce beast corpses? Lu Yuan muttered to himself. During the slaughter of fierce beasts, the star-eating soldiers acted as spectators, while the other 6 strange puppet armies crazily attacked. Mainly because the star-eating soldiers looked like they had no combat power, and with enough strange puppet soldiers, Lu Yuan did not control them to fight. What Lu Yuan did not expect was that the star-eating soldiers actually craved to devour the fierce beast corpses. Over 100 star-eating soldiers rushed forward, enjoying the delicacy, rapidly expanding in size. Their originally cute appearance turned into a terrifying and ferocious visage, radiating an oppressive feeling that crushed the other 6 strange puppet soldiers. So that's how it is. Lu Yuan smiled. It turns out the star-eating core is a growing type of army that can evolve by devouring. In other words, they are the strongest soldiers among the 9 strange puppet armies. Of course, the premise is to have enough fierce beast corpses to devour. Continue. Lu Yuan shifted to the next area, feeling abundant spiritual power, able to fight from day to night without weariness. Hailan Province is in the top 30. At the Tianhua city government, the loud voice startled the government staff. Mayor Yun Weihua excitedly crushed his water cup, looking at Lu Yuan on the live broadcast screen. In the screen, Lu Yuan controlled the strange puppet army to start a new round of slaughter, and the score on the right side displayed an average increase every 30 seconds. Everyone in the conference room was equally excited, staring intently at the LCD screen. Top 30 in the province. For the first time we see our Tianhua city's name in the top 30. The top 30 is far from Lu Yuan's limit. Today is not counted, and there are still 3 days to go. The top 20 or even the top 10 are his goals. Top 10? Can Lu Yuan do it? Zhang Zhenghong, the principal of Yunhai High School, rubbed his face hard, his expression ecstatic as he stared at the ranking board. Hailan Province first, Fujiqiu, 120,000 points, Hailan City Hailan High School. Hailan Province second, Li Feiping, 110,000 points, Hailan City Hailan High School. Hailan Province 30th, Lu Yuan, 80,000 points, Tianhua City Yunhai High School. Hailan City is the capital of Hailan Province, and the top rankings mostly come from Hailan High School. And Tianhua City had 2 people rushing into the top 100 in the province. Lu Yuan ranked 30th and Li Jinxue ranked 99th. That's already great. Of course, it would be better if Lu Yuan could keep it up. Mayor Yun Weihua used his spiritual power to levitate the broken glass shards on the floor and throw them into the trash can. He was so excited that he crushed several water cups. China has 36 provinces, and Hailan Province's overall martial arts test scores are in the middle to lower range, roughly around 24 or 25. The top 100 in the country feels distant, and Yun Weihua believes that one should be practical. Even though, as Zhang Zhenghong said, Lu Yuan's score was visibly skyrocketing. The top 30 in the province is far from where he should be. The top 20, or even the top 10, is the ultimate goal. Calm down, everyone, calm down. As he spoke, Yun Weihua crushed another cup in his hand. Mayor, if Lu Yuan ranks in the top 10 in the province, will Tianhua City still collapse? Asked Luo Jingrui, the principal of Tianhua High School. Li Jinshue's score could no longer catch up to Lu Yuan. This year, the best martial arts exam results in the city belonged to Yunhai High School, and right now he was more concerned about this matter. Not just him, all the principals, academic leaders, and class teachers on site looked toward Yun Weihua. If Lu Yuan ranks in the top 10 in the province, the nearby cities will collapse, their districts will be given to us, Tianhua City. Yun Weihua said firmly. Among 35 cities, only the provincial capital Hailan City dominated the top 10 in the province. After all, the title of the provincial capital means that other cities dare not imagine obtaining teaching resources. If a city's candidate squeezes into the top 10, that city will be prioritized for provincial support and a huge influx of educational resources. It's now the 20th. Luo Jingrui pointed to Lu Yuan's ranking. During their conversation, Lu Yuan had surged from 30 in Hailan Province to a resounding 20th. His score reached 100,000 points. The clock on the wall stopped at 5, the sky was getting dark, leaving Lu Yuan little time to hunt fierce beasts. Looking at Lu Yuan on the live broadcast and then back at the clock on the wall, everyone's mind exploded with the same thought. Can Lu Yuan's ranking continue to rise? Chapter 16, Why did you provoke him? 120,000 points. Lu Yuan ended today's killing spree and casually found a small community to take shelter. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Yuan took out an 8-star demonic crystal and began to cultivate, striving to break through to a 4th star in Qi refining tonight. All the candidates in Taiyan City had no idea where their scores stood. Every year, the university admission scores vary, announced only on the first day of the martial arts exam. This leads to candidates feeling uncertain. What if they miss out on a top university by just 2 or 3 points? They would regret it for life. This is precisely the scene the officials want to see, except for that small group of top candidates.
600 points, is that above the admission line for a top university? One candidate thought wildly.
There are 3 days left in the martial arts exam, and many candidates started calculating their scores.
In Tian City, fierce beasts surged, giant insects at the second stage of chi refining, blood mantises at the third stage, iron-winged beasts at the seventh. Having witnessed too many of their kin die right before their eyes, these fierce beasts instinctively gathered together, their pupils becoming increasingly ferocious. Every animal fears death, the instinctive threat of death drives them to unite and work together to fend off foreign species. A true beast tide is about to erupt. At 9 in the morning, the weather was clear and sunny. Today is a beautiful day suitable for sightseeing, but the candidates participating in the martial arts exam in Tian City do not think so. With 3 days left in the martial arts exam, time is running out for them. Boom! Thick white smoke rose, and the ground shook violently as one building after another collapsed. Where are the fierce beasts?
There are usually many here, why are there none today?
Scattered candidates appeared in the city center, fully energized after a night of rest, ready to begin their plan to hunt fierce beasts today.
What puzzled the candidates was that, despite their surroundings, not a single fierce beast could be found. Boom!
Feeling the ground tremble violently and the sound of heavy objects crashing down, a candidate slowly turned around.
Fierce beasts?
There were at least 300 to 400 fierce beasts trampling toward him. These fierce beasts were all at least at the 5-star chi refining stage, with some at the peak of chi refining, and they had a clear target. A merciless and indiscriminate attack on all living beings in the city. Before the candidate could activate their protective barrier, a charging steel-horned rhinoceros pierced his heart, turning him into meat paste under the trampling of countless fierce beasts. Under the indiscriminate trampling of the beast tide, the situation began to shift from defense to offense.
Candidates desperately fled while the beast tide pursued them with all its might.
A candidate, worn out, activated the defensive barrier in a desperate attempt to survive, but the barrier could withstand one stomp, 2, 3. On the 20th stomp, the barrier was completely shattered, followed by a brief, horrifying scream. The vicious beast would rather charge headfirst and bleed than let the candidate who activated the barrier be trampled to death.
The beast tide has really come.
The viewers watching the live stream were horrified, watching candidate after candidate die in the beast tide, their hearts aching. The candidates have killed too many fierce beasts, pushing the fierce beasts in Tian City to their limit, and now they have banded together to counterattack. What should we do? The viewers were extremely anxious. These candidates had just come of age, only to die at the hands of fierce beasts when their lives were just beginning.
Bang!
Sword energy pierced sharply. Zhang Tianxia swung her giant sword, slicing down a 4-star chi refinement realm fireball.
Metallic attribute mysterious level spiritual skill, battle intense surge.
Zhang Tianxia, who arrived after hearing the news, raised her giant sword high and then slammed it down to the ground, creating a huge pit. The frenzied beast tide fell into the pit, even trampling over their own companions to charge at Zhang Tianxia.
The second-ranked Zhang Tianxia has arrived. The third-ranked Gu Yanping, the fourth-ranked Wan Zichen, they have all come.
The viewers were excited, watching the top 100 candidates in the nation voluntarily resist the beast tide. The scene slowly came under control. For most candidates in the city center, the beast tide was a disaster, a nightmare that the barrier could not withstand. But for those in the top 100 nationwide, with ranks in chi refinement realm 2-star or even 3-star, the beast tide was an opportunity.
I can earn a lot of points today.
Zhang Tianxia was in a good mood, believing she was the strongest among this group of candidates, killing fierce beasts the fastest.
But Zhang Tianxia was curious, where had Chu Wuxia gone? Up to now, she hadn't encountered Chu Wuxia in the city center.
After taking down a 5-star chi refinement realm fierce beast, Zhang Tianxia had no time to rest before spotting a familiar monster.
Shoo, shoo, shoo.
20 long spears accurately pierced into the beast tide, easily stabbing into the chest of the steel rock rhinoceros, which had skin as tough as steel. The spears pierced through its body, and dozens of steel rock rhinoceroses fell dead in an instant. Flames filled the sky as 100 members of the Burning World Legion hurled fireballs the size of soccer balls at the beast tide, the smell of burning wafting outward. The Heavy Silence Legion charged ahead, the Blood Slaughter Legion and the Golden Spear Legion flanked left and right, continuously cutting into the beast tide. He's here. Zhang Tianxia looked towards the boy controlling the strange puppet army. The boy wore a blue school uniform, his fingers deftly dancing, skillfully controlling different troop types of strange puppets for attack and defense.
Whose summoned creature is this?
The candidates surrounding the beast tide were stunned.
They couldn't compete, they simply couldn't compete with this group of monsters. Why are you robbing my fierce beast? A 2-star chi refinement realm candidate named Yin Ziho pointed at Lu Yuan in anger. He was ranked 88 nationwide and had awakened a lightning attribute combat profession. Rob your fierce beast? Lu Yuan glanced at Yin Ziho, who made such an ignorant remark. In martial examinations, there was never a concept of robbing fierce beasts, and besides, this was a highly dangerous beast tide. With a slight misstep, one could be trampled to death. Is the lightning attribute combat profession always like this, quick to accuse others of robbing your fierce beasts? Lu Yuan's fingertips twitched. Besides, what's wrong with me taking your fierce beasts? As he spoke, blood slaughter came to Yin Ziho's side, not attacking him but ensuring Yin Ziho couldn't kill a single fierce beast. Whenever Yin Ziho finally managed to injure a fierce beast, blood slaughter would always be a step faster and kill it. Other candidates were engaged in normal battles. Lu Yuan did not interfere with them, even stepping in to block fatal blows when their lives were at stake. Thank you. A candidate who had been saved looked gratefully at Lu Yuan. Without him, he only had two choices: to die or abandon the martial examination. Watching Yin Ziho, the other candidate shook his head, his face seemingly written with 8 words. Why did you provoke him? Yin Ziho's face twitched. I regret telling Lu Yuan that sentence. Among so many top 100 students in the nation, he is the only one who has never killed a beast. You have guts, let's see how it goes. Yin Zhe boldly left with harsh words. These words sounded very familiar to Lu Yuan. So many beasts, Lu Yuan has killed more than half. Jiang Tianxia felt a sense of crisis. Yesterday, she found out Lu Yuan was at the 3-star level of qi refining and thought little of it, while she was about to break through to 4-star qi refining. But today, she met him again, and found that Lu Yuan had also broken through like her. The profession of ghost puppet master is special. They can control ghost puppet troops to fight, killing beasts much faster than she could. Wow, who really is the beast tide? The number of beasts is less than the monsters controlled by Lu Yuan. I feel that even without Jiang Tianxia and those top 100 students, Lu Yuan could handle the beast tide all by himself. This is hilarious. I guess Yin Zhe said something that made Lu Yuan angry, and Lu Yuan specially had a monster follow him. Yin Zhe hasn't killed a single beast, and his name is no longer seen among the top 100. 10 million, 12 million, 15 million. The number of viewers in Lu Yuan's live broadcast reached 18 million, second only to the national number 1, Chu Wuxing, even surpassing Jiang Tianxia. Successfully resolving the crisis, the students who experienced high-intensity battles sat down to rest. Spotless, with clean clothes, Lu Yuan arrived at the place full of beast corpses, first using blood slaughter to cast the taste of blood to increase his strength, then controlling the Star Eater troop to devour the beast corpses. After multiple devouring, the Star Eater troop had grown to dozens of meters tall, standing in place like a small mountain. Jiang Tianxia wiped her dark giant sword, hesitated for a moment, and still walked towards Lu Yuan. Exchange score information? Jiang Tianxia took the initiative to speak. She wanted to know how many points Lu Yuan had. Students facing the martial arts exam did not know their ranking, and could only evaluate based on previous year's scores. Asking about scores is considered impolite, especially among top students like them. Sure. Lu Yuan nodded. Jiang Tianxia, awakened to a gold element combat profession, had an SSS-level talent that had trended many times on social media. With her strength, she was definitely among the top 10 in the nation. To show her sincerity, Jiang Tianxia actively raised her wrist, letting Lu Yuan see her score. It had reached a stunning 280,000 points. Lu Yuan did not speak and likewise signaled Jiang Tianxia to look at his score. 220,000 points. Jiang Tianxia let out a sigh of relief, feeling it shouldn't be. Lu Yuan's score was somewhat low. To know he just killed so many beasts, what was Lu Yuan doing in the first few days of the martial arts exam? There's still a chance, Jiang Tianxia said, referring to the next 2 days where Lu Yuan might not surpass her in score. Seeing the increasingly large Star Eater troop, the oppressive feeling hit her. Jiang Tianxia fell into doubt. Did she really have a chance to prevent Lu Yuan from surpassing her score? Chapter 17, Top 20 in the Nation. 280,000 points, this score should be in the top 3 in the nation. After exchanging scores with Jiang Tianxia, Lu Yuan marveled at the horror of the gold element combat profession. Especially since Jiang Tianxia had an SSS-level talent. It's hard to say, my final goal is to fight for second place. Jiang Tianxia said. You are strong, but Chu Wuxing is stronger. He is aiming for the top spot in this year's martial arts exam. Perhaps because they established initial trust by exchanging scores, Jiang Tianxia started to talk more. Hearing Chu Wuxing's name, Lu Yuan nodded. Chu Wuxing, son of the current Thunder Alliance leader, awakened 4-element combat professions. It is known that he has thunder, earth, wind, and the last attribute has not been publicly revealed. Go for it and boost your score. Let me secretly tell you a secret, the rewards for this year's top 3 in the martial arts exam are very generous. Jiang Tianxia finished her words. On the 5th day of the martial arts exam, she had already reached 280,000 points. With that score, she could gain priority in any top university. The reason Jiang Tianxia craved the score so much was for the martial arts exam rewards. Every year, the top 100 students in the nation receive varying degrees of rewards, like storage rings, spiritual tools, spiritual treasures, and so on.
Perhaps going to that place can stop Lu Yuan from surpassing my score. Zhang Tianxia made a firm decision. She discovered hundreds of 8-star two-headed earth wolves. Due to their overwhelming numbers, she initially wanted to cooperate with Lu Yuan, but now it seems she's better off hunting alone, just taking a bit more time.
Ranking in the top 3 in the country?
Lu Yuan pondered. In truth, he didn't care much about his score, but everyone hopes their score is higher, a little higher.
Controlling the eerie puppet army, Lu Yuan searched for fierce beasts daily.
There are far more fierce beasts in Tian City than he imagined. This was a city that once housed millions of people. At this moment, Lu Yuan was extremely eager to hunt fierce beasts. First, it could rapidly enhance his strength, and second, the star-devouring army could consume the corpses of fierce beasts to grow stronger. As he got closer to the center of Tian City, the fierceness of the beasts reached at least 8-star in the Qi refinement realm, with some even at the peak of Qi refinement.
Facing such high-level fierce beasts, Lu Yuan found it somewhat tricky. Of course, it was only somewhat tricky.
On the top floor of the Taihua City Government Building, in the conference room. The conference room opened repeatedly, with several distinguished middle-aged men, around 40 to 50 years old, walking in. Each of them emitted an unfathomable aura, making the principals and leaders present hold their breath.
Old Jun, what's going on with Lu Yuan from Taihua City?
Last night Lu Yuan had 100,000 points, ranking 30th in the province, and this morning he rushed to first place in the province and 20th in the country.
Mayor Yu Dexing from Pingwan City spoke.
Pingwan City is adjacent to Taihua City and is one of the 35 cities in Hailan Province. With Yu Dexing came mayors from 3 neighboring cities. They had a good relationship with Yun Weihua and often chatted during provincial meetings.
Oh, you all are here.
Yun Weihua said with a smile. Lu Yuan is a promising boy, and of course, it's related to the talented environment of our Taihua City. It's been a place that produces heroes since ancient times.
Yun Weihua spoke with pride.
Hearing this, Zhang Zhenghong, principal of Taihua High School, Luo Jingrui, and many others couldn't hold back. Before the 4 mayors arrived, Lu Yuan was facing a wave of beasts. His city's mayor, Yun Weihua, looked tense, crushing one cup after another while muttering. Lu Yuan, be careful, don't just focus on controlling the monsters, check around for any fierce beasts trying to attack.
Great, that's how you should fight.
Well done, Lu Yuan, after fighting for so long, you must be tired, find a safe place to rest and regain your strength.
Yun Weihua completely immersed himself in Lu Yuan's situation, yet Lu Yuan couldn't hear a thing he said. At times, Yun Weihua laughed loudly and acted as if he were Lu Yuan, making others think he was having a mental breakdown. On the LCD screen leaderboard, Lu Yuan's rank was particularly eye-catching. Hailan Province first, Lu Yuan, 250,000 points, Taihua City Yunhai High School. Hailan Province second, Fujichi, 200,000 points, Hailan City Hailan High School. Hailan Province third, Li Feiping, 160,000 points, Hailan City Hailan High School. Among the top 10 candidates in the province, aside from Lu Yuan, all came from the provincial capital city Hailan High School. Currently, the first in the province, Lu Yuan, ranks 20th in the whole of Huaxia, like a wild horse running uncontrollably. Old Yun, this year your Taihua City has really excelled, producing a first in the province and a 20th in the country. Yu Dexing looked at the live broadcast of Lu Yuan. I heard through the grapevine that the governor is very satisfied with Taihua City's performance in the martial arts exam this year, especially with Lu Yuan. The secretary said he laughed in his office for 3 to 4 minutes. Yu Dexing whispered. That's good. Yun Weihua knew Taihua City was stable. In the future, Hailan Province would still have its 35 cities. After chatting about Lu Yuan for over half an hour, the mayors who arrived through the spatial array looked at the live broadcast of the number 1 in the country, Chu Wuxia. In the footage, Chu Wuxia was in the center of Tian City, continuously unleashing thunder, wind, and earth attributes of combat skills. Moreover, judging from the power of his skills, each skill started at least at the mystical level. Chu Wuxia stayed there for a full 5 days, not only hunting fierce beasts during the day but also staying busy at night. Yun Weihua clicked his tongue in wonder. Hunting fierce beasts at night is too risky, so before the martial arts test began, the teachers first emphasized that leaving the shelter at night was strictly forbidden. Only Chu Wuxia was an exception. 6 stars in Qi refining realm, 420,000 points. Is this the son of the Thunder Alliance leader? Simply a monster, a mayor following said. Awakening 4 attribute combat professions, Chu Wuxia had early on created a significant gap from the second place, Zhang Tianxia, with a difference of a full 100,000 points. Chu Wuxia is a monster, but it has nothing to do with me. I just hope Lu Yuan can maintain the national 20th place or push up 2 or 3 more spots, and I'll be satisfied, Yun Weihua expressed his thoughts. Chu Wuxia came from the imperial capital, where monsters gather in super first-tier cities like the imperial capital and magic capital, consistently dominating the top 20 in martial arts tests. So when Lu Yuan achieved the national 20th score, the governor of Hailan province was very excited. I say, Old Yun, did you speak a prophecy? What do you mean? Lu Yuan is now ranked 18th in the nation.
Yu Dexing pointed at the LCD screen. On the left was the live broadcast, and on the right was the national ranking list. Lu Yuan was making deeper progress in Taiyan City when he encountered a group of 8-star Qi Refining Realm Thunder Pattern Lions, skyrocketing his score to 270,000 points after defeating them. Well, I don't have high demands. I'd be satisfied if Lu Yuan could push to 17th place, Yun Weihua focused on the LCD screen. 2.5 minutes later, after killing 2 peak fierce beasts in the Qi Refining Realm, Lu Yuan reached the 17th place. Second, if Lu Yuan can reach 2nd place, I'll be completely satisfied. Yun Weihua's veins bulged, and his voice rang loudly like a bell. Everyone present? You're making a wish, jumping from 17th straight to 2nd place, right? Yu Dexing was speechless, but even if it were a wish, Yun Weihua never thought Lu Yuan could become first in the nation. There was no choice, Zhu Wush's performance was too amazing. Just dreaming, Yun Weihua smiled awkwardly. No offense, old Yun, but your mouth is quite effective. We have a kid named Wei Weiqi in our city, he's currently ranked 68th in the province, make a wish for him to push to 60. Our city's best student is in 70th place, named Duan Yufei, wish for him to push to 65. A few mayors surrounded Yun Weihua, each chiming in. Seeing the scene, everyone was both amused and helpless, thinking they're messing around with some mysticism. Get lost, if it's a wish for Lu Yuan to break into the national top 15. Yun Weihua said. Every time Lu Yuan hunted a fierce beast, Yun Weihua quickly calculated the score, his gaze darting between Lu Yuan and the student above him. 280,000, 290,000 points, 300,000 points. Lu Yuan's score continued to rise rapidly, although his ranking hadn't moved up, his increase was at least 2 or 3 times faster compared to the student in 16th place. Chapter 18, Countdown 12 Hours. Roar. A bear roar echoed through the sky. At the peak of the Qi Refining Realm, the 5-meter-tall silver earth bear stared with wide eyes, continuously pounding its chest with a dull sound. Its shadow stretched infinitely, and standing in front of the silver earth bear was the 20-meter-tall star-eating soldier, who spread its hands. Bang! With one slap, it knocked the silver earth bear into the ground, unable to move. Covered in blood, the silver earth bear raised its arm above its head and let out another bear roar. However, it was just a bluff, attempting to scare off the star-eating soldier with its roar. Just as Lu Yuan, controlling the star-eating soldier, was ready to slay the silver earth bear, a system prompt rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering A-level hidden mission, Exceeding Oneself. Exceeding Oneself, kill a peak fierce beast in the Qi Refining Realm, reward 2 eerie grade spirit techniques. Lu Yuan? So easy? He could have killed a peak fierce beast in the Qi Refining Realm as early as the 3-star Qi Refining stage. In the last second, triggering the hidden mission, in the next second, Lu Yuan controlled the star-eating soldier and smashed the silver earth bear dead with a slap. The system fell silent for a full 30 seconds. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the A-level hidden task of surpassing oneself. Rewards, Earth-level spirit skill, suppression of phantoms, Earth-level spirit skill, substituting phantom. Is that it? Lu Yuan was surprised, but he guessed the system didn't expect him to break through so quickly, and in less than half a month, he had nearly 800 phantom soldiers. The spirit skills of Blue Star are divided into Earth and Heaven. The previous reward from the system was a mysterious level, and this time it was Earth level. Earth-level spirit skills are quite valuable and cannot be measured by money. To obtain them, one must join certain powerful factions or top academies. Checking the effects of the 2 newly acquired Earth-level spirit skills, Lu Yuan immediately became interested. Suppression of phantoms suppresses the target by 1 to 2 small realms. The number of targets and the suppression realm depend on the user's strength. Currently, 2 can be selected. Substituting phantom can help the user withstand 1 full strength attack from a profession below the realm of divine passage. Suppressing realms? Lu Yuan focused on the Earth-level spirit skill, suppression of phantoms. The substituting phantom was also good and could be used to save his life at a critical moment. Lu Yuan is still killing ferocious beasts. Goodness, my eyes are aching just watching him. The martial arts exam ends in 2 days. He must be trying his best to increase his score before dark. I can't hold on, I'm going to sleep first. I'll check Lu Yuan's live stream again tomorrow morning. The one who sent this barrage, Lu Yali, yawned continuously, lying in bed and drifting off to sleep. Lu Yuan attended the martial arts exam, and Lu Yali, who spent her summer vacation at home alone, lived a monotonous life. All she did all day was sleep or eat, watching Lu Yuan's performance in the martial arts exam during the day. Before sleeping, Lu Yali glanced at Lu Yuan's score and ranking. National ranking, 14th place, Lu Yuan, 350,000 points, Yunhai High School, Tianhua City, Hailan Province. When she woke up, the sun was shining, and Lu Yali stretched lazily. Just at 8 in the morning, Lu Yuan's live stream started. Seeing Lu Yuan's ranking, Lu Yali instantly lost her sleepiness.
National ranking, 4th place, Lu Yuan, 450,000 points, Yunhai High School, Tianhua City, Hailan Province. 4th place in the nation. Lu Yali first confirmed that she was not dreaming and quickly guessed that Lu Yuan had been hunting ferocious beasts last night. He really isn't afraid of being attacked by ferocious beasts at night and losing his life. He doesn't worry about his safety, but I'm still worried. Lu Yali complained, feeling that Lu Yuan was too hardworking. In the center of Tian City, Lu Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, and numerous ferocious beast corpses lay around. The 8-star giant shield beast at the Qi refinement realm, the 8-star diamond bear at the Qi refinement realm, the peak crimson blood leopard at the Qi refinement realm. 450,000 points. After fighting fiercely for a day and a night, Lu Yuan was not tired at all. Instead, he was especially excited, especially watching his score surge from 350,000 to 450,000. And his realm once again broke through to 5 stars in the Qi refinement realm. A cold wind blew, and morning dew slid down the leaves. This was a famous technology park in China, located in the fallen area of Tian City. The technology park should have been built on the outskirts, but for various reasons, it was situated right in the center of Tian City. The ground was littered with ferocious beast corpses. Lu Yuan looked at a young man who had fought alongside him last night to hunt ferocious beasts. He wore a black and gold school uniform, the words Thunder Alliance printed on his chest, and exuded the aura of 3 different attributes: thunder, earth, and wind. Chu Wuxian. Lu Yuan recognized the identity of his peer. It was indeed Chu Wuxian, who had the highest call of becoming national number 1 before the martial arts exam and awakened a 4-attribute combat profession. The two looked at each other. Chu Wuxian did not communicate with Lu Yuan but only cast a glance at the towering 30-meter starlight soldier behind Lu Yuan. It seems that Jiang Tianxia has encountered a strong opponent. He could potentially be the second in the nation. Chu Wuxian thought. He initially thought that the second place to arrive at the technology park was Jiang Tianxia, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be an unfamiliar peer. Before leaving, Chu Wuxian stopped in his tracks as a thought crossed his mind. There are still many ferocious beasts in the park. Let's divide the territory by the central building. You go south, I go north, and we won't interfere with each other. After saying this, Chu Wuxian disappeared into thin air. He didn't care who was second in the nation, being number 1 was enough for him. Lu Yuan shrugged. It was none of his concern who Chu Wuxian was, regardless of his prestige, it didn't affect him. In the park, it's better to share the fierce beasts 1/2 each, to avoid awkward scenes of fighting over them. Lu Yuan met Chu Wuxian, and it seems both of them stayed up all night. The 1st and the 4th in the country meeting, interesting, too bad these two didn't exchange much, but they cooperated well to hunt fierce beasts in opposite directions. If Lu Yuan had scored higher 2 days before the martial arts exam, he could have made it to the top 3 in the country. The combined audience in the livestream reached 40 million, sending a vast number of comments that made the livestream lag terribly, but soon returned to normal. The audience felt sorry for Lu Yuan, as he was now 50,000 points behind the 3rd place, Gu Yinping, and there wasn't much time left for him to catch up. So many peak cheer-refining fierce beasts? Lu Yuan scanned ahead, each building had at least 7 or 8 peak cheer-refining fierce beasts, as if he had poked a fierce beast's den. No wonder Chu Wuxian had never appeared near the city center, he must have found a treasure land. The 4 calamities, Blood Slaughter Corps, Heavenly Punishment Corps, Star Devouring Corps. All 7 Strange Doll Corps mobilized. Standing on the shoulders of the most powerful Star Devouring Corps, Lu Yuan looked down at the fierce beasts, energy gathering as spiritual lines fluttered in the air, precisely merging into all the Strange Doll Corps. Start the slaughter. Blood Slaughter led the charge, followed closely by Corrupted Yi, Song Ming, and Zhang Cha. Blood mist, ice spikes, vines, and meteors covered a 5-mile radius. A well-organized massacre of fierce beasts was underway. Today is the 6th day of the martial arts exam, with just 1 day left to officially announce its end. Surprisingly, the number 1 trending topic is not Chu Wuxian, but has turned into Lu Yuan. Trending now, martial arts exam Dark Horse Born? Lu Yuan surpasses Gu Yinping again with 520,000 points to become 3rd in the nation. Winning 1st place every day, dude, you really can jump from outside the top 20 to 3rd in just 2 days. Too exaggerated, Lu Yuan's speed in hunting fierce beasts is ridiculous, completely making up for the low scores from the previous 2 days. Lucky just to find a place with many fierce beasts, I can do it too. P.S. I'm just a spectator. Your usernames are too outrageous. 2nd place Jiang Tianxia now has 600,000 points, and Lu Yuan is 80,000 points behind her. Could it be? The 7th day of the martial arts exam ends at noon, with just 26 hours left in total. As the martial arts exam entered its intense stage, presidents, vice presidents, and mentors from 5 top universities in China's 5 super first-tier cities gathered around a LCD screen, holding detailed data of the top 100 candidates for a heated discussion. The top 3, Chu Wuxian, Jiang Tianxia, and Lu Yuan became the focus of discussion. In the capital, at the headquarters of the 7 Alliance Hall.
A splendid palace. In the center of the palace stood 8 empty chairs, and as the door opened, 8 stern-faced alliance leaders walked in.
They are the highest authorities in China and the strongest professionals.
Chu Wuxing, for attribute combat profession, SSS-level talent, refining 6th star. A middle-aged man in luxurious attire sat on a pure white chair, looking at the top 3 candidates in China. Zhang Tianxia, metal attribute combat profession, SSS-level talent, refining 5th star.
Lu Yuan, strange doll master?
The middle-aged man squinted slightly.
Lu Yuan, strange doll master, SSS-level talent, refining 6th star.
This year's candidates have good qualifications. In previous years, the highest realm on the last day of the martial arts exam was only refining 3rd star, but this year 2 people broke through to 6th star, said the middle-aged man. The undisputed number 1 is Chu Wuxing, however, it's hard to say who's 2nd or 3rd between Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia, said the leader of the Crimson Flame Alliance, sitting on a red chair, in a deep voice. The martial arts exam is not over yet, don't make rash conclusions, said the man sitting in the central golden chair, whose face was not visible, calmly. Upon hearing this, the 6 alliance leaders and hall masters nodded, thinking that the Grand Alliance leader was referring to the competition for 2nd and 3rd place between Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia. Outside the martial arts exam, discussions were heating up. The candidates in Tian City were silent and still.
What is my score ranking?
The 5th-ranked Wan Zichen had a conflicted expression.
With less than 12 hours left until the martial arts exams end, Wan Zichen stared intensely at his score.
His goal was to be in the top 3 nationwide.
Forget it, I'll take a risk. Let's make a bike into a motorcycle. Wan Zichen gritted his teeth and left the shelter, disappearing into the night. Damn it, let's go all out.
The 4th-ranked Gu Yinping kicked open the shaky wooden door. Instead of thinking aimlessly, he would prefer to venture out and hunt fierce beasts at night. With his strength, he only needed to be careful. At worst, he could use his wind elemental skill to escape. Zhang Tianxia was a step ahead of both of them, already carrying a dark giant sword as she walked out of the shelter. The 3 gradually crept towards the Tian City Science and Technology Park from 3 different directions, where Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia had already been fighting for 2 days and nights. Chapter 19, Fierce Beasts of the Mysterious Realm. Time ticked away, and many people were destined to be sleepless tonight. In the city government of Tianshu City, Mayor Yun Weihua sat straight in his chair, surrounded by the city government leaders and 3 principals. 30 or 40 people sat upright. Among the top 10 nationwide rankings, 5 candidates have taken the risk to leave the shelter and hunt fierce beasts. Yun Weihua's voice was hoarse. It was 2 in the morning, with 10 hours remaining until the martial arts exam ended. Tonight, the martial arts exam was live-streamed, lasting until midnight. National ranking first, Chu Wuxia, 900,000 points, Empire Capital Thunder Alliance. National ranking second, Zhang Tianxia, 600,000 points, Magic City First High School. National ranking third, Lu Yuan, 520,000 points, Hailan Province Tianshu City Yunhai High School. National ranking fourth, Gu Yinping, 460,000 points, Empire Capital Split Wind Alliance. Seeing Chu Wuxia's score, Yun Weihua felt breathless. 900,000 points. This year's minimum admission score for top universities was 650 points, which meant Chu Wuxia's score could allow 1,400 people to apply for top universities. Lu Yuan's speed in hunting fierce beasts is much faster than Zhang Tianxia's. Is there a chance to surpass her? Zhang Zhenghong was more concerned about this. Both Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia were outstanding in the martial arts exam, but Lu Yuan only started to ramp up on the 3rd day, with his score and ranking changing daily. The metal combat class Zhang Tianxia could perform a group area skill. Although the fierce beasts she hunted were not strong, they were all social beasts, and her score increased at an astonishing rate. We can only say there is a chance, but don't get your hopes too high. Yun Weihua stood up to stretch his muscles. He hadn't stayed up all night in a long time. Around 5 in the afternoon, the governor called him. The governor first praised Tianshu City for its excellent performance in this martial arts exam, then stated he would personally attend Lu Yuan's welcome ceremony. Yun Weihua knew. At this time, not only were they burning the midnight oil, but the governor, the 5 top universities, major forces in Huaxia, and even the 7 lords and the head of the judging hall were closely watching this year's martial arts exam livestream. The martial arts exam was so important, especially for the top 10 candidates. Statistics show that since the establishment of Huaxia, candidates ranking high in the martial arts exams have all become dominators in their regions, provided they did not die young. Either they founded their own forces, became elders of the 7 alliances in one hall, or even became lords. Xinjiang, one of Huaxia's 5 super first-tier cities. This city not only hosted the top university Xinjiang University but also harbored the largest business association in Huaxia, the Zhangqiong Chamber of Commerce. The Zhangqiong Chamber of Commerce had branches in Huaxia and in various countries and cities around Blue Star. Who the strongest professional is in Blue Star remains unknown, but the richest person is undoubtedly the boss of the Zhangqiong Chamber of Commerce. Standing in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, a middle-aged man in a suit, with silver hair at his temples, smoked a cigarette and looked down at the night view of Xinjiang. Boss, here are the personal records of 5 candidates without backgrounds who are ranked in the top 100 nationwide: Lu Yuan, Fan Jinshu, Yu Yanang. The secretary opened the folder and detailed the identities, backgrounds, and rankings of the 5. After the martial arts exam ends, you personally go to Tianshu City to ask Lu Yuan if he needs our investment. Gao Hongchang snuffed out the crimson cigarette butt, his gaze reflecting through the glass to focus on the martial arts exam rankings. He was the boss of the Tsangqiong Chamber of Commerce and also the richest person in Blue Star. Gao Hongchang stated that his investments sought no returns, that Tsangqiong Chamber would provide everything Lu Yuan needed, including resources for all top 100 candidates without a background. Money, high-level monster crystals, spiritual techniques, and more, everything freely provided. Gao Hongchang only hoped that these students would achieve success and remember that it was the Tsangqiong Chamber that helped them. This scene was not only present at the Tsangqiong Chamber but also at the headquarters of major forces throughout Huaxia. As the martial arts exam approached its end, over 1 billion people stayed up late to watch the live broadcast. At 6 in the morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Jiang Tianxia felt her consciousness growing hazy. She was so tired and desperately needed rest to regain her strength. As she walked into the tech park and saw the white bones scattered everywhere, Jiang Tianxia's expression changed to horror. There was such a place in Tian City? A massive shadow loomed overhead, and Jiang Tianxia suddenly looked up at the boy standing on the shoulder of a 50-meter-tall, fearsome monster. After multiple devourings, the star-eating soldier had lost all cuteness, resembling an unmovable giant mountain. Lu Yuan. Jiang Tianxia gazed at Lu Yuan, who was at the 7th star of Qi refinement. With the same SSS-level talent, she was only at the 6th star of Qi refinement. What's your current score? I have 650,000 points. Jiang Tianxia asked eagerly, a bad feeling gnawing at her heart. 720,000 points. Lu Yuan crossed his arms and shared their scores with Jiang Tianxia again. Upon hearing the 720,000 points, Jiang Tianxia, holding her dark giant sword, felt her heart sink. Impressive. Jiang Tianxia, whose appearance and weapon style were worlds apart, had a bitter smile. She had been overtaken, and on the last day, Lu Yuan surpassed her score. Did you kill all these fierce beasts? Jiang Tianxia asked. Chu Wuxia is also here, we split them half and half. Lu Yuan turned his head, looking at Chu Wuxia, dressed in a black and gold school uniform, who had also broken through to the 7th star of Qi refinement. But when it came to the speed of hunting fierce beasts, he couldn't match Lu Yuan. How could one person compare to his 1,000-member fleet of strange beings? I was wondering why I never ran into Chu Wuxia, Jiang Tianxia suddenly realized. In the imperial capital, at the headquarters of the 7 alliances. A splendid palace, where the 7 alliance leaders and the judgment hall master sat in their chairs. They hadn't gathered together for a long time. In previous years, usually 3 to 4 alliance leaders attended, but this year, the situation was special, and they all came to the headquarters of the Sky Sword Alliance. The final suspense has been unveiled. Lu Yuan ranked 2nd, and Jiang Tianxia ranked 3rd, said the Red Flame Alliance leader dressed in luxurious red garments. The first place was Chu Wuxia with 920,000 points, while Lu Yuan had 720,000 points, a gap of 200,000 points. With 4 hours left in the martial arts exam, Lu Yuan's score could not possibly surpass Chu Wuxia's. Despite Chu Wuxia relaxing his guard and stopping the hunt for fierce beasts to rest in the shelter. What a pity, Lu Yuan had a chance. The monster he controlled could evolve endlessly, its strength already enough to kill peak Qi refinement fierce beasts in a flash, said the gentle-looking, soft-spoken leader of the Wood Alliance. If the martial arts exam had been delayed a day or half a day, the outcome might have been uncertain. There's no ifs. Chu Wuxia has fought continuously for 6 days and nights without sleep, and while it may be due to the blood attribute combat profession's characteristics, it also relates to his strong willpower, Yan Fengyue refuted. Others didn't know what hidden attribute Chu Wuxia awakened last, but they did. It was the blood attribute. The blood attribute has 2 traits, enhancing strength by absorbing blood and replenishing stamina. This is also why Chu Wuxia could stay spirited after fighting for so long, rapidly elevating his level without absorbing monster crystals. The Red Flame Alliance requires my attention, Yan Fengyue said, preparing to leave. Just as he got up, he heard the voice of the middle-aged man seated in the golden chair in the center. The Moon Extreme Bear has broken through. Ha! Yan Fengyue turned back, and on the LCD screen, Lu Yuan was fighting against a peak Qi refinement Moon Extreme Bear. Since the Grand Alliance leader said it had broken through, it proves that this Moon Extreme Bear's strength has reached the profound extreme realm. Throughout the years, no fierce beast from the martial examination has ever appeared in the profound extreme realm. After all, such a beast cannot be called a fierce beast. Instead, it possesses intelligence and the ability to think, like the demon races. Chapter 20, Number 1 in the Nation. As dawn broke, there were 2 hours left in the martial examination countdown. The candidates from Tian City stopped hunting fierce beasts in unison. After intense battles and constant strain on their minds, they were already physically and mentally exhausted. Drinking the last bit of water and eating the remaining compressed food, the candidates collapsed in the temporary refuge they found, looking at their wristbands to check their scores. Some were joyful, and some were sorrowful, but everyone was waiting for the martial examination to end.
National ranking, 2nd. Over 3 million residents in Tianhua City were focused, sitting at home watching Lu Yuan's live broadcast.
Everyone stopped what they were doing, eyes wide open, not blinking. In the streets and alleys, gardens, and squares, people were quietly looking down at their phones. National first, Zhu Wuxia, 920,000 points, Imperial Capital Thunder Alliance.
National second, Lu Yuan, 780,000 points, Hailan Province Tianhua City Yunhai High School.
National third, Zheng Tianxia, 650,000 points, Magic City Magic University Affiliated High School.
Lu Yuan continuously attracted the attention of Tianhua City residents.
Most residents did not know Lu Yuan, but at this moment, he represented Tianhua City in the martial examination.
That's enough, National second is already great.
Mayor Yun Weihua said with a smile, but the next moment, his smile froze.
Profound Extreme Realm Fierce Beast.
In the live broadcast, the Moon Extreme Bear fighting Lu Yuan erupted with power, smashing several blood soldiers attacking it with a single slap. Why is there a Profound Extreme Realm Fierce Beast in the martial examination?
Yun Weihua shouted furiously, veins bulging. Isn't this trying to take Lu Yuan's life?
Mayor, calm down. That Moon Extreme Bear just happened to break through. It was originally at the peak of the Qi refinement realm.
Zhang Zhenghong looked at the furious Yun Weihua. The entire conference room was incredibly hot, everyone was sweating profusely. How can you expect me to be calm?
Lu Yuan, who is only in the Qi refinement 7th star, can't possibly be a match for a Profound Extreme Realm Fierce Beast.
Bang bang bang.
Yun Weihua angrily slammed the table. In an instant, many thoughts raced through his mind, for example, contacting the patrol team, but he and everyone present knew the truth. By the time the patrol team arrived, it would all be too late.
Run, Lu Yuan, hurry and run. Yun Weihua panicked, sweating all over. He would rather Lu Yuan give up the national second ranking than let Lu Yuan die in Tian City.
In the face of a Profound Extreme Realm Fierce Beast, the barrier on the wristbands given to the candidates was utterly useless. This level of Fierce Beast should not even appear in the martial examination. It far exceeded the candidates' capability. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy. Yun Weihua slumped in his chair, ashen-faced.
It's over, it's all over. It broke through?
Lu Yuan looked at the furious Moon Extreme Bear in front of him, not expecting to encounter such a rare event. This tech park had many fierce beasts in the Qi refinement realm, yet only this Moon Extreme Bear broke through.
Being born is a skill, and fierce beasts are the same.
It's very likely that the Moon Extreme Bear retains a trace of advanced demon bloodline within, breaking through to the Profound Extreme Realm under dire circumstances, otherwise, it would only remain at the Qi refinement realm for its entire life. You, court death. The snow-white Moon Extreme Bear with sharp fangs spoke human language. It wanted to tear Lu Yuan into pieces. It's bizarre for a fierce beast to speak. Lu Yuan remembered what his homeroom teacher, Zhou Wenbin, had said in class.
Fierce beasts and demon races have essential differences. Fierce beasts below the Profound Extreme Realm only possess the instinct to kill. They are born with hatred towards humans.
Fierce beasts above the Profound Extreme Realm are called demon races, and at this level, demon races are in a semi-sentient state. The God Power Realm demon races are fully sentient, with intelligence comparable to ours. Be careful when fighting demon races like the wolf and fox families, which are naturally smart, as their intelligence is already quite high in the Profound Extreme Realm. Clearly, the Moon Extreme Bear before him was already in a state of awareness, hence the ability to speak, although it was a bit stuttery. Die. The Moon Extreme Bear shot a white ray towards Lu Yuan. If Lu Yuan died, these strange puppets would lose their ability to act. Smart, indeed, you're worthy of the demon race, Lu Yuan said, watching the white ray shoot towards him. He decisively used his spiritual technique to respond.
Puppetmaster's profound technique, Thousand Eye Puppet.
Countless eyes grew all over the puppet, which hovered in the air with a strange smile. The pupils of the Moon Extreme Bear widened, shooting a white ray that missed Lu Yuan and hit the nearby technology building. Why? The Moon Extreme Bear spoke more smoothly, unable to understand why it failed to hit Lu Yuan.
Its question was also what the live audience wanted to ask. Spiritual technique?
Yan Fengyue, the leader of the Crimson Flame Alliance, frowned, guessing that Lu Yuan had used a spiritual technique. The Moon Extreme Bear, who had broken into the half-open intelligence realm, was not foolish. On the contrary, it was very clever, knowing that killing Lu Yuan would cause the puppets to lose control.
Since it did not attack Lu Yuan, it proved that Lu Yuan had used a spiritual technique.
Puppet masters were too rare, and even as a leader, he did not know this technique's specific effects. Without answering the Moon Extreme Bear, Lu Yuan used multiple Puppetmaster exclusive spiritual techniques in quick succession. Profound Technique, Sorrow Puppet. Profound Technique, Curse Puppet. Earth Level Technique, Suppression Puppet. Watching Lu Yuan fighting back and forth with the Moon Extreme Bear, Yun Wei-hua felt hope ignite in his heart. Lu Yuan, who is in the Qi Refining Realm, is tied with the Moon Extreme Bear at the first level of the Profound Realm, even has the advantage? There's a chance. Don't forget that Lu Yuan hasn't controlled those monsters yet. The principal of Xinghuwei High School exclaimed excitedly. Go, Lu Yuan. Outside the government hall square, residents watching the live broadcast raised their arms and shouted loudly. Go, Lu Yuan. The cheering was deafening, shaking the glass of the government hall with a buzzing sound. Puppets descended. The suppression puppet danced gracefully in the air, and the Moon Extreme Bear's red eyes fell from the first star of the Profound Realm to the 8th star of the Qi Refining Realm. It transformed back into a mindless beast that only understood killing. The curse puppet let out a harsh, eerie laugh. The Moon Extreme Bear looked in pain, holding its head with its claws, trapped in greed, anger, and delusion, almost breaking mentally. Bang bang bang. Explosion sounds erupted. The sorrow puppet, split into 7, trapped the Moon Extreme Bear from different directions before self-destructing. It's nothing but this. Lu Yuan shook his head. Neither the 4 great calamities nor the puppet core had exerted their power. He had only used spiritual techniques to take down the Moon Extreme Bear of the Profound Realm. The Moon Extreme Bear fell to the ground with a thud, blood flowing from multiple wounds, losing its breath. Lu Yuan wore a wristband to scan the Moon Extreme Bear, but the score did not appear for a long time. The wristband showed it was a peak Qi Refining Beast, then an 8-star Qi Refining Beast, and finally confirmed it was a Profound Realm Beast. 900,000 points. Lu Yuan was surprised that the Profound Realm Beast earned such high points, directly giving him 120,000 points. Multiple powerful auras descended as 6 fully armed practitioners of the Divine Realm arrived at the tech park. Where is that Profound Realm Beast? Xing Chongyi asked. He was the captain of this patrol team. After learning that a beast had broken into the Profound Realm, they rushed over to rescue the examinee, arriving at the tech park in less than 2 minutes. Lu Yuan, ranked 2nd nationwide, would be a laughingstock if he were to accidentally die during the martial exam. Isn't it there? Lu Yuan glanced at the Moon Extreme Bear's corpse on the ground. Xing Chongyi? Patrol team members? You killed it? Xing Chongyi asked uncertainly, suspecting that a nearby patrol team had come first and swiftly dealt with the Moon Extreme Bear before leaving. After all, the martial exam was still ongoing. They could not delay Lu Yuan's beast hunt. Yeah. With Lu Yuan's confirmation, Xing Chongyi's mouth twitched. Is there anything else? Lu Yuan asked. No, we're leaving now. Xing Chongyi and the patrol team vanished, hiding in the shadows to observe Lu Yuan's every move. In case Lu Yuan encounters another breakthrough beast, they could strike at any moment. It turned out to be a coincidence. Aside from that Moon Extreme Bear, all the fierce beasts in the tech park were in the Qi Refining Realm. Captain, how many points do the Xiangang Realm fierce beasts give? A team member asked curiously. Not sure. Lu Yuan is the first candidate in the martial arts exam to hunt a fierce beast in the Xiangang Realm. There has been no such case before. Xing Chongyi said, equally curious. Damn, Lu Yuan can even control monsters with spiritual power. This guy won't surpass Chu Wuxing, will he? The team member's expression was vivid. If he remembered correctly, Lu Yuan had fought continuously for 2 days and nights, not to mention if he was tired, this spiritual power reserve was too exaggerated. Even as a patrol team, they had no idea about the candidate's specific scores. Protect second, strive for first. It all depends on whether Lu Yuan can secure this first. Xing Chongyi speculated. In the imperial capital, at the headquarters of the Tianjian Alliance. Watching Lu Yuan's score jump from 780,000 to 900,000 in an instant, and still hunting fierce beasts, the leader of the Qian Alliance, Yan Fanhua, leaned back in his chair. Alliance Master Chu, it seems Wuxing has missed the chance for the national first. Yan Fanhua glanced at the leader of the Thunder Alliance. Although Chu Wuxing worked just as hard to hunt fierce beasts as Lu Yuan, the speed difference was far too great. At this moment, Lu Yuan had completely overtaken him. He will never become a great talent in his life. The indifferent Chu Yongshan waved his sleeve and left. Chu Wuxing was his most valued son. As the leader of the Thunder Alliance, Chu Yongshan would never harbor resentment just because Lu Yuan took away his son's national first. Alliance Master Chu is too harsh on Wuxing, a middle-aged lady in a white dress remarked. In fact, Chu Wuxing worked very hard, for 6 days and nights in the martial arts exam. He had not rested, always in a fighting state. Who would have thought that in the last few hours, Lu Yuan suddenly rose? 950,000 points, 1 million points, 1,100,000 points. Lu Yuan squeezed out every bit of spiritual power within him and felt his wristband violently shake while hunting the last fierce beast. This meant the martial arts exam was officially over. Chapter 21, The Nation Erupts. At 12 o'clock sharp, Huaxia time.
In Taiyan City, candidates feeling the wristband's vibrations cheered out loud. It's over, it's finally over.
After 7 days and 6 nights, the annual grand event of Huaxia, the martial arts exam, officially concluded. In this city destroyed by fierce beasts, countless candidates gasped for breath, walking under the sunlight, relaxing and cheering. As the breeze brushed by, many candidates lay on the ground, choosing to fall asleep. They dared to do this because they saw the fully armed patrol team. Black armored vehicles raced through Taiyan City, and the patrol team distributed water and steaming boxed meals to the candidates.
Eat well, drink enough, and we'll send you home.
Candidates who had been gnawing on compressed food looked starry-eyed, devouring the boxed meals. In the tech park, Gu Yanping, ranked 5th nationally, looked disheveled. His school uniform was torn, and his body had various degrees of injuries.
Man, I really burned out. Gu Yanping struggled to lift his wrist to check his wristband score. What place am I in? Bang.
Barehanded, Jiang Tianxia took down the last fierce beast. Her 2-meter-long dark giant sword was already broken and useless. 830,000 points, Jiang Tianxia shook her head. Although she knew it was hard to surpass Lu Yuan, she still fought fiercely against the beasts.
That guy probably has 900,000 points, right? Jiang Tianxia envisioned Lu Yuan's face, and a rough ranking formed in her mind. First place was Chu Wuxing, second was Lu Yuan.
As for third place, it was most likely between her, Gu Yanping, and Wan Zichen to decide. Though Jiang Tianxia was confident she could reach third, her goal was to secure second and strive for first, aiming for the top 2 rewards of the martial arts exam.
Monsters, Jiang Tianxia murmured. To her, both Chu Wuxing and Lu Yuan were monsters. Although all three had SSS-level talent, there was still a gap.
In the tech park, filled with fierce beasts, Chu Wuxing, wearing a black and gold school uniform, absorbed the blood of fierce beasts. In the astonished eyes of the patrol team, his realm broke through from Qi refining realm 7-star to 8-star.
1 million points.
Chu Wuxing's mouth curled into an almost imperceptible smile. In the history of Huaxia, the highest score in the martial arts exam has been 850,000 points. He not only became the number 1 in the country but also broke the historical record of the highest score in the martial arts exam.
Can Chu Wuxia still break through without absorbing monster crystals?
The patrolling team member responsible for escorting Chu Wuxia was surprised. Over there, Lu Yuan also broke through to the 8th star of the Qi refining realm, but compared to Chu Wuxia, Lu Yuan stood next to a monstrous creature close to 60 or 70 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming pressure. To be precise, it was an army of monstrous creatures at the 8th star of the Qi refining realm.
1.15 million points. Lu Yuan checked his score.
He hunted ferociously not only for the score but more importantly to elevate his rank and allow the Star Eater soldiers to evolve. 3 battle cars drove out of the tech park, heading off in 3 different directions. Chu Wuxia and Gu Yanping took the car heading to the Imperial City's spatial array, while Jiang Tianxia and Wan Zichen took the car heading to the Demon City's spatial array. As for Lu Yuan, he enjoyed a car all to himself. Inside the car, sat 4 patrolling team members, gazing at the opposing Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, how many points do you have? Asked a team member in the Xin gang realm, around 30 years old. This was also what the teammates wanted to ask.
1.15 million points, Lu Yuan said.
Awesome, your score alone is enough for 1,800 people to enter a top university. The patrolling team member exclaimed. Hearing the 1.15 million points, the driver, the team leader, twitched his lips. He had just heard through the earpiece that Chu Wuxia scored 1 million points, meaning that Lu Yuan was the first in this year's martial arts exam, surpassing second place Chu Wuxia by a full 150,000 points.
1.15 million points, the number 1 in the country.
When the martial arts exam officially announced its end, during the last few hours when Lu Yuan's score surpassed Chu Wuxia's, the nation erupted.
They witnessed the entire process of Lu Yuan's rise.
Before the martial arts exam began, Chu Wuxia was the most highly regarded candidate for number 1 in the country.
Lu Yuan's name was particularly unfamiliar.
If it were Jiang Tianxia, Gu Yanping, or other well-known candidates who surpassed Chu Wuxia, they wouldn't have been so excited. But Lu Yuan was the strongest dark horse in the history of the martial arts exam, without a doubt. In Tianhua City, over 3 million residents spontaneously gathered in squares, parks, and other open areas.
On the big screen, Lu Yuan's ranking and score drew everyone's attention.
National ranking number 1, Lu Yuan, 1.15 million points, Hailan Province, Tianhua City, Yunhai High School. National ranking number 2, Chu Wuxia, 1 million points, Imperial City, Thunder Alliance. National ranking number 3, Jiang Tianxia, 830,000 points, Demon City, Affiliated High School of Demon City University.
Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan.
The cheers rose and fell, as residents loudly shouted Lu Yuan's name. From top 3 in Tianhua City to top 20 in the province, and then to top 3 in the nation, finally rising to number 1 in the country. They all witnessed this with their own eyes.
At this moment, Lu Yuan was the pride of Hailan province, and even more, the pride of Tianhua City. So amazing, our Tianhua City actually produced the #1 student in the nation. Previously the highest was only top 50 in the province. Without that beast breaking through to the Xiangang realm, Lu Yuan's score would still surpass Zhu Wuxia. 150,000 points, Lu Yuan's score is a full 150,000 points higher than second place, and he gets stronger the more he fights. Number 1 in the martial arts exam. In the city government hall, Yun Weihua's face turned red with excitement as he swung his fist vigorously. Everyone in the meeting room was excited, whether they were from Yunhai High School or one of the other 2 high schools. Just as the residents said, Lu Yuan had clearly become the pride of Tianhua City. Principal Zhang Zhenghong and class teacher Zhou Wenbin hugged each other, smiling widely. For Principal Zhang Zhenghong, Yunhai High School aimed to be remembered in the history of Tianhua City. With his age, he could not raise his rank anymore. At this age, it's all about fame. For class teacher Zhou Wenbin, the first line of his resume would forever be this sentence. Taught the #1 in the National Martial Arts Exam, Lu Yuan. Creaking. Just when everyone was filled with excitement, the door to the meeting room opened. An elderly man, around 60, wearing an administrative jacket came in. The old man was very spirited, and more importantly, his strength was unfathomable. Governor. Yun Weihua spoke respectfully. The elderly man before him was Qi Hongchang, the governor of Hailan province, and also his former superior. Governor. Everyone in the conference room said in unison. The atmosphere was serious. They had never encountered a leader of this level before, at most, city-level leaders. Managing a vast province, Qi Hongchang had a commanding presence. Just standing there made them feel breathless. Presence is important, and even more so, Qi Hongchang is a powerful warrior in the field of battle professions. Qi Hongchang stood in front of the LCD screen, looking at Lu Yuan, who was returning to Tianhua City in a combat vehicle. What are you all still dawdling for? Go welcome the national champion of the martial exam from our Hailan province, Tianhua City. Qi Hongchang said, his secretary smiling beside him. Despite the governor's calm demeanor, the laughter never stopped while on the way to Tianhua City. During this time, he even received a call from the Grand Elder of the Sword Alliance. Though the secretary didn't hear the content, Qi Hongchang hung up with an even brighter smile, his mouth mentioning Lu Yuan 3 times. Yes, go welcome the champion of the martial exam from our Hailan province, Tianhua City. Yun Weihua came to his senses, and the group took a special car to Tianhua High School. Before long, the martial exam candidates from Tianhua City would arrive at Tianhua High School via the teleportation array. Chapter 22, Welcoming the National First, Lu Yuan. Candidates returned to their respective cities one after another using the teleportation array. Outside the teleportation array, parents waited anxiously for their children. Mom! Candidates rushed into their parents' embrace. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Only scored 330 points. Do you know that this kind of score can only get you into a mediocre second-tier university? Don't listen to your dad, being able to go to university is great. This scene appeared at teleportation array points in different cities across Huaxia. In Magic City, at Magic City University affiliated high school. Zhang Tianxia was the first to walk out of the high school, looking at the banner welcoming her second brother and the third place in the martial exam. As expected. Zhang Tianxia's expression showed no surprise. Zhu Wuxing is first, Lu Yuan is second, right? Zhang Tianxia asked her second brother, Zhang Qiwen. The refined Zhang Qiwen, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, shook his head. Lu Yuan is first, Zhu Wuxing is second. What? Zhang Tianxia's beautiful eyes flickered. During the martial exam, she only exchanged scores with Lu Yuan twice. Fully aware of the terrifying nature of Zhu Wuxing, Zhang Tianxia had a rough guess about Lu Yuan's ranking. The result was that Lu Yuan was first in the nation, while Zhu Wuxing, who awakened 4 attributes of combat professions, was second. Second brother, are you saying that with 12 hours left, Lu Yuan overtook me first, and then overtook Zhu Wuxing? How did he do that? Zhang Tianxia was bewildered. Here's a recorded video of Lu Yuan I downloaded, you can watch it yourself. Zhang Qiwen opened his briefcase and took out a tablet, handing it to Zhang Tianxia. I've highlighted the exciting parts for you. On the way home, Zhang Tianxia stared at the tablet without blinking. When she saw the fierce beast, the moon polar bear breaking into the Xiangang realm to become a monster clan, she couldn't help but worry for Lu Yuan. However, when she saw Lu Yuan take down the moon polar bear solely with spirit techniques without controlling the monster, Zhang Tianxia's eyes widened as she looked at Zhang Qiwen. Anyway, father is very satisfied with your martial exam results. Lu Yuan is even more amazing than Zhu Wuxing. In the imperial capital, Zhu Wuxing walked out with his head held high. He radiated a strong smell of blood, all from the blood of fierce beasts. In the 7 days of the martial exam, he broke through to the Qi Refinement 8 star with the blood attribute combat profession feature. At the latest, he would break through to the Xiangang realm within 2 months.
As he expected, as soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, he was met with cheers and applause.
But when he saw the banner reading "Congratulations to Chu Wuxing, national ranking second," it felt like a thunderstrike to him. Who?
Chu Wuxing maintained a cold expression but internally roared out.
Who stole his title of national champion?
The candidates participating in the martial exam in the imperial capital emerged one after another, staring in shock at Chu Wuxing's ranking.
Chu Wuxing was not the national champion? Lu Yuan.
Chu Wuxia looked at Lu Yuan, who exceeded him by 150,000 points, and ranked first in the national martial arts examination.
Who is he?
Chu Wuxia had a headache that felt like it would split open. Examinees embraced their parents and excitedly recounted their experiences in the martial arts examination. Seeing only his mother waiting for him, and the person he wanted to see most did not appear, Chu Wuxia bowed his head and refused the reporter's interview, taking a taxi to leave alone. He urgently wanted to know who Lu Yuan was and how he had surpassed him in scores. In Tianhua City, a large number of red banners reading "Congratulations Lu Yuan for being first in the nation" floated in the sky.
Bang bang bang.
Firecrackers sounded endlessly, and the atmosphere was comparable to the New Year. Residents spontaneously gathered outside Tianhua High School, waiting for Lu Yuan, who came from their Tianhua City and ranked first in the martial arts examination, to appear. The high school principal, school leaders, city government officials, and the mayor all came to the scene. In front of them, a gray-haired Chi Hongchang stood straight in an administrative jacket. A large number of reporters, carrying cameras, started recording early, smiling at the camera as they read from prepared scripts. The script content wasn't significantly changed, but Lu Yuan had gone from fourth in the nation to third, and finally to first.
Hello, audience friends. I am located at Tianhua High School.
The camera shifted from the reporter to capture the situation inside the school. You can see that quite a few examinees have already come out. I will randomly interview some of them about their reactions to learning that Lu Yuan is first in the nation.
The reporter stood in front of an examinee.
Although it was said to be random, the examinees the reporter interviewed all had smiles on their faces and looked like they had done well on the test. As for those who looked downcast, they were automatically ignored.
Wow, Lu Yuan is first in the nation?
A student from Yunhai High School exclaimed in surprise. He had a deep impression of Lu Yuan. On Awakening Day, Lu Yuan had awakened an SSS-level talent.
But wasn't it said that the bewitched master profession had no inherited spirit skills? How did he hunt the fierce beasts without spirit skills?
With a single ponytail and an ethereal presence, Li Jinxue stepped out from the teleportation array.
220,000 points. Li Jinxue was very satisfied with her score. She was second in Tianhua City, and 70 in Hailan Province.
Looking at the sky full of congratulatory banners for Lu Yuan's first place, Li Jinxue blinked her eyes. She remembered Lu Yuan. When she learned he came from Tianhua City and Taiyan City, she had used her spirit skill to restrain the diamond bear for 5 seconds. Compared to her surprise, Lin Shuang, who was receiving an interview, stood there dumbfounded.
Lu Yuan is first in the nation. He participated in the martial arts examination? Lin Shuang couldn't believe it.
She was fourth in Tianhua City and hadn't made it to the provincial ranking. Looking at the countless residents outside waiting for Lu Yuan, and the atmosphere comparable to the New Year, Lin Shuang suddenly didn't know how to answer the reporter's questions.
Lin
Shuang recalled the day of the awakening ceremony when she had sent Lu Yuan a text message saying breakup.
I am happy for my boyfriend.
Lin Shuang smiled and said to the reporter.
Boyfriend? This girl was actually Lu Yuan's girlfriend.
The reporter seemed to have discovered a big scoop and began to ask Lin Shuang various questions about Lu Yuan. Lin Shuang answered one by one, making the reporter feel that she and Lu Yuan were very affectionate.
Didn't you break up?
At home watching the live broadcast, Lu Yeli laughed with interest. This woman was a bit scheming.
There were too many people on site, so Lu Yeli didn't bother to run over. Anyway, Lu Yuan would return home first.
The top 10 examinees in Tianhua City walked out of Tianhua High School, with the mayor and their respective principals nodding and signaling, congratulating them on achieving such good results. However, compared to the top 10 examinees in the city, they were more eager to see the first in the nation, Lu Yuan. Under the blazing sun, amid countless gazes, a boy wearing a green school uniform walked out. The boy's clothes were clean, contrasting sharply with the scruffy outfits of other examinees around him. Clap clap clap. Accompanied by thunderous applause, the boy stopped, turned, and looked back. Who is making such a big fuss? Lu Yuan was puzzled and raised an eyebrow upon seeing the banner congratulating him for being number 1 in the country.
Was I the national number 1 in the martial arts exam?
The applause was endless, and the shouts of his name continued to rise.
Welcome home, national number 1 Lu Yuan. Welcome home, national number 1 Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I'm a reporter from Tianhua Daily.
Congratulations on scoring 1.15 million points, surpassing the second place by 150,000 points to become the national number 1.
I'm a reporter from Hailan Provincial Newspaper. What are your feelings right now?
A swarm of reporters surrounded Lu Yuan, eagerly asking all kinds of questions. After answering a few reporters, Lu Yuan waved his hand. Right now, I just want to take a shower and lie in bed for a good sleep, Lu Yuan said. Upon hearing this, several strong men in black suits came over to block the reporters' questions.
Lu Yuan looked at the group of people walking towards him. There were many people, including his homeroom teacher Zhou Wenbin and Principal Zhang Zhenghong, and standing at the front was the mayor of Tianhua City. A black car stopped by the roadside, the window rolled down, and an old man looked at Lu Yuan with a smile. Lu Yuan seemed to have seen this old man somewhere but couldn't recall at the moment. It was not the mayor Yun Weihua standing at the school gate, it was the old man smiling and clapping inside the car.
Lu Yuan, I won't say too much congratulations, as I'm sure you're tired of hearing it, Yun Weihua said, patting Lu Yuan on the shoulder. The more he looked at Lu Yuan, the more pleased he became.
Go, someone is waiting for you, Yun Weihua said. Who? Yun Weihua lowered his voice. Our Hailan Province Governor, Governor Qi. Chapter 23, 5 Top Prestigious Universities. Governor? The crowd was bustling, and Lu Yuan looked at the old man, realizing why he was standing in the prominent position moments ago.
Go, the governor has some matters to discuss with you, Yun Weihua said.
As Lu Yuan took his first step towards the black car, the door of the driver's seat opened, and a middle-aged man dressed as a secretary jogged to the rear door.
Click. The rear door opened, and the secretary smiled and nodded at Lu Yuan.
Bang. The black car gradually moved away from everyone's sight.
Hello, Lu Yuan, Qi Hongchang said with a warm smile.
Hello, Governor Qi. Lu Yuan politely greeted him.
There were 3 people in the car, him, Qi Hongchang, and the driving secretary. Compared to the serious-looking secretary in a suit, he didn't feel much pressure facing Qi Hongchang. He wasn't part of the system, hadn't committed any crimes, and had no reason to ask the governor for anything.
You're about the same age as my grandson.
If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Qi, Qi Hongchang said kindly, showing no airs of being a governor.
Grandpa Qi. Lu Yuan understood the hint.
Well, what I'm about to say is very important, and you must listen carefully, Qi Hongchang said, closing the car window, his smile turning serious. You, as this year's national number 1 in the martial arts exam, will be the focus of attention. You can choose any of the 5 top prestigious universities, depending on your preference.
Qi Hongchang looked directly at Lu Yuan, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest. China has 5 first-tier megacities, and the 5 top prestigious universities are located in those cities.
At this moment, Lu Yuan hadn't decided which university to choose, but it was most likely one of those 5 top universities. In the future, many powerful forces will come to you actively, claiming they will provide you with all the training resources you want, and they will offer them for free. I suggest you refuse them, Qi Hongchang said solemnly.
They say it's free, but it's really not? Lu Yuan asked.
That's one way to describe it, there's no free lunch in this world.
They are investing in you to wait for you to succeed and then return the favor. Qi Hongchang explained.
Over the years, in the top 10 martial arts exam candidates, as long as they do not perish, they generally achieve great things. As the saying goes, it's hardest to repay a favor. Those powerful forces are eyeing the top 100 exam candidates, especially those with no background, to invest in them. If years later you become a local overlord or an elder in the 7 alliances, or even the alliance leader, and they come to ask you for help, will you agree or refuse?
Qi Hongchang gave a vivid example. Lu Yuan fell into deep thought.
So refuse them. With your national martial arts exam first rank identity, both the officials and universities will provide you with the training resources you need. They are the ones who truly seek nothing in return. The car stopped at the entrance of Lu Yuan's residential community, and after giving his advice, Qi Hongchang waved to Lu Yuan. He had said everything he needed to say. As for how Lu Yuan would choose, that was up to him. Goodbye, Grandpa Qi. Lu Yuan watched as Qi Hongchang drove away in a black sedan before taking the elevator back home.
The number 1 in the national martial arts exam is back. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Yuan smelled a rich aroma.
Lu Yeli sat on the living room sofa, with a pot of hot pot on the table, 1 clear broth and 1 spicy oil. The soup base bubbled and boiled as Lu Yeli dipped several freshly cooked lamb slices into the sauce. Without waiting for Lu Yeli to cool it down, Lu Yuan snatched a lamb slice and put it in his mouth. He hadn't eaten meat in such a long time, compressed rations could fill his stomach but tasted terrible.
You're stealing my food again. Lu Yeli pouted.
In fact, she had prepared it for Lu Yuan, using just opened disposable chopsticks and bowls. Boil more beef in the spicy pot, I'm going to take a shower.
Lu Yuan said, tossing the blood-stained backpack filled with demon crystals onto the sofa.
He had been busy killing fierce beasts for the martial arts exam. Although his clothes were clean, he hadn't showered for 7 days, and it was summer, so he smelled a bit.
After showering and changing into clean clothes, Lu Yuan enjoyed the first big meal in 7 days. Impressive, the national number 1. Lu Yeli said with a smile.
Long before Lu Yuan became the first in the province, Lu Yeli had received many calls from family and friends. As for Lu Yuan, his phone had already exploded with messages, so Lu Yeli simply turned it off.
Not too bad, how about you, sister? What was your national rank? Lu Yuan picked up a fishball and savored it.
I didn't take the martial arts exam, I was directly recommended to Emperor Capital University.
Lu Yeli said.
But with her strength back then, even without the recommendation, she could still pass. It was just a matter of how many points she scored to get into Emperor Capital University.
I can't compare to you, I was at most in the top 30 nationally. Lu Yeli recalled her situation during the martial arts exam. That's good enough, although there's some gap with me. After eating and drinking, Lu Yuan lay back on the sofa.
Tisk, just because you got number 1, look at you all proud.
Lu Yeli rolled her eyes. Have mom and dad contacted you?
The living room was filled with the smell of hot pot, so Lu Yuan went to the balcony to open a window for some fresh air, and then controlled his blood soldiers to throw the trash outside. No, it's the same as usual, they transfer living expenses on time every month.
Haven't you already gotten used to it?
Lu Yeli observed the blood soldiers cleaning the room. Lu Yuan gently raised his finger, and the blood soldiers in crimson armor became busy.
Washing dishes, mopping the floor, wiping furniture, and so on. This is way more interesting than a time-attribute combat profession.
Lu Yeli said, after closely observing the blood soldiers, she thought it's no wonder Lu Yuan could sweep through the martial arts exam. With 700 or 800 8-star gas training soldiers attacking together, even fierce beasts at the Xian gang level couldn't withstand it.
Let alone that Lu Yuan had 4 unique monsters as well. Have you thought about which university to go to? How about Emperor Capital University? Then we can see each other every day. Lu Yeli suggested.
Lu Yuan had many choices. There were 5 top universities in Huaxia, such as Emperor Capital University, Magic City University, and Linen University. Peng City and Shin City University are also good, both cities have beautiful scenery and famous food. Lu Yeli said, as she liked coastal cities, like Peng City, one of the 5 super first-tier cities.
Let's talk about it later, I haven't decided yet. Lu Yuan shook his head.
The 5 top universities were about the same, it was just that Emperor Capital University was more famous due to the city's uniqueness.
I guess old Deng is already discussing you with the vice president. Knowing that Lu Yuan still hadn't made up his mind, Lu Yeli did not discuss this topic.
The old Deng she mentioned referred to the president of the Imperial Capital University, who was also her teacher. 2 hours had passed since the martial arts exam ended, and the internet was flooded with discussions about Lu Yuan, with Lu Yuan occupying 8 of the top 10 trending topics. Every year at this time, netizens would discuss which university the top 10 ranked candidates would apply to.
Among them, the destinations of the top 3 candidates were the most fiercely debated.
Trending number 1, Vice President of Imperial Capital University, Mao Jiqiang, accepted an interview, stating that the university would spare no effort to recruit Lu Yuan.
Trending number 2, Lu Yuan awakened as a special occupation, the strange Puppetmaster, how rare is that?
Trending number 3, for vice presidents of top universities stated that if Lu Yuan joined them, they would establish a dedicated research team to study the strange Puppetmaster profession, serving only Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan dominated the trending topics, while discussions about Chu Wuxia and Jiang Tianxia had only a pitiful 2 or 3 entries. 3 seconds is already amazing. Wow, 5 top universities are fighting fiercely for Lu Yuan, even setting up a special team to serve him.
Big brother, don't compete. Don't you realize what rank Lu Yuan is nationally?
A genius of this level is rarely seen in 100 years, destined to start as a leader among the 7 alliances.
Someone crawling in Sakura Island, this is too exaggerated, just like my username. Which university will Lu Yuan join?
Netizens debated this topic endlessly, generally believing it would be either Imperial Capital University or Magic City University, as the other top 3 universities were gradually losing their competitive edge compared to these 2. At the same time, an even more explosive topic arose: the Martial Arts Exam Award ceremony would officially take place in 2 days.
Chapter 24, Great Pressure.
The Martial Arts Exam Award ceremony is a global award ceremony presented by Huaxia. The martial arts exam is extremely important for any country on Blue Star. It is the most direct way to showcase a country's outstanding talents and heritage. Not long ago, the beautiful nation's martial arts exam ended, followed by a grand award ceremony. Their top martial arts candidate awakened as a special occupation, a harbinger, reaching the 7th star in Qi refining realm by the end. In Huaxia, 2 individuals ranked above the beautiful nation's top martial arts candidate were Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia, both of whom broke through to the 8th star in Qi refining realm. Netizens knew that this year's award ceremony would undoubtedly be very grand. It was highly likely that all the leaders of the 7 alliances would be present to award the top 100 candidates nationwide.
Discussions about which university Lu Yuan would join in the awards ceremony became increasingly heated. It seemed this momentum would continue until the awards ceremony in 2 days. Late at night, at Magic City University.
A spacious conference room in the teaching building was filled with people, each with thick materials laid out on their desks. He Xingqian, ranked 97 nationwide, awakened with an S-level talent in the lightning attribute combat profession, she refining realm 4 stars. The materials detailed the candidates' information and their performances in the martial arts exam. 2 or more mentors carefully reviewed He Xingqian's martial arts exam recording, scoring based on various aspects such as on-site reactions, personality, and talent. They ultimately decided to strive for He Xingqian to join Magic City University, with a recruitment intensity of 3 stars. A middle-aged man in a suit pushed the door open, and all the mentors looked up at him.
Vice President. Everyone has worked hard, I'll treat you to late-night snacks, order whatever you like.
The middle-aged man nodded to one of the mentors. Get Lu Yuan's material out, there's no need to check the martial arts exam recording, I've watched it dozens of times already. Zhuo Jingfu said, crossing his arms and looking at Lu Yuan's information on the screen. He was one of the 4 vice presidents of Magic City University, a metal attribute combat professional who had broken through to the Holy Realm many years ago.
So this is the fighting style of the strange Puppetmaster?
Zhuo Jingfu rhythmically tapped his right thigh with the file in his hand. The document contained information on the awakening of the strange Puppetmaster special profession, detailing Xiao Xingyao and Xinjun, who had died many years ago.
Xiao Xingyao gave up on becoming a professional and passed away at the age of 88.
Xinjun, on the other hand, died when his self-created spiritual technique accidentally exploded his body. It's somewhat similar to a dark attribute combat profession, but there are essential differences. Lu Yuan controls monsters much better than dark attribute skeleton warriors, plus Lu Yuan can also use spiritual techniques himself, said another vice principal, Zhong Yaohui, recalling the scene of Lu Yuan using a spiritual technique to defeat the Moon Extreme Bear of the Xian Gang realm. Now that we've figured out the combat style of the eerie Puppetmaster, the next training will be much simpler. If Lu Yuan joins Magic Capital University, we can have Old Bai teach him, said Zhuo Jingfu, referring to Bai Panshan, one of the 4 vice principals of Magic Capital University. Bai Panshan is a dark attribute, 8-star extraordinary expert.
Will Lu Yuan consider Magic Capital University?
Zhong Yaohui asked.
That is the key.
They have many competitors, with the first being Capital University. The principal just gave us a strict order actually, it's us 4, that we must find every possible way to make Lu Yuan join Magic Capital University. Zhuo Jingfu said emphatically. For years, we've been under pressure from Capital University, and we urgently need a leader. Furthermore, the head of the Judgment Hall, Shen, is increasingly dissatisfied with our student cultivation results. At this point, Zhuo Jingfu lowered his voice to a near whisper, only audible to himself and Zhong Yaohui. Among the 5 top academies, each academy is backed by the 7 alliances and 1 hall. The Judgment Hall does not only recruit light attribute combat professions, as long as the talent is high and strength is strong, the awakening attribute does not matter. There's a lot of pressure.
Zhong Yaohui realized that making Lu Yuan join Magic Capital University was urgent.
I will personally go to Tianhua City tomorrow to have a good talk with Lu Yuan, Zhuo Jingfu decided firmly. As vice principal of Magic Capital University, his status is comparable to that of an elder in the 7 alliances and 1 hall, and being an elder is even higher than that of a provincial governor. This sincerity goes without saying, Lu Yuan will surely see it himself. At Xinjiang University, the 3 vice principals were talking over each other.
How about I personally go to Tianhua City to talk to Lu Yuan?
1 person is not enough, we should go together to show our sincerity from Xinjiang University. No, 3 is too many, it might be counterproductive. I will go, I am a woman, Vice Principal Sun Yurua said.
What do you mean?
Yurua, you are over 40, and Lu Yuan is still a child, said Lu Jingrui, who was tall and muscular.
Are you out of your mind? I mean, being a woman makes it easier for Lu Yuan to trust me.
Sun Yurua said with annoyance.
Besides, what's wrong with being over 40?
I still have the charm to make the moon shy and flowers retreat, and my skin is softer than that of a 20-year-old girl.
Sun Yurua said proudly, already planning how to talk to Lu Yuan tomorrow, aiming to win him over as quickly as possible.
At Capital University, Pengcheng University, and Linen University, the vice principals were in fierce discussions, each arranging for 1 or 2 vice principals to personally go to Tianhua City to persuade Lu Yuan to join their respective universities. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for them.
Lu Yuan slept soundly, waking up slowly only by midday the next day.
After finishing his morning routine, Lu Yuan went to the living room, where Lu Yali was eating fruit and watching a variety show as usual.
Move over, Lu Yuan said. Lu Yali pretended not to hear him. What are you doing?
Seeing Lu Yuan sitting on his legs, Lu Yali rolled her eyes. I told you to move, Lu Yuan said, crossing his legs and skillfully snatching the fruit plate from Lu Yali's hands, eating it himself.
You've grown bolder, our family's big star. Lu Yali threw her phone at Lu Yuan.
Old Deng said that the vice principal of Capital University, Lu Hongsheng, is waiting for you at the city sports complex. He wants to talk to you about college applications.
It's been over 2 hours. Lu Yali said. Vice president of the Imperial Capital University?
Lu Yuan perked up, thinking to himself, what merit do I have to make someone of such status and level wait for over 2 hours?
Why isn't Principal Lu coming to the house? Lu Yuan asked.
Not sure. Anyway, Principal Lu said there's no rush, just go find him at the municipal stadium when you wake up.
Lu Yali shrugged. The municipal stadium is not far from home, about a kilometer away. Got it. Lu Yuan stretched lazily, then walked toward the municipal stadium.
On the way, many residents recognized Lu Yuan and asked for photos and autographs. Lu Yuan was not one to refuse such requests, and after a while at the municipal stadium, he saw a middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor, dressed in a suit and wearing glasses. The middle-aged man was about 45 or 46, and it was worth mentioning that his presence turned the originally hot wind into a cool breeze.
Hello, Lu Yuan, I am Lu Hongsheng.
Lu Hongsheng smiled and extended his hand.
Hello, Principal Lu. Lu Yuan automatically ignored the title of vice. The weather is nice today, shall we walk and chat around the rubber track?
Lu Hongsheng suggested.
Sure.
Before the two had taken a few steps, when Lu Hongsheng tried to find a topic through Lu Yeli, a square-faced middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle blocked their way.
Hello, Lu Yuan, I am Zhuo Jingfu, Vice President of Modi University.
Zhuo Jingfu quickly introduced himself.
Seeing Zhuo Jingfu, Lu Hongsheng thought to himself, oh no.
The reason he invited Lu Yuan to the municipal stadium was to prevent the admission leaders from the other 4 top universities from finding him, but Zhuo Jingfu from Modi University had come here.
Hello, Principal Zhuo. Lu Yuan politely greeted him. Shall we join together? Zhuo Jingfu said. Lu Yuan had no objections, and Lu Hongsheng felt it was inappropriate to say anything.
Soon, the vice presidents of Pengcheng University and Linen University also arrived at the stadium. The 5 vice presidents from the top universities gathered, staring at Lu Yuan in a standoff. Lu Yuan, let's have a private chat, the 5 of them said in unison.
Lu Yuan? Why does everyone want to chat with me? If it comes down to it, can the 5 big shots have a fight, and whoever wins I will go with? Chapter 25, Have all the beauties come?
It is now noon, just the time for a meal. The municipal stadium does not have many people, couples are enjoying ice cream and middle school students are playing basketball. The 5 vice presidents of top universities looked at each other.
Finally, Zhuo Jingfu, the vice president of Modi University, spoke first. Old Lu, didn't you say that Lu Yuan's profession as a trickster is special, so Imperial Capital University wouldn't pay special attention to him? Why did you come personally?
Zhuo Jingfu said with a fake smile. Everyone knew each other well, just not working at the same university.
This is to keep you on your toes, right? Aren't you the same? We're just returning the favor. Lu Hongsheng said.
There has to be a first come, first served. I was the first to find Lu Yuan. Lu Hongsheng adjusted his glasses. There's no such rule, it's not like we're in line to buy vegetables.
The vice president of Pengcheng University shook his head.
The atmosphere grew tense, and the 5 vice presidents quietly competed with each other. Lu Yuan, the name of Imperial Capital University must sound familiar to you, the top university in Huaxia. Your sister chose Imperial Capital University, and at just the 3rd year she broke into the 7-star realm. Lu Hongsheng brought up Lu Yeli, attempting to use her as an example to persuade Lu Yuan to apply to Imperial Capital University. Don't glorify Imperial Capital University, Lu Yeli is fundamentally different from an ordinary time attribute combat profession. With Lu Yeli, your Imperial Capital University has dominated us for 3 whole years.
Now you still want to elope with Lu Yuan? Zhuo Jingfu said. The vice president of Modi University also knows about my sister?
Looking at the angry expressions of the several vice presidents, it seems they had a very unpleasant time trying to win my sister over back in the day. Lu Yuan, as long as you join Modi University, the school will set up a special research team for the trickster profession just for you. They will analyze the details of your battles and gradually improve them. Zhuo Jingfu put forth his conditions. Verbal promises are empty, only real benefits can attract Lu Yuan. Not bad, Lu Yuan said, feeling somewhat tempted. He had heard about this kind of team online, which specializes in serving combat professionals. The team includes nutritionists, analysts, and other supportive professions to help the employer train better, and maintaining such a team costs an unimaginable amount each year. The fact that Magic City University is willing to offer this team proves they are very sincere.
Lu Yuan, you need materials to control monsters, right?
The Imperial Capital University is willing to provide you with all the materials to create monsters for free.
Lu Hongsheng broke the bank.
This condition is also pretty good, Lu Yuan replied. He would definitely need to create a large number of puppet soldiers in the future, commanding a puppet army in battle. Joining the Imperial Capital University means he wouldn't have to worry about the materials for creating puppet soldiers anymore. Lu Yuan, let me introduce myself, I am Sun Yuru, the vice president of Xincheng University. Sun Yuru, a woman in her 40s with very well-maintained fair skin, took Lu Yuan's hand.
She was the only female among the 5 vice presidents. Hello, Principal Sun, Lu Yuan said, surprised and honored.
Oh, there's no need to be so formal, just call me Auntie Sunday. Sun Yuru smiled kindly, trying to close the distance with Lu Yuan.
Are you looking for a girlfriend?
You're so handsome, there must be many girls who like you. I just broke up not long ago, Lu Yuan thought of Lin Shuang, who took the initiative to break up via text message.
That's great. Sun Yuru said. Lu Yuan? Why was Principal Sun so happy about his breakup? Clap, clap.
Sun Yuru clapped her hands, while the other 4 vice presidents frowned, feeling a bad premonition in their hearts. A faint fragrance filled the air, and a boy playing basketball widened his eyes.
Wow, so many beautiful girls. Little brother Lu Yuan, are you interested in getting to know each other?
A tall woman, around 170 centimeters, stylishly dressed, came up to Lu Yuan and winked.
Lu Yuan? The 4 vice presidents? Lu Yuan, you're amazing. I watched your martial arts exam live stream the whole time, so madly, I really like you. A girl, around 22 or 23, with a tear mole at the corner of her left eye and dressed in a pure style, looked at Lu Yuan admirably. Lu Yuan, let's exchange contact information. I live in the next city, and my cat can do backflips. A girl in black stockings with big waves said.
In an instant, Lu Yuan was surrounded by 7 or 8 girls. There were lowly, older sisters, and cute girls, each of them had a different temperament, but each was exceptionally beautiful.
Too many, too many.
Lu Yuan felt like an ancient emperor among a harem of 3,000 beauties, wondering which concubine to call upon tonight.
Sun Yuru, you.
The 4 vice presidents pointed at Sun Yuru, feeling angry and dirty for her despicable schemes.
To get Lu Yuan to join Xincheng University, Sun Yuru actually used the beauty trap. How did I not think of this? The 4 vice presidents felt regretful as they realized this. Why do both men and women go to university? First, to become stronger, second, to find a boyfriend or girlfriend. Introducing Lu Yuan to a girlfriend, and conveniently, the girlfriend is a student of their own university, isn't that perfect? Let me clarify, these girls have liked Lu Yuan from the start, I did not force them to come, Sun Yuru said with a smug smile. Lu Yuan, who ranked first in the national martial arts exam this year, has limitless potential. Plus, he is handsome, many female students at Xincheng University are crazy about him, so Sun Yuru carefully selected a group of female students to bring over. The goal was for Lu Yuan to have a spark of love with one of the female students, leading him to naturally join Xincheng University. Lu Yuan, do you like white stockings? If you do, I can wear them for you every day. A senior girl from Xincheng University spoke softly. I like them, I not only like white stockings but also black and colorful ones, Lu Yuan replied honestly. Then, do you like whips, candles, and those little props? The senior girl's tone became even gentler. Can't wait to be face to face with Lu Yuan. Let's exchange contact information later. Lu Yuan took out his phone. Wait. Lu Yuan, lost in a gentle daze, shook his head to regain clarity. Lu Yuan, there are many beautiful girls at Xincheng University, and Xincheng is a sea of roses. Holding your girlfriend's hand while enjoying the flowers, whispering sweet nothings, your girlfriend snuggling in your arms and acting cute, tsk, just talking about it makes my heart flutter. Sun Yurong painted a beautiful scene. Of course, she couldn't expect this trick to make Lu Yuan join Xincheng University. Xincheng University would offer Lu Yuan a top-grade spiritual tool as a condition. Lu Yuan, you should just join Xincheng University, let's go enjoy the flowers, okay, the senior sister whined. Let's talk about it later. Lu Yuan's tone was calm, his smile turning into indifference as he seriously contemplated which university to join. Looks like he is still very rational and hasn't been blinded by beauty. A man, sitting on the steps in a heavy down jacket on a hot summer day, said, looking at Lu Yuan with increasing admiration. Sun Yurong, don't let the girls from your school bother Lu Yuan anymore, let him think for himself. Zhua Jingfu said with an unhappy expression. Zhua Jingfu, stop pretending to be serious. Modi University is not as good as Dihu University, whether in teaching level or the conditions I provide to Lu Yuan. Lu Hongsheng said. Lu Hongsheng, if it weren't for Dihu University being located in the capital, what would your university be worth? The tension grew thicker. How about a fight? Whoever wins gets to talk to Lu Yuan first? Someone suggested. Let's fight, who's afraid of whom?
The 5 vice principals soared into the sky, with the terrifying aura of 5 elements gold, thunder, fire, wind, and water enveloping the entire Tianhua city. Lu Yuan ignored the fight among the 5 vice principals. No matter how fiercely they fought, it wouldn't affect the city. That was a line they couldn't cross.
Which university should I join?
Lu Yuan was still hesitating. A man, wearing a down jacket in this season of shorts and t-shirts, stood up from the steps and slowly walked towards Lu Yuan.
Chapter 26, Top Grade Spiritual Tool, Dragon Abyss Line.
At the sports stadium, more residents were gradually coming out for a walk after lunch. The 5 vice principals of top universities were embroiled in an intense battle in the sky, too high for ordinary people to see their figures. Being a puppet master, what you control can't be called monsters, but rather puppet soldiers.
Lu Yuan looked at the oddly dressed man before him.
He appeared to be in his early 40s, scruffy and wrapped in a thick down jacket.
Wearing a down jacket in summer.
This outfit was quite bizarre, and with the man's appearance, the temperature dropped sharply around him. I am Tang Jingwei, entrusted by an old friend to give you something.
Tang Jingwei stroked the storage ring on his left hand and took out an exquisitely designed wooden box. I don't know you. Lu Yuan kept a safe distance from Tang Jingwei. Giving me something for free?
It might not be that simple. While pies can fall from the sky, Lu Yuan didn't believe it would happen to him. Don't worry, I have no hostility towards you. The old friend I mentioned, I'm sure you have heard of him, his name is Shinjun.
Tang Jingwei said.
Shinjun, awakened as a puppet master, B-grade talent, died unintentionally after creating a puppet master technique. Lu Yuan did not expect the late Shinjun to pass something to him. Under Lu Yuan's gaze, Tang Jingwei opened the beautifully designed wooden box. Inside quietly lay a perfectly arranged dark red long thread. This is called Dragon Abyss Line, a top-grade spiritual tool, crafted with great effort by Shinjun, with 2 functions.
Tang Jingwei handed the wooden box to Lu Yuan.
The first is to better help you control puppet soldiers. The second, if during battle an enemy tries to destroy the Dragon Abyss Line, severing your connection with the puppet soldiers, the Dragon Abyss Line will emit a dragon's roar to attack the enemy.
Tang Jingwei glanced at Lu Yuan, who was at the 8th star of Qi refining realm. With your current strength, the dragon's roar can instantly kill any practitioner below 5 stars in Xiangang realm. An exclusive top-grade spiritual tool for puppet masters?
Lu Yuan felt the wooden box in his hand was heavy. This level of spiritual tool was too precious.
One should know that even extraordinary realm or field realm practitioners might not possess high-grade spiritual tools.
Hearing Tang Jingwei's words, Lu Yuan immediately thought of the correct way to use the Dragon Abyss Line.
During battle, I deliberately let the enemy discover that I was controlling the puppet soldier with the Dragon Abyss Line, luring them to cut the Dragon Abyss Line? Lu Yuan said. Clever. Tang Jingwei had a look that said the child could be taught. Why did Senior Shun give me such a valuable spiritual tool? Lu Yuan asked.
The previous generation plants the tree, and the later generations enjoy the shade. You are the only awakened puppet master in China, and Shinjun entrusted me before his death to pass the Dragon Abyss Line to the one who was suited for it. Speaking of his old friend Shinjun's last words, Tang Jingwei's tone became somewhat sad. I will not disappoint Senior Shun's hopes. Lu Yuan said solemnly, carefully putting away the high-grade spiritual tool Dragon Abyss Line. While chatting with Tang Jingwei, Lu Yuan found that Tang Jingwei was knowledgeable and understood the puppet master profession very well. In just a few tens of minutes, Lu Yuan felt he gained a lot and gained a deeper understanding of the puppet master profession. When Shinjun was researching spiritual techniques, I helped a bit on the side.
Tang Jingwei explained. Bang. 5 figures descended from the sky. No fighting, no fighting, it's hard to unleash punches and kicks in the city. Vice President of Magic Capital University, Zhuo Jingfu shook his head.
The 5 of them were of similar strength, all powerful practitioners at the Holy Entry realm, unable to distinguish victory or defeat in a short time.
Lu Yuan, you. Seeing Tang Jingwei chatting happily with Lu Yuan, Vice President of Pengcheng University, Zhang Shoujing's face lit up.
Lu Yuan, Jingwei is our Pengcheng University's, and even China's most outstanding mentor. I believe Jingwei would be very willing to teach you.
Zhang Shoujing said.
As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 4 vice presidents turned ugly, but they did not refute Zhang Shoujing. Before this, they had not noticed Tang Jingwei, but Zhang Shoujing was speaking the truth. Tang Jingwei's students were famous, with several serving as elders in the 7 alliances, and even the youngest elder was taught by him.
Senior Tang is a mentor at Pengcheng University? Lu Yuan looked at Tang Jingwei, no wonder he had such extensive knowledge.
Yes, but don't let my identity interfere with you. The Dragon Abyss Line is a private gift from me to you, unrelated to Pengcheng University. Wrapped in a thick down jacket, Tang Jingwei said.
This guy's temper is still as bad as ever.
Thought the 4 vice presidents, even Zhang Shoujing, who was senior to Tang Jingwei, shared this thought.
Pengcheng University.
Lu Yuan's brain was rapidly turning. Pengcheng University, like Emperor Capital University, provided materials to make puppet soldiers for free during the 4 years of college. Playing with the Dragon Abyss line in hand, recalling the conversations he had with Tang Jingwei, Lu Yuan made a decision in his heart.
The 5 vice presidents looked at Lu Yuan, awaiting his choice.
They had used all their means to get Lu Yuan to join their university, especially Vice President of Xincheng University, Sun Yirong, who even resorted to beauty traps.
I choose. Lu Yuan's eyes were deep. Pengcheng University.
Zhang Shouzhen laughed heartily, while the other 4 vice presidents had bitter smiles on their faces.
They could not take their anger out on Lu Yuan for not choosing their own university, they just felt regret.
Alright, I wish you success in your studies at Pengcheng University. Xincheng University welcomes you to visit any time. Sun Yirong said, taking Lu Yuan's hand.
I will.
Lu Yuan nodded. Xincheng University was full of beauties, he would definitely go to Xincheng to enjoy the flowers sometime.
Of course, first enjoying the beauties before enjoying the flowers. Emperor Capital University is the same. Lu Hongsheng said, still maintaining his elegant demeanor.
I knew I should have just attacked Zhang Shouzhen earlier. The 4 vice presidents looked at Zhang Shouzhen, whose smile looked like a blooming chrysanthemum.
Since Lu Yuan has already made his choice, I will not disturb him further. Lu Hongsheng left first.
He still had many things to busy with. If he couldn't get Lu Yuan, he would then go after Chu Wuxing and Zhang Tianxia as a second choice. The vice principals left one after another, leaving only Lu Yuan, Tang Jingwei, and Zhang Shouzhen. Lu Yuan, welcome to Pengcheng University, see you at the new student welcome ceremony. Zhang Shouzhen said, his build contrasting sharply with Tang Jingwei's. One of them was thin and fragile, looking weak and feeble, while the other was robust, like a powerful black bear. Write a list of materials you need to create your eerie troops for Principal Zhang, and once you join Pengcheng University, you can start making them.
Tang Jingwei looked at Lu Yuan. Zhang Shouzhen? Where did that come from?
Lu Yuan hadn't officially joined Pengcheng University yet, but as a mentor, Tang Jingwei was already turning his elbow outward.
All right.
Lu Yuan dictated the materials needed to create the Bone Legion and the Void Legion to Zhang Shouzhen. These 2 eerie troop creations were very expensive and had rare materials, and Lu Yuan was worried about how to make them. Now with the support of Pengcheng University, he could create as many of the 9 great eerie troops as he wanted.
Each eerie troop needs 1,000 materials to start? Zhang Shouzhen said. That's enough.
Lu Yuan sighed at the wealth of Pengcheng University. He initially only wanted 100 pieces, but Zhang Shouzhen was preparing 1,000 for each troop.
Controlling 1,000 Bone Legion and Void Legion? Just thinking about that scene made Lu Yuan incredibly excited. See you at Pengcheng University. See you at Pengcheng University.
Zhang Shouzhen and Tang Jingwei nodded at Lu Yuan, then gradually walked away and disappeared from his sight.
At home, seeing Lu Yuan return, Lu Yeli muted the television. Have you thought carefully about which university to go to? Lu Yeli asked. Pengcheng University. Lu Yuan sat down on the sofa. Lu Yeli did not expect it to be Pengcheng University. She thought Lu Yuan would choose between the Imperial Capital and the Demon City universities.
The 5 top universities, Pengcheng University ranked 3rd or 4th. The Imperial Capital and the Demon City were the most famous. The Imperial Capital University was the imperial city of Huaxia, while the Demon City was the highest in the Huaxia economy, rooted in many powerful factions and famous families. In contrast, while Pengcheng is one of the 5 top-tier cities, it is somewhat inferior compared to the Imperial Capital and the Demon City.
Pengcheng University was also like this. Alright, this is your choice. Lu Yeli did not discuss this matter further.
Not long after Lu Yuan confirmed he would apply to Pengcheng University, the 5 top universities issued announcements that went trending. Trending number 1, Pengcheng University official website announces, welcoming the nation's top student Lu Yuan to join. Trending number 2, Imperial Capital University official website announces, welcoming the nation's second-ranked Chu Wuxia to join. The top 10 students in the country all made their choices, with the third-ranked Zhang Tianxia applying to the Demon City University, and the 4th and 5th joining 2 other top universities. Netizens were not surprised by Chu Wuxia and Zhang Tianxia applying to the universities of the Imperial Capital and the Demon City. One was the son of the Thunder Alliance leader, and the other came from a prominent Demon Clan family.
Instead, Lu Yuan was unexpected.
My female boss wants me to be dedicated. I thought Lu Yuan would apply to Imperial Capital University, but instead it's Pengcheng University. Who could have guessed that? The thief Han Buju. I guess Pengcheng University offered Lu Yuan the most benefits. I was hoping to run into Lu Yuan in the Demon City, but it seems I won't be able to. She says I ramble. Wow, it's the first time I've seen the top 5 students choose 5 different top universities.
Netizens discussed the choice of the nation's top student Lu Yuan.
Meanwhile, the top 100 students in the country received notifications that tomorrow they would head to the headquarters of the 7 alliances in the imperial capital to receive their corresponding martial arts examination rewards. Chapter 27, Attend the Martial Arts Examination Award Ceremony. Imperial Capital, the capital city of Huaxia. The headquarters of the 7 alliances and Imperial Capital University are both located in the Imperial Capital, and Lu Yuan received the notification and immediately took the teleportation array to the Imperial Capital. On the way, Lu Yuan recalled Zhang Tianxia's words during the martial arts examination. This year's martial arts examination rewards are very tempting, especially for the top 3, so try to score as high as possible, and don't think that just because you can enter a top university, you can let your guard down.
The martial arts exam rewards are very tempting? Lu Yuan focused on this sentence, and he was receiving the award as the national first.
Currently in Huaxia, as well as in all countries of Blue Star, there are 2 ways for residents to travel: high-speed rail and teleportation arrays. The former is cheap and takes a long time, while the latter is expensive but efficient. Tianhua City to the imperial capital is about 1,000 kilometers away, and from buying the teleportation array ticket to arriving at the imperial capital, Lu Yuan took less than 20 minutes. 15 minutes of that was spent waiting for the teleportation array to start.
Just as he arrived in the imperial capital, Lu Yuan ran into Zhang Tianxia, who was also attending the award ceremony.
I really didn't expect you to overtake me in Chu Wuxia in the last 12 hours.
Zhang Tianxia was still savoring the martial arts exam and took the initiative to speak.
She was dressed very casually, wearing a long white t-shirt and a deep blue skirt, paired with a pair of white shoes. This outfit made Zhang Tianxia look youthful and beautiful, very fitting for her age and temperament. With her hair down in twin ponytails, she looked even cuter, unless one ignored the fact that she was carrying a 2-meter-long dark giant sword to hunt ferocious beasts. I didn't expect to be first in the country either, Lu Yuan said. After all, at that time he was already bloodthirsty, eager to hunt ferocious beasts, to break through to the 8th star of the Qi refining realm, and to let the star-eating legion evolve again. I can accept it anyway, probably Chu Wuxia is going crazy. Zhang Tianxia walked alongside Lu Yuan out of the teleportation array point.
In fact, she also couldn't accept it at first, but after watching Lu Yuan's martial arts exam video, she was convinced.
Outside the teleportation array point, staff members were waiting for a long time to receive the top 100 test candidates in the country, and when they saw Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia, they opened the car doors and gestured for them to get in. The car drove towards the center of the imperial city, and through the car window, Lu Yuan admired this bustling city. Tall buildings came into view, with luxury cars everywhere and clean streets. Soon the car stopped in front of 8 magnificent palaces, and Lu Yuan received a card handed over by a staff member. The card allows you to freely access any part of the headquarters. Be sure to keep it safe and don't lose it, or it will trigger an alarm and the consequences will be troublesome. With a smile, the uniformed young lady said.
Next, she will lead Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia to tour the headquarters. My name is Zhong Tongtong, it's an honor to be your guide.
In front of her were 2 people, one was the national first in the martial arts exam, and the other was the national third. Both were dragons and phoenixes among men with limitless futures.
Zhong Tongtong was very professional, and throughout the tour, she answered all questions.
Lu Yuan felt everything was fresh. After all, this was his first time visiting the imperial capital and the headquarters of the 7 alliances and 1 hall. Zhang Tianxia, on the other hand, showed little interest. Clearly this was not her first time. This is the headquarters of the Sky Sword Alliance. On the left and right sides are the Hall of Judgment and the Thunder Alliance headquarters.
Zhong Tongtong looked at the magnificent palace with a giant sword sculpture shooting into the sky.
The headquarters of the 7 alliances and 1 hall each have their own characteristics and representative symbols. The Sky Sword Alliance represents a sword, the Thunder Alliance represents a giant hammer, the Hall of Judgment is a rainbow, and the Cracked Wind Alliance is represented by an eagle. Among them, the Sky Sword Hall is located in the center of the headquarters, recognized as the most powerful force among the 7 alliances and 1 hall. As the time reached 9 a.m., Lu Yuan walked into the Sky Sword Hall and saw many candidates who were also attending the awards ceremony like him. These candidates were gathered together, chattering about something. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, the discussions among the candidates abruptly stopped.
He is Lu Yuan, the national first, right?
That's right, it's him. I've watched the video of him killing the Shengang realm ferocious beast, the Moon Extreme Bear, countless times.
The candidates stared blankly at Lu Yuan, their eyes full of awe.
This was the national first in the martial arts exam, and he had broken the score record over the years, an incredibly high score of 1.15 million, making them feel intimidated. Of course, there were exceptions. A few candidates saw Lu Yuan with indifference.
For example, the 4th-ranked Wan Zichen and the 5th-ranked Gu Yanping. Some people are not convinced by you,
Zhang Tianxia said with a smile.
She could roughly guess Wan Zichen and Gu Yanping's thoughts.
Lu Yuan, who awakened the special profession of a trickster, fights in a way similar to dark attribute professions. He controls a legion of skeletal minions to besiege fierce beasts, but dark attribute fighters are strong, yet they have a clear disadvantage. That is, they rely too much on their summon creatures, and once they lose their summon creatures' protection, they become nothing. It's only because the fierce beasts are mindless. If we had a real fight, Lu Yuan wouldn't be my opponent. Wan Zichen thought. He was confident he could quickly close in on Lu Yuan, rendering him unable to fight. Not only he thought so, but Gu Yanping, who awakened the wind attribute, had the same attitude. Standing at the very front, Zhu Wuxia, dressed in a white sports suit, gazed at Lu Yuan indifferently. Although his eyes did not look down on Lu Yuan, they were full of hostility. Everyone, our current location is the Sword Hall's martial arts square. I believe there is something everyone will be very interested in. The staff member Zhong Tongtong, acting as a guide, said, successfully attracting the attention of the candidates. This item is called the Giant Sword Stone. Within 3 seconds, everyone should demonstrate their spiritual skills on the Giant Sword Stone, which will detect the power of the skills. Zhong Tongtong smiled, standing beside a giant sword statue covered in scars. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhong Tongtong's introduction, the candidates surrounded the Giant Sword Stone, examining it closely. Spiritual skills are the most important means of fighting for professionals. Although the Giant Sword Stone cannot simulate a battle with fierce beasts, it can detect the power of spiritual skills and display it in the form of realms. Many elders also test through the Giant Sword Stone. If you are interested, you can give it a try. Zhong Tongtong said. Sounds interesting. Zhang Tianxia said eagerly, taking out a heavy sword from her storage ring. Aren't you going to give it a try? Zhang Tianxia asked Lu Yuan beside her. Lu Yuan looked around and gently touched the 4 disasters, which were about the size of his thumb, in his pocket. This place is a bit small for my moves. Lu Yuan said, knowing that if he summoned all 4 disasters and all his skeletal soldiers, the square wouldn't be able to accommodate them. I'll go first. A candidate actively raised his hand. His name was Hu Xiangfei, ranked 70 in the nation, with a wind attribute awakening. He had already cultivated to the 5th star of Qi refining. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless wind blades struck the giant sword stone, and the candidate looked expectantly at the screen. 6-star Qi refining. This means that his spiritual skills could instantly kill a 6-star fierce beast. Not bad. Hu Xiangfei expressed great satisfaction. Although the giant sword stone is inanimate and fierce beasts are alive, it proves he has the strength to fight beyond his level. My turn. Many candidates began to test, including Wan Zichen, ranked 4th, and Gu Yanping, 5th. Their realm was at 6 stars of Qi refining, and when demonstrating their spiritual skills, the screen showed 8-star Qi refining. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out. So far, the power displayed by the two was the strongest. Hearing the applause, Wan Zichen proudly tidied his hairstyle. Finally a youth, brimming with energy and loving the feeling of being in the spotlight. In the 8th floor office of the Sword Hall, several elders looked down at the giant sword stone. It's nice to be young. Our Sword Hall hasn't been this lively in a long time. A man about 50 years old, with a hooked nose, said. His name was Qi Jihong, one of the elders of the Sword Alliance. Most elders in the Sword Alliance are metal attribute fighters, and their lowest realm is at the Law realm. Indeed, the youthful energy is refreshing. Another elder with a long, horse-like face said, interestedly watching the top national candidates test their spiritual skills power. It's my turn, it's my turn. Zhang Tianxia rushed forward, holding the dark giant sword. Mystical high-level spiritual skill fierce battle intent. As Zhang Tianxia unleashed her spiritual skills, her momentum visibly surged, and she slashed horizontally at the giant sword stone. This scene made the Sword Alliance elders frown tightly. Is this how a sword is used? Bang. 8-star Qi refining. 9-star Qi refining. 1-star profound realm. The screen froze at 2-star profound realm, proving that Zhang Tianxia's strike could instantaneously kill a 2-star profound realm fierce beast. Not bad, right, Lu Yuan? Zhang Tianxia said with a proud expression. Lu Yuan nodded, and Qi refining 7-star fighter demonstrating spiritual skill. Capable of instantly defeating the 2-star fierce beast of the Xiangang realm. Zhang Tianxia is indeed awakened with the metal attribute, an SSS-level talented battle practitioner. The power is quite fierce, but this child is more suited to using a knife, completely failing to showcase the sword's agility, Elder Ma with a horse face complained. Clap clap clap. Applause erupted again as Zhang Tianxia retreated to a safe position. Zhu Wuxia first glanced at Lu Yuan, then stepped forward. The square instantly fell silent. Among all the candidates, Zhu Wuxia and Lu Yuan held the highest realms, astonishingly reaching 8 stars in the Qi refining realm. And Zhu Wuxia ranked 2nd in the nation, consistently securing first place for 6 out of 7 days in the National Martial Arts exam. Let me give it a try, Zhu Wuxia said hoarsely, standing before the giant sword stone. Boom boom boom. The sound of thunder erupted. Profound tier high-level spirit technique, thunder sacrifice. Profound tier high-level spirit technique, wind feather control. Profound tier high-level spirit technique, break strike. Chu Wuxia unleashed 3 profound tier high-level spirit techniques in one breath, followed by a series of explosive sounds.
Xiangang Realm 2 star. Xiangang Realm 3 star. The screen froze at the Xiangang Realm 4 star.
The entire audience gasped in shock as the 8-star Chu Wuxia displayed spirit techniques within 3 seconds, managing to defeat a 4-star fierce beast from the Xiangang realm in an instant. Even though the fierce beast wouldn't foolishly stand still to be attacked, it proved that Chu Wuxia had the strength to battle across a major realm. Chu Wuxia must have a fire burning in his heart. Elder Qi Jihong of the Heavenly Sword Alliance said.
Is it because Lu Yuan snatched his first place in the nation?
What else could it be? Among geniuses, there are still differences, both are top talents but unfortunate to be born in the same era, Qi Jihong sighed, while also amazed at the power of Chu Wuxia's spirit techniques. Detecting the power of the spirit techniques, Chu Wuxia looked towards Lu Yuan.
Their eyes met. Why do I feel like he's not hitting the giant sword stone but aiming at me? Lu Yuan's expression turned strange.
In the square where a pin drop could be heard, Chu Wuxia raised his eyebrows after locking eyes with Lu Yuan for a dozen seconds. I trouble everyone to give Lu Yuan some space. As soon as these words were spoken, the candidates looked at Lu Yuan and consciously retreated 10 meters.
Chu Wuxia, nationally ranked second, had his test results out. What level would the national first place Lu Yuan reach? Chapter 28, Visiting the Headquarters of the 7 Alliances.
In the Heavenly Sword Hall Martial Arts Square, the candidates' gazes flickered between Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia. Hearing Chu Wuxia's words, Lu Yuan knew he was still brooding over his first place being snatched.
Let me give it a try, Lu Yuan said with a smile.
The elders of the Sacred Sword Alliance, observing the martial arts square, crossed their arms.
Is Lu Yuan's spirit technique power stronger than Chu Wuxia's? Elder Ma questioned.
Mainly, Lu Yuan's profession as a trickster was too unique, he couldn't judge based on the profession.
You'll know soon enough.
An old voice echoed, and the elders stood in respect, seeing the arrival.
Great elder.
Lu Ziyuan waved his hand to indicate no need for formality, he was the great elder of the Heavenly Sword Alliance, second only to the alliance leader.
The alliance leader was extremely busy, so many matters within the alliance were delegated to Lu Ziyuan to handle.
Gazing at the various palaces of the 7 alliances, Lu Ziyuan understood that it wasn't just them watching, many elders and even the alliance leader were paying attention to the martial arts square.
Russell.
Lu Yuan was the first to summon the 4 great disasters. Blood Butcher, Corruption Shadow, Sangming, and Mountain Crasher stood in front, even merely standing there emitted pressure that made the candidates struggle to breathe. Then hundreds of Blood Slaughter soldiers, Heavenly Punishment soldiers, and Jingu soldiers. 1,000 different types of trickster soldiers filled the square. The tall and massive star-swallowing soldiers, standing around 60 to 70 meters, drew particular attention, making the candidates swallow hard.
So many 8-star Qi refining realm monsters? The 4th and 5th ranked in the nation, Wan Zichen and Gu Yinping, who earlier dismissed Lu Yuan, exchanged glances. They were unwilling to accept Lu Yuan's talent, believing they could surely defeat him. But upon seeing the 4 great disasters and the strongest star-swallowing soldier, Wan Zichen broke into a cold sweat. Perhaps before he even approached Lu Yuan, he would be crushed to death by the monsters under Lu Yuan's control. Chu Wuxia's expression was neither happy nor sad, his mind simulating battle scenes against Lu Yuan. The red long line dances in the air.
Lu Yuan uses the prized spiritual tool, the Dragon Abyss line, to control the puppet soldiers. Using the Dragon Abyss line and using spiritual power to control the puppet soldiers are 2 different experiences. The 4 great disasters and puppet soldiers controlled by the Dragon Abyss line seem to come alive, and Lu Yuan can even feel their hearts beating, making it easier to control them.
The red long line?
Chu Wuxia narrowed his eyes. If I fight Lu Yuan, I must first destroy the red line, so he can't control those monsters.
Chu Wuxia thought to himself. The 3-second countdown begins. Z.
Heaven's Punishment soldiers gather their lightning cut, Blood Slaughter soldiers throw their long knives, while other soldiers attack the giant sword stone in different ways. The 4 great disasters frantically unleash their spiritual skills, and Lu Yuan, controlling the puppet soldiers, is not idle either, casting the exclusive advanced spiritual technique of the Puppetmaster, Sorrowful Puppet.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of explosions rises above the previous ones, stunning the candidates watching.
Is this the national #1 in martial arts tests? Damn, it's too amazing.
Fortunately, there's a barrier blocking Lu Yuan's spiritual skills, otherwise I feel like I would be sent to heaven in place.
Who can withstand this?
Over 1,000 8-star Qi refinement monsters and 5 terrifying special monsters, capable of instantly killing peak Xuanqi beasts. The dust rises, making it impossible to see the surroundings. Lu Yuan snaps his fingers, and the 4 great disasters and puppet soldiers vanish without a trace.
The candidates hurriedly checked the screen in front of the giant sword stone. Xuanqi 6th star. Xuanqi 7th star. Xuanqi 8th star. Wow, a 1-star in Divine Power Realm. Lu Yuan's spiritual skills can kill a 1-star beast in Divine Power Realm in one hit. Looking at the 1-star Divine Power Realm displayed on the screen, the candidates burst out in exclamations. It's important to know that Lu Yuan is only an 8-star Qi refinement, 2 major realms lower than Divine Power Realm. Something's off, where did he get so much spiritual power? Tianjin League Elder Qi Jihong spoke in confusion. With so many 8-star Qi refinement monsters collectively exerting power, it's not surprising for them to generate enough force to instantly kill a 1-star beast in Divine Power Realm. What surprises Elder Qi Jihong is Lu Yuan's exaggerated spiritual power reserves. He can control over 1,000 monsters at once. Remember, an 8-star dark property battle profession can only summon up to 800 ordinary skeleton soldiers. The limit for summoning skeleton warriors is 80, and compared to Lu Yuan's puppet soldiers, skeleton warriors are like heaven and earth. The effect of the spiritual tool? Tianjin League Grand Elder Lu Ziyuan said, noticing the red long line in Lu Yuan's hand is a spiritual tool of good quality. 1-star in Divine Power Realm. Zhu Wuxi's face twitched, his pupils turning bright red. Although he hid his strength and did not showcase blood attribute skills, Lu Yuan has demonstrated no less than 5 Puppetmaster skills in the martial arts exam, but has only shown 1. Awesome! Zhang Tianxia gave a thumbs up, truly feeling the huge gap between him and Lu Yuan. Faced with candidates who were so surprised they forgot to applaud, Lu Yuan continued to tour the Tianjin Hall, led by Zhong Tongtong. Why is everyone in Tianjin Hall? Come and visit our Judgment Hall. A group of professionals in their 30s, wearing pure white luxurious outfits, arrived at the martial arts square. The leading woman, possessing a gentle temperament, smiled. I am Nan Lingwen from the Judgment Hall. There is a spiritual tool in the Judgment Hall's martial arts square that can help everyone purify their minds. If you have anything on your mind, you can come and experience it. Nan Lingwen said, her gaze lingering on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, are you interested? Lu Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. Since he is here, it's a free experience anyway. Wait a minute. A group of professionals in blue luxurious outfits appeared. Lu Yuan and all the candidates, we from the Thunder Alliance have a spiritual tool in the martial arts square that can help strengthen your bodies. Want to give it a try, said the leading professional. Lu Yuan nodded, strengthening the body sounds more interesting than purifying the mind. Wait a minute. It's almost mealtime, the food from our Rift Wind Alliance cafeteria is exceptional. The head chef is an awakened iron pot, a level 3 practitioner of the Xian Gang realm, a life job, everyone come and taste it. Dressed in blue attire, a person with the words Crack Wind Alliance printed on their chest arrived at the square. And our Wood Alliance, Lu Yuan, many people in the Wood Alliance want to take a photo with you. Lu Yuan. If you say that, then I might just go to the Wood Alliance. The Wood Alliance's awakeners mostly have wood properties and auxiliary jobs, and these kinds of professions often have many women. Let's go to our Judgment Hall. No, let's go to the Thunder Alliance. What's good about that broken place of the Thunder Alliance? Better to go to our Crack Wind Alliance. The scene was a chaotic mess as the young elders from the 7 alliances in one hall pulled the candidates to their own alliances, halls. Although the candidates have already determined their college applications, they won't stay in college for a lifetime, and after graduation, they will definitely join some power. Especially these candidates ranked in the top 100 nationwide. The young elders from each alliance had a simple task, to leave a good impression on the candidates so that they would join their alliances after graduation. Among the candidates, Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia were the most popular. Zhu Wuxia, the son of the Thunder Alliance leader, had his identity here, so he garnered less attention compared to Lu Yuan and Zhang Tianxia. Lu Yuan, come to the Judgment Hall. All 7 alliances in one hall sent an elder to persuade Lu Yuan. The Judgment Hall is boring, the Extreme Cold Alliance is interesting, full of water spirit girls. Lu Yuan. How does it feel so much like an ancient pleasure house, with girls on the 2nd floor calling for guests to come play? Ahem, I plan to first visit the Wood Alliance, then go to the Extreme Cold Alliance, Lu Yuan said. Don't get me wrong, I'm mainly interested in the environments of these 2 alliances. Watching Lu Yuan being cherished like a star, Zhu Wuxia clenched his fists. As night fell, after spending the whole day visiting the headquarters of the 7 alliances in one hall, Lu Yuan felt exhausted, lying in the hotel room provided for the candidates. There was no way, the girls from the Wood Alliance and the Water Cold Alliance were too enthusiastic, insisting he experience the features of their alliances. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking sound, Lu Yuan, who was starting to feel drowsy, opened the door. Mr. Lu Yuan, this is the outfit for you to wear tomorrow. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, please contact me anytime. The waiter held a black gold robe embroidered with a fierce tiger. Tomorrow, Lu Yuan will wear this outfit to attend the award ceremony as the number 1 in the National Martial Arts exam of Huaxia. Chapter 29, Exceptional Spirit Device. As night fell, the bustling nightlife of the imperial capital just began.
Lu Yuan stroked the black gold robe tailored for him, with an embroidered fierce tiger on it.
Putting on the black gold robe, Lu Yuan looked at himself in the mirror.
Indeed, only a dragon among men deserves to wear this outfit, praised a staff member from the Tianjin Alliance.
Lu Yuan was 180 cm tall and handsome.
Whether it was his figure or temperament, it perfectly matched this black gold robe, adding a bit of authority while reducing some youthfulness. The award ceremony for the National Martial Arts Exam of Huaxia will start punctually at 10 a.m. tomorrow. This year's award ceremony is grand, with all the leaders of the 7 alliances and 1 hall present, along with all the elders and 5 top university presidents.
For them, this is not just an ordinary award ceremony.
It's also a moment for Huaxia to showcase its depth to all countries in the Blue Star, including the demon and monster races. In the early morning, at the award ceremony venue that can accommodate millions of people, thousands of reporters adjusting their equipment. At 5 in the morning, audiences began to take their seats, waiting for the ceremony to begin.
By 8 in the morning, 1 million audience members held their breath, watching the giant clock hanging high. 2 hours countdown, 50 minutes countdown. So many people.
With the staff's arrangement, Lu Yuan and the top 100 candidates in the country sat near the edge of the stage.
Zhang Tianxia looked at the many spectators and said. Some candidates looked nervous, afraid that when they step onto the stage, their legs would tremble.
After all, this scene is too grand, with over 1 million spectators watching their award ceremony. This does not include those watching the live broadcast in real time.
500 million, 1 billion?
In fact, it's not just the people of Huaxia watching the live broadcast, over 100 billion people from more than 300 countries around the globe are watching at the same time. Lu Yuan, sitting in the front row, observes the grand award ceremony live.
Countless viewers focus their gazes on Lu Yuan.
Ranked first in the nation, Lu Yuan wears a black and gold robe, unlike the other examinees who are dressed in black. In addition, the robe is embroidered with a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Although Chu Wuxia and Zhang Tianxia also wear black and gold robes, theirs are plain without patterns.
This is the exclusive glory of being the national champion of the martial arts exam. 50 seconds countdown, 30 seconds, 20 seconds.
The Huaxia Martial Arts Exam Award ceremony officially begins. The sunlight is dazzling, under the gaze of the audience both in the venue and in the live broadcast. 8 vividly colored factions slowly move towards the stage. All elders of the 7 alliances in 1 hall wear serious expressions and stop collectively when they reach the center. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of swords is pleasant. A melodious dragon roar echoes, and without anyone noticing, a middle-aged man stands in front of the elder group. He is not dressed extravagantly, his eyes are deep, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful, making it impossible to read any emotion from his face. The moment the middle-aged man appears, a thunderous wave of sound rushes in. We greet the Grand Alliance leader. This middle-aged man is named Li Qingsong, the leader of the Huaxia Sword Alliance and also the Grand Alliance leader overseeing the 5 alliances. A rainbow appears out of nowhere, and a kindly middle-aged man stands beside Li Qingsong. We greet Hall Master Shin. Shin Duanhong, the Hall Master of the Tribunal Hall. The power of the Huaxia Tribunal Hall ranks second only to the Sword Alliance. Heavenly thunder rumbles and fierce winds blow, terrifying phenomena engulf 100 miles around. Alliance Masters of the Thunder Alliance, the Gale Alliance, and the Crimson Flame Alliance. The leaders of the 7 alliances in 1 hall stand in front of the elder group, with Li Qingsong at the center, and Shin Duanhong and Chu Yongxing standing on either side. The 7 alliance masters and 1 hall master walk towards the stage, closely followed by the elder group. Looking at the live broadcast, the leaders of the strong nations of Blue Star wear serious expressions. The Huaxia Martial Arts Exam Award ceremony is far from just an award ceremony. More importantly, it showcases the overall strength of Huaxia. At the same time, the 9 demon lords of the Demon Clan and the 12 demon emperors of the Beast Clan are also watching together. Thunderous applause and cheers rise and fall like a tidal wave. After 7 days of martial arts examination, Lu Yuan finally wins the championship as the national number 1, Chu Wuxia takes 2nd place, and Zhang Tianxia takes 3rd place. Let's congratulate them. Please invite the top 100 examinees of the National Martial Arts Exam to the stage.
The voice of Lu Ziyuan, the Grand Elder of the Sword Alliance, rings out loudly.
Under the gaze of the 7 leaders and hall masters, as well as over 1 million spectators, Lu Yuan is the first to stand on the far right of the stage, followed in order by Chu Wuxia, Zhang Tianxia, and other examinees.
Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. As the examinees take the stage, the atmosphere reaches a peak. The audience shouts Lu Yuan's name in unison. Every year, Huaxia holds a martial arts award ceremony. And this year is the grandest. There are many who rank first in the martial arts exam nationwide, but only Lu Yuan breaks the score record to become the national champion. What is the reward for the national champion? Lu Yuan feels excited inside. The awards for the top 3 are presented by Grand Alliance leader Li Qingsong, followed in order of ranking by Hall Master Shin Duanhong, the Thunder Alliance leader, the Gale Alliance leader. The reward for the examinees ranked 90 to 100 is a mid-grade spirit weapon?
As the Wood Alliance leader reveals the mid-grade spirit weapon covered by a black cloth, viewers in the live broadcast fill the screen with question marks. Mid-grade spirit weapons are worth tens of millions. In previous years, they were awarded to examinees ranked 80 to 89. But this year, they are directly giving them to the top 90 examinees. Wow, a storage ring worth 80 million, with 400 cubic meters of space.
The audience is dumbfounded to see the Extreme Cold Alliance leader rewarding the top 60 examinees.
The better the ranking, the better the rewards. This year's overall rewards are 2 or 3 times better than in previous years.
Mid-grade spirit weapons, mid-grade spirit treasures, top-grade spirit treasures. The rewards for ranks 10 to 19 are even advanced earth-grade spirit techniques, a level of spirit technique that cannot be measured with money. It's almost my turn.
Lu Yuan looked at the Grand Leader Li Qingsong, who lifted the black cloth.
I have watched your performance in the martial examination, it was impressive.
Li Qingsong said to Zhang Tianxia, who ranked third in the nation. Thank you, Grand Leader, for the compliment.
Zhang Tianxia was taken aback.
Her reward was a top-quality spirit treasure and a high-quality spirit sword.
Keep up the good work, your father has high hopes for you. Li Qingsong looked at Chu Wuxia and took out a pair of gauntlets that flickered with lightning. As the national second, Chu Wuxia only received a customized high-quality spirit weapon. When it was Lu Yuan's turn, Li Qingsong did not speak. Instead, the Judgment Hall Master, Shen Duanhong, walked over with a smile.
Little guy, do you know you disrupted our plans?
Shen Duanhong said.
Lu Yuan was stunned. Compared to the stern Grand Leader, he preferred the warm smile of the cheerful Judgment Hall Master. He felt like a respected elder at home, yet very kind to the juniors. Originally, we planned to reward the martial examination national first with a heaven-level intermediate spirit skill.
Shen Duanhong explained. Lu Yuan.
Hearing about the heaven-level intermediate spirit skill, Lu Yuan's first reaction was that it was impossible. This was a heaven-level skill, a treasure withheld by each major family and power. Even the low-level heaven skills could cover 10 miles, let alone the intermediate ones. But then Lu Yuan thought about his special profession, the illusionist. He didn't even have Earth-level skills in Blue Star.
No wonder Master Shen said he disrupted their plans.
For your profession, we discussed and decided overnight to reward you with a spirit tool of equal value to an intermediate heaven-level skill.
What spirit tool?
Lu Yuan had a guess in his heart. As Shen Duanhong spoke, Grand Leader Li Qingsong lifted the black cloth held by the staff member at the first position.
A perfect spirit weapon. Chapter 30, Perfect Spirit Weapon, Extinction. Perfect Spirit Weapon. These 4 words spoken from the mouth of Judgment Hall Master Shen Duanhong made Chu Wuxia and Zhang Tianxia's pupils constrict. The reward for the national first was actually a perfect spirit weapon? They knew that this year's martial examination top 3, especially the first reward, was rich, but this was too rich. Looking around the entire Blue Star, there were no more than 100 perfect spirit weapons, all in the hands of national leaders and top experts. This item is called Extinction. It is a perfect spirit weapon that can accompany you for life. Shen Duanhong nodded to Grand Leader Li Qingsong, solemnly handing over a wooden box containing a necklace with an ancient design to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan examined the necklace named Extinction. It felt cold to the touch, with beads linked by engravings of 4 uniquely designed fierce beasts, vividly lifelike. One with a goat's head and a human body, eyes under the armpits, one shaped like a tiger with wings, presenting a hunting pose, one with a tiger's face and a long tail, and the last one like a meatball, having no specific appearance but with 6 legs and 4 wings. Seeing Lu Yuan play with Extinction, Shen Duanhong explained the effects of this perfect spirit weapon. Extinction has 2 effects.
The first can resist 3 attacks from practitioners below the God realm, and the number of resistances and power will increase with your realm.
Shen Duanhong said. Beside them, Chu Wuxia and Zhang Tianxia perked up their ears, but they couldn't hear what Master Shen was saying to Lu Yuan at all. Especially Chu Wuxia, who was standing beside them. Resisting 3 attacks from practitioners below the God realm? Lu Yuan understood the good intentions of the leaders.
The illusionist profession was similar to dark attribute combat professions. During battles, they feared being close-range combat the most. And the perfect spirit weapon Extinction would activate defenses automatically without him needing to control it. The second effect is that it can store spirit skills. I have already stored a light attribute Earth-level spirit skill in Extinction, which you can use in times of danger. After using it, come to the Judgment Hall to recharge. Shen Duanhong described the second and most important effect of Extinction.
Storing spirit skills, and Master Shen had already stored an Earth-level spirit skill?
Lu Yuan's heart was shocked. Although it was an Earth-level spirit skill, the one storing the skill was none other than the current Judgment Hall Master, Shen Duanhong.
Shen Duanhong's power and control in Huaxia was second only to the Alliance leader.
The might of an Earth-level spirit skill wielded by such a strong figure was beyond Lu Yuan's imagination.
Moreover, Shin Duanhong personally offered to charge him anytime, meaning he could freely use the stored annihilation spirit skills without worrying about charging issues. Are you satisfied, little guy? Shin Duanhong asked with a smile. Lu Yuan nodded.
This was a top-quality spirit tool, and the annihilation effect was very suitable for him.
That's good to hear. Shin Duanhong stepped back behind Li Qingsong.
No one knew what Shin Duanhong had talked to Lu Yuan about, including the nationwide first reward for this year's martial arts exam. Netizens speculated that Lu Yuan's reward was either 2 pieces of high-quality spirit treasures and 1 high-quality spirit tool, or 2 high-quality spirit tools. As for a top-quality spirit tool, no one even considered it, and many were unaware of the concept of a top-quality spirit tool. The award ceremony continued, with the leaders shaking hands with each candidate and chatting from time to time. Kid, your proficiency in wielding spirit skills needs improvement, as does your mental quality. You seemed a bit flustered when facing that thousand-eyed spider. The Thunder Alliance leader, Chu Yongsheng, said to the candidate in front of him. Chu Yongsheng had a strong physique and radiated a rich thunder attribute aura, with a noticeable scar on his face stretching from his forehead to his chin. The scar made Chu Yongsheng's appearance fierce, and he looked even more intimidating when he smiled. But his tone was gentle, leaving the candidate he was speaking with astonished, not expecting the leader to pay attention to his martial arts exam live broadcast. Every time he shook hands with the candidate, Chu Yongsheng would exchange a few words. I am an old friend of your father's. The last time we met, you were only 7 or 8 years old, and now you are growing more beautiful. Chu Yongsheng said with a sigh in front of Jiang Tianxia. Dad often says you are too busy to even have a drink with him. Jiang Tianxia replied with a smile. Ah, definitely next time. Please send my regards to your father. After saying this, Chu Yongsheng directly overlooked Chu Wusheng, changing his demeanor completely. The smile on his face vanished, turning extremely cold, until he stood in front of Lu Yuan where the smile returned. Seeing this scene, several leaders shook their heads, viewing Chu Yongsheng's treatment of his son as overly harsh. Having the second place in the national martial arts exam was already a great achievement, and on that day when the dust settled, Chu Yongsheng promptly left the Tianjin Hall, demonstrating his disappointment. Strange odd master, the first profession in the martial arts exam has been diverse over the years. Not only is your score dazzling, but your profession is as well. Chu Yongsheng smiled while patting Lu Yuan's shoulder, glancing at Chu Wusheng. No one knows his child better than a father. The reason Chu Yongsheng treated Chu Wusheng this way was that his son was too arrogant, too proud, so reckless that he paid no attention to anyone. If he continued to indulge Chu Wusheng like family or elders of the Thunder Alliance, that would ruin Chu Wusheng. Watching his father laugh and talk with Lu Yuan, Chu Wusheng lowered his head even further, clenching his fist so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, drawing blood. No storage ring? Chu Yongsheng noticed Lu Yuan's empty hands. No. Lu Yuan responded, neither humble nor arrogant, surprised by Chu Yongsheng's kindness to him. After all, his son's first place had been taken away by him. A storage ring, as the name suggests, could store items, but they were expensive, often costing 300,000 to 400,000 huaxia coins, out of reach for ordinary folks. Recently, Lu Yuan had been planning to buy a storage ring, debating how many cubic meters to purchase. How can the first place in the national martial arts exam not have a storage ring? If this gets out, people will think we huaxia are too stingy. Chu Yongsheng said, taking out a storage ring marked with the word thunder. This storage ring can hold 1,000 cubic meters of items. I had it specially made for you. Chu Yongsheng handed the storage ring in his hand to Lu Yuan. This is not appropriate, right? Lu Yuan shook his head. A storage ring with a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, this is too precious. It's twice the space of the storage ring awarded for first place in the martial arts exam. Take it, I still want to thank you. Chu Yongsheng placed the storage ring into Lu Yuan's pocket. Lu Yuan didn't understand this sentence. Thank me for taking your son's national first in the martial arts exam? Since Chu Yongsheng said so, Lu Yuan calmly put on the storage ring on his right index finger. The award ceremony started at 10 o'clock, and with warm applause, the ceremony officially ended at 12 o'clock. Lu Yuan did not linger in the capital and returned to Tianhua City that afternoon. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. As soon as he got home, Lu Yuan saw Lu Yeli bouncing around again. She was wearing pink pajamas printed with rabbits, jumping on the sofa and mimicking the audience calling her name at the award ceremony. Did you not take your medicine or take the wrong medicine? Lu Yuan said irritably. Humph, you have no sense of fun at all. Lu Yeli pouted, and upon seeing the storage ring with the words thunder on it that Lu Yuan wore, her eyes sparkled. So extravagant, the reward for first place in the national martial arts exam is a 1,000 cubic meter storage ring. This should just be one of the rewards? Lu Yeli said. The capacity of a storage ring is judged by its size. Lu Yeli also had one, but it could only store 300 cubic meters. I guess so. Lu Yuan stroked the top-tier spiritual weapon, Desolation.
He received the notice for new students at Pengcheng University, and he would head to Pengcheng City tomorrow.
Different universities have different start dates, like the 5 top universities, they basically start notifying new students within a week after the martial arts exam.
If you go to Pengcheng, no one will be at home, Lu Yeli said sadly. She would also return to school in a while.
There are teleportation formations, you can always come to Pengcheng to find me, or I can go to the capital to find you,
Lu Yuan said.
Using teleportation formations is convenient and quick, you can travel between major cities in the blink of an eye, and besides, it's not like a life and death separation.
Then I'll go to Pengcheng to find you in a while, just as a vacation.
Lu Yeli's face was filled with happiness, the seafood in Pengcheng is particularly famous, and she had long wanted to taste it.
Lu Yuan? Did my sister's mood change so quickly?
Just a second ago she was sad, and the next moment she was all excited.
Chapter 31, New Student Enrollment. Pengcheng, a coastal city.
The seafood industry is thriving here, with various seafood restaurants everywhere, all kinds of scallops, sea fish, and lobsters available.
Today is the new student enrollment day at Pengcheng University.
Pengcheng University is one of the top 5 universities in China, covering an area of about 38,000 hectares, its scale comparable to a small city. This year, Pengcheng University admitted over 4,000 new students, and now the newcomers are entering through multiple gates to take a tour.
What a spectacular corpse of a fierce beast, this must be a fierce beast of the Holy Realm.
New students entering from the east gate immediately saw a fierce beast's corpse wrapped in pure ice. The beast was over 100 meters tall, resembling a snake but not quite, its thick body covered in black scales and sporting 3 long heads. Even in death, it emitted an oppressive aura that made them shiver.
Some new students recognized this fierce beast, a 3-headed flood dragon, which could cultivate to the divine emperor realm at its peak. This 3-headed flood dragon was killed by Principal Lao Chiyuan. Before its death, it was at the peak of the Holy Realm, and after death, it became a trophy encased in ice for everyone to view.
This grilled oyster tastes really good.
Lu Yuan was eating grilled oysters while touring Pengcheng University.
Inland, a grilled oyster sells for $20 to $30, while in Pengcheng you can buy one for $10, and it tastes delicious with great texture.
Following their mentor's footsteps, Lu Yuan and the other new students arrived at an open area. With blue skies and white clouds, a gentle breeze blew, and the new students looked forward to their future university life. Bang bang bang. A faint smell of blood wafted through the air as a bald upperclassman in his early 20s walked by.
Seeing the fierce beast draped over the upperclassman's shoulder, the new students had a mix of expressions.
Wow, the upperclassmen are so fierce, carrying a fierce beast around the school.
That was a bloodthirsty mad wolf at the level of divine powers. It is said that the bloodthirsty mad wolf has an IQ of 130 and is a very cunning ferocious beast.
Senior, does it not hurt?
More and more seniors from Pengcheng University passed by, leading to a stronger stench of blood in the air. They wore expressionless faces while carrying different beast corpses, some had their clothes torn, and blood was flowing from their arms, shoulders, and even their chests. Seeing the new students who were about to enter the school, the seniors smiled with a hint of meaning. Here comes another group of unlucky ones, just go ahead and attend Pengcheng University, and you'll see, one senior said. It's not that Pengcheng University is bad, there are other reasons. Before long, this group of new students will be like them, running around the school carrying beast corpses.
What does that mean?
Some newcomers were confused, but the speaking senior did not answer and left on his own. He had no time to chat with these new students and was busy treating his wounds before returning to the forbidden zone. Watching the seniors playing riddles, the new students felt a bit anxious.
I'm full. Lu Yuan threw the disposable food container into the trash can. At this moment, Principal Lao Chiyuan arrived with 3 vice principals. Welcome everyone to Pengcheng University, Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng said.
The scene instantly quieted down, and the new students looked in unison at Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng and Principal Lao Chiyuan.
Lao Chiyuan, a strong figure recorded in the textbooks of Huaxia.
In his youth, he led an army of 1,000,000 professionals to wage war against the demon race, reclaiming many lost territories with great achievements. He once served as the elder of the Tianjin Alliance. Later, due to his old age, he stepped back to a secondary position and became the principal of Pengcheng University. Seeing Principal Lao Chiyuan, the new students felt excitement in their hearts, and their eyes were filled with awe. Here, I wish everyone a smooth and pleasant 4 years of college life in advance. Zhang Shouzheng looked over the new students, showing a smile. Hearing this, a passing senior curled his lips, showing a "I don't believe you" expression. Listening to Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng talk about the history of Pengcheng University, Lu Yuan felt extremely bored and noticed a familiar figure standing to his front right.
Li Jinshuai also applied for Pengcheng University? Lu Yuan thought. Li Jinshuai, second in Tianhua City, 70 in Hailan Province.
If he remembered correctly, she awakened a time-related combat profession and has already cultivated to the 6th star of the Qi refining stage.
Unlike Lu Yuan, Li Jinxue listened attentively to the vice principal's speech. Pengcheng University does not have too many rules for students, but whether you can graduate depends on your credits. Zhang Shouzheng reached the point. Credits have a wide range of uses. Everything in daily life cannot do without credits. For example, housing is divided into 3 levels: ordinary dormitory buildings, 3-bedroom apartments, and independent villas. Zhang Shouzheng cleared his throat. Then of course I'll choose the independent villa, said a new student. This requires no thought. Who wants to squeeze with others in a small dormitory? It's fine if the roommate doesn't snore, but what if they do snore and grind their teeth? Wouldn't that be a disaster? Ordinary dormitory buildings are provided for free. A 3-bedroom apartment costs 1,000 credits a month, and an independent villa costs 10,000 credits a month. Zhang Shouzheng spoke astonishingly, leaving the new students stunned. Vice Principal, how can we obtain credits? A new student in the front row asked. Go to the Forbidden Zone and hunt ferocious beasts. Zhang Shouzheng replied concisely. Pengcheng University rewards students with credits based on their hunting strength against ferocious beasts. Of course, credits have much more use than that, with simulation technology rooms for battling ferocious beasts, and specially designed training environments built at great expense according to the awakening attributes of various combat professions, and so on. Including spirit techniques, spirit tools, demon crystals that can all be purchased with credits, and even the position of principal. The precondition is that you have enough credits. It is not an exaggeration to say that credits have replaced money at Pengcheng University. No wonder the seniors are so hurried. Lu Yuan realized the importance of credits. Although the school does not force students to earn credits, if one wants to become stronger, they must hunt ferocious beasts to obtain credits. In exchange for corresponding training resources. Indeed, every university is different. Lu Yuan thought of his elder sister. Didu University has a strict test every 3 months for students, using the test results to allocate training resources, essentially quite similar. After explaining the use of credits, Zhang Shouzheng signaled the instructors to take attendance. Lang Ruelian, Awakened Gold Attribute Combat Profession, assigned to Class 1 of the freshmen. Yi Shixuan, Awakened Water Attribute Combat Profession, assigned to Class 3 of the freshmen. Based on the attributes of the new students, the instructors began to assign them to different classes. Among them, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth correspond to 5 classes, while rare attributes like ice, time, space, and darkness also have corresponding classes. As one new student after another was called, there were few left on stage. Which class am I assigned to? Lu Yuan wondered. He was a special profession, a Puppetmaster. Surely they wouldn't create a class just for him. You little brat, you like it this way, don't you? Hearing the words of the person next to him, Lu Yuan turned his head. The one speaking was a new student with white hair, dressed in a white tracksuit. At this moment, he held a bottle of drink in each hand and was talking to the drink. Oh, baby, I'm going to open it, really going to open it. The white-haired student looked intoxicated as he opened his left-hand carbonated drink and placed the right-hand juice on the ground. You want me to drink it, right? No way, you can only watch. The white-haired student pointed at the juice on the ground and then started chugging the carbonated drink. Lu Yuan. You might not believe it, but in just a few seconds, I actually saw a familiar movie scene from those 2 bottles of drinks, and it was a Minotaur plot. Is he mad? Lu Yuan was speechless, thinking there might be something interesting, but it turned out to be this? The people standing next to the white-haired student instinctively distanced themselves. They felt, like Lu Yuan, that the white-haired student had issues and questioned how he got admitted to Pengcheng University. 5 new students were left on stage. Lu Yuan, Xiao Haotian, Zhai Zizi, Guo Xiangyu. Besides that white-haired one, the other 4 are all in the top 20 of the National Martial Arts exam. The new students looked at Lu Yuan. National first place Lu Yuan applying to Pengcheng University had instantly made headlines, sparking widespread discussion. The reason these 5 had not been assigned to classes could very well be that the principals wanted to mentor them individually. Sure enough, Principal Lao Chiyuan and 3 vice principals stood before the remaining 5 new students, asking if they would like to have him as their exclusive mentor for 4 years at university. Chapter 32, Heading to the Uninhabited Zone. In the collective gaze of the new students, Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng stood in front of Xiao Haotian, who ranked 8th in the National Martial Arts exam. Would you like me to be your exclusive mentor? Zhang Shouzheng asked. Xiao Haotian, like him, had awakened to a soil attribute combat profession. An exclusive mentor, in other words, is like apprenticing. Of course, he first needed to get Xiao Haotian's consent. After apprenticing, their relationship would change. After all, once a teacher, always a father. I would love to. Xiao Haotian eagerly accepted. Zhang Shouzheng was the vice principal of Pengcheng University, his status comparable to that of a senior elder in the 7 alliances. Who wouldn't want such a powerful person as their teacher? The 3 vice principals successfully took on apprentices, leaving only Lu Yuan and the white-haired new student on stage. The principal will definitely take Lu Yuan as an apprentice. Lu Yuan is the national first place. For sure. Why would he take that eccentric guy? I seriously suspect there's something wrong with him. The new students whispered, thinking the principal would take Lu Yuan as an apprentice. What surprised them was that Lao Chi-yuan walked up to the white-haired new student. Han Juncheng, what about you? Lao Chi-yuan, dressed in black martial arts attire, with a square face and a serious expression, spoke in a deep voice. Han Juncheng, ranked 101st in the nation. It's worth mentioning that from the first day of the martial arts exam until the end, Han Juncheng had maintained the 101st position without moving. I am a great Luo Jin. The white-haired Han Juncheng just started to speak when Lu Yuan sensed this guy was about to act strangely. Lu Yuan felt a premonition, and Principal Lao Chi-yuan felt it too. Try talking nonsense again? Lao Chi-yuan said coldly. I am willing. Han Juncheng replied obediently. Lao Chi-yuan turned to leave. Han Juncheng followed him as they were both metal element combat professions. Han Juncheng was SS-level talent, currently training at the 5th level of Qi refining realm. Only Lu Yuan remained standing in place. What about me? Lu Yuan was puzzled. Even if no one was willing to take him as a disciple, at least they could say which class he was assigned to. What's going on? Why did the principal leave? The new students scratched their heads. They were surprised that the principal took an unknown new student as a disciple and even more shocked that the National Martial Arts Exam top student Lu Yuan was ignored. After all, he was the first in the National Martial Arts Exam and had broken the exam score record. Do you still remember me? A middle-aged man, wrapped tightly in a thick down jacket, looked at Lu Yuan. Senior Tang. Lu Yuan greeted him. Tang Jingwei, the one who had given him the high-grade spirit tool, the Dragon Abyss line. The main reason Lu Yuan applied to Pengcheng University was because when chatting with Tang Jingwei, he found that Tang had a deep understanding of the profession of deceptive occultist. So? Tang Jingwei's eyes shone brightly. Teacher. Lu Yuan said. Very good, you are my 4th disciple. Tang Jingwei said with a tone of satisfaction. Seeing Lu Yuan worship Tang Jingwei as his teacher, the 3 vice principals had expected it, but the new students were more confused. He is also a mentor at our school? Tang Jingwei is the most outstanding mentor in our school, and even in Huaxia, Fu Jingjie is one of his disciples. Someone recognized Tang Jingwei. Mentioning the name Tang Jingwei, the new students felt unfamiliar. But Fu Jingjie was far too familiar, an elder of the Riftwind Alliance, and the youngest elder of 7 alliances in one hall. He broke through to the rule realm at only 26. There are still masters? If that's the case, Mentor Tang is very good at teaching students. All his students have become successful. Students and disciples are different. Probably only Lu Yuan can inspire Mentor Tang to take him as a disciple. The new students looked at the backs of the two leaving, feeling envious of Lu Yuan, knowing Tang Jingwei's disciple had such great achievements. At Pengcheng University Mentor Dormitory Building. Make yourself at home, don't be restrained. Tang Jingwei opened the door. He lived in a 3-bedroom apartment. The room was kept very clean, but the living room TV and sofa were covered with dust covers, proving that Tang Jingwei rarely came to the living room. Teacher, is this you in the photo? Lu Yuan picked up the album on the table and opened the first page. It was a group photo of 3 people, with Tang Jingwei in the middle, smiling broadly, holding up the head of a fierce beast. Through the appearance of the fierce beast's head, Lu Yuan determined it was the Domain Realm's white armored earth dragon. To hunt such a fierce beast proved that Tang Jingwei's strength began in the Domain Realm. At that time, I was still very fit. Tang Jingwei said, pouring a cup of tea and sitting opposite Lu Yuan. The sunlight streamed through the window, warming in the living room, making one unable to help but yawn. The person on the extreme left of the photo is Shinjun. Tang Jingwei took a sip of hot tea. Lu Yuan looked at one of the owners of the Dragon Abyss line, Shinjun, who also awakened the deceptive occultist profession. From his appearance, Shinjun seemed to be in his 30s when the photo was taken, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking quite handsome. Do you know why I want to take you as a disciple? Tang Jingwei suddenly asked. Lu Yuan looked up. Because Shinjun was killed by me. Tang Jingwei's expression was pained as he recounted that segment of his life he wished to forget. The teacher killed Shinjun? Lu Yuan was puzzled. From the group photo, they seemed like very good friends. At that time, Shinjun, Xingwanan, and I joined the army together, fighting side by side for years made us as close as brothers, but as we continuously broke through to the extraordinary realm, due to Shinjun's special profession, he couldn't learn the earth-level spiritual technique. The gap in strength gradually widened. Tang Jingwei rubbed his face hard, unable to control his emotions. Lu Yuan listened quietly. At that time, I helped Shinjun continuously research for mysterious level spirit techniques, confident that I could develop earth-level spirit techniques, and I initially suspected that the Puppetmaster's combat method should control puppet soldiers, rather than simply assist.
That's right, I have always believed that puppet masters are not combat professions, but auxiliary professions.
Tang Jingwei looked directly at Lu Yuan with a complex expression. Pain, annoyance, regret. However, the reference materials are really too few. You are the third awakened puppet master in Blue Star, Shinjun is the second, and as for Qiao Xingyao, he passed away long ago, and he directly gave up on becoming a professional. Tang Jingwei closed his eyes.
I remember that day I excitedly found Shinjun and asked him to use the Earth-level advanced spirit technique, Mirage Puppet.
He died. He exploded. I watched as his body swelled up like a balloon and exploded. I, indirectly killed my good brother. Tang Jingwei's throat moved, taking a deep breath to control his emotions. He didn't want to lose face in front of his newly accepted disciple. Lu Yuan remained silent, at a loss for how to comfort his teacher. The atmosphere became oppressive.
Your talent is the highest among the 4 disciples I have taught, so I will do my best to cultivate you. After saying this, Tang Jingwei took out a large amount of materials from his storage ring. These are the materials you asked Vice Principal Zhan to prepare, 1,000 of each type of puppet soldier.
So quickly prepared? Lu Yuan looked at the materials for making the bone soldiers and the windbreak soldiers. He thought it would take a while.
Before hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness to earn credits, assemble the 2,000 puppet soldiers first. The wilderness is unlike the martial exam in Tian City, where the ferocious beast strengths are clearly divided into different areas. Tang Jingwei helped Lu Yuan arrange the materials. There, at any time, a mysterious realm or even a divine realm beast could jump out unexpectedly, catching you off guard. Lu Yuan nodded, as he thought the same. Currently, he had enough spiritual power reserve to control 2,000 puppet soldiers. Plus the 4 great calamities, he was confident to face beasts below the divine realm when going to the wilderness. Crunch crunch. The first bone soldier was completed, and Lu Yuan looked at Tang Jingwei, who had already made 10 windbreak soldiers.
Lu Yuan. Who exactly is the puppet master? By the way, teacher, what profession did you awaken? Lu Yuan asked.
Fire attribute combat profession. Tang Jingwei focused on making windbreak soldiers, the method was taught to him by Lu Yuan. Even knowing how to make them, if one is not a puppet master, one cannot control the bone and windbreak troops.
Not like it. Lu Yuan looked at Tang Jingwei, who was serious while explaining the precautions of the wilderness. What do you mean? Shouldn't a fire attribute combat professional have a very volatile temper, like a powder keg ready to explode? Lu Yuan said. Since the birth of professionals, the public has divided the personalities and tempers of combat attribute professionals, somewhat similar to zodiac signs. Earth attribute professionals are honest and kind, water attribute professionals are gentle, metal attribute professionals are steady. It's just a stereotype, I might be an exception. Tang Jingwei's smile was stiff. The atmosphere gradually became relaxed and cheerful. Because of Tang Jingwei's presence, the originally 2-day task of making 2,000 puppet soldiers was completed in just 1 day. At dawn, Lu Yuan, temporarily staying in Tang Jingwei's teacher's dormitory, arrived at the school playground. Soon he would be heading to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts, but before that, he needed to inspect his puppet troupe. Especially the newly made 2,000 bone soldiers and windbreak soldiers. Chapter 33 I am Lu Yuan, welcome to take revenge. Peng City, at dawn. The streetlights emitted a faint glow, and Peng City University covered a vast area, with 5 or 6 playgrounds alone. Each playground can accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time, and Lu Yuan was at the nearest playground to the teacher's dormitory building. The surroundings were open, occasionally seeing scattered students. With a whoosh. Taking out the storage ring of the trick soldier, countless red lines intertwined in the sky, bringing forth an army of trick soldiers belonging to Lu Yuan. The 4 great calamities, Blood Butcher, Corrupt Face, Vast Dark, and Frightening Shadow stood at the forefront. 200 members of the Blood Slaughter Legion, clad in crimson armor, raised long knives and shields, while the Heavenly Punishment Legion gathered lightning to illuminate the night sky, and the Golden War Legion, donned in golden armor, was poised to strike. After multiple evolutions, the Star Eater Legion reached a height of 10 meters, with the strongest Star Eater soldiers towering at 70 meters. The number of all Trick Soldier Legions was replenished to 200. So many people this early in the morning? A student, who had stayed up late preparing to have breakfast, looked toward the playground. It was still not yet 5 o'clock, and usually, most students were still asleep at this time. What surprised the student was that more and more people were gathering on the playground. The 10,000 Bones Legion appeared. The Breaking Wind Legion appeared. 1,000 members of the 10,000 Bones Legion stood upright, waiting for Lu Yuan to command them. They had no bodies, just a skeleton frame, with pupils flickering an eerie blue light. Each 10,000 Bones soldier rode a skeletal warhorse, equipped with various weapons. Short knives, long bows, ropes, and so on. Heavy cavalry? Lu Yuan pondered.
The trick soldiers were on par with the controller, and these 1,000 members of the 10,000 Bones Legion were all at the 8th star level of the chi refining stage. The 10,000 Bones Legion was well suited for charging into battle, trampling enemies to death, just like a beast tide.
Clearing his thoughts about this legion, Lu Yuan looked up at the sky.
In the sky, 1,000 members of the Breaking Wind Legion spread their wings to block the full moon. They resembled humanoid bats, with sharp fangs and claws, flapping their wings and producing whooshing sounds that pierced the air.
Flying trick soldiers?
Lu Yuan realized that the Breaking Wind Legion was very suitable for reconnaissance. Aside from wind attribute combat professions, other professions needed to reach the divine ability stage to fly. Moreover, their flying speed was slow, while the Breaking Wind Legion flew as fast as a shadow, far beyond that of divine ability stage professionals. The 9 great trick soldier legions gathered.
Lu Yuan's fingers danced, and over 3,000 trick soldiers marched in unison, arranging into different formations under his command. The sky brightened. Looking at the trick soldiers on the playground, the instructors coming out from the teacher's dormitory gasped in wonder.
This is much more fierce than dark attribute combat professionals summoning skeleton monsters. In terms of both strength and numbers, Lu Yuan surpasses dark attribute combat professionals of the same realm. No wonder he's the top of the National Martial Arts exam. It's rumored that the principal spent a lot to get Lu Yuan to apply to our school.
The instructors stopped, sizing up Lu Yuan's trick soldier legions.
The 9 great trick soldier legions each had a unique style, performing different roles in battle.
Bringing the trick soldiers back into the storage ring, Lu Yuan headed toward the teleportation array.
He didn't like squeezing into a small dorm with others, but living at the teacher's house wasn't a solution either. The urgent task was to go to the wilderness and hunt fierce beasts, to earn more credits to exchange for a 3-bedroom apartment or an independent villa to live in.
Peng City has 2 large teleportation array points, one at the high-speed train station and the other inside Peng City University.
The one inside Peng City University is provided for students to use, making it convenient for them to go to the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts. As the moonset gave way to the rising sun, the empty streets gradually became bustling with traffic. At this time, the teleportation array point was extremely lively, with senior students shouting loudly to attract the attention of new students.
Is anyone going to the wilderness? Full protection throughout the journey, only 500 credits for a day.
I have 600 credits a day here. I'm at the 6th star of the Xian Gang stage, a thunder attribute combat professional. Hearing the seniors calling out, the new students preparing to go to the wilderness showed hesitant expressions. The wilderness is very dangerous, most of them were going for the first time, and it would be great if there were seniors accompanying them. But they didn't have so many credits. The school only provided each new student with 300 basic credits, just enough to eat in the cafeteria for a month.
If there are no credits, it's fine, you can owe them and pay later when you have them, the seniors said.
Hearing this, the freshmen felt relieved and chose to join the group, taking this safer way to the wilderness area.
Is there anyone else? We are leaving in half an hour.
Looking at the chaotic teleporter like a vegetable market, Lu Yuan ignored the seniors who wanted to earn credits and bought a teleport ticket to White Goat City. White Goat City is one of the border cities in Huaxia, resisting the invasion of monsters.
The reason for choosing this city to go to the wilderness is because teacher Tang Jingwei recommended it. The reasons for recommendation are very simple.
The wilderness outside White Goat City is mostly occupied by ferocious beasts, and as a trickster, Lu Yuan fears those groups of beasts the least.
Buying a teleport ticket doesn't cost money, but credits. Going to the wilderness alone?
Among the crowd, 2 people were particularly noticeable, Lu Yuan and the principal's newly accepted disciple, Han Junshan. Both of them were going to the wilderness alone, not choosing to use credits to find seniors to lead them or team up with freshmen.
Lu Yuan sat on a chair, closing his eyes to rest, waiting for the teleporter to activate.
The white-haired Han Junshan was acting crazy, talking to a brick on the ground by himself.
You've been sealed by me for 5,000 years, don't you yield?
As long as you say you're not as good as me, I will lift your seal.
Han Junshan's expression was serious as he pointed at the brick. Humph, I knew you couldn't bear this loneliness, but I'm not a merciful person. Bang.
Han Junshan crushed the brick with his bare hands, a smile 3 parts prideful, 2 parts vicious, and 1 part sorrowful.
Everyone. The principal took in a fool as a disciple, I'm not joking.
Lu Yuan glanced at the mentally unstable Han Junshan and got up when he heard the broadcast announcing it was time to enter the teleporter. With a twist of heaven and earth, Lu Yuan's vision blurred. In a blink, he teleported from Peng City to White Goat City, 1,000 miles away in Huaxia. White Goat City was once an ancient city where nomadic tribes lived. They worshipped the white goat, believing it brought good luck.
With the monster invasion, White Goat City lost its former splendor, and all the residents moved to safer cities in the rear.
The air was filled with a killing atmosphere as Lu Yuan walked on the empty streets.
Booming.
From time to time, military vehicles raced by, carrying fully armed soldiers sitting neatly, their sharp eyes scanning the surrounding environment out of professional instinct. This city had no residents, only the Huaxia army guarding against monsters. Thick dust rose at the east gate of White Goat City, where a group of professionals was lining up for inspections.
Lu Yuan followed the line and took out his Pang City University student ID.
Name, age, place of origin, any criminal record, purpose of going to the wilderness. The soldier carefully questioned the professionals leaving White Goat City. As the name suggests, the wilderness is where ferocious beasts roam. The reason the soldiers conducted such strict inspections was mainly to prevent any fugitives from going to the wilderness. After all, the wilderness is also known as a lawless land.
Most of the professionals answered that they were trying to support their families.
They made a living by hunting ferocious beasts and selling monster crystals, living life on the edge every day. You dare to sneak into the wilderness at such a young age?
Someone looked at Lu Yuan. Among the group, Lu Yuan was the youngest, dressed neatly, unlike the unkempt ones around him.
He looks so tender and delicate, he might get scared silly in the wilderness. A professional, exuding a foul odor and looking like he hadn't bathed for a long time, said as he eyed Lu Yuan with a lecherous look.
He seemed to have some peculiar preference.
Hao Zhishang, he is a student from Pine City University.
A professional recognized Lu Yuan's student ID.
They were all professionals living by hunting ferocious beasts and selling monster crystals, and knew each other well.
So what if he's from Pine City University?
In the wilderness, even the king himself won't help. Besides, I haven't done anything to him. Hao Zhishang said dismissively. A mere 8-star Qi refining realm professional, he was a 2-star Xiangang realm, soil-type combat professional. Hearing Hao Zhishang's words, the soldier's expression turned disgusted.
Interrogating while pinching his nose. Let him go.
The city gate opened, and Hao Zhishang swaggered out after the interrogation, not forgetting to whistle at Lu Yuan as he turned his head. Lu Yuan, with a blank expression, handed his student ID to the soldier. Confirming the material and photo of the student ID were fine, the soldier raised his hand.
Let's.
Before he could finish, 2 cold lights flashed towards Hao Zhishang, who had just stepped out of the city gate.
Puff.
The spear pierced accurately into Hao Zhishang's knee, embedding itself in the ground, while blood flowed from the wound, accompanied by a piercing scream.
Under Lu Yuan's control, 2 soldiers in blue armor stood before Hao Zhishang. Can I leave now? Lu Yuan asked the soldier.
The soldier gave a strange expression and then nodded. The leading officer in boots crossed his arms and smirked.
Acting without warning?
The other interrogated professionals in line looked at Lu Yuan in unison, surprised by the boy's decisiveness.
Captain, this.
The soldier pointed at Hao Zhishang kneeling on the ground, his knee skewered by the spear.
The person said, even the king of the no-man's land is useless.
I am neither his father nor the king. The officer patted his outfit. He could manage this if he wanted, but he didn't have to. After all, Hao Zhishang was currently in the no-man's land, not inside Baijiang City. 1 step, 2 steps.
Lu Yuan looked down at Hao Zhishang.
I'm sorry, I
shouldn't have been rude to you.
Hao Zhishang's face turned pale.
So quick. He didn't even react before getting hit by the spear. Is this the power of a refining Qi realm 8-star?
Looking at the 2 soldiers in blue armor beside Lu Yuan, Hao Zhishang bowed his head and pleaded for mercy.
My name is Lu Yuan, a freshman at Pengcheng University. I welcome revenge at any time.
Lu Yuan said, ignoring Hao Zhishang and walking forward.
Puff.
2 streams of hot blood slid down his cheeks, and Hao Zhishang covered his face, screaming in anguish again.
My eyes, my eyes.
The professionals inside the city looked at Lu Yuan, who was gradually walking away, then exchanged silent glances with the howling Hao Zhishang at the city gate. Lu Yuan, it seems I've heard that name somewhere. The name that topped the National Martial Arts exam this year is Lu Yuan, and he also applied to Pengcheng University. No wonder he acted so resolutely. It can only be said that Hao Zhishang was unfortunate, picking a fight with this kind of character.
Lu Yuan's figure disappeared, while the professionals inside the city stared at the fainted Hao Zhishang. So damn ruthless. Chapter 34, Silver Moon Howling Wolf Pack.
Vultures circled in the sky, and the air rippled layer by layer.
Lu Yuan walked alone on the vast plain.
The no-man's land was extensive, occasionally revealing scattered white bones on the ground.
These bones were sometimes human, and sometimes from vicious beasts.
A long wolf howl rang out. Lu Yuan encountered the first vicious beast in the no-man's land, or rather, a pack.
Bite him to death.
Under the blazing sun, a giant wolf with snow-white fur and a crescent moon mark on its forehead spoke human words. Silver Moon Howling Wolf, capable of reaching the peak of the Xiangang realm.
Lu Yuan looked at the Silver Moon Howling Wolf not far away. 1, 2, 3.
Soon, over 300 Wolf Clan members appeared behind the Silver Moon Howling Wolf, baring their teeth and staring at Lu Yuan.
Awu.
The wolf howled loudly, and under the leadership of the Silver Moon Howling Wolf King at the 8-star of the Xiangang realm, the pack charged collectively.
The teacher was right, many pack beasts live outside Baijiang City. Facing over 300 Xian Gang realm vicious beasts charging, Lu Yuan remained calm and even somewhat excited. What the deceptive occultist fears the least is group attacks. Don't look, that guy is dead for sure. In the distance, a team of professionals hunting vicious beasts lay low, afraid of being discovered by the Silver Moon howling wolf pack. The leader, a man in his late 20s with a scruffy beard, said. His name was Kong Honi, a 6-star of the Xian Gang realm, fire attribute combat professional. What a pity, he looks so young. The tactful female professional in the team side. This was the plain area, facing so many Xian Gang realm Silver Moon howling wolves. The young man surrounded has only one way to die. If it were a dense forest, there might still be a chance, though the chance of survival remains slim. This is an uninhabited area, you never know what will happen next, Kong Honi said indifferently. Right now, he only hopes that the Silver Moon Wolf will bite the young man to death and that he and his teammates will not be discovered. Even with 8 combat professionals at the Xian Gang level, they cannot withstand a charge from a pack of Silver Moon Wolves. Brother Kong, that young man seems to be a dark attribute combat professional. Hearing his teammate, Kong Honi shook his head. What good is a dark attribute combat professional? He can still. Damn it. The warhorses neighed. Thousands of skeleton cavalry from the Wangu Corps appeared. Charge. Lu Yuan commanded the Wangu Corps to clash directly with the Silver Moon Wolves. Just the number of the Wangu Corps far exceeded that of the Silver Moon Wolves. With a whoosh, the horses' hooves kicked up a huge dust cloud, and the thousands of Wangu soldiers took out bone chains to equip their warhorses, quickly linking the chains together. Bang! The sound of bones shattering echoed as they collided with the bone chains, causing the Silver Moon Wolves to suffer heavy casualties. Blood was everywhere, soaking the ground, and the Silver Moon Wolf King widened its pupils, staring at the devastation of its kin. Some were crushed into meat paste by the skeleton warhorses, while others slammed into the bone chains, losing most of their heads. In just one round of charge, more than 300 Silver Moon Wolves were left with fewer than 100. And they still want to bite me? Lu Yuan looked at the Silver Moon Wolf King. Is the skeleton warrior he summoned this tough? Kong Honi, witnessing everything from afar, widened his eyes. Dark attribute professionals are known for controlling skeleton warriors. He knew a Shin Gang level dark attribute professional who summoned skeleton warriors were far weaker than Lu Yuan's Wangu Corps. Keep in mind that Lu Yuan is only an 8-star Chi refinement professional. The result is still the same, that young man is going to be bitten to death, Kong Honi said after recovering from his shock. At this moment, Lu Yuan's Wangu Corps exchanged positions with the Silver Moon Wolves, and Lu Yuan was surrounded by the pack. Ah, he can fly. His teammate excitedly pointed at Lu Yuan, completely unaware that this would expose their location. Under the watchful eyes of Kong Honi and the others, a group of shadows obscured the blazing sun. The Rift Wind Corps appeared. Standing atop the Rift Wind soldiers, Lu Yuan looked down from the sky at the rage-filled Silver Moon Wolf King. Bang, bang, bang. Adjusting the direction, the Wangu Corps charged again. Thousands of soldiers from the Rift Wind Corps swooped down like eagles, their sharp claws piercing the bodies of the Silver Moon Wolves, then they took them high into the air before dropping them to their deaths. The battle was ongoing, and the number of Silver Moon Wolves gradually diminished, while Lu Yuan's army of strange puppets visibly increased. Brother Kong, this doesn't make sense. A Chi refinement dark attribute professional can summon so many skeleton monsters? If you ask me, who should I ask? Have you seen any Chi refinement professional kill over 300 Xian Gang level foes? Kong Honi's face twitched, he had never seen such a powerful professional in his life. With a blood-red thread in hand, Lu Yuan skillfully controlled the strange puppet corps to massacre the Silver Moon Wolves. Watching his kin fall one after another, the Silver Moon Wolf King was filled with anxiety. It was not that it could not unleash its spirit skills, but Lu Yuan was flying too high, far beyond the range of spirit skill attacks. Seeing the blood-red thread, the Silver Moon Wolf King had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that the human was controlling the strange puppet corps through that blood-red thread? I've found your flaw. The Silver Moon Wolf King was overjoyed, leaping into the air with its claws slicing at the high-quality spiritual tool, the Dragon Abyss line. A dragon's roar echoed. As the Silver Moon Wolf King landed steadily, it slowly raised its head, its 5-meter-tall wolf body was sliced into neat tofu-sized chunks, leaving only a demon crystal lying on the ground. Only 30 Silver Moon Wolves remained? Their most powerful leader was killed just like that? 5 minutes later, Lu Yuan checked his spoils. A total of 345 Xian Gang Realm Demon Crystals, with one of them being an 8-star Xian Gang Realm. The starting price for a Xian Gang Realm Demon Crystal on the market is 100,000 each, and with this many, he could achieve financial freedom. Additionally, his credits had increased to over 80,000, and the usage rights for an independent villa at Pengcheng University cost 10,000 credits per month. A big harvest. Lu Yuan didn't expect to be this lucky. Less than an hour in the Forbidden Zone and he had already earned over 80,000 credits.
Brother Kong, these demon crystals are enough for us to live without worry for 5 or 6 years. A team member looked at the demon crystals in Lu Yuan's hands with a greedy expression.
Yeah, it seems that young man doesn't have much spiritual power left. Wei.
Another team member eagerly said.
Kong Hongyi hesitated inwardly.
Killing and robbing for treasures like this was common in the Forbidden Zone, but he hadn't done such things in many years.
Where would there be a mountain in the plains?
The female professional who opposed frowned.
Boom boom boom. The ground shook and the mountains trembled.
What shocked Kong Hongyi and his teammates was that this mountain was actually moving.
No, it's not a mountain, it's a monster controlled by that young man. Kong Hongyi's legs trembled, swallowing his saliva.
This was a monster over 80 meters tall, with fists as large as sacks.
Sorry, we'll leave right now.
Kong Hongyi raised his hands above his head and shouted loudly towards Lu Yuan in the distance.
Run, if we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Kong Hongyi yelled at his teammates.
They were still fantasizing about robbing Lu Yuan's demon crystals, not knowing that he had an even stronger monster under his control. Had the Star Eater soldier just joined the battle, they wouldn't have dared to entertain such thoughts even with 100 lives.
Peak Chi Refining Realm. After absorbing the Silver Moonstone wolf pack, Lu Yuan opened his eyes.
In fact, after awakening his profession, he hadn't spent much time on cultivation. His realm was entirely raised through the Blood Slaughter spirit skill, Taste of Blood. I'll break through to Xiangang realm before returning to the school.
Lu Yuan set a goal for his first journey into the Forbidden Zone while looking at Kong Hongyi and his teammates fleeing in a panic. Chapter 35, High-Quality Forging Material Immortal Stone.
Under the moonlight, a heavily injured Gale Lion gasped for breath, showing a human-like fear on its face.
As a 7-star Xiangang Realm Vicious Beast, the Gale Lion rolled over a 10-mile radius. Until... boom.
A battle blade precisely pierced into the Gale Lion's left eye, followed by a large number of red-armored Blood Slaughter soldiers beginning to gang up on it.
380,000 credits. After killing another 7-star Xiangang Realm Vicious Beast, Lu Yuan checked his student ID to see the credits. This was his 3rd day in the Forbidden Zone. In 3 days, Lu Yuan did only 2 things: find vicious beasts and kill them. The cycle repeated again and again. And his realm had only been a step away from breaking through to Xiangang Realm from the peak of Qi Refining Realm. According to the map, he was over 100 miles from White Sheep City, and even the nearest border city was more than 50 miles away. Someone is fighting? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, noticing through the patrolling Riftwind Legion that there were professionals fighting nearby. They weren't hunting vicious beasts, instead, one group of professionals was robbing another group. Moreover, Lu Yuan discovered that the robbing group had 3 peak Xiangang Realm professionals, whose strength was extraordinary.
Touching his high-grade spiritual weapon, Silence, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to go and take a look. Silence stored the Earth-tier spiritual skill of the Judgment Hall Master, a skill that could destroy the heavens and the earth when used by such a strong person.
Let alone peak Xiangang Realm professionals, what about Divine Power Realm?
The bonfire and moonlight reflected each other as a group of young people, wearing school uniforms with the words Pengcheng University printed on their chests, looked utterly miserable. They were all covered in blood to some extent, with one of them even having been stabbed in the abdomen, his face pale and his breath weak.
Why are they robbing us? This is something we risked our lives to get. Su Ruiqing, with a buzzcut and dirt on his face, angrily said.
He is a freshman at Pengcheng University, a Earth attribute, and a 4-star Qi Refining Realm practitioner. Including his 5 teammates beside him, they are all freshmen at Pengcheng University, teaming up to hunt ferocious beasts in the wilderness to earn credits. What a bunch of naive little kids, this is the wilderness, and I not only want to rob you of your things. A skinny middle-aged man, in his early 30s, had a sinister smile.
I will also kill you.
Hearing this, Su Ruiqing's face changed.
We are students of Pengcheng University, aren't you afraid the school will seek revenge on you? Su Ruiqing mentioned Pengcheng University, trying to stop the actions of these 5 robbers.
They are all Qi Refining Realm practitioners, at most 6-star Qi Refining Realm.
While these 5 robbers are all at the Mysterious Barrier Realm, with 3 of them even at the peak of the Mysterious Barrier Realm. They definitely cannot win, they can only think of a way to survive. It's useless. Li Jinxue shook her head. Because they come from Pengcheng University, these robbers must silence them.
Looking at the high-quality forging material, the Undying Stone, in her hand, Li Jinxue felt unwilling.
Even if they willingly hand over the Undying Stone now, they cannot escape death.
Jinxue, what should we do? The newcomer Yu Ningmeng, who teamed up with Li Jinxue, asked, her face pale. She is still young and does not want to die. Li Jinxue had a helpless expression and said nothing, only holding the Undying Stone in her hand tighter. Undying Stone, a high-quality forging material, worth 100,000 huaxia coins per gram. This Undying Stone weighs about a pound and can be sold for over 50 million. We will give you the undying stone, you let us go, and we promise not to tell the mentor when we return to school.
Li Jinxue promised, trying to seize the last chance for survival.
Only the dead won't speak. Feng Jinsong, a peak mysterious barrier realm practitioner with a wind attribute combat profession, refused. Hand over the undying stone, and I will leave your corpses intact. Feng Jinsong stared at the high-quality forging material in Li Jinshue's hand. This is a treasure worth 50 million. Although he is a peak mysterious barrier realm practitioner, he is very short on money. Obtaining this undying stone would allow him to buy high-level monster crystals, thus breaking through to the divine ability realm within 6 months.
Damn it, even if I die, I will bite off a piece of meat from you. Realizing that they were doomed no matter what, Su Ruiqing's expression turned fierce, and he used the earth attribute intermediate spirit skill, Rock Shattering Storm. However, the power difference between the two sides was too great. As soon as Su Ruiqing opened his mouth, he was stabbed in the chest by Feng Jinsong with a dagger. Among these young people, you are the most naive.
Feng Jinsong said with a smile. Give up struggling, this way you won't suffer so much before you die. Despair filled the hearts of Li Jinxue and her 5 companions as they watched Feng Jinsong walk towards them. Li Jinxue gritted her teeth and used to time attribute spirit skill.
Useless.
Not at all useful. At most, it stunned these 5 mysterious barrier realm robbers for less than half a second.
Is this how we die? Li Jinxue felt unwilling.
In fact, as the captain of the 6-person team, Li Jinxue felt she had done her duty well. After coming to the wilderness, she had followed the principle of caution, earning a total of 100,000 credits by hunting ferocious beasts over 3 days. Before encountering these 5 robbers, none of them had been injured. In despair, Li Jinxue still searched for a glimmer of hope and decisively threw the undying stone away. Ha, not only are you beautiful, but you are also quite smart, Feng Jinsong praised. Even at this moment, Li Jinxue still thought of using the undying stone to attract their attention in an attempt to escape and survive.
Who is so immoral as to throw things around? Just as Feng Jinsong and his companions were preparing to act, a lazy voice rang out. Lu Yuan.
Seeing Lu Yuan appear in her line of sight, Li Jinxue felt a rush of joy, but soon the smile vanished. In just 3 days, Lu Yuan had broken through to the peak of the Qi refining realm. Such speed was astonishing, while she and all freshmen at Pengcheng University were at most 7-star Qi refining realm. The undying stone, a high-quality forging material, is also one of the main materials for creating the army of 10,000 bones. Lu Yuan weighed the immortal stone in his hand and directly placed it into his storage ring.
It's mine. Lu Yuan thought.
You scared me.
I thought it was a strong person. Even the peak of Qi refining wants to be a hero saving a beauty? Feng Jinsong relaxed after checking Lu Yuan's realm. Run, don't worry about us. Li Jinxue said. Too many people had already died. She didn't want Lu Yuan to also die at the hands of this group of robbers. The 5 new students didn't hesitate upon hearing this. Lu Yuan, run. Go back to school and find the mentor to take revenge for us. Chop this group of bastards into pieces. Right, chop these vile things that shade the sun and rise like dawn. Damn it, I want to curse them out before I die. Su Ruiqing, just severely injured, blushed and raved uncontrollably. Since they couldn't win, they would just let it all out. Hand over the immortal stone. Feng Jinsong gradually lost his patience and said to Lu Yuan in a commanding tone. I picked it up, why should I give it to you? Lu Yuan replied justifiably. Looking for death. Feng Jinsong's veins popped, and he decisively attacked, sending several wind blades toward Lu Yuan. Clang, clang, clang. The Earth Calamity Stone barrier blocked in front of Lu Yuan, easily withstanding the wind blade assault. Peak of Xiangang realm practitioners are nothing like this. Lu Yuan's fingers twitched as the strongest Star Devourer soldiers triggered violent tremors in the ground with every step, punching toward the 5 Xiangang realm robbers. Looking at the massive figure in front of him, Feng Jinsong felt confused yet impressed. Was this the aura released by a peak Qi refining realm monster? Why did it feel like a peak Xiangang? More than 3,000 strange puppet army gathered, with the 4 major calamities charging first toward the 3 strongest practitioners. Lu Yuan wasn't idle either, controlling the strange puppet army while casting exclusive strange puppet master spiritual techniques. Middle level Xian stage spiritual technique Cursed Puppet. Middle level Xian stage spiritual technique Thousand-Eyed Puppet. A bizarre laughter filled within 100 meters, and Lu Yuan's body erupted in crimson light. High-level Earth Stage Spiritual Technique Suppression Puppet. As the Suppression Puppet appeared, the 3 peak Xiangang realm practitioners suddenly felt something was wrong, their realms plummeting to 6 stars in the Xiangang realm at lightning speed. What kind of spiritual technique is this? Feng Jinsong's heart twitched hard, noticing his companions were also being suppressed. This kid is weird, we must take him down quickly. Feng Jinsong said. The dazzling light illuminated the night, and Feng Jinsong instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes.
When he saw 200 Sky Punishment soldiers collectively condensing Thunder Slash, and that Thunder Slash was growing larger, sweat appeared on Feng Jinsong's forehead. As a peak Xian Gang Realm practitioner, facing a Thunder Slash condensed by a Qi Refining Realm practitioner, he actually felt life-threatening danger.
Chapter 36, A Deal?
A meteor streaked across the sky.
In a no-man's land, a battle was breaking out.
Thunder flashed as 200 Sky Punishment soldiers gathered Thunder Slash to strike at Feng Jinsong, a 6-star wind attribute practitioner.
Just seconds ago, Feng Jinsong was a peak Xian Gang Realm practitioner. Boom.
A tremendous explosion sounded, and Feng Jinsong, covered in dirt, dodged while no longer as casual as before, blood trickling from his mouth.
He was injured. Injured by a Qi Refining Realm practitioner. What the hell, is the monster controlled by Lu Yuan this strong?
Lying on the ground, unable to move, Su Ruiqing was dumbfounded. A peak Qi Refining Realm against a peak Xian Gang Realm, there was a huge gap in realms.
Students who could enter the top 5 schools were all notable talents in their respective cities.
Like Su Ruiqing, who awakened the Earth attribute, a 4-star Qi Refining Realm practitioner, he could defeat 6-star Qi Refining Realm practitioners with his strength.
But any stronger, and he couldn't handle it.
In contrast, Lu Yuan was fighting back against 5 Xian Gang Realm practitioners, including 3 peak Xian Gang Realm ones.
What are you all doing? Hurry and help! Feng Jinsong shouted angrily at his companions. He was in a pitiful escape from the Thunder Slash of the Sky Punishment soldiers, unable to get close to Lu Yuan, and his companions were just watching? Brother Feng, we can't protect ourselves.
With his wind attribute suppressed to 6 stars in Xian Gang Realm, Chang Junxian said bitterly. He was facing an onslaught from a 1,000-man bone army. What left Chang Junxian feeling desperate was when he used his fire attribute mystic skill, trying to burn the Bone Legion to death. The Bone Legion ignored his fire attribute skills, even when shattered into bones, they wobbled and stood up the next second. This was not a skeleton warrior, it was simply an undead army.
Brother Feng, save me! Chang Junxian shouted loudly. Feng Jinsong.
On the other side, the Windblade Legion flew in the air, using wind blades, combined with the 70-meter-tall star-devouring soldiers, suppressing 3 professional warriors of the Profound Boundary.
Could it be?
Su Ruiqing struggled to stand up from the ground.
Lu Yuan couldn't possibly take down these 5 robbers, right? The other 5 students from Pengcheng University felt a glimmer of hope for survival.
Seeing Feng Jinsong take a lightning strike head-on, appearing behind Lu Yuan in the blink of an eye with a raised dagger, Li Jinxue panicked.
Be careful! Die!
With his chest pierced and severely injured, Feng Jinsong's expression twisted as he plunged the dagger into Lu Yuan's heart from behind. Wind attribute combat professionals are known for their speed, but even so, Feng Jinsong still paid a heavy price.
But it was all worth it.
If Lu Yuan died, he could get a pound of high-quality forging material, the Undying Stone. Li Jinxue panicked, wanting to help, but it was too late. The 5 new students from Pengcheng University closed their eyes, unable to bear watching this bloody scene.
Ding!
A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as the Supreme Quality Spirit Tool, Silence, automatically activated its protective effect. Feng Jinsong, who attacked from behind, was blasted several meters away, crashing heavily into a tree.
Are you okay? Li Jinxue sighed in relief.
Lu Yuan looked at Feng Jinsong, who had failed in his sneak attack. The reason the Qi Refining Realm dared to intervene in this matter, faced with 5 Profound Boundary professionals, was of course confident. Not to mention that the Supreme Quality Spirit Tool, Silence, activated its protective effect, but even if he cast the intermediate Earth Tier skill, Shadow Double, he wouldn't be successfully ambushed by Feng Jinsong.
Don't kill me! Su Ruiqing, surrounded by the Bone Legion, begged for mercy.
No one answered him. A bone soldier got off the skeletal warhorse and directly tore him in half with brute force. Blood rained down, and cries of anguish followed one after another. Only Feng Jinsong was left among the 5 robbers. Watching his companions die one by one, severely injured Feng Jinsong kept retreating.
I don't want the Undying Stone, spare my life. Feng Jinsong said.
He never dreamed that 5 Profound Boundary professionals could not defeat a Qi Refining Realm professional. Who on earth is this young man before me? How could he be so strong? I hate it the most when others steal my things. Of course, I love stealing from others.
Lu Yuan said.
As soon as he finished speaking, 200 Sky Punishment soldiers threw their long spears.
Shu shhhshhh. In the blink of an eye, Feng Jinsong was pierced and died on the spot. Controlling the Blood Butcher, Lu Yuan took out the storage rings of the 5 people, putting them into his pocket. The 6 new students from Pengcheng University.
So skilled, has Lu Yuan done this kind of thing a lot? Su Ruiqing said quietly. They had killed fierce beasts, but had never killed people in their lives. After killing, Lu Yuan smoothly took out the storage rings and put them into his pocket, as if he often did this killing and treasure snatching. These people deserve to die, said a girl with twin ponytails.
After cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Yuan looked at the other new students from Pengcheng University. How did you provoke them?
The bonfire was lit. Li Jinxue directed her teammates to rest in place, taking out water and compressed rations to replenish their strength. The two most seriously injured teammates were carried on a stretcher, their injuries alleviated and they were temporarily out of life-threatening danger. After doing all this, Li Jinxue sat by the bonfire, explaining the ins and outs to Lu Yuan in detail. We six teamed up to hunt fierce beasts in the wilderness to earn academic credits, and encountered multi-headed transcendental realm fierce beasts competing for high-quality forging material, the Undying Stone. Li Jinshue's beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Lu Yuan.
You're quite bold. Lu Yuan said.
Transcendental realm fierce beasts have completely gained wisdom, their thinking is no different from that of humans.
Even some IQs are quite high.
The fierce beasts also crave cultivation resources, so it's not surprising that they fight over the high-quality indestructible stones. While they were fighting, I quietly took the indestructible stone, but the mantis was catching the cicada while the oriole was behind. Those professionals you just killed were also eyeing the indestructible stone, Li Jinxue said fearfully. Without Lu Yuan, the six of them would have been killed by Feng Jinson. As for the 1-pound indestructible stone, Li Jinxue and her teammates never thought of asking Lu Yuan for it. Being alive is already a great fortune, they took the indestructible stone as Lu Yuan's reward for saving them. Lu Yuan, you are really awesome, I was stunned just now, Su Ruiqing, who lay on the stretcher, wrapped in bandages, mumbled.
Wait, you broke through to the Xiangang realm?
Su Ruiqing found that he couldn't see through Lu Yuan's strength.
Just broke through, Lu Yuan nodded. Su Ruiqing. He hadn't seen Lu Yuan cultivate at all, how did he break through? Warrior of the Xiangang realm. Su Ruiqing and his teammates felt envious. Lu Yuan was probably the first among the 5 top academies to break through to a warrior of the Xiangang realm. Before they went to the uninhabited area, they saw the news that Chu Wuxia had just broken through to the 8th star of the Qi refining realm. After a short rest, Lu Yuan commanded the Rift Wind Legion to patrol in the air, preventing nearby fierce beasts from approaching. At first, Li Jinxue and the others were a little reserved towards Lu Yuan, speaking politely, but as time went by, they became more familiar. After all, they were all of the same age and shared common topics. Lu Yuan, do you want to date? While chatting, the slim and attractive Du Lingxian threw a flirtatious glance at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan.
So direct, it's like I had no mental preparation at all.
Chapter 37, How could the demon race appear in the uninhabited area? Want to date?
The moment those words came out, Lu Yuan was stunned. Li Jinxue and the others seemed unfazed.
Lu Yuan looked at Du Lingxian.
She was charming, with a curvy figure, and her gaze almost made him weak.
What attribute? 5-star Qi refining realm warrior. Lu Yuan checked Du Lingxian's awakened attributes and realm.
This woman daring to say such things proved she was quite confident in her looks and figure. And indeed, among the 6 members of the team, 4 were girls.
Du Lingxian's looks and figure ranked just behind Li Jinxue.
This is not appropriate, Lu Yuan said, sensing the strong desire in Du Lingxian's tone.
If he agreed, he estimated they would soon sneak into a small grove. Do you have a girlfriend? Du Lingxian asked. No.
If we date, we'll sever ties once you find a girlfriend. Du Lingxian played with her hair.
Isn't that just a fling? Lu Yuan didn't finish his sentence.
Lu Yuan, be careful you can't handle it. Not long ago, Du Lingxian just broke up, and her ex-boyfriend spent a week in the male disease hospital. Su Ruiqing, well-fed and content, winked at Lu Yuan.
Don't forget Du Lingxian is a what attribute warrior. Hey, those in that profession know what it means. Su Ruiqing wore a knowing smile. What attribute warriors can enhance their strength through cooking, so this attribute is particularly open-minded. Of course, this is true for the majority. Some what attribute warriors are quite conservative. Clearly, Du Lingxian did not belong to the conservative group, boldly asking Lu Yuan if he wanted to date.
In her eyes, Lu Yuan was the top of the national martial arts exam, good-looking and with a nice personality. Why not date this kind of guy instead of someone ugly? I'm really amazing, Du Lingxian said with alluring eyes.
Ahem. Lu Yuan rubbed his waist, wondering if he could withstand Du Lingxian's fierce advance.
He didn't want to end up like Du Lingxian's ex-boyfriend, running to the male disease hospital every few days. Currently, I have no plans to find a girlfriend.
Ultimately, Lu Yuan rejected Du Lingxian, not because she wasn't pretty, but because she was too alluring and reminded him of a fish.
Compared to Du Lingxian, Lu Yuan preferred Li Jinxue, who had her hair tied in a ponytail and had a pure temperament. Alright then, Du Lingxian said regretfully, not continuing to pursue Lu Yuan. She originally wanted to experience cooking with the trickster chef.
Among many ex-boyfriends, Du Lingxian liked the awakened earth and metal attribute practitioners the most. After the little interlude, the atmosphere remained cheerful. By the way, Lu Yuan, how many credits do you have now? Su Ruiqing asked curiously.
Their small team had been in the no man's land for 3 days and earned over 100,000 credits. They were very satisfied with over 100,000 credits, divided among 6 people, that was 16,000 credits each, enough to exchange for many good things at school.
380,000, Lu Yuan glanced at his student ID. Hiss. Everyone gasped. 380,000 credits, how many fierce beasts did Lu Yuan kill in the no man's land? One person is worth 6, and he earned an extra 280,000 credits. Just good luck, Lu Yuan said. That group of Silver Moon howling wolves contributed a lot of credits to him. Are you planning to stay in the no man's land? Li Jinxue asked. After getting Lu Yuan's confirmation, Li Jinxue fell silent.
Anyway, they were about to leave. 2 members of the team were seriously injured and needed treatment. It was too risky to travel at night. The nearest border city was over 50 miles away, so they could only wait until daytime to set off. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the Xian Gang realm, awarded Gold Disaster, Devour Army, Fire Disaster, Crimson Bone, and Wind Disaster, Wind Xiaojun.
Once again, obtaining 3 SSS-level disasters.
Lu Yuan felt a stir in his heart and did not fabricate it immediately. After all, this was a perilous no man's land, especially in the plains where fierce beasts could ambush at any moment. He needed to find a safe place. As night fell, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged outside the tent, took out the monster crystal to cultivate, and the ripped wind core circled in the air, scouting the area within a kilometer. You rest, I'll keep watch. Li Jinxue walked out of the tent. Out of the 6, 4 still had combat ability, taking turns on watch at night to prevent ambushes by fierce beasts.
No need, Lu Yuan shook his head.
Trusting anyone is not as good as trusting oneself. He had long been used to keeping watch alone. Seeing Lu Yuan refuse, Li Jinxue said nothing and sat beside him, scanning the surroundings.
In the dark no man's land, a massive escape was underway. Bang bang bang. Huge flames rose, engulfing a dense forest. Damn it, if it really comes to it, let's fight. The mountains trembled, and towering trees collapsed with thunderous roars. Many practitioners ran out of the forest, their clothes tattered, looking back with lingering fear. They were in their early 30s, wearing clothes with different emblems embroidered on their chests. Hammers, eagles, golden swords, and so on. A man holding dual blades, his right eye stabbed blind, cursed as he gritted his teeth and pulled out the long arrow shot into his waist. Dying is minor, getting this message out is the priority. With a broken arm, Guoshuyo said while gripping his longsword with his right hand. They belonged to the 7 alliances, all being combat practitioners in the supernatural realm. A day ago, they were ordered by the Elder to come to the no man's land to hunt the deadly Thunder Tiger. The mission went smoothly, but on the way back, they encountered a demon king discussing an attack on White Sheep City with the demon tribe. The attack time was set for midnight 3 days later. At that time, over 10,000 fierce beasts, organized and disciplined, would raid White Sheep City at night, along with a demonic army of 5,000 for backup. This was a major issue. Guoshuyo decided to immediately return to the imperial capital to relay this news, but they were discovered. At this time, over 100 demons were chasing them, among which 30 were at the supernatural realm. Kill them all, we can't let them return to Huaxia. With demonic rage, the leading demon pointed at Guoshuyo, who was in the supernatural realm with 8 stars. Especially him. Old you, it relies on you, you are a wind attribute combat practitioner, only you have a chance to escape. Guoshuyo said to Yu Hongba. Yu Hongba shook his head. We go together. At a time like this, don't hesitate, hurry and run. We'll cover you. Guoshuyo shouted hoarsely. To deal with so many demons, you need at least a law realm strongman, and it must be a light attribute law realm powerful, otherwise, no one can help. Yu Hongba's throat moved, gritting his teeth as he used his flying spirit technique to dash toward White Sheep City. Pu-Chi. Metal Element Earth Level High Grade Spirit Skill Skycharging Battle Will. Watching Yu Hongba disappear from sight, Guoshuyo nodded to his companions and swung his broken arm holding a longsword to unleash his strongest spirit skill. In the blazing fire, one after another of the professionals belonging to the 7 alliances hall fell. A strong one is fighting. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. Li Jinshue's face looked blank. Far away, they are rushing toward us. Lu Yuan lifted the tent flap. 5 new students resting inside looked utterly confused. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 wind-splitting soldiers grabbed Lu Yuan and the others, flying up into the sky. What's going on? Su Ruiqing was even more confused. He was sleeping and suddenly got taken to the sky by wind-splitting soldiers. Lu Yuan frowned tightly, looking toward the nearby fast-flying, blood-covered wind element combat professional. Run fast, behind us are demons. Yu Hongba shouted loudly, urging Lu Yuan to run quickly. Demons? Hearing those 2 words, Lu Yuan's frown deepened, and Li Jinxue and the others were horrified. How could demons appear in the uninhabited zone? Chapter 38, Got Rich. 1,000 years ago, spiritual energy revived, demons invaded, and ferocious beasts rose. For every nation on Blue Star, the threat of demons far exceeded that of beasts.
After all, only beasts in the divine power realm could gain intelligence, but demons weren't much different from humans, just a different race.
Demons appearing in the uninhabited zone?
This news was so explosive that Li Jinshui and the others were dumbfounded. Especially when it was over 100 demons, each one in the profound strength realm, with more than 20 in the divine power realm.
Shit, isn't this the end? Su Ruiqing was about to cry.
They had just escaped death, and now they ran into demons again.
No matter how strong Lu Yuan in the profound strength realm was, he couldn't possibly take down that many demons. Run, split up and run.
If anyone survives, tell the White Ram City Defense Army, in 3 days at dawn, the beast tide will strike, with 5,000 demon troops cooperating. Yu Hongba said, hoping Lu Yuan could pass on the message. In the distance, was Shuyao, trapped in a fierce battle, looked dazed. There were 10 companions who came to carry out the mission, now only 4 remained. The stronger demons all went to chase Yu Hongba, so they could barely hang on a little longer.
Don't let a single one go, kill them all. A demon of divine power realm 8 stars, named Hong Yunfan, ordered.
Hong Yunfan, this name was translated from the demon language, as the demons had their own culture.
Following Hong Yunfan's command, dozens of wind element combat professional demons surrounded Lu Yuan. They were all in the divine power realm.
The overwhelming pressure made Li Jinshui unable to breathe and she couldn't help but want to kneel and submit.
Just accept fate.
Li Jinshui spoke calmly. If it were facing profound strength realm Feng Jinsong, she would still try to find a sliver of hope, but facing so many divine power realm demons, she didn't even have the will to resist. Hearing Li Jinshui's words, Su Ruiqing and the others calmly accepted death.
Lu Yuan, why did it have to be you? Yu Hongba looked at Lu Yuan, who was controlling the wind-splitting core.
Yu Hongba spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yuan, who ranked first in the national martial exam, actually appeared here.
If he died at the hands of demons, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Huaxia has stood for 400 years, and the martial exam has been held for 390.
Every national first place in the martial exam is an extremely precious treasure.
Among the leaders of the 7 alliances hall throughout the years, 14 were once martial exam national champions.
Go, tell the top general of White Ram City the message.
Yu Hongba made a quick decision, dragging his tired body to block in front of Lu Yuan. He could die, but Lu Yuan, the national martial exam first place, absolutely could not.
Demons. Lu Yuan tore off the supreme spiritual weapon silence he was wearing.
A vividly carved sheep face and human body, eyes growing under its armpits, the fierce beast glowed with purple light as if it had come to life.
Light element combat professionals are naturally strong against demons.
And the supreme spiritual weapon silence just so happened to store the earth-level spirit skill of the Judgment Hall's Hall Master.
Did the Judgment Hall's Hall Master use an earth-level skill to kill them? Lu Yuan asked.
Ready for battle?
Deciding to risk his life to protect Lu Yuan's escape, Yu Hongba was stunned.
Of course, don't mention the Master of the Judgment Hall, even any elder-level powerhouse from the Judgment Hall can easily take them down. Yu Hongba did not understand Lu Yuan's words. The key here is that there is neither the Master of the Judgment Hall nor an elder from the Judgment Hall.
If there were, would he and his companions need to flee?
Step back.
Lu Yuan said. Ha? Yu Hongba turned to look at Lu Yuan.
I'll deal with them.
Lu Yuan's tone was calm.
This is not the time for jokes, Lu Yuan, you may not know how important you are to Huaxia.
Yu Hongba spoke very quickly.
A genius like you is destined to become the great elder of one hall in the 7 alliances, or even the leader. Run, don't look back, run fast.
This.
Yu Hongba looked at Lu Yuan, who radiated holy light, like an inviolable divine being.
Lu Yuan, the number 1 Lu Yuan in all of Huaxia?
The demon leader, Hong Yunfan, was overjoyed, never expecting to kill not only this group of professionals from one hall in the 7 alliances but also the future pillar of Huaxia, Lu Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yuan's name had long spread across Blue Star, and Huaxia held a grand award ceremony for him. Even Hong Yunfan, being part of the demon race, had heard of it.
A light attribute combat profession.
Seeing Lu Yuan radiate holy light, Hong Yunfan's eyes widened, and then he knelt on the ground. He saw a face that made the entire demon race tremble in fear. The master of the Judgment Hall, Shen Duanhong.
Master Shen.
Yu Hongba rubbed his eyes hard, confirming he did not see wrong. The phantom standing above Lu Yuan was indeed the master of the Judgment Hall, Shen Duanhong.
Master Shen is here?
Clenching his teeth and trying to buy time for Yu Hongba to escape, Shuyo was overjoyed. Upon discovering Shen Duanhong, the demon race members surrounding Shuyo trembled, as if they had seen a ghost.
Dressed in pure white luxurious clothing, with a kind smile, Shen Duanhong hovered over Lu Yuan.
This was not his true arrival but a phantom stored in the top-grade spirit tool, Oblivion. Lu Yuan pointed at the 8-star demon race member, Hong Yunfan, in the realm of divine powers, and the phantom of Shinduanhong also raised a finger.
Explode. A high-grade Earth-level spirit skill, Light Beam Convergence. The dawn had arrived.
Within a 10-mile radius, holy light shone brightly, illuminating all living beings. A gigantic beam of light erupted from Shinduanhong's hand. Hundreds of demon race members at the Shuangguang and divine power realms knelt on the ground and howled.
Thick black smoke rose from their bodies.
Although this was only an Earth-level spirit skill, it was an Earth-level spirit skill unleashed by a divine Emperor-level powerhouse, enough to destroy the world.
Brother Yuan, damn it.
Su Ruiqing's heart stopped. He wanted to say so much.
But in the end, it condensed into just one curse. Bang! Bang! Bang!
In a 10-mile radius, not a blade of grass grows, as one huge pit after another appeared, and red-hot lava gushed forth. With just one strike, it directly shattered the Earth's crust, releasing lava.
No!
The strongest, the 8-star demon race member, Hong Yunfan, hoarse and exhausted, watched helplessly as he melted away from head to toe.
Why can Lu Yuan summon Shinduanhong? Hong Yunfan thought before dying.
Under the cover of holy light, hundreds of demon race members evaporated collectively. In the distance, was Shuyao struggled to survive, standing in place, soaking in holy light. His severed arm swiftly regrew, his spiritual energy restored to peak condition, and the injuries of his 3 surviving companions healed in an instant.
Damn, that's so powerful.
Even Lu Yuan did not expect that the spirit skill stored in the top-grade spirit tool, Oblivion, was so mighty. It is known to be an Earth-level spirit skill. What if it were a Heaven-level spirit skill?
Lu Yuan didn't dare to think any further. Salute to Master Shin. Salute to Master Shin.
Guo Shuyao and the other 3 knelt on one knee, speaking reverently.
Master Shin did not come. Lu Yuan said.
Guo Shuyao?
Lu Yuan, how are you here? A professional from the Split Wind Alliance recognized Lu Yuan.
During the martial examination ceremony, he was responsible for maintaining order and had chatted with Lu Yuan for a few moments. Killing fierce beasts to earn credits. Lu Yuan said as a matter of course.
Oh right, Pengcheng University credits are earned by hunting fierce beasts. The speaking professional nodded.
Then the question arises, since Master Shin did not come, who cast such a terrifying light attribute spirit skill? Controlling the Riftwind soldier, Lu Yuan landed steadily, looking at the ground covered with storage rings. 3 words appeared in his mind.
Struck it rich. Chapter 39, Returning to School.
Hundreds of demon clan members, over 70 storage rings, and demon cores all over the ground.
Lu Yuan picked up a demon core the size of a pigeon egg and examined it.
Killing fierce beasts yields demon crystals, while killing demon clan members yields demon cores. Demon cores can also be used for absorption training, even better than demon crystals. The price of demon cores of the same level on the market is 2 to 3 times higher than that of demon crystals, so Lu Yuan would say he struck it rich.
Are you saying that Lu Yuan summoned Master Shin?
Guo Shuyao was puzzled, but he roughly understood the situation just now. Lu Yuan summoned Master Shin, and Master Shin cast a ground-level spirit skill that instantly killed all the demon clan members. Generally, geniuses at this level have means to protect their lives. This is probably a protective measure granted to Lu Yuan by Master Shin, Guo Shuyao speculated, feeling grateful that they met Lu Yuan and escaped a disaster. More importantly, the message about the demon clan's night raid on White Sheep City could be spread.
Killing demon clan members doesn't earn credits?
Lu Yuan looked at the credits displayed on his student ID, still stuck at 380,000. The student ID calculates credits through scanning the corpses of fierce beasts, similar to wearing a bracelet in the martial examination. Demon clan members are not included. Li Jinxue stepped forward and said, looking enviously at the demon cores piled high in Lu Yuan's hands. So many demon cores are worth at least 50 to 60 million, plus that piece of top-grade forging material, the undying stone, weighing 1 pound. Lu Yuan, at such a young age, is worth over 100 million. However, professionals need to absorb demon crystals and magic boxes to improve their strength. Lu Yuan will most likely keep them for himself instead of selling them.
What a waste. Lu Yuan shrugged.
380,000 credits seem a lot, but it can only afford 3 years of living in an independent villa, whereas college lasts 4 years. It's not a waste, as long as there are demon cores, you'll still get credits when returning to school, Li Jinxue explained. With their provided on-site proof and the demon cores, it is conservatively estimated that these more than 100 demon clan members can bring Lu Yuan 300,000 credits. After all, there are 20 demon clan members at the spirit-seeking level. Killing a 1-star fierce beast at that level gives 2,000 credits, and the demon clan is likely even higher.
680,000 credits, Brother Yuan, that's way too amazing.
Su Ruiqing envied, almost biting his back teeth. He only had 16,000 credits.
Dear students of Pengcheng University, we are currently being pursued by fierce beasts and demon clan members. Shall we head to White Sheep City immediately?
Belonging to the Heavenly Sword Alliance, the 8-star spirit-seeking Guo Shuyo suggested, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. By common logic, his realm is higher than Lu Yuan's, including age.
But because of Lu Yuan's performance just now, Guo Shuyo subconsciously regarded Lu Yuan as a senior. Let's go. Lu Yuan nodded. He was very satisfied with this trip to the uninhabited area. First, he broke through to the mysterious state, then he gained nearly 700,000 credits, and a lot of demon crystals and demon cores. Most importantly, there is a piece of undying stone, a main material for crafting the 10,000 Bone Legion, truly a rich harvest. A group of people returned to White Sheep City under the cover of night. Upon Guo Shuyao's report, the highest leader of White Sheep City showed a serious expression and immediately announced that White Sheep City would enter a state of highest alert. Loud sirens rang out. The city gates were tightly closed, professionals were allowed in but not out, and the defense formations were activated, with the number of soldiers on the walls increased fivefold. That group of demon clan members was wiped out by Brother Yuan. Will the Beast Tide still raid White Sheep City at night?
The slightly plump Su Ruicheng curiously asked, forgetting when he began to call Lu Yuan Brother Yuan.
Whether the Beast Tide will night raid White Sheep City is not important. What matters is that we know the Demon Clan and the Fierce Beasts have major movements recently.
Guo Shuyo said.
Oh. Su Ruicheng somewhat understood and also did not.
Lu Yuan, you made a great contribution this time. I will report it to the headquarters after I go back. Guo Shuyo said seriously. Whether it was saving the lives of the 5 of them or conveying the news of the Demon Clan's night raid on White Sheep City,
Lu Yuan takes the first place. Lu Yuan waved his hand, signaling that it was a small matter, and returned to Pingchang University using the teleportation array.
Brother Yuan, let's go to the internet cafe to play games together sometime.
Before parting, Su Ruicheng said. Sure. Lu Yuan nodded.
I live in the girls' dormitory 208, and my roommates have gone to the wasteland to hunt ferocious beasts, so I'm all alone in the dorm. Du Lingxian flirted by playing with her hair, suggesting wildly.
Okay. Lu Yuan understood Du Lingxuan's hints.
Li Jinxue did not speak and turned to leave. After 3 days and nights of fierce battles, everyone was already extremely tired, eager for a good sleep.
Creak. Lu Yuan quietly opened the door to the teacher's house.
At this hour, Tang Jingwei had long been asleep, and since his health was poor, he slept lightly.
Lu Yuan often heard his coughs from the master bedroom.
I'll wait until dawn to exchange for the right to live in an independent villa at the mission hall.
Lu Yuan thought while lying on the sofa in the living room. This was also one of the reasons he hunted ferocious beasts in the wasteland for academic credits. Although the teacher didn't mind, claiming that as a single man, Lu Yuan could live there as long as he wanted, Lu Yuan still thought about living in an independent villa, inviting 5 or 6 female roommates to sing and play mahjong at night to relax. Soon, Lu Yuan fell asleep, only to wake up and find it was already 10 in the morning. Why don't you go sleep in your own bedroom?
Tang Jingwei, dressed casually in a down jacket with a thin face, sat at the table. I didn't want to disturb the teacher's rest. Lu Yuan said with a smile, realizing that Tang Jingwei had prepared a lavish breakfast for him.
I didn't know what you liked, so I bought a bit of everything. Tang Jingwei adjusted his black-rimmed glasses.
The table was filled with breakfast, buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and a small bowl of pickled vegetables. Pengcheng is by the sea, seafood porridge is a must-try for breakfast here.
Delicious.
Lu Yuan devoured the food, finishing the entire breakfast in no time. In the wasteland, he could only eat compressed food. While it filled his stomach, it tasted like chewing wax compared to the fragrant seafood porridge. Shen Gang Realm, I remember you were only at the 8th star of Qi refining realm 3 days ago.
It seems this trip to the wasteland brought great rewards. Tang Jingwei said.
It's pretty good, I killed quite a few ferocious beasts and demons.
Sated, Lu Yuan lay back on the sofa. Demons? Tang Jingwei frowned. How could there be demons in the wasteland? Aren't they supposed to stay in the demon realm?
Lu Yuan smiled slightly and took out a large number of demon cores from his storage ring.
Clatter.
Looking at the hundreds of demon cores from Shen Gang Realm and even Shintong Realm on the table, Tang Jingwei was stunned for a long time.
Don't tell me with your Shen Gang Realm strength, you can cross a major realm to kill Shintong Realm demons, and it's this many Shintong Realm demons. Tang Jingwei exclaimed.
Lu
Yuan nodded. Tang Jingwei?
After listening to Lu Yuan's account, Tang Jingwei marveled at the power of the supreme spirit weapon, capable of storing the spirit techniques of powerful beings at the emperor level. You were really lucky, you encountered demons, and the one who stored the spirit technique happened to be Master Shen from the Judgment Hall.
Tang Jingwei couldn't help but sweat for Lu Yuan.
It was too dangerous, he almost lost this disciple.
Teacher, why do light attribute practitioners have a natural restraint on demons? Lu Yuan asked.
Light attribute practitioners naturally restrain demons, this is common knowledge, even kids know, but not many people know the specific reason. Because of demonic energy, demons also have practitioners, and no matter what attribute their practitioners awaken, their spirit techniques are mixed with demonic energy. Tang Jingwei methodically organized the demon cores on the table, placing them in different boxes according to their realms for Lu Yuan's better use. Heaven is fair. Because of demonic energy, demons are slightly stronger than human practitioners of the same realm, but light attribute practitioners' spirit techniques restrain all demons, regardless of what attribute they awaken.
Tang Jingwei succinctly explained. Lu Yuan suddenly understood. The question that had troubled him for many years finally had an answer.
Looking at his disciple, Tang Jingwei said something that shocked Lu Yuan. Your bone army is actually demons. They are using a profession exclusive to the demon race, a magic attribute spirit skill.
Chapter 40, Terrifying Credits. The Wan Bone Core belongs to the demon race, and their awakened profession is also a magic attribute unique to demons?
The sheer amount of information left Lu Yuan momentarily stunned. The 9 eerie puppets include the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Heavenly Punishment Core is lightning, the Blood Slaughter Core is blood, while the Rift Wing Core is wind attribute. As for the Wan Bone Core, Lu Yuan always thought it was a stronger version of a skeleton warrior, but it turned out to be a magic attribute. The Undying Body is a high-level magic attribute spirit skill. I am very interested in rare attribute professionals and have specially researched a lot of information.
Tang Jingwei said.
He is knowledgeable and well-versed in all the weaknesses of fierce beasts. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a walking encyclopedia. If you skillfully use your eerie puppet core, with your current strength, you are likely to defeat a 5-star professional at the Xian Gang level, or even higher.
Tang Jingwei stood up and pushed the organized magic cores to Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan nodded, already knowing that the Wan Bone Core had a magic attribute.
After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Lu Yuan headed to the school task hall. Pengcheng University not only allows students to earn credits by hunting fierce beasts, but they can also take on tasks.
The difficulty of the tasks depends on the reward credits, and students can also post tasks, such as finding a temporary boyfriend to deal with parents, or hunting fierce beasts for specific body parts. Under the densely clouded sky, light rain began to fall, and students streamed in and out of the task hall. Hello, senior sister, I want to rent a 3-bedroom apartment. Many new students returned from the wilderness and were ready to spend 1,000 credits to rent a 3-bedroom apartment. After all, living in a 6-person dormitory was too uncomfortable and inconvenient. A 3-bedroom apartment is much more comfortable, and new students generally share it with 3 people, amounting to about 330 credits per month.
I want a standalone villa. New students and even older students instinctively looked at the person who spoke. A standalone villa costs 10,000 credits per month, which is so high that even many older students can't afford it.
The person who spoke was a new student.
Isn't that the principal's newly accepted apprentice, Han Juncheng? Someone recognized Han Juncheng.
His bright white hair is too eye-catching, and he behaves erratically, often saying things that leave others bewildered.
Including but not limited to. Is cramming a form of foot fetish? If a content reviewer watches short videos after work, is that considered overtime or illegal? They say there are golden houses in books. Why do people use ebooks now when no one buys physical books? Crazy.
People in the task hall instinctively moved away from Han Juncheng, then noticed his student ID showed he had an astounding 300,000 credits.
Ah, did he earn 300,000 credits in 4 days in the wilderness? This guy is pretty impressive. No wonder he was personally chosen by the principal.
Aside from his mental quirks, he is among the best in this year's new students. Seeing that Han Juncheng awakened a gold attribute combat profession and reached the 8-star Qi refinement realm, new students envied his 300,000 credits.
This is a standalone villa.
Pengcheng University has over 1,000 standalone villas, and only 3rd and 4th year students can live in them.
As a new student, Han Juncheng living in a standalone villa puts him far ahead of them and even most 2nd year students. Are you sick? Don't ask me stupid questions anymore.
The senior sister handling the business for Han Juncheng was completely exasperated. She admitted that Han Juncheng is impressive and a genius, but his mental issues are quite severe.
In simply 3 to 4 minutes of processing, he asked her over a dozen silly questions?
Hello, senior sister, I'm here to process the residence for a standalone villa.
Lu Yuan walked up to the window next to Han Juncheng. Lu Yuan? Compared to Han Juncheng, the nationwide martial arts exam top scorer, Lu Yuan has a slightly larger reputation. Even many older students recognized him. How much did Lu Yuan earn compared to Han Juncheng's 300,000 credits? Some instinctively compared Han Juncheng with Lu Yuan. Originally, this person should be Chu Wuxia, but Chu Wuxia applied to the Imperial Capital University. A star in the Xiangang realm, Lu Yuan has broken through to the Xiangang realm. So fast?
I saw the news this morning. Chu Wuxia just broke through to the peak of the Qi refining stage, and Lu Yuan has already broken through to the Xiangang realm.
380,000 points.
Just as the students were amazed that Lu Yuan broke through to the Shengang realm, the small screen in the window displayed Lu Yuan's credits. Not more, not less, exactly 380,000. Here comes another person who's rich and lives in an independent villa. To be precise, it's about having credits to be willful. If I had 380,000 credits, I'd also live in an independent villa. I have never lived in one. While waiting for the senior sister to handle the business, Lu Yuan heard Han Junshen's words nearby.
Bro, can I ask you a question?
Lu Yuan looked at Han Junshen, who had white hair and was making the senior sister blush from embarrassment. Since Han Junshen was taken as a disciple by the principal and earned 300,000 credits in 4 days in the wilderness, it proved he was not as simple as he seemed. What puzzled Lu Yuan was why Han Junshen pretended to be foolish.
Speak. Since he had nothing else to do, Lu Yuan didn't mind chatting with Han Junshen. The Bible was written by God, does that count as a nerve issue?
Han Junshen earnestly asked, looking eager for knowledge.
I don't know, but I also want to ask you a question. Lu Yuan shook his head. Go ahead. For someone who has had their forearm amputated, does fighting count as elbow strikes or punches?
Hiss.
Han Junshen took a cold breath, thinking he had met his match. Lu Yuan actually asked such a sharp question that even he couldn't answer. Take your time to think.
Lu Yuan ignored Han Junshen and took a card from the senior sister's hand. Junior Lu Yuan, the number of your randomly drawn independent villa is very auspicious, it's number 66, the senior sister smiled.
Thank you, senior sister. Lu Yuan looked at the card printed with the number 66. Senior sister, where can I exchange credits for killing the demon race? Lu Yuan asked.
The senior sister, named Wang Manman, who was working as a temp in the task hall, felt a sense of reverence upon hearing about the demon race.
Junior Lu Yuan is going to the army?
Wang Manman looked puzzled. Killing the demon race can earn credits, and they are generally much higher than the fierce beasts of the same realm. Usually, places where one kills the demon race are border cities, which means the front line. The army allows students from the 5 top universities to join, even if they haven't completed their studies, so Wang Manman instinctively thought Lu Yuan was going to the army. No, I killed demons in the wilderness.
Lu Yuan said. Wow, that's impressive. What rank of demon did you kill? Give me the demon core. Wang Manman looked at Lu Yuan with admiration.
She was a senior, a 4-star professional in the spiritual power realm, and had never killed a demon so far. A bit too much, but my teacher helped me sort it out.
Lu Yuan took out the demon cores from his storage ring. In an instant, the task hall was filled with a dense aura of demonic energy. Wang Manman? The students present? Wait a moment. Wang Manman took the demon cores in different boxes and called over several colleagues to calculate the credits. That is a spiritual power realm demon core?
A third-year student looked at the size of the demon core, estimating that the demon's strength before death was at the 8-star level in the spiritual power realm. Seeing Lu Yuan take out so many demon cores, Han Junshen beside him twitched his face violently.
How did he kill a spiritual power realm demon?
Han Junshen thought, habitually stroking the bracelet on his wrist, which was intricately carved into 4 different beast shapes, looking quite docile.
After more than 10 minutes, Wang Manman returned the demon cores to Lu Yuan.
Junior Lu Yuan, these demon cores amount to a total of 400,000 credits, now you have a total of 780,000 credits.
780,000. Hearing this terrifying number, even the seniors couldn't help but swallow hard, staring intently at Lu Yuan's student ID. Chapter 41, Climbing the Rankings. 780,000 credits. The task hall fell silent, watching the credits displayed on the small screen in the window. Damn.
A second-year senior broke down, realizing that the credits he accumulated over a year were not as many as Lu Yuan earned in 3 days in the wilderness. Senior sister, I want to pay for a year's living rights in the independent villa all at once.
Lu Yuan said.
All right. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Yuan left the task hall and headed to the independent villa area.
Number 66 Independent Villa.
Lu Yuan looked at his own villa, which had a total of 4 floors. The first floor was the living room, and the second floor had the master bedroom and 5 guest bedrooms. The third and fourth floors were empty, and Lu Yuan could find staff to renovate for free according to his own ideas. The fridge, television, and large sofa were all provided, and even the kitchen was neatly arranged with various unopened kitchenware and tableware, while the bathroom had unopened bathrobes and toiletries hanging.
It's just too lonely living alone.
Lu Yuan was very satisfied with the independent villa provided by the school, thinking it would be nice to have a few girls living together. It's quite luxurious, moving into a villa so soon after entering school.
Tang Jingwei walked in and said, Teacher. Lu Yuan stood up.
He respected this teacher very much, not only was he knowledgeable, but he also took good care of him. Don't waste the many credits you earn,
Take some time to visit the simulation room. Tang Jingawei placed the good tea leaves he brought on the table. Simulation room? Yes, the simulation room can simulate battles between professionals and fierce beasts. Every fierce beast has a fatal weakness, even an unarmed ordinary person can hunt down a chi refinement fierce beast. Tang Jingawei skillfully began to brew tea. Of course, the premise is to find the weakness. Lu Yuan silently noted the simulation room's location. Pengcheng University had many places that provided assistance for students' cultivation, such as artificial volcanoes which were very effective for fire attribute professionals. Staying at the artificial volcano for a day would cost tens of thousands of credits. The simulation room was just one of those places for assistance, and many areas were waiting for Lu Yuan to explore. This is my summary of the weaknesses of different fierce beasts, take some time to read it. Tang Jingawei took a sip of hot tea and pulled out a thick notebook. The notebook recorded different kinds of beast species, starting from the species and then subdividing, with some parts highlighted in red. Nightblade leopard, a fierce beast at the divine ability level, can reach the peak of the divine ability level. Its realm can be judged by the thickness of its spots. The Nightblade leopard loves to hunt chi refinement fierce beasts, blood-toothed wild boars, and can release poison into its body after killing the blood-toothed wild boar, luring the Nightblade leopard to eat it. Looking at the contents recorded in the notebook, Lu Yuan realized the value of this notebook. However, he did not be pretentious and directly accepted it, remembering Tang Jingawei's teachings in his heart. You go ahead, feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Tang Jingawei did not stay too long, as he had many things to do. For example, to perfect the dedicated high-level spiritual skill for the illusionist, the Mirage Illusion, so that Lu Yuan could learn to cast it. This time, it won't go wrong. Tang Jingawei clenched his fist, and the scene of his good brother Shinjun dying in an explosion flashed in his mind. With Lu Yuan providing a large number of illusionist spiritual skills as references, he was confident in completely perfecting the Mirage Illusion. After Tang Jingawei left, Lu Yuan closed the door and sat in the living room. The materials for making the three disasters were neatly arranged. Lu Yuan's mind formed the wind disaster device, and he began to work systematically. Time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Zizé monster in blue armor, with enormous wings on its back, appeared before Lu Yuan. It looked ugly, with a neck about half a meter long, and its face was covered with scars. Snap! The wind whipped around Lu Yuan, causing him to kneel on one knee. My blood as a contract, my bones as inscriptions, where the king's flag points, I shall not retreat a single step, even if I burn to ashes. Master of the Wind. The newly created disaster spat human words and loyalty, which Lu Yuan had long since become accustomed to. Then he began to create the Golden Disaster Devourer and the Fire Disaster Red Corpse. Unknowingly, the time reached the afternoon, and the villa was filled with the three different attributes of wind, gold, and fire. Lu Yuan looked at the recently created Devourer and Red Corpse. The two disasters were armored in shining gold, while the other was as beautiful as blood. Compared to the ugly appearance of the wind disaster, the appearances of the Golden Disaster Devourer and the Fire Disaster Red Corpse were handsome. It looks like a normal human being. They are tall and sturdy, resembling ancient generals commanding thousands of troops. If I recognize a master, even if mountains and seas collapse before me, I won't change my path, even if heaven's thunder strikes me, it won't shatter my will. Army of Devouring, Crimson Skeleton, greets the master. Very good. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, and the seven disasters stood neatly before him, along with more than 3,000 puppeteer soldiers. This power is enough to swiftly kill any practitioner in the Profound Realm, and those in the Divine Power Realm could also have a fighting chance. Wind Disaster, Wind Little. SSS-Level Puppeteer. Realm, 1 star in Profound Realm. Spirit Techniques, Gale Pursuit, Eye of the Azure Hawk, Divine Feather Reversal, Ripping the Sky. Remarks, a well-behaved and obedient canary has been corrupted and resurrected by disaster, loving to disembowel enemies. Lu Yuan checked Wind Little and found its strongest spirit technique reached the high level of Earth Tier, and it could use more than 20 Earth Tier spirit techniques in total. The Army of Devouring and Crimson Skeleton are similar, combined they have over 100 spirit techniques. Let me see your strength. Lu Yuan rolled up his sleeves. Since becoming a practitioner, he had no idea where his limits were. And encountering the demon race in the no man's land was a special case. This morning, he learned about the simulation room from his teacher, and Lu Yuan prepared to experience it. He stepped out of the villa, and with the help of a kind senior sister, Lu Yuan arrived at the southwest side of Pengcheng University, standing at the entrance of an oval building. This is the simulation hall for fighting fierce beasts. There were many students heading to the simulation room, all pulling out their student IDs to swipe for credits. Junior, you're a freshman, right? Freshmen get a free month, no charge. Seeing Lu Yuan take out his student ID, the sweet-smiling senior sister reminded him. Free? Lu Yuan decisively put his student ID into his pocket. Even though he had plenty of credits, he thought that if he could get it for free, he definitely would.
Pengcheng University did this for a simple reason, allowing freshmen to experience the benefits of the training ground, encouraging them to hunt fierce beasts in the no man's land for credits. Junior, let me briefly introduce the simulation room to you, the senior sister said. The simulation room has 3 floors, targeting practitioners of the Chi Training Realm, Profound Realm, and Divine Power Realm. Since you are a Profound Realm practitioner, you can only go to the 2nd floor. The sweet-smiling senior sister recognized Lu Yuan's realm. I understand. Lu Yuan nodded. Oh, by the way, the simulation room has rankings. The top 10 will be rewarded with credits. But Junior, your realm is too low. When you break through to 8 stars or the peak of the Profound Realm, you can try for a ranking. As long as you don't fall off the ranking, you can earn credits every month. Rewards credits? Senior sister, how many credits does the first place in the Profound Realm simulation room get? Each month, it rewards 200,000 credits. I'll give it a try. Lu Yuan became interested. He wondered if the 7 disasters plus more than 3,000 puppeteer soldiers could help him earn those 200,000 credits. Chapter 42, Breaking the Record. The rain drizzled, a day fit for sleeping in and home. Relying on the freshman's free 1-month experience policy, Lu Yuan entered the simulation hall without spending any credits. Roar. In the quiet corridor, the roars of beasts echoed frequently, as first-year students in the Chi Training Realm simulated battles with fierce beasts. And the freshmen, other than Lu Yuan, had not yet broken through to the Profound Realm. Most second-year students are practitioners in the Profound Realm, while those in the Divine Power Realm are rare. Brother Yuan, you're also here at the simulation room. As soon as he stepped into the first floor, Lu Yuan ran into Su Ruicheng. His injuries had mostly healed, and he was now sweating profusely, gasping for air. This was a sign of having exhausted his spiritual power. Just here to try it out. Lu Yuan said. Did you go find Du Lingxian last night? Su Ruicheng chuckled. He remembered when they parted at dawn, Du Lingxian hinted to Lu Yuan that there was no one in her dorm. When the 6 of them teamed up to hunt fierce beasts in the no man's land, Su Ruicheng found Du Lingxian quite open, so he had some thoughts about her. Unfortunately, she didn't look his way. Not in the mood. Lu Yuan shook his head. He had collapsed on the sofa in the teacher's living room right after returning at dawn. I slept until 10 in the morning. Upon learning that Lu Yuan did not go, Su Ruicheng wisely skipped the topic. Brother Yuan, you should break through to the Xiangang realm later, and charge the leaderboard when you are at the peak of the Qi refining realm. The first place on the first floor rewards 100,000 credits every month. Su Ruicheng said regretfully. Lu Yuan could not simulate fighting fierce beasts on the first floor, so he could only go to the second floor. Not long ago, the principal's new apprentice Han Junqian broke the record on the first floor. Although he was not first but second, he could receive 80,000 credits every month. The Xiangang realm rewards more, Lu Yuan said dismissively. He couldn't intentionally suppress his realm for credits. That may be true, but Brother Yuan's breakthrough to the Xiangang realm's 8 stars or peak probably has to wait until next year. Su Ruicheng thought Lu Yuan was comforting himself. Both sides of the corridor were installed with transparent glass, allowing one to see every move in the simulation room clearly. This was to facilitate students' observational learning, especially observing battles of practitioners with the same attributes. In the first floor simulation room, Lu Yuan noticed Li Jinxue, whom he had met not long ago. She had a time attribute and was at the 6 stars of the Qi refining realm, currently simulating a battle against an 8-star fierce beast in the Qi refining realm. Taking the elevator up to the second floor, there was not much difference from the first floor, except that the minimum realm of students was at Xiangang. Most of them were second-year students, and many were third-year students. Can Fu Mingcheng break Senior Fu's record? It's hard to say, but it seems quite likely. Fu Mingcheng has already killed 50 peak Xiangang fierce beasts. Only 5 minutes left. In the second-floor corridor, some students watched practitioners of the same attributes simulating battles against fierce beasts. The attributes of the professions were varied, and watching battles of the same attribute helped improve strength and find shortcomings. Simulation room number 8 was filled with students, all chatting animatedly about something. It seems someone is challenging the leaderboard, Su Ruicheng, who had come with Lu Yuan, said. Listening to the senior students, it seemed the students in simulation room number 8 had a high ranking on the leaderboard, otherwise, they wouldn't attract so many people to watch. Seeing this, Lu Yuan walked over to check the situation in the simulation room through the transparent glass. Crash bang. Thunder and fire clashed. A young man in his early 20s with a buzz cut was madly unleashing his spiritual techniques. Mid-level transcendent spiritual technique, explosive flame strike. Advanced transcendent spiritual technique, thunder embodiment. Low-level earth spiritual technique, thunder fire. Standing outside the simulation room, Lu Yuan couldn't feel the power of these spiritual techniques. But with every thunder and fire attribute technique the young man unleashed, the simulated peak fierce beast of the Xiangang realm quickly evaporated.
A practitioner of both thunder and fire attributes?
Lu Yuan looked at the sophomore named Fu Mingcheng, who had already killed 55 peak Xiangang fierce beasts.
Thunder represents killing, fire represents destruction. These two attribute techniques were known to be extremely powerful. Lu Yuan had seen single attribute practitioners before, but this was the first time he had seen someone awaken both attributes at once.
So it's Senior Fu challenging the leaderboard. No wonder so many seniors are watching, Su Ruiqing suddenly understood. Fu Mingcheng, a sophomore at Pengcheng University, ranked among the top 3 in strength, about to break through to the divine ability realm. Being in the top 3 does not mean Fu Mingcheng is the third strongest. He hadn't fought the other two for a long time. Senior Fu probably wants to break Senior Fu's record before his breakthrough, to earn 200,000 credits every month, Su Ruiqing speculated. 200,000 credits were still very appealing. Living in an independent villa area cost 120,000 credits a year, which would be enough to live for 4 years with 3 months' worth. The Senior Fu he mentioned was an idol for all students at Pengcheng University. Fu Jingjie, an elder of the Cracked Wind Alliance, was also the youngest elder of the 7 alliances, having broken through to the law realm at such a young age. And Fu Jingjie was taught by Tang Jingwei, making Lu Yuan call him senior brother.
He did it! Fu Mingcheng has broken Senior Fu's record. Wow, amazing! After so many years, someone has finally broken Senior Fu's record. 70 peak Xiangang fierce beasts, 5 more than the first place. The onlookers were excited, watching the changes on the ranking list. Xiangang Realm Simulation Ranking List.
First place, Fu Mingcheng, killed 70 Xiangang Realm peak beasts, monthly reward of 200,000 credits.
Second place, Fu Jingjie, killed 65 Xiangang Realm peak beasts, graduated.
Third place, Tang Xingyu, killed 58 Xiangang Realm peak beasts, monthly reward of 150,000 credits.
From first to the 100th place, each month receives different credit rewards.
As for Fu Jingjie, who has long since graduated, only his ranking remains.
Crack!
Fu Mingcheng, emerging from the simulation room, stretched his muscles, looking at his first place with no emotion in his heart. Before the challenge, he had a premonition that he could break Fu Jingjie's record. Sure enough, he killed 5 more Xiangang Realm peak beasts than Fu Jingjie. Congratulations, Fu Mingcheng, you finally jumped from second to first. The Thunderfire attribute spirit skill is too overbearing. A ground-level spirit skill can directly kill beasts of the same realm. 200,000 credits, enough to stay in a special training place for more than half a month. Faced with the congratulations of the onlookers, Fu Mingcheng remained expressionless as he took out a monster crystal to recover his spirit power. To him, it was nothing significant, just breaking a senior's record that graduated many years ago.
After watching Fu Mingcheng simulate fighting the beasts, Lu Yuan walked into simulation room number 9 beside him. How many star Xiangang realm beasts can Brother Yuan kill?
Su Ruiqing muttered to himself outside the transparent glass.
Lu Yuan, the first in the national martial exam, Lu Yuan? An older student heard Su Ruiqing's words and couldn't help but curiously stand outside simulation room number 9.
Being first in the national martial exam, that title is quite loud.
What intrigued the older students more was Lu Yuan's awakened profession. Special profession, trickster. This profession is extremely rare, and Lu Yuan is the only living trickster on the entire Blue Star.
Hearing Lu Yuan, trickster, even Fu Mingcheng, who was recovering his spirit power through the monster crystal, slowly opened his eyes. He, along with the older students present, wanted to see how the trickster fought up close.
Chapter 43, Challenge Mode.
On the second floor of the simulation room, more and more students gathered around simulation room number 9.
Do you think Lu Yuan can defeat how many star Xiangang realm beasts?
2-star, at most 3-star. After all, Lu Yuan has just broken through to Xiangang realm. Defeating 3-star Xiangang realm beasts would be impressive. By the way, I've never seen a trickster fight. Today I'm lucky to witness it.
The students watched Lu Yuan's every move. Entering the simulation room, Lu Yuan realized it was larger than he had imagined.
From the outside, it looked like about 100 square meters, but inside it was actually 500 to 600 square meters.
Space-related spirit weapon? Lu Yuan boldly guessed. And starting from high quality.
Only space-related spirit weapons can have effects of compressing or expanding space. The simulation room was empty, with only a liquid crystal screen embedded in the wall. By controlling the screen, it could simulate different levels of Xiangang realm beasts. In addition, there was a challenge mode, where within 30 minutes, the system would simulate a large number of Xiangang realm peak beasts.
Then, based on the number of beasts killed, a ranking would be made. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan decisively activated the challenge mode.
Buzz buzz buzz. The harsh alarm sounded. Challenge mode has been activated, countdown 10, 9, 8.
Why did Lu Yuan activate the challenge mode? The crowd outside the simulation room was confused, and Fu Mingcheng, who was recovering spirit power from the monster crystal, frowned. Lu Yuan just broke through to Xiangang realm and activated the challenge mode, isn't that too reckless? Don't think that simulating fighting beasts has no danger, there is still risk. Of course, it's not about the physical body, but the mental level. The simulated beasts are not too different from reality. If the power gap is too large and one gets killed instantly, the strong visual impact may cause someone to panic, or worse, suffer a mental breakdown. Could it be that he clicked wrong? This is Brother Yuan's first simulation, Su Ruiqing said. Impossible. The challenge mode will give 3 warnings. Could he click wrong once and still click wrong 3 times? Someone retorted. It seems Lu Yuan will soon fail the challenge. A sophomore said.
As the top student in national martial arts exams, Lu Yuan should have no problem with mental endurance, so he wouldn't be scared into a mental breakdown. But thinking about the embarrassment Lu Yuan would face soon, the onlookers showed expressions of anticipation.
Roar. The countdown ended, and the challenge mode officially began. A deafening beast roar echoed. Lu Yuan looked at the simulated peak-level twin-headed devil wolf before him. The 2 wolf heads bared their teeth, sharpening their claws in preparation.
Lu Yuan recalled his teacher's words. Copper head, iron bones, tofu waist, the mutated beasts mostly have their waist as their fatal weakness. Splash. The storage ring flickered with a barely noticeable glow, and a dark red long line danced in the air.
Lu Yuan summoned all 7 calamities and all his puppet battalions without holding back.
Blood Butcher, Wind Eater, Corruption, Crimson Bones. The 7 calamities waved their weapons, with Blood Butcher charging ahead towards the twin-headed devil wolf. Thousands of Rift soldiers flapped their wings, while under the command of the Wind Lord, thousands of soldiers riding skeletal warhorses drew their bows, the bone arrows exuding a rich magical aura. And there were the Heavenly Punishment Battalion, Golden Spear Battalion, Star Eater Battalion. The crowd outside the simulation room was stunned. Can Lu Yuan really control so many monsters at once? There must be 3,000 or 4,000 in there. This is absurd. I'm a dark attribute practitioner, and at the peak of the 6 stars, I can only summon 500 skeletal heavy cavalry. Lu Yuan's summon numbers are 6 or 7 times mine. Is this the combat style of a puppeteer? Directly gang up on the peak twin-headed devil wolf to kill it. There were no flashy techniques. The bloodthirsty soldiers hacked the twin-headed devil wolf to death with one knife after another. 1-on-1? Not a chance. Why fight 1-on-1 when you can gang up? As the twin-headed devil wolf disappeared, the system simulated 2 more peak-level beasts. Boom. The strongest Star Eater soldier punched and killed, followed by the 9 puppet battalions raising their weapons again. So easy? Not to mention Su Ruiqing, who came with Lu Yuan, was stunned. The onlooking sophomores curious about the puppeteer's combat style were also dumbfounded. The level of shock was even greater than when they learned Fu Mingcheng had broken the record. You have to know Lu Yuan had just broken through to the peak of the Xian Gang realm, directly beating peak-level beasts. This was simply too exaggerated. The challenge mode will become increasingly difficult, continuously increasing the number of beasts. Fu Mingcheng, who had just broken the record, said in a hoarse voice. After killing 1 beast, the system would simulate 2 more next time, until the challenger failed. At this time, 5 peak-level beasts appeared in the simulation room. Looking at the 5 beasts, each with a different appearance and an overwhelming aura, Lu Yuan's fingertips danced to control the 7 calamities. The calamity of Wind Tyrant, unleashed its massive wings and let out a sharp howl. Earth-level advanced technique, Wrath of the Gale. Several thick blue tornadoes, as wide as barrels, swept in from all directions. The 5 beasts that heard the howl showed painful expressions, constantly shaking their heads. The calamity of Fire, Crimson Bones, narrowed its pupils. Earth-level advanced technique, Ashen Bite. Roar. 5 fierce tigers, made of black flames, brutally charged at the beasts. The calamity of Blood Butcher, the calamity of Gold, Eater of Armies, the calamity of Earth, Crag-stopping. Heavenly techniques filled the sky. Spiritual techniques, and they're all Earth-level advanced techniques. Hey, dude, why can he summon monsters and use spiritual techniques? You can do it too, right? Give it a try. A dark attribute student summoned a skeletal warrior, excitedly pointing at the skeletal warrior. Skeletal warrior? Come on, use it. I'm begging you. But no matter how much he shook or pleaded, the skeletal warrior showed no response at all. 7 different attribute Earth-level advanced techniques. Fu Mingcheng's face twitched. Besides the 5 elements, there were also the rare blood attribute and wind attribute. In particular, the blood attribute, the probability of awakening this attribute is 1 in 10,000. What 1 in 10,000 means is based on the premise of awakening a combat profession, if you add the 3 main types of professions. Far beyond this probability. The 24th place, Lu Yuan has killed 20 fierce beasts. The power of Earth-tier spirit techniques is too strong, and there are 7 different attribute high-tier Earth techniques, enough to defeat multiple peak Xian Gang realm fierce beasts in seconds. Damn, Lu Yuan wouldn't just have broken through to the Xian Gang realm and rushed into the top 10, right?
Someone had a strange expression. The focus isn't on the top 10, but on the fact that he just broke through to the Xian Gang realm. Looking at the top 100 students on the list, who isn't an 8-star or peak Xian Gang realm to make the list? Since the simulation room was created, no one at 1-star in Xian Gang realm has made it onto the list. He simulated 8 fierce beasts at once. Su Ruiqing said excitedly, as if he was the one in the simulation room, not Lu Yuan. The fierce beasts simulated this time are very smart. They know that Lu Yuan is controlling the monsters, and if they take him down, everything ends. The senior with the dark attribute who had cried out earlier said. 8 fierce beasts, and they are peak Xian Gang realm beasts, are attacking Lu Yuan from different directions. Under everyone's gaze, a thick-skinned mammoth charged at Lu Yuan, its trunk crashing hard against Lu Yuan's back. It's over, Lu Yuan has failed the challenge, someone said. In reality, getting hit by a mammoth's trunk would bend even steel, not to mention a person. It's not over, the challenge is still continuing, Su Ruiqing said in confusion. Everyone? In the simulation room, Lu Yuan who took the blow from the trunk was unscathed, and a strange puppet appeared in front of the mammoth. Chapter 44, Warning, Warning. High-tier Earth Technique Substitute Puppet. Lu Yuan looked at the mammoth, which was equally puzzled and somewhat stiff in its movements. Since it was a test of his strength limits, Lu Yuan had put away his top-tier spirit weapon, Oblivion, in his storage ring before the challenge mode started. From the moment the mammoth's trunk swung out, Lu Yuan had activated the substitute puppet in advance to dodge this deadly blow. The challenge mode was still ongoing. Standing on the shoulder of a star-devouring soldier, Lu Yuan skillfully controlled the puppet army. Damn! Damn! Damn, damn! The corridor was occasionally filled with exclamations, and more students gathered around simulation room number 9. Shut up and don't disturb others' study and observation. A serious-looking instructor in his 40s walked over. Loud noise was prohibited in the simulation corridor, he could hear damn from far away. The instructor, named Zhou Mingqian, was mainly responsible for teaching second-year students awakening fire attributes. Instructor Zhou, come quick. Lu Yuan is going crazy with the kills, a student who recognized Zhou Mingqian said. Lu Yuan is going crazy? Zhou Mingqian raised an eyebrow. Haven't you seen any real scenes? Lu Yuan is the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam, isn't it normal for a 1-star Xian Gang realm to kill a 3-star Xian Gang realm beast? Zhou Mingqian said helplessly. He thought these kids were overly shocked to see Lu Yuan killing 3-star Xian Gang realm beasts. There are still gaps among geniuses, and for a talent like Lu Yuan, defeating 2 or 3 opponents of lower realms is completely normal. Seeing the situation in the simulation room, Zhou Mingqian's eyes widened. Damn! Suddenly realizing he was a teacher, Zhou Mingqian changed his wording. I'll be damned. Not noticing that his voice was very loud. Challenging 10 peak Xian Gang realm beasts at once? Zhou Mingqian blinked, understanding why these kids were so excited. Xian Gang realm simulation ranking list. First, Fu Mingcheng, killed 70 peak Xian Gang realm beasts, monthly reward, 200,000 credits. Second, Fu Jingjie, killed 65 peak Xian Gang realm beasts, already graduated. Third, Tang Xingyu, killed 58 peak Xian Gang realm beasts, monthly reward, 150,000 credits. Seventh, Lu Yuan, killed 55 peak Xian Gang realm beasts, monthly reward, 100,000 credits. Already killed 55? Zhou Mingqian looked at Lu Yuan, who was ranked 7th, and then at the remaining time. There is plenty of time left, with 18 minutes remaining. I'll be damned. Zhou Mingqian exclaimed again. Fu Mingcheng, who had just broken the record, was no longer calm, he was staring intently at Lu Yuan in the simulation room. He shouldn't have any energy left, right? Fu Mingcheng spoke somewhat stutteringly. However, before the words fell, Lu Yuan controlled the 7 great calamities to cast 7 different high-level Earth-grade spirit techniques once again. The surrounding crowd? Fu Mingcheng? Zhou Mingqian? I now know how Lu Yuan killed the peak ferocious beast of the Xian Gang realm. Zhou Mingqian's mouth twitched. With so many high-level Earth-grade spirit techniques smashing down, even a ferocious beast of the divine power realm wouldn't be able to withstand it. Everyone, watch carefully and learn well, especially the dark attribute practitioners present. Observe Lu Yuan's battle process seriously. Zhou Mingqian said seriously. Instructor Zhou, learn what? Lu Yuan's control over the monsters is too abnormal, completely different from the skeleton monsters. A student awakening the dark attribute said. Open your eyes wider and take a look. Zhou Mingqian pointed to the simulation room. Lu Yuan's control over the monsters in battle is very methodical, and he always finds the ferocious beast's fatal points accurately to deliver fatal strikes. Zhou Mingqian tapped on the glass. For example, those strange armored soldiers wearing earth-colored armor, they obviously have strong defense but are quite heavy, so Lu Yuan chose to let them block in front to absorb the ferocious beast's attacks.
The flying strange soldiers harass, while the strange soldiers riding skeleton war horses charge, surrounding and defeating the ferocious beasts one by one. The battle in the simulation room was intense, while the students outside focused on listening to Zhou Mingqian's explanation, especially the dark attribute students who were especially serious. Listening to teacher Zhou, Lu Yuan seems to know the weaknesses of ferocious beasts very well.
It must have been taught by mentor Tang.
I'm envious that Lu Yuan has such a good mentor.
The students sighed.
The new students didn't know how strong Tang Jingwei was, but they were very clear about it.
Students he taught all have great reputations.
However, before this, it was always the students begging Tang Jingwei to become their teacher, like Fu Jingjie, who had already graduated and now served as an elder of the Rifting Wind Alliance. At that time, he knelt at Tang Jingwei's door for a whole day and night before Tang Jingwei finally agreed.
Lu Yuan was the one Tang Jingwei actively asked if he wanted to be his disciple. Don't make excuses.
The weaknesses of ferocious beasts have long been compiled into books and can be easily found online.
Zhou Mingqian said. It's 66. Lu Yuan has broken the record of Senior Fu, ranking second.
Someone noticed the ranking and found that Lu Yuan had eliminated another 10 ferocious beasts. Then everyone in the corridor turned their heads to look at the current record holder, Fu Mingqiang.
Fu Mingqiang's face looked grim. No way. My record has just been set, and now it's being broken.
Fu Mingqiang clenched his fists, feeling a strong sense of crisis. Lu Yuan, who had just broken through to the Xian Gang realm, could already kill peak ferocious beasts of the Xian Gang realm, which was amazing enough. Even more amazing was that the number of kills was about to surpass him and become the first in Xian Gang realm simulation.
What are all of you shouting about?
Students can shout, but old Zhou, why are you shouting too?
Vice Principal Zhan Shouzhang reprimanded. Hello, Vice Principal Zhan.
Zhan Shouzhang waved his hand. Vice Principal Zhan, Lu Yuan is fast, and he is already the first in Xian Gang realm simulation.
Zhou Mingqian looked at the ranking.
First, Lu Yuan killed 78 peak ferocious beasts of the Xian Gang realm, monthly reward, 200,000 academic credits. Second, Fu Mingqiang killed 70 peak ferocious beasts of the Xian Gang realm, monthly reward, 150,000 academic credits. Seeing the ranking being surpassed, Fu Mingqiang's heart finally sank.
Damn!
Fu Mingqiang slumped to the ground, looking like he had lost all hope.
Huh?
Zhan Shouzhang rubbed his face hard and found that the first place was indeed Lu Yuan.
Inside the simulation room, Lu Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. Is this my limit?
Lu Yuan looked at the number of ferocious beasts he had killed on the screen. 82 beasts.
There are 5 minutes left in challenge mode.
I've drained myself, I have no spiritual energy left. Just as Lu Yuan was about to end the battle himself, the wind Calamity wind crab in the sky chirped crisply.
Can you merge with the Sky Ripper Legion? Lu Yuan understood what the wind machine was saying. With the improvement in his realm, the 7 great calamities seemed to gain wisdom, and this feeling became more apparent.
Receiving the wind machine's call, Lu Yuan controlled thousands of Sky Ripper Legion to merge with the wind calamity.
Buzz.
A clear and crisp phoenix cry rang out. Earth-level high-tier spirit technique, wind rises and clouds surge. Instantly annihilating all the ferocious beasts before him. Not only that, but the entire simulation room shook violently, and urgent warning sounds came forth.
Warning, warning, there is a divine realm practitioner using the Xuanqi realm simulation room.
Please evacuate the individual immediately. Please evacuate the individual immediately.
Divine realm practitioner?
Lu Yuan smiled. With the wind merging perfectly with the sky-splitting legion, the power was too strong, causing the system to mistake him for a divine realm practitioner engaged in battle on the second floor.
Chapter 45, Did he make Fu Mingqiang breakthrough? A harsh whistle echoed, the warning sounds ringing in the corridor repeatedly.
Seeing the situation in the simulation room, everyone exchanged speechless glances.
The system mistook Lu Yuan for a divine realm practitioner and triggered the alarm?
In the end, Lu Yuan controlled the monsters to unleash spirit techniques whose power was far too explosive, not something a Xuanqi realm practitioner could achieve. Unbelievable, I've been in the second floor simulation room for over 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen the system make such an error. The onlooking students swallowed hard. Lu Yuan triggered the system alarm, and the most absurd part was that he had just broken through to the Xuanqi realm.
Is this reasonable?
Just after breaking the record for first place, Fu Mingqiang took a deep breath, feeling deeply unsettled.
Impressive, Fu Mingqiang said.
These words came from the heart, filled with genuine feelings.
Lu Yuan was so impressive that Fu Mingqiang almost wanted to cry.
I just broke the record. Fu Mingqiang said, his eyes brimming with tears. Instructors Zhou Mingqian and Deputy Principal Zhan Shouzhang exchanged glances.
Is the odd puppet master profession this strong?
Zhou Mingqian frowned. It's not that the odd puppet master is strong, it's that Lu Yuan is strong. His spirit power reserves are terrifyingly high, allowing him to control so many odd puppet legions at once. Zhan Shouzhang said solemnly. Deputy Principal, Brother Yuan triggered the system alarm, but there are only 3 minutes left in challenge mode, Su Ruiqing said cautiously. 120. Lu Yuan secured first place on the second floor by killing 120 ferocious beasts in the Xuanqi realm and only took 27 minutes. If it had been 30 minutes, the number of beasts killed would have been even higher. Zhan Shouzhang frowned, this was also his current concern. Creak. The door to the simulation room opened, and Lu Yuan walked out under everyone's watchful eyes. Hello, Principal Zhan. Upon seeing Zhan Shouzhang, Lu Yuan greeted him. Next time you can go directly to the third floor, to simulate fighting with ferocious beasts of the divine realm. Zhan Shouzhang said, the second floor was no longer suitable for Lu Yuan. Although Lu Yuan had just broken through to the Xuanqi realm. I understand, Lu Yuan nodded. As for the number of beasts killed. Zhan Shouzhang rubbed his temples, thought for a moment, and decided to add 20 more to Lu Yuan's count, raising it to 140 ferocious beasts at the peak of the Xuanqi realm. Old Zhou, do you think this is reasonable? Zhan Shouzhang asked. Zhou Mingqian shook his head. It's too few. Based on his years of teaching experience, he knew that the wind-type spirit technique Lu Yuan unleashed while controlling the monsters could directly kill over 100 beasts below the divine realm. Zhan Shouzhang. But 140 is fine. This record is unmatched and will likely never be broken again. Lu Yuan himself won't surpass it, Zhou Mingqian said. As Lu Yuan's realm increased, his strength would only grow stronger. By the time he started challenge mode on the second floor, the system would likely trigger the alarm directly. Clap clap clap. Congratulations, Junior Lu Yuan. You truly deserve to be the top of the national martial examination. Junior Lu Yuan is amazing. The onlooking crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Facing the cheers from his seniors, Lu Yuan smiled and acknowledged them. As long as his record isn't broken, he can claim 200,000 credits on the 15th of every month. It shouldn't be broken, right? Lu Yuan said. Hearing this, everyone was speechless, and Deputy Principal Zhan Shouzhang's mouth twitched. Don't worry, if anyone breaks your record, I'll give you an additional 200,000 credits. Zhan Shouzhang promised. Just as Zhou Mingqian said, Lu Yuan's record was unmatched and simply could not be broken. Look at what you've done to Fu Mingcheng, he's so upset he almost broke through. Zhou Mingqian said. Lu Yuan looked at Fu Mingcheng. He was so red-faced from holding it in, breaking through from the peak of the Xingang realm to the Shintong realm. Hello, junior brother Lu Yuan. Fu Mingcheng smiled bitterly. He was already close to breaking through and had intentionally suppressed his realm to compete on the rankings. Hello, Senior Fu. Lu Yuan said, not expecting that he was so powerful that he made Senior Fu break through. Next time someone else breaks through because of him, he'll take 2,000 or 3,000 credits from them. After a trip to the simulation room without spending credits, Lu Yuan happily returned to the villa with a profit of 200,000 credits. In the villa's living room, a faint aroma of tea filled the air. Wearing black-rimmed glasses, Tang Jingwei, who often furrowed his brows and had eyebrows like a river character, was focusing on reading a book. The book was titled Autobiography of Blood Attribute Practitioners. Teacher. Lu Yuan picked up the milk tea on the table. As the two spent more time together, Tang Jingwei knew Lu Yuan didn't like tea, but loved milk tea. So every time he came to the villa, Tang Jingwei would buy a cup of milk tea in advance. How do you feel after returning from the simulation room? Tang Jingwei closed the book. Not bad, it was quite thrilling, Lu Yuan said, especially facing a dozen peak Xingang realm beasts up close. When he heard that Lu Yuan had killed 140 beasts and became the first on the second floor, Tang Jingwei was silent for a long time. Looks like I underestimated your strength. Lu Yuan drank his milk tea, and Tang Jingwei also sipped his tea. The villa was spacious, and with the windows open, a gentle breeze made people feel very comfortable. In a month, there will be a competition among the 5 top universities, and the winner can choose one high-quality spirit tool from the treasury of any of the 5 universities. Tang Jingwei explained his intention for finding Lu Yuan, blowing on the hot tea in his hand. I won't waste time saying empty words like fighting for the honor of Pengcheng University, win the championship and then choose a high-quality spirit tool from the Imperial Capital University treasury. Tang Jingwei stared at Lu Yuan. What high-quality spirit tool? Lu Yuan asked. For dark attribute practitioners, it's a high-quality spirit tool called the Heavenly Punishment Order. Tang Jingwei spoke slowly. The Heavenly Punishment Order has only one effect. Tang Jingwei stared into Lu Yuan's eyes. A dark attribute practitioner summons skeleton monsters, which have the same spiritual power reserve as the user. So the puppet army I control will. With the teacher's affirmation, Lu Yuan realized that the Heavenly Punishment Order was simply tailor-made for him.
His spiritual power reserve had already expanded to 50 times. If the 7 calamities had the same spiritual power as him, wouldn't the spirit skills be flying everywhere? The other 9 puppet armies would also use spirit skills. Possessing the heavenly punishment order would be like having an army of practitioners. Are you excited? Tang Jingwei said with a smile. He knew Lu Yuan would definitely be excited. The heavenly punishment order is not exclusive to dark attribute practitioners, it's a high-quality spirit tool exclusive to puppet masters. Lu Yuan declared firmly, his tone filled with desire for the heavenly punishment order. Dark attribute practitioners can summon skeleton monsters and use spirit skills, but their realm must break through to the law realm. As for the power of the spirit skills, they are generally weak, far from as powerful as the puppet army, and only at the transcendent realm can their power be considered acceptable. All of this was told to Lu Yuan by Tang Jingwei, who knew everything about every profession. You should know who will stop you from winning the championship. Tang Jingwei patted the book titled Autobiography of Blood Attribute Practitioners on the table. Based on my viewing of the Wu Kao footage of Chu Wuxing, he awakened a 4th attribute that hasn't been revealed to the public. Tang Jingwei raised his head. It's very likely a blood attribute. Blood attribute? Hearing this attribute, Lu Yuan thought of his blood calamity, Blood Butcher. Chapter 46, 9,000 Puppet Troops. Chu Wuxing, son of the Thunder Alliance leader, awakened as a 4-attribute combat practitioner. The known attributes are Thunder, Wind, and Earth. What surprised Lu Yuan was that Chu Wuxing's last attribute was actually Blood. The Blood attribute is very difficult to awaken, with a probability of 1 in 10,000 before awakening as a combat practitioner. Didn't expect that, right? To be honest, I didn't expect it either. Tang Jingwei sat up straight. In ancient times, once a blood attribute practitioner was discovered, they were to be killed without mercy. After all, this attribute can not only enhance power by slaying monsters and demons, but also humans. It might be for this reason that Lord Chu did not announce Chu Wuxing's blood attribute, or perhaps it is to hide one's talent? Tang Jingwei's tone was uncertain. In any case, it is clear that Chu Wuxing has awakened 4 attributes: blood, thunder, wind, and earth. Chu Wuxing's enrollment in the Imperial University is a done deal, because the Thunder Alliance supports the Imperial University, so I haven't been paying much attention to him. Besides him, there are 2 other people worth your attention. Tang Jingwei poured a cup of hot tea and held it in his hands. Zhang Tianxia and the new student of the principal, Han Junchang. Han Junchang? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Zhang Tianxia is an SSS-level talent, a gold attribute combat practitioner. The teacher said paying attention to her makes sense, but Han Junchang lacks Zhang Tianxia's strong talent and his martial exam ranking is average. Why pay attention to him? Don't underestimate Han Junchang. From the start to the end of the martial exam, he has consistently ranked 101st nationwide. Tang Jingwei recalled his conversation with the principal. Originally, the principal wanted me to teach Han Junchang, but out of consideration for you, I refused the principal. There's such a thing. Lu Yuan's mind flashed to the crazy, white-haired face of Han Junchang. The other 5 top universities, first-year students, including the top 4 and top 5 nationally, you can easily beat, they are not worth mentioning. Tang Jingwei said dismissively, focusing on Chu Wuxing and the other 3. From Tang Jingwei, Lu Yuan learned that this year, the competition among the 5 top universities would be held at Pengcheng University. It would be divided into 4 groups: freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors. Each group champion will receive corresponding rewards. Unlike the martial exam, this time it's students on the stage, and only the champion will receive a reward. At that time, many alliance leaders will be present. Remember to win the championship and then directly ask the principal of the Imperial University for the heavenly punishment order. Tang Jingwei reminded once again. He needed to perfect the advanced spirit skill, Mirage Doll, before the competition to increase Lu Yuan's chances of winning. The competition among the 5 top universities is held at Pengcheng University. Won't my sister come over? Lu Yuan thought of Lu Yeli, who is now a junior at the Imperial University. I asked Vice Principal Zhang to procure a large amount of materials for making the Illusion Soldier Corps, aiming to expand your 9 Illusion Soldier types to 1,000 within a month. Tang Jingwei said. Next, practice for a month and then make Illusion Soldiers. Lu Yuan organized his thoughts to prepare for the upcoming competition. At the Imperial University, Back Mountain. Bang bang bang. Purple heavenly thunder fell from the sky. Chu Wuxing's expression was twisted in pain, enduring the severe agony of the thunder striking him. A middle-aged burly man with a shaved head watched Chu Wuxing coldly with his arms crossed. What, can't handle it already? The burly man said mockingly. The national first in the martial exam is Lu Yuan, and you are second. Lu Yuan has broken through to the Xin Gang realm while you lag behind. Do you enjoy being the eternal second? Provocation doesn't work on me. Chu Wuxing's pupils flickered with a red glow. Lu? Don't mention that name in front of me.
Chu Wuxing shouted angrily, his veins bulging. The burly man smiled silently, only increasing the electric current.
Tang Jingwei, let's see whose student is more formidable, Lu Yuan or my Chu Wuxing. At Pengcheng University, number 88 Independent Villa.
The white-haired Han Juncheng hummed a little tune, lost in delight.
Oh baby, let's sway together, shall we? Let's all hype up.
The principal of Pengcheng University, Lao Chiyuan, sat opposite him.
Bang. He gave Han Juncheng a smack on the head. I told you not to act silly in front of me.
Han Juncheng held his head, looking wronged.
You need to break through to the Xin Gang realm within a month, only then will you have a chance to defeat Lu Yuan, Chu Wuxing, and Zhang Tianxia. Lao Chiyuan said calmly.
If you win the championship, you can choose the treasury of Magic City University and ask the principal for a high-grade spirit weapon, the Nirvana Sword.
Lao Chiyuan looked at Han Junchen. Break through to the Xuanxiang realm within a month?
Old dang, you're making it hard for me, this handsome guy who could shake the heavens and make the ghosts weep, said Han Junchen, who was at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm.
Bang.
Han Junchen collapsed to the ground, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on his back. With your training in this state, you can't leave the villa until you break through to the Xuanxiang realm, Lao Chiyuan said as he stood up to leave. Old dang, you're imprisoning me, this is illegal.
Ouch, what the heck, why is the pressure getting heavier? Han Junchen gritted his teeth, took out a monster crystal from his storage ring to train.
Then he discovered with joy that the absorption speed was 10 times faster than normal, but the pain he endured was beyond words.
Train, then create the puppet soldiers.
This sentence appeared in Lu Yuan's mind, and he immediately took out a demon core from the divine ability realm. Under the SSS-level talent's terrifying absorption speed, it wasn't long before the demon core emitted light, first blindingly bright, and then dimming to nothing, finally turning to dust and blowing away.
Crack, crack.
Brand new bloodthirsty soldiers were born, followed by the judgment soldiers, and then the golden spear soldiers.
Lu Yuan's life became dull and boring, practicing during the day and making puppet soldiers at night. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Heavy rain poured, lightning and thunder roared in the sky. Students rushed with umbrellas away from the rain, complaining that the weather in Pang City changed faster than a girlfriend's mood. It was sunny in the morning but turned into a downpour by the afternoon. On the playground of Pang City University, an army of 9,000 stood neatly, waiting for their master's inspection. Rainwater slid off their armor, and the bone soldiers riding on skeleton horses pounded their chests. Bang! Bang, bang! Bang, bang, bang!
The war horses neighed, and the bone soldiers looked straight ahead. The judgment soldiers gripped their spears tightly, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling in the sky.
Zila, Zila!
White smoke billowed, and the rain on the armor of the world-burning soldiers evaporated rapidly. Standing before the 7 greater calamities, Lu Yuan admired his puppet army. Without exception, all 9,000 puppet soldiers and the 7 greater calamities were at the 3-star Xuanxiang realm. In just half a month, Lu Yuan broke through to the 3-star Xuanxiang realm and increased the number of his 9 puppet corps to 1,000. So cool, just like an ancient commander directing thousands of troops.
Zhang Tianxia looked at Lu Yuan on the playground.
Captain, are you sure we can defeat Lu Yuan in the big competition? Said a student from Moda University who followed Zhang Tianxia to find Lu Yuan. At the peak of the Qi refining realm, he felt that without the 7 greater calamities stepping in, even a random puppet soldier could defeat him in an instant.
Let's give it a try, what if we win?
Zhang Tianxia said weakly, waving at Lu Yuan.
Zhang Tianxia? Lu Yuan looked at his competitor for the upcoming big competition in half a month. Why isn't she cultivating well at Moda University and coming to Peng City to find me? Chapter 47, how about we rob them?
The heavy rain continued, and Shuetu stood beside Lu Yuan, holding an umbrella.
Something wrong? Lu Yuan looked at Zhang Tianxia.
Her outfit was as cute as ever, with twin ponytails, a white t-shirt paired with a bright blue skirt printed with cartoon figures, and small white shoes.
This outfit was simple yet exquisite, compensating for Zhang Tianxia's small stature while highlighting her charm. Why act all cool in this downpour? Although I must admit, it's indeed pretty cool. Zhang Tianxia said.
At first, she had a bit of a cold demeanor towards Lu Yuan, but that was when they were unfamiliar with each other. Now, Zhang Tianxia felt they were friends, gradually revealing her true character.
Let's go to my place to talk. Lu Yuan put away the puppet soldiers and led Zhang Tianxia to his independent villa. With Zhang Tianxia were 6 other students from Moda University. They seemed to be one team. A villa. Wow, does Peng City University really treat students this well? Comparing it to Moda University, it really feels like garbage. Zhang Tianxia complained. Even though she was just a freshman at Moda University.
Taking drinks and mineral water from the fridge, he placed the snacks he bought for his sister on the table. Lu Yuan signaled Zhang Tianxia and the others to not be polite.
Lu Yuan, help me with a favor.
Zhang Tianxia looked at him with anticipation.
Say it.
Come with us to the unmanned area to hunt the cloud-treading beast. I need a lot of their skulls to make a top-quality spirit weapon.
Zhang Tianxia explained her purpose for finding Lu Yuan. And then? Lu Yuan asked. And then I'll kill you during the competition. Zhang Tianxia said nonchalantly. Lu Yuan. You mean I'll help you hunt the cloud-treading beasts to make a top-quality spirit weapon, and then you'll use this weapon to kill me in the competition? Lu Yuan was both angry and amused.
Zhang Tianxia should add quotation marks around kill. To be precise, she meant to defeat him.
Yes. Yes, what? Do you think I'm like Han Junshin, a lunatic?
Lu Yuan was speechless.
Who is Han Junshin?
Zhang Tianxia had never heard of this person.
Not important. Lu Yuan said.
After half a month, Zhang Tianxia also broke through to the Cloud Realm, but only to 1 star. Her 7-member team had 2 in the Cloud Realm, while the others were Peak Chi Refining Realm.
Captain, you really are a tiger, who chats with someone like that?
The vice-captain of the team, the straight-haired Fan Shuiyao thought.
At least be a bit more polite, it would be fine to trick Lu Yuan. It's not like I'm not offering you a reward. Zhang Tianxia looked at the amused Lu Yuan. What reward? A transcendent level magic core.
Zhang Tianxia revealed a magic core, roughly the size of a man's fist in her palm.
A transcendent level magic core.
Lu Yuan stood up. This level of magic core cannot be bought with money, it must be traded with goods. Zhang Tianxia, who came from the Zhang family in the Demon City, was indeed generous, directly offering an 8-star transcendent magic core as a reward. Even though we are from different universities, and we will be rivals in the competition in half a month, we should still help each other. Lu Yuan casually placed the magic core from Zhang Tianxia into his pocket.
Cloud-treading beast, right? How many do we need to kill, is 100 enough? Lu Yuan stated with righteousness.
Whether it's monster crystals or magic cores, the better the quality, the faster the absorption.
This 8-star transcendent magic core is enough for him to cultivate to the divine power realm.
Lu Yuan, you really can change your face quickly.
Zhang Tianxia pouted, thinking this guy won't act until he sees results. So should we set off now?
Zhang Tianxia suggested. She was still a bit anxious. Breaking through to the 2 stars in the Cloud Realm in half a month was unrealistic, so she had to find another way to quickly enhance her strength.
Let's go. Lu Yuan expressed his agreement, ready to leave at any time. Wait, didn't the martial arts exam reward you with a top-quality spirit weapon sword? Lu Yuan asked curiously.
The first prize of the martial arts exam was a top-grade spirit weapon, the second was the exclusive top-grade spirit weapon to Chu Wushang. As for Zhang Tianxia, ranked 3rd, she received a random top-grade spirit weapon and a top-grade spiritual treasure.
Don't mention it, that sword is so light, holding it feels like having nothing.
Zhang Tianxia was very speechless. A true man should use a heavy sword, the heavier the better.
But Captain, you are not a man. Fan Shuiyao whispered. A strong person should use a heavy sword.
Zhang Tianxia changed her words. Not being familiar is one thing, but getting to know her makes it seem like she's not very smart. Lu Yuan glanced at Zhang Tianxia, who had the face and demeanor of a lowly but a fighting style of a tough guy. Cloud-treading beasts are pack-hunting ferocious beasts, capable of reaching 6 stars in the Cloud Realm. These ferocious beasts are not strong in combat but are extremely fast and good at escaping, as indicated by their name. Hello, Lu Yuan, I'm Fan Shuiyao, an auxiliary profession, I just broke through to the Cloud Realm yesterday. The long-haired Fan Shuiyao introduced herself actively.
Hello. Lu Yuan nodded.
This woman is the vice-captain of Zhang Tianxia's team, mainly assisting teammates and commanding during battles.
Lu Yuan, I'm Chi Canhong, a soil attribute combat profession, 1 star in the Cloud Realm.
The simple-looking Chi Canhong said.
Lu Yuan remembered this name. Chi Canhong ranked 8th in the National Martial Arts exam.
The others also took turns introducing themselves, and Lu Yuan nodded at each one.
At the teleportation point of Pengcheng University, Lu Yuan spent credits to buy 8 tickets for teleportation to Hanya City.
Red Leaf City, one of the border cities in Huaxia resisting the invasion of demons. It enjoys a spring-like climate all year round, and the cloud-treading beasts love to live in such an environment.
Big brother Lu Yuan, can you control those tens of thousands of monsters on the playground at the same time?
While waiting for the teleportation array to activate, Fan Shuiyao looked at Lu Yuan. Her words were sweet, and she immediately called him Big Brother Lu Yuan.
What did you just call me? Big brother Lu Yuan. Fan Shuiyao felt there was nothing wrong with this way of addressing him. Could she call him little brother instead? Say it again. Big brother Lu Yuan. Good sister, Lu Yuan said with a smile. Fan Shuiyao. It startled me.
I thought Lu Yuan was angry, turns out he simply enjoys being called brother by others. The group walked into the teleportation array, chatting and laughing, and arrived in the uninhabited area of Red Leaf City with their student ID. Alert! In Zayao, fly up to check the situation and report to me if any fierce beasts appear. Chi Kanhong and Xuemuyang are scouting ahead, no more than 50 meters from us, and the team leader is on the right.
As the squad commander, Fan Shuiyao spoke in an orderly manner.
Although their squad only had 7 members and 3 had just broken through to the Xian Gang realm. With their tacit cooperation, they wouldn't be intimidated even if they encountered peak fierce beasts in the Xian Gang realm.
What about me? Lu Yuan asked.
Big brother Lu Yuan stays with me, as a puppet master, you should be protected. Fan Shuiyao, as a support class, said. In her understanding, a puppet master was equivalent to a dark attribute caster, who was most afraid of close-quarters attacks during battle. Sure, Lu Yuan happily accepted, his main role was to help Jiang Tianxia hunt cloud-treading beasts.
It would be even better if the task could be completed without him having to intervene. Of course, that magic core could not be given back. 2 miles ahead, some professionals are robbing another group of professionals, the strongest among them is at the Xian Gang realm 2-star. In Zayao, a wind attribute professional, returned and said.
Hearing this, Fan Shuiyao looked at Jiang Tianxia, and Jiang Tianxia looked at Lu Yuan. This is an uninhabited area, robbing, killing, and snatching treasures is quite common, Lu Yuan said. Hearing that Lu Yuan didn't want to get involved, Jiang Tianxia decided to bypass the group and head straight for the cloud-treading beast's lair.
What if they rob, and we rob them back? Lu Yuan said astonishingly. Jiang Tianxia? Squad members? Is it possible to play like this? Chapter 48, Don't Let a Single One Escape.
In Peng City, heavy rain poured down, while the uninhabited area basked in bright sunshine.
Rob them?
Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Jiang Tianxia was eager to try, and the squad members had mixed expressions.
Isn't this inappropriate?
Robbery is a criminal act, Fan Shuiyao hesitated. She was a law-abiding person, just like the team Lu Yuan encountered before, led by Li Jinxue. She had killed fierce beasts but had never killed a person.
Crime? Lu Yuan laughed. This is an extra-legal place, an uninhabited area. Besides, aren't they committing a crime by robbing? Lu Yuan countered. I agree with Lu Yuan's suggestion, evil people need to be dealt with by evil people. Who agrees, who disagrees? Jiang Tianxia said. I'll follow the team leader. Me too.
The squad members quickly reached a consensus and chose to rob that group of robbers alongside Lu Yuan. The ground was full of pits and holes, and the stench of the nearby swamp was overwhelming. The two groups were nervously facing off, and a 2-star professional in the Xian Gang realm wore a smug smile. Hand over your valuables, or you'll die. Song Wentao said sharply. However, before he finished speaking, a voice that sounded quite friendly but was very cocky rang out.
Robbery, In Zayao, who was at the peak of Qi refinement realm and had awakened a wind attribute, stammered. The robbed people? The robbers? You dare to rob me as a Qi refinement realm cultivator?
Song Wentao's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he suddenly felt a piercing light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Four shining spears shot precisely toward Song Wentao's limbs, causing a flood of blood to pour out, and his screams pierced the sky. Hand over your valuables, or you'll die.
Lu Yuan strolled over casually, glancing at the inexperienced In Zayao, who was robbing for the first time. To deal with a professional stronger than you must first demonstrate stronger strength than them in order to have a deterrent effect, understand?
Lu Yuan shared his experience, while the soldiers of heavenly punishment stood ready behind him.
In Ziyao scratched his head. Got it, brother Yuan.
With the strongest fighter, Song Wentao, losing his fighting ability, the robbery went very smoothly. However, this group of professionals had nothing valuable, all were worthless trinkets, not even a storage ring.
Do we need to hand over anything? The robbed person asked cautiously. You don't have to. Lu Yuan waved his hand, signaling them to hurry and leave. So exciting.
Jiang Tianxiao's face turned red with excitement from her first robbery, and the team members' expressions were also filled with aftertaste.
Isn't this your first time, brother Yuan? In Ziyao asked. Lu Yuan looked at In Ziyao and showed a thought-provoking smile. This smile made Jiang Tianxiao's scalp tingle, and goosebumps appeared on her body.
After the small interlude, everyone continued their journey to find the Cloud Strider beast. Beyond this low mountain is a valley where a large number of Cloud Strider beasts live. Fan Shuiyao pointed at the map. Roar. The bear's roar was deafening. A giant bear, 5 meters tall and muscular, blocked everyone's path. The giant bear was emitting flames and instantly shot out several fireballs. The peak of the Xian Gang realm, the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Bear.
Fan Shuiyao's expression tightened and she began to command her teammates to fight.
Captain on the offense, Chi Kanhong on defense, Yin Zeo harassing from the air. Remember to be careful of the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Bear's fireball attacks, its spirit skill's maximum distance is no more than 20 meters.
Fan Shueyao issued one command after another, methodically. Lu Yuan observed from the side. It was clear that Fan Shueyao was very calm, and this 7-person team's cooperation was quite good. 3 were at the first star of the Xian Gang realm, and 4 were at the peak of the Qi refining realm, fighting back and forth with the peak Scarlet Flame Heavenly Bear. Brother Lu Yuan doesn't need to make a move, just right for us to train, Fan Shueyao turned her head to say to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan played the role of a bystander. It was common to form teams among the 5 top academies because there was strength in numbers, and when professionals of different attributes cooperated, they often achieved the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Jiang Tianxia's team had just been formed for a short time, so their synergy wasn't that high, but even so, it was still acceptable. After a fierce battle for an hour, the peak Scarlet Flame Heavenly Bear crashed to the ground. Oh, we actually killed a beast of this realm. Chi Kanhong, who had just broken through to the Xian Gang realm, spoke with excitement. It was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Lu Yuan, our team's strength is pretty good, right? Jiang Tianxia said proudly. She had contributed the most in hunting the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Bear. Unfortunately, the spiritual weapon in her hand didn't feel right. If it had, the battle could have ended within 40 minutes. Not bad. Brother Yuan, we can't beat you in a one-on-one, but if we all attack you. Yin Ziyao gradually became complacent. Attack in a group? Don't you have any shame? Lu Yuan is the same age as us, winning against him in a one-on-one is what counts. Jiang Tianxia replied sharply. Who could win against Brother Yuan in a one-on-one? Only the captain has a bit of a chance. Besides, team combat is a way of fighting, Yin Ziyao whispered. He remembered that Lu Yuan had neither formed nor joined a team at Pengcheng University. Okay, stop chatting uselessly, it will be dark soon. Fan Shueyao looked at Lu Yuan and found that he wasn't angry at Yin Ziyao's words. At night, due to visibility and other factors, it's not suitable to hunt fierce beasts, and the Cloud Strider beast is known for its speed. According to Fan Shueyao's idea, it was best to hunt the Cloud Strider beast during the day. Outside Red Leaf City, the uninhabited area was spring-like all year round. After dealing with the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Bear, everyone arrived at the entrance of a valley. Inside the valley lived many beasts that were neither sheep nor cattle. They had 2 pairs of flesh wings on their backs, occasionally flapping to drive away eagles, and sometimes yawning with their large mouths full of sharp teeth. This is the Cloud Strider beast. They can't fly but are extremely fast. Fan Shueyao looked at the Cloud Strider beasts in the valley, which numbered at least 200 or 300. There are too many, we can't beat them. Yin Ziyao whispered. 200 or 300 Thundercloud beasts of Yuan realm, and there are only 7 people in our team. Even with Lu Yuan, we only have 4 Yuan realm professionals. How can we fight against a herd of Thundercloud beasts? We will need to stay here for a few more days. Fan Shueyao made a plan. Yuan realm fierce beasts are in a semi-conscious state, they have intelligence but not high. Fan Shueyao's plan is for Yin Ziyao, who has wind attributes, to first attract a group of Thundercloud beasts, solve one batch and then attract more. This is the safest and most secure method. There's no need to be so complicated, Lu Yuan said. What does Brother Lu Yuan mean? Fan Shueyao and the team members looked at Lu Yuan. If we are getting paid, we have to get the job done. Leave these 200 or 300 Thundercloud beasts to me. The more skulls of the Thundercloud beasts for refining high-grade spiritual weapons, the better? Lu Yuan asked Jiang Tianxia. Exactly, the skulls of these fierce beasts are very hard and suitable for being melted into the sword body, Jiang Tianxia replied. Hearing this, Lu Yuan stood up, wearing a storage ring that shone with dazzling light. Shoo! 9,000 eerie puppet soldiers appeared out of nowhere, rushing into the valley led by 7 great disasters. Not a single one of them shall escape. Chapter 49 Encountering the Beast Tidal Wave Again. The valley was vast enough to accommodate 200 or 300 Thundercloud beasts of Yuan realm. When Lu Yuan summoned 9,000 eerie puppet soldiers, the valley became densely packed with people, and the Thundercloud beasts stood on edge. The battle erupted immediately. To be precise, it was a one-sided massacre. Countless red lines flew from Lu Yuan's fingers, dancing gracefully in the air, making Jiang Tianxia and others exclaim elegance. Brother Yuan can really control over 10,000 eerie puppet soldiers at once. Yin Ziyao widened his eyes. Over 10,000 3-star monsters of Yuan realm, who could withstand that? Remembering the recent hunt of the peak Yuan realm Scarlet Flame Skybear, he felt a bit proud, claiming their team could defeat Lu Yuan. Yin Ziyao felt deeply ashamed. Given Lu Yuan's strength, even if their team members collectively broke through to Yuan realm, they probably still couldn't win. Fan Shueyao's long black hair glimmered in her beautiful eyes. Is this the power of the first place in the National Martial Arts exam? Fan Shueyao's expression was complicated. When Lu Yuan suggested one person could handle all the thundercloud beasts in the valley, Fan Shuiao's first reaction was disbelief.
There were 200 or 300 here, and they were all 3-star or 4-star thundercloud beasts of Yuan realm. In her view, no matter how strong Lu Yuan was as a 3-star Yuan realm, at most he could face 30 or 40 thundercloud beasts.
Is the captain going to fight against such monsters in a contest in half a month? Thinking of this, Fan Shuiao couldn't help but feel sorry for Jiang Tianxia.
The slaughter continued.
Bang bang bang. The deafening sound of hooves thundered as the Bone Legion launched a charge against the herd of thundercloud beasts. In an instant, the valley was filled with screams, and the thundercloud beasts were trampled to a pulp, with losses in the blood. The Golden Sword Legion held long swords, and each sword accurately pierced the fatal spots of the thundercloud beasts. Their swordsmanship was exquisite, their aura fully unleashed, each one fearless. Heavenly Punishment Legion, Blood Slaughter Legion, Eternal Drowning Legion. Each legion played its role, and the 7 great disasters stood at 7 different positions to prevent the thundercloud beasts from escaping. A rain of blood descended from the sky. Seeing the thundercloud beasts realizing they were outmatched trying to escape, Lu Yuan's fingers twitched. Want to run?
The valley was shrouded in shadow, and over 1,000 wind-rending soldiers coldly stared at the escaping thundercloud beasts. The thundercloud beasts were fast, but they were faster. Compared to other eerie puppet legions, the wind-rending legion fought brutally, whimsically opening their enemies' guts or twisting their necks to kick their heads like a ball.
All done.
Lu Yuan turned to Jiang Tianxia and the others. From the beginning of the battle to the end, it took no more than 5 minutes, and not a single thundercloud beast escaped, all perished at the hands of the eerie puppet legion. The Blood Slaughter Legion was collecting the skulls of the thundercloud beasts, piling them up beside Jiang Tianxia. No, there's no need to trouble Brother Yuan anymore, we can collect it ourselves, Fan Shuiao said, regaining her senses.
Too brutal.
Lu Yuan turned battle into an art, the art of killing.
200 to 300 cloud beasts, they didn't last 5 minutes against Lu Yuan's strange and powerful troop, can you believe it?
If it were their team members killing them, it would take at least more than a week, and it would be batch by batch. I didn't expect it to be done so easily. Zaya scratched his head, thinking they would have to stay in the no man's land for 3 or 4 days. The team members looked at Lu Yuan with eyes full of awe. Jiang Tianxia felt a mix of emotions in her heart.
Lu Yuan, you're so strong, how am I supposed to fight you in half a month?
Jiang Tianxia puffed her cheeks. The reason she sought Lu Yuan and offered a transcendent magic core as a reward was twofold. One was to see how much Lu Yuan's strength had improved, and the other was that the transcendent magic core was a gift from her father. As the head of a top family in China, Jiang Zhantian greatly admired Lu Yuan. Jiang Zhantian knew that to win over a genius of Lu Yuan's caliber, one must proceed gradually, not rush. So he instructed his daughter Jiang Tianxia to build a good relationship with Lu Yuan, spending more time with him.
Aren't you going to refine a top-grade spirit tool soon? Lu Yuan said.
Refining a bespoke top-grade spirit tool is extremely costly, only someone from a top family like Jiang Tianxia could afford it.
But that won't be enough to beat you.
Jiang Tianxia shook her head, at least she finally had a handy top-grade spirit tool now. When Brother Yuan beats the captain, I have to record the whole thing and watch it repeatedly.
Zaya said with excitement. Believe it or not, I can beat you first? Jiang Tianxia sneered. Captain, I was wrong. Zaya shrank his head.
Having successfully completed the task of hunting the cloud beasts, the group took a short rest and decided to return to Red Leaf City.
On the way, they encountered 2 groups of bandits, the highest realm being 4 stars of the Xuanguan realm.
This time, there was no need for Lu Yuan to make a move, Jiang Tianxia patted her chest.
I'll do it.
At 4 in the afternoon, Fan Shuiao checked the map and found that they were still 2 kilometers away from Red Leaf City.
Bang. Bang bang. The ground shook rhythmically, and an overwhelming demonic aura shot up into the sky.
Beast, beast. Zaya, responsible for scouting the area for dangerous beasts with wind attributes, ran back. His face was pale, his legs were weak, and he stuttered as he spoke.
Beast tide.
Lu Yuan's expression was grave, with over 100 wind-tier soldiers swirling in the sky. Hearing these 2 words, Jiang Tianxia's face changed.
There was a beast tide attacking Red Leaf City?
A beast tide of this scale is not the minor tussles of the martial exam, but a gathering of 10,000 beasts, or even more. What's worse is if Red Leaf City is attacked by the beast tide, how can they return to China? Taking a detour means they would have to travel an extra 100 kilometers to another border city with a teleportation array. At Red Leaf City, the gate was wide open. Hold the line, do not let the beasts rush in. The highest commander of Red Leaf City, awakening with the power of lightning and at the peak of God ability realm, Kong Zhenbong, hoarsely commanded the soldiers to resist the beast tide. Black clouds shrouded, and in front of them, it was dark and filled with beasts. 4-star Xuanguang rhinoceros beasts, 6-star Xuanguang white-nosed elephants, peak Xuanguang shocking wind bears.
Their pupils were covered in blood, letting out raging roars and crazily charging towards the walls of Red Leaf City. Wow, so many beasts. From over 1,000 meters away from the beast tide, Lu Yuan witnessed this battle between attack and defense. The beasts attacked, while the stationed Chinese soldiers defended Red Leaf City.
Seeing this scene, Yin Zaya wiped the sweat from his forehead, grateful he could fly and discovered the beast tide in advance. Otherwise, if they had gone farther, their team would have been torn to shreds by the beast tide. What should we do now? Should we take the long way to another border city, or wait for the beast tide to end? Yin Zaya asked. What if Red Leaf City falls? If the beast tide ends, we still wouldn't be able to use the teleportation array.
Fan Shuiyao's voice trembled, her long black hair was straight. The stationed soldiers in Red Leaf City were all Chinese, but over 4 million residents lived in the city behind Red Leaf City. If Red Leaf City falls, it means the beast tide will surge towards the back city, slaughtering unarmed civilians without mercy.
Why not activate the defense formation and wait for reinforcements? One team member asked in confusion.
Every border city is equipped with a defense formation to resist beast attacks.
But the gates of Maple Leaf City were wide open, and the highest commander led soldiers to fight head-on.
There is only one possibility. After a long silence, Lu Yuan looked toward the dark mass ahead.
They are fighting head-on because this is only the first wave of beast tide.
There will be a second wave, maybe even a third.
Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly.
So the highest commander of Maple Leaf City doesn't want to activate the defense formation too early. He wants to save it for the life and death moment. Chapter 50. One man can resist 10,000 soldiers. The defense formation is a special formation made to protect cities. This kind of formation costs a huge amount to build, and the maintenance cost is sky high. After hearing Lu Yuan's words, Zhang Tianxia and the others understood why the defense formation wasn't activated. This is only the first wave of beast tide. There will be a second wave, maybe even a third.
You all stay here and don't run around, or hide farther away, Lu Yuan instructed.
What about you, Brother Yuan? Yin Ziyao asked.
Me? Lu Yuan took out a magic core and placed it in his palm, ready to replenish his spiritual power at any time.
I will sneak attack the beast tide from behind.
Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and with a stump he disappeared riding the wind crab.
This.
The 7 team members fell into a long silence.
They didn't expect Lu Yuan to be so bold, going alone to sneak attack the beast tide. We'll help too. Maple Leaf City can't fall. There are 4 million people living in the city behind us.
Zhang Tianxia said with firm tone. The Zhang family is a military family.
Many elders in the family have joined the army.
Some survived, but more died on the battlefield.
I agree with the captain's decision. If we can help, we should help. Fan Shuiao said.
Charge, charge, charge. The 7 members quickly reached agreement.
Unlike Lu Yuan, they bypassed the beast tide and arrived at Maple Leaf City, choosing to fight side by side with the city's soldiers.
Charge.
Kill these beasts. Just because spiritual energy revived and they evolved into fierce beasts, they think they can do whatever they want? A beast is still a beast. Maple Leaf City must not fall. My whole family lives in the city behind.
Not only Zhang Tianxia, but many professional beast hunters also joined the battle.
Several bolts of heavenly thunder fell. Commander-in-Chief Kong Jinbang raised his hand and killed dozens of Xuangan-level fierce beasts. Seeing more and more professionals join the battlefield, Kong Jinbang felt deeply gratified. Good job. When the beast tide ends, I'll treat you all to drinks. As expected of students from Magic City University. Great teamwork. You actually managed to seriously injure an 8th fierce earth bear at Xiangang level. Kong Jinbang looked at Zhang Tianxia's 7-member team and praised them. Only 3 of the 7 were Xuangang level professionals, yet their power was like peak Xiangang level. He recognized they were students from Magic City University because 3 of them wore the university uniform. When will reinforcements arrive? Kong Jinbang asked his deputy. 40 minutes.
The deputy gave an exact time.
That long? Kong Jinbang frowned deeply. This is an organized and premeditated beast tide.
Onren City, Dragonback City, and many other border cities are under beast tide attacks, the deputy explained.
Higher-ups are rushing to send reinforcements, analyzing which cities are the main targets. But the teleportation array can only send 50 people at a time. 40 minutes it is. Remember, don't activate the defense formation unless it's the very last moment. With a wave of his hand, he blasted several more fierce beasts. Kong Jinbang's expression was grim.
We can die, but Maple Leaf City must be defended.
Just as Lu Yuan had guessed. This is an organized and premeditated beast tide.
Kong Jinbang suspected it was far from just one wave, so he chose to open the city gates and fight head-on.
Damn it, the second wave is coming so soon?
Looking at the dark swarm of figures ahead, Kang Jinbong's face twitched.
Hold the line, we must hold the line. Put.
A Xuangang level 3-star Thunder Eagle had its belly ripped open by wind zinc and crashed heavily to the ground, no longer breathing.
Standing beside the wind shards. Last line cut off, please provide full sentence to continue. The beast tide certainly has flying ferocious beasts. Looking at the countless ferocious beasts below, Lu Yuan summoned the 9 strange puppets and 7 disasters. Being high in the sky, he only needed to be wary of flying ferocious beasts. The ones below couldn't harm him. After all, spiritual skills have a limit distance. The wind-splitting Earthsprout Veil was responsible for protecting himself, while Lu Yuan focused on controlling the 8 strange puppet legions, with 6 disasters launching attacks on the beast tide. Bang! 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 After multiple absorptions, the most powerful star-devouring soldier, standing 100 meters tall, let out a roar. The moment it appeared, it not only startled the beast tide but also shocked the soldiers of Hongye City. What kind of ferocious beast is this, so tall and majestic? Kang Jinbong's expression was one of disbelief.
Having seen many battles, he had some knowledge of various ferocious beast races. But a star-devouring soldier at the 3rd star of the Xuanqi realm, its momentum and pressure were unheard of among the divine ability realm beasts.
Wait, are the beasts fighting among themselves? Kang Jinbong said uncertainly. He saw the back of the beast tide inexplicably starting to fight.
Brother Yuan's strange puppet army has arrived.
Fan Shuiyao's spirit lifted. There were just too many ferocious beasts, it was impossible to kill them all. Sweat dripped from Fan Shuiyao's forehead. She was a support class and could help her teammates recover spiritual power and heal quickly.
However, killing one beast just meant there was another, leaving her feeling somewhat desperate.
Seeing the intense commotion at the back of the beast tide, the squad members knew Lu Yuan had made a move. Brother Yuan?
Kang Jinbong pondered over Fan Shuiyao's words. The beast tide couldn't fight among itself, which meant someone had gone behind to launch a sneak attack. Gold attribute Earth level advanced spiritual skill, Battle Roar shatters the sky.
What attribute Earth level advanced spiritual skill, Dark Flower Blooms.
Water attribute Earth level advanced spiritual skill, Frostfall Long Strike. 7 different attribute Earth level advanced spiritual skills danced wildly. The Gold Disaster Army let out a battle roar, and 9,000 strange puppet soldiers' battle intent surged, their strength and speed skyrocketing. Grey dark flowers bloomed, emitting deadly poison gas. The ferocious beasts that caught a whiff of the gas weakened and fell to the ground, struggling incessantly. Heavenly fire descended, and ice frost gathered into a waterfall, crashing down on the dense beast tide. With his foot on the wind machine Mujiadu, he watched the scene, replenishing spiritual power endlessly through the blood of the ferocious beasts and the magic cores. Charge! While Lu Yuan frantically used the spiritual skills of the 7 disasters, he also controlled the strange puppet legion to gather in charge. The ground shook and mountains trembled. Caught in a pincer attack, the beast tide fell into a state of confusion. They didn't know whether to continue attacking Hongye City or turn back to attack the nearly 10,000 strange puppet legion.
Lu Yuan, is the brother Yuan you're talking about Lu Yuan? Kang Jinbong recalled.
The beast tide didn't fight among themselves, rather, someone was controlling the monsters to launch a sneak attack from behind. A professional capable of causing such chaos, before this moment, Kang Jinbong would have only considered it to be a dark attribute practitioner. But now there was another possibility, that is, the strange puppet master. Yes, it's Lu Yuan, Zhang Tianxia nodded in confirmation of Kang Jinbong's guess. A strange puppet master at the 3rd star of the Xuanqi realm. Kang Jinbong looked at the thousands of strange puppet legions.
One person can hold back an army. Kang Jinbong thought of the high evaluation of dark attribute practitioners. Now it seems the saying is more suited to describe Lu Yuan.
Even under the pincer attack, the beast tide quickly adjusted, sending 1/3 of its ferocious beasts to deal with the strange puppet legion.
This undoubtedly greatly reduced the pressure on the defending army of Hongye City. Take him down, get rid of him.
Hearing the multi-headed ferocious beast speak human words, Lu Yuan recalled his teacher Tang Jingwei's words. Beasts that are organized and disciplined are usually commanded by divine ability realm beasts. Such beasts have intelligence similar to that of normal humans. Therefore, the best way to dismantle the beast tide is to eliminate those commanding beasts. If so, the beast tide becomes like headless flies, turning into creatures that possess only the instinct to kill and no brains.
Divine ability realm beast?
Lu Yuan's gaze locked onto the heavenly Calamity demon wolf that was speaking human words. Whoosh! The 7 strange puppet legions on the battlefield disappeared without a trace.
The 7 great disasters correspondingly surge in power.
A clear phoenix cry rings out. The disaster of wind spirit, quickly ramps up. The disaster of fire, red bones, relaxes its muscles, its armor becomes increasingly dazzling. The disaster of blood butcher, whirls the serrated chain blade in its hand. First, take down the divine beasts of the divine realm.
Lu Yuan clears his thoughts. Once these divine beasts fall, the beast tide will collapse without a fight. Chapter 51, Is this the divine realm beast?
Outside Hongye City, soldiers guard against the beast tide, never retreating a single step. Kill him, kill that human.
Lu Yuan looks at the enraged heavenly evil demon wolf, which speaks human words.
There are about 10,000 beasts attacking Hongye City, and there is a divine beast every so many lengths.
According to Lu Yuan's judgment, these divine beasts did not strike at him because they did not dare to leave their positions.
Once they leave the beast tide, they will lose control.
Can he kill a divine beast with his own strength? Lu Yuan decides to give it a try.
The 7 great disasters absorb their respective leaders, each commanding 1,000 strange puppet troops, further increasing their power. Each disaster undergoes a different degree of evolution after absorption. The disaster of blood, Blood Butcher, shines brilliantly with the serrated chainblade. The disaster of wind, Wind Spirit, enhances its power. The disaster of fire, Red Bones, emits a dazzling light from its armor.
Kill. The evolved 7 great disasters charge toward the heavenly evil demon wolf. And this heavenly evil demon wolf is a 2-star divine beast. Human kid, you're looking for death. The heavenly evil demon wolf speaks clearly, its wolf eyes fixed on Lu Yuan in the air.
It never expected that Lu Yuan would dare to sneak attack the beast tide alone, and his destructive power completely disrupted the Demon King's plans.
Earth-level intermediate spirit skill, Shadow Demon Ball.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
Hundreds of magic balls the size of ping-pong balls are shot out from the heavenly evil demon wolf's mouth, targeting Lu Yuan.
Seeing this, Lu Yuan controls the earth disaster to suddenly jump, his earthy-colored armor faintly visible, easily blocking the magic ball attacks.
A voice of anger echoes from the wolf eyes, as the heavenly evil demon wolf bares its teeth. A 3-star Xuanqi realm withstands its earth-level intermediate spirit skill, and is completely unscathed? Who on earth is this human kid, and what kind of monster is he controlling? All together. Lu Yuan's fingertips move quickly.
Thousands of bone troops and heavenly punishment troops pave the way, protecting the 7 great disasters from surrounding beasts. The 7 great disasters each unleash their advanced earth-level spirit skills. In his first battle against a divine beast, Lu Yuan uses all his skills, unleashing multiple exclusive spirit skills of the Puppetmaster. Xian-level intermediate spirit skill, Curse Puppet. Xian-level intermediate spirit skill, Thousand Eyes Puppet. Earth-level advanced spirit skill, Suppression Puppet. Seeing the overwhelming spirit skills, the heavenly evil demon wolf shows a human-like expression of fear, grabbing the nearby beast to block in front. For a beast like it, which has awakened intelligence and is strictly considered a demon, the lives of lower-level beasts are like grass. Even so, the heavenly evil demon wolf still feels insecure, gathering spirit power to form a black barrier around its body. Bang bang bang. Continuous explosions sound out. Looking at the heavenly evil demon wolf that has been blasted to pieces, a phrase appears in Lu Yuan's mind. So simple? It died. The 2-star heavenly evil demon wolf fell just like that at Lu Yuan's hands? Kang Zhenbang, who witnessed everything from afar, has a colorful expression. Even if Lu Yuan is the National Martial Arts Exam top student and a top talent in China, this level of combat power is too terrifying. That is a 2-star heavenly evil demon wolf, a whole major realm above Lu Yuan, existing a full 9 minor realms apart. Wow. Yin Ziyo from Zhang Tianxiao's team can't help but exclaim. In the big competition half a month later, if the captain faces off against Lu Yuan, he will definitely record the scene of the captain being beaten. Yin Ziyo remains true to his original intention. After the heavenly evil demon wolf dies, the beast tide causes a violent commotion, and a small portion of Xuanqi realm beasts turn with clear eyes and leave the group. Lu Yuan shifts his gaze to the second divine beast. This time it is the phantom leopard of the 3 stars of the divine realm. The leopard's roar echoed, and the phantom leopard looked at the heavenly fiend demon wolf that had evaporated in place, hesitating for a moment before letting out another roar. Retreat! If they continued to be attacked from both sides, they would all die. Monsters below the divine realm were just dead, but monsters above the divine realm were noble demon clans. They were the main force of the demon clan invading China. Amid the roars of multiple demon clans, the beast tide scattered and fled. It's over. Kang Zhenbang sighed in relief. The first wave of beast tide had been repelled, so there wouldn't be a second or third wave. As the sun set, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed Lu Yuan in warmth from afar. Looking at Lu Yuan descending from the sky, Kang Zhenbang smiled. Good boy, truly impressive. What you did to withstand the beast tide has a greater effect than me, a peak warrior in the divine realm. Kang Zhenbang said. He spoke the truth. After all, a lightning attribute practitioner was not like an illusionist who could summon tens of thousands of puppet soldiers to fight at any time. Lu Yuan smiled. In fact, he did not have much spiritual power left. Absorbing blood in magic cores restored his power quickly, but the number and level of his spiritual skills were still here. Having successfully repelled the beast tide, the soldiers of Hongye City gasped for breath, some simply lying down. What a thrill!
This battle was truly exhilarating. We did not let down the trust of the 4 million residents behind us, we defended Hongye City. Alas, old Lu is dead. I watched as a monster swallowed him whole. The soldiers leaned against each other, looking at the sunset, some sighed in sadness for their fallen comrades, while others were grateful to be alive. But more were filled with excitement and passion. Bang bang bang. Looking at the 7 great disasters and the 100-meter-high Star Eater soldiers, the soldiers stationed in Hongye City focused their gaze on the boy in front of them. Is he the one who controlled tens of thousands of monsters and caused such chaos in the Beast Tide? That's right, he is Lu Yuan, the first in the National Martial Arts exam this year. When I was on vacation, my sister talked about Lu Yuan every day, it almost made my ears develop calluses. You're lucky, my sister, my older sister, and even my mom are all Lu Yuan fans. Looking at Lu Yuan, who had just awakened for less than 2 months and had broken through to the 3 stars of the mysterious gang realm, the soldiers' eyes were filled with respect. They were a bit older than Lu Yuan, generally around 22 or 23 years old. Lu Yuan. No one knew who shouted first, but soon voices came pouring in. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Seeing the soldiers shouting Lu Yuan's name in unison, Lu Yuan smiled and waved, casually signing for a few soldiers. They talked about how their sisters and mothers were fans of his. My brother is also. One soldier said. Your brother is also a fan of my mom? Lu Yuan was taken aback, caught off guard by this remark. Alright, don't forget we are at the border. The highest commander of Hongye City, Kang Jinbong, said sternly, then issued multiple military orders. Quickly send the injured to the hospital in the rear city for emergency treatment, and those still combat-capable soldiers should quickly absorb demon crystals to restore their spiritual power. In 20 minutes, reinforcements will arrive. Although I believe the Beast Tide will not reappear, we must not let our guard down, activate the defense formation, and no one is allowed to leave Hongye City. After speaking, Kang Jinbang bowed to the practitioners who helped resist the Beast Tide. Thank you all for your help. When I go on vacation, I will treat you all to drinks. Also, don't forget to register the level of the beasts you have hunted, the officials will send the demon crystals to your homes. China will not treat any righteous person resisting demons unfairly. Hearing this, the practitioners who helped resist the Beast Tide had bright eyes. After all, most of them made a living by hunting fierce beasts, and selling demon crystals was their main source of income. Commander Kong, since the Beast Tide has been repelled, we should also take our leave. Lu Yuan said to Kang Jinbong. Find me for drinks when you have time. Kang Jinbong did not insist too much, he was busy, and Lu Yuan, these students from the top 5 universities, were also very busy. Pengcheng University, in the independent villa area. Lu Yuan sat on the sofa in the living room, while Jiang Tianxia and the others directly used the teleportation array to return to Magic City, not coming to Pengcheng University with him. However, it won't be long before they meet again, especially Jiang Tianxia. Heavenly Punishment Order. Lu Yuan recalled the effects of this high-grade spiritual weapon that the teacher described, returning again to his dull and tedious life. Cultivate, and then create strange puppet soldiers to wait for the grand competition to start in half a month. Chapter 52, Why? What gives him the right? Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The annual grand competition of the 5 top universities officially began. Pengcheng University became lively, with students in various uniforms everywhere. At 8 in the morning, Lu Yuan followed Tang Jingawei to the freshman group field. The field could accommodate tens of thousands of people and had thousands of platforms. Soon, the freshman students would draw lots here, and after several rounds of elimination, the final champion would be decided. Wow, so handsome. Is he Bai Weiji from Shuncheng University? He really is good-looking. A young man in his early 20s appeared, wearing a white uniform, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Bai Weiji, the top student from Shuncheng University, a peak professional of wind attribute magical powers. Lu Yuan looked at Bai Weiji, who caused a stir among the crowd. He was 185 centimeters tall, and his looks were those of a standard handsome man, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a righteous air. Then, the first student from Linen University, Lu Zichuan, and the first from Magic City University, Tao Zicheng, appeared in succession. They received a lot of attention, each carrying the title of their university's first. But when it came to the students of Imperial Capital University, people's gazes did not focus on the 4th-year camp, but rather on the 3rd year. Lu Yeli, someone shouted loudly. Lu Yuan? Shouldn't they shout out the name of some 4th-year student from Imperial Capital University? Why are they calling his 3rd-year sister's name? Lu Yeli was dressed especially beautifully today, wearing a white printed dress paired with black leather shoes, her every smile and frown attracting the attention of the boys around. This girl had a good figure and high beauty, looking great in any outfit. Lu Yeli was such a girl, able to pull off any style of clothing. Your sister is not simple. Ever since she got into Imperial Capital University,
it has held a firm lead over the other 4 top universities.
Tang Jingwei said. Lu Yuan looked at Tang Jingwei, as his sister had never said this to him before.
Not long ago, the top 4th-year student of Imperial Capital University, Fei Mingyu, who awakened gold, earth, and fire attributes and is a peak professioner, sparred with Lu Yeli.
Tang Jingwei raised 4 fingers. For seconds, Fei Mingyu only lasted 4 seconds before losing. So fast? Lu Yuan said. He remembered that his sister was a time attribute, a 7-star professioner.
Behind Lu Yeli were 5 pretty girls, each with different appearances and temperaments.
The awakened professions were either time attribute or space attribute. They are members of Lu Yeli's team. Your sister is the captain. Tang Jingwei seemed to know a lot about Lu Yeli and her team, accurately naming the team members.
As he spoke, Lu Yuan felt multiple fiery gazes directed at him.
You are Lu Yuan, right? You are really handsome.
A girl dressed in black stockings and stylishly walked over. Without saying a word, she reached out to caress Lu Yuan's abdomen. Your abs are quite well trained.
Space attribute, 5-star professioner. Lu Yuan looked at the girl teasing him, Xiang Xinyan, who was one of his sister's teammates. Xiang Xinyan, can you not act so flirtatious every time you see a handsome guy?
Another girl in white stockings with a chubby face rolled her eyes. The grand competition of the 5 top universities will be held for 2 days. I heard that you live in a separate villa. Let's sleep together at night, said the girl.
Lu Yuan? This sister, when you say sleep together, do you mean staying at the villa or sleeping in the same bed? Lu Yuan asked. It depends on you. Hey, don't try to steal Lu Yuan from me.
Lu Yuan, let me introduce myself. I am Zhuo Mengzi, your sister's teammate.
Tonight I will treat you to oysters. So many of them, so many. The aroma was overwhelming, and Lu Yuan felt a little unable to bear it. Lu Yeli's team had a total of 6 members.
Only her 4 team members surrounded herself. At first, they teased with words, then they directly started to touch her. Sister, you can touch, but don't go too far, Lu Yuan said to the girl who just introduced herself as Zhuo Mengzi. She has a time attribute and is a 5-star practitioner of the divine power realm.
Do you want me to use my time-stopping skill when we sleep at your villa tonight? Zhuo Mengzi playfully winked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan.
Wow, these members of Lu Yeli's team have all learned bad habits from her, each one is a seasoned player. They must have watched a lot of videos, even the time-stopping series has come up.
Seeing Lu Yuan surrounded by beautiful women, the surrounding students were dumbfounded. Why does he have this? I'm not uglier than Lu Yuan. Not only is Lu Yuan handsome, but he is also a key training target of Pengcheng University, a future pillar of this top institution. It's not just about looks. It's more painful than being killed.
Many eyes of envy and jealousy gathered on Lu Yuan, especially the beautiful women surrounding him, all top-notch figures from a prestigious university.
What are you doing? Aren't you ashamed? Lu Yeli walked over seriously.
The 4 team members lowered their heads.
Make some room for me, I want to touch Lu Yuan's abs too. Lu Yeli said.
The 4 team members were unfazed, even predicting that their captain would say this.
Everyone present? Did you miss me at Pengcheng University? Lu Yeli smiled like a flower, holding Lu Yuan's arm like a couple. Haha, no. Lu Yuan smirked. Humph, what an unromantic man, Lu Yeli pouted, looking as if she was hurt.
But compared to my hurt feelings, there is a man's heart that you have hurt even more.
Lu Yeli said. Who?
Lu Yuan was surprised, he only hurts women's hearts as a straight man. Chu Wuxing, that guy has gone crazy, actually being accepted as a disciple by that freak Zhuo Ruifeng, and was struck by thunder for a whole month.
Lu Yeli whispered in Lu Yuan's ear.
Lu Yuan didn't know who Zhuo Ruifeng was, but upon hearing that Chu Wuxing was struck by thunder for a month, he raised an eyebrow. Chu Wuxing awakened the lightning attribute among the 4 attributes. Being struck by thunder is a painfully torturous training method. This method can quickly improve cultivation, but each moment is like being tortured, a torture worse than death. Ordinary practitioners of the lightning attribute at the divine power realm can last at most 3 days, but Chu Wuxing actually endured for a whole month. Be careful, if looks could kill, you would have been torn to pieces by Chu Wuxing long ago.
Lu Yeli rejoiced in his misfortune.
Principal Lao Dang, that is, the president of the university, along with several leaders and elders, are all looking forward to a battle between Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxing. Even she wanted to see who was stronger after a month of hard training at the university. Feeling the hostility behind him, Lu Yuan turned to look. Chu Wuxing, dressed in a black and gold school uniform, stared coldly at Lu Yuan. He had lost a lot of weight over the month, his eyes were bloodshot, and on his forehead was a blue-red lightning emblem.
2 stars in the divine power realm. Lu Yuan checked Chu Wuxing's realm. 3 stars in the divine power realm.
Chu Wuxing was unfazed.
To defeat you, I've specially prepared many trump cards. Chu Wuxing's smile froze, and the lightning emblem on his forehead turned blood red. It can be confirmed that his fourth attribute is blood. This is his trump card. You should also remember your trump card, don't use it unless absolutely necessary, Tang Jingwei said while drinking milk tea. He was influenced by Lu Yuan, turning from a tea lover to a milk tea drinker. As for the trump card he mentioned regarding Lu Yuan, it refers to his completely perfected exclusive skill as a trickster. Earth Level Advanced Skill, Mirage Trickster. Chapter 53, Earth Level Advanced Skill, Mirage Trickster. Tang Jingwei, the most outstanding mentor in Pengcheng and even all of China, bar none. All the students he taught have stood out, each one famous. Whether it is Fu Jingjie, who currently holds the position of elder in the Split Wind Alliance, or Lu Yuan, who recently became the national champion in martial arts exams. Not only that, but Tang Jingwei is also well-versed in all professions. All the weaknesses of ferocious beasts are known to him, as if he were a living encyclopedia. Half a month ago, he completely perfected the specialized Earth-level advanced spirit skill of the Trick Master, the Mirage Puppet. Lu Yuan spent half a month learning and now masters the spirit skill skillfully. With your current strength, you can only force yourself to use it by fighting in the arena against Chu Wuxia. Tang Jingwei finished his milk tea and casually threw the cup into the trash can. Lu Yuan nodded. He never underestimates any opponent, even if they are an energy-cultivating practitioner. This is both a respect for himself and a respect for his opponent. The spiritual power in his body surged wildly, and Lu Yuan condensed a body, with countless black whirlpools tattooed on its face, a puppet. Mirage Puppet. Earth-level advanced spirit skill. Simulate the target and copy the same attribute profession puppet, the number and strength of the target improve as per the user's realm, current quantity, 3. Mirage, cast the spirit skill to create a terrifying phenomenon, the power of the spirit skill remains unchanged. Note, want to defeat me? First fight against yourself. Once again obtaining an Earth-level advanced spirit skill. Lu Yuan was very satisfied with the effect of the Mirage Puppet, especially the Mirage. As long as he is willing, casting yellow-level spirit skills can trigger phenomena that make one believe they are facing a heavenly-level spirit skill. It was perfect for use to bluff people, and it worked every time. The simulation is also good. Under the same realm, Lu Yuan can simulate the target's 100% strength, just as noted. The competition among the 5 top universities has not yet started, as more and more students and instructors arrive at Pengcheng University. This school, which covers 38,000 hectares, is as large as a small city and is becoming more and more lively. Chu Wuxia stood in place, staring at Lu Yuan. Behind him appeared a bald man with a muscular build. The strong man, around 40 years old, had a fierce expression and noticed Lu Yuan and Tang Jingwei walking past. Tang Jingwei, you're not dead yet. The strong man said. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold. Zhua Ruweifeng, how can I die when you haven't gone to prison yet? Tang Jingwei's tone was calm. Zhua Ruweifeng? Lu Yuan remembered this name. His older sister called him a pervert. As for Chu Wuxia, he trained under him, so this person must be an outstanding instructor at the Imperial Capital University. Under the shining sun, Tang Jingwei and Zhuo Ruweifeng locked eyes. Both were domain realm powerhouses, one fire, one lightning exuding an imposing aura. The atmosphere became oppressive and serious. Surrounding students and instructors saw this scene, especially the instructors from Imperial Capital University, shaking their heads. They are at it again. Tang Jingwei, I will prove this year that your teaching philosophy is wrong. Chu Wuxia defeating Lu Yuan is the best example. Zhuo Ruweifeng's bald head gleamed as he spoke harshly. Ridiculous, who wins and who loses is not something you can decide with just words. Normally soft-spoken and emotionally stable, Tang Jingwei raised his voice several decibels when facing Zhuo Ruweifeng. The two engaged in a fierce argument. Is there a good show to watch? Lu Yeli approached with a smile, her arm draped over Lu Yuan's shoulder. Does the teacher have a grudge against him? Lu Yuan asked. Yes, the two have clashing teaching philosophies and always argue whenever they meet during the annual competition. Lu Yeli said, watching the drama with great interest. Zhua Ruweifeng advocates relentlessly pushing students to their limits, producing batches of cold-blooded war machines who only know how to fight. As for your teacher Tang Jingwei, he believes in teaching according to the individual, treating students like his own children, guiding them on the right path. Lu Yeli explained succinctly. By the way, 9 out of 10 students taught by Zhuo Ruweifeng end up mentally unstable, suffering severe psychological trauma. Tang Jingwei feels he is killing them and has reported him multiple times. And then? Lu Yuan asked. Imperial Capital University compensated for Zhuo Ruweifeng, and now, anyone wanting to study under him must sign a contract. The content of the contract essentially means that if Zhuo Ruweifeng leaves you disabled or even dead, it's legal. This matter caused quite a stir 3 years ago. Lu Yeli had a deep impression.
Two individuals from top universities, whose status was comparable to the chief mentor of the vice principal, were arguing fiercely, scaring the surrounding students into silence. The invasion of demons threatens Huaxia, we must quickly train a large number of war machines. It's normal to waste a few students, those who can't handle the pressure, others can. For example, Chu Wuxia persisted in his thunder training for a whole month. Zhua Ruifeng stared at Tang Jingwei, trying to prove he was right. How many children like Chu Wuxia are there in the world, strong-willed? Your kind of teaching is killing them, it's no different from the intelligent demon clan looking at beasts below the divine realm as livestock. Tang Jingwei retorted. Oomph, ignorant. Zhua Ruifeng snorted coldly. Oomph, arrogant. Tang Jingwei's face turned red. He hadn't lost his temper in a long time, but seeing Zhua Ruifeng and thinking about those wasted students made him angry. The tension between students is palpable, and the atmosphere between teachers is also thick with gunpowder. A lazy voice emerged, spoken by Shen Duanhong, the head of the judgment hall, clad in pure white clothing, with a cheerful smile. Seeing Shen Duanhong, both students and mentors present showed respectful expressions. Greetings, Hall Master Shen. No need to be restrained, today you are the main characters. I, along with the 4 alliance leaders, am merely a spectator. Shen Duanhong smiled kindly, his gaze resting on Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia. At this year's competition among the 5 top universities, 4 alliance leaders accompanied him. The 4 alliances are Thunder Alliance, Wind Shred Alliance, Flame Alliance, and Wood Alliance, plus him, the head of the Judgment Hall, making it a grand occasion. The other 3 alliance elders attended on behalf of their leaders, with the 7 alliances in one hall gathering at Pingcheng University. I wish you all outstanding performances. Shen Duanhong scanned the students present and, under the guidance of the staff, moved to the guest seats. The hall master and alliance leaders took their seats, while the 5 principals sat close together, waiting for the competition to begin. Tang Jingwei fixed his gaze on Zhuo Ruifeng, the tension between them returning to the air. Lu Yuan glanced at Chu Wuxia. The competition was unlike a martial arts test, only the champion could choose from any university's treasury to pick high-quality spirit artifacts. This meant only one person would gain this right. Lu Yuan wanted the high-quality spirit artifact, Tian Xingling, from the Imperial University's treasury. Chu Wuxia and Jiang Tianxia also had their own desired high-quality spirit artifacts. The freshman group was ready, the sophomore group was ready, the junior group was ready. Bang! The heavy bell rang, and all students from the 5 top universities took a deep breath. There were only 4 champions, but each school's policy was different. For example, students from the Imperial University underwent an evaluation every 3 months, determining the cultivation resources they would receive. This evaluation was tied to the competition. Mentors would judge students based on their performance in the arena. The other 4 universities were similar, just with different evaluation methods. I announce that the competition officially begins. The freshman group will draw lots first. The host, Pengcheng University Principal Lao Qiyuan's voice boomed. Lu Yuan walked towards the lottery box. The first round, along with the next several rounds of drawing lots, was random, meaning he might encounter Chu Wuxia early on. Chapter 54, easily advance to the top 8. Arena number 888, Chiyafu, Imperial University, Water Attribute Qi Refining Realm, 8 stars. Lu Yuan looked at the information of his lottery opponent. Each year, the admissions quota for the 5 top universities varied. For example, Pengcheng University enrolled 4,000 new students this year. The other 4 top universities enrolled between 2,000 and 3,000 students. There were nearly 12,000 students participating just in the freshman group, making it very unlikely to draw Chu Wuxia. Let's end this fight quickly, Lu Yuan thought. He promised his sister to go for seafood buffet in the afternoon. If he finished quickly, he just hoped that Lu Yeli from the junior group could be faster. The drawing lots for the freshman group ended, just as Principal Lao Qiyuan announced the drawing for the sophomore group. Ahem, everyone focus on me, I have a few words to say. Clap, clap, clap. On the silent playground, a young man with purple hair clapped his hands to grab everyone's attention. Xiao Lao, your Pengcheng University is quite good, deserving of praise. The young man said to Lao Qiyuan. But could the cafeteria be improved a bit? The food is terrible, it's such a waste of good seafood. Xiao Lao. This person actually called the president of Pengcheng University, Lao Qiyuan, Xiao Lao. Students from the 5 top universities collectively felt confused and shocked, with one thought echoing in their minds. Who is he? Lu Yuan twitched his mouth, looking at Han Junsheng, who had gone from white hair to purple hair. This guy has lost it again, Lu Yuan complained. In a month, Han Junsheng had broken through from the 8th star of Qi refinement to the 3rd star of profound resolve. Looking at the serious Han Junsheng, who resembled a leader giving a speech, President Lao Qiyuan was nearly exploding with anger. Even the Grand Alliance Master doesn't dare to call me Xiao Lao, and you are even bolder than him. Bang, bang. Lao Qiyuan gave Han Junsheng 2 slaps.
Wait a minute, don't kick me first. Han Juncheng took a deep breath. I have an announcement to make. I am an idiot. I am a big idiot.
Han Juncheng shouted loudly.
Students on the playground? Is he sick or something? He definitely has a mental illness, and a serious one.
I can't stop laughing. This guy has such thick skin, saying he's an idiot in front of over 40,000 people, and looking proud about it. The entire playground erupted in laughter, the air filled with a joyful atmosphere.
On the guest seats,
watching Han Juncheng acting silly, the 4 presidents and the Grand Alliance Master, as well as Shin Duanhong, the head of the Judgment Palace, and a few elders had blank expressions. They all focused on the bracelet on Han Juncheng's right hand. Lao Qiyuan, your new disciple is quite impressive, looks like he's putting on a show, said Shin Yaozong, the president of the Imperial Capital University, bursting into laughter. He knew the reason behind Han Juncheng's act, but it didn't stop him from mocking Lao Qiyuan.
Lao Qiyuan's mouth twitched as he kicked Han Juncheng against the railing.
If you don't win the championship in this grand competition, you can leave your residence when you break through to the 3rd star of Profound Resolve.
Kicking me again.
Han Juncheng looked wronged as he brushed off his pants and stood up. After a round of laughter, the 2nd year, 3rd year, and 4th year students drew lots normally. They were going to other playgrounds for the matches.
On ring 888, Lu Yuan looked at the opponent from the Imperial Capital University, named Shi Yafu.
Each ring has a law realm mentor as the referee, allowing students to unleash their abilities without worrying about harming each other or themselves.
Hello, Lu Yuan. Dressed in a black and gold uniform with Imperial Capital University printed on her chest, Shi Yafu said.
She had fair skin, spoke gently, perfectly fitting Lu Yuan's impression of a water attribute practitioner.
Please.
Lu Yuan summoned his blood Calamity and blood butcher, signaling Shi Yafu to make her move.
Shi Yafu shook her head. I can't beat you, Shi Yafu said. Are you kidding? How could someone at the 8th star of Qi Refinement fight against Lu Yuan at the 3rd star of Profound Resolve?
When Shi Yafu learned her opponent was Lu Yuan, she had already made up her mind to concede.
Lu Yuan, let's exchange contact information. What type of girl do you like? Cute, sweet, or spicy? Shi Yafu asked. Lu Yuan.
I am 165 centimeters tall, I can be sweet or salty, I can cook, my measurements are. Shi Yafu introduced herself, as if she was on a blind date.
Bang.
The blood butcher appeared behind Shi Yafu in the blink of an eye and lifted her off the ring. You are too small, you might not develop well in the future, Lu Yuan shook his head. The mentor standing in the center of the ring was left speechless.
Lu Yuan wins.
Half an hour later, Lu Yuan drew lots again and arrived at ring 777.
This time facing another student from the Imperial Capital University, named Su Zichuan.
He was at the peak of Qi refinement and a fire attribute practitioner.
Do you want to jump down, or should I come up? Lu Yuan yawned.
In the 1st year grouped pairings, there were less than 10 students who had broken through to the 3rd star of Profound Resolve, with him being the highest at that level, and next was Chu Wuxia, who was at the 2nd star of Profound Resolve. Others had just recently broken through to Profound Resolve.
Yuan Gu.
The Imperial Capital University earns its cultivation resources based on ratings.
I can admit defeat, but can you let me showcase the mysterious tier spiritual skill I just learned? Su Zichuan asked cautiously. Sure, fire overcomes metal.
You fight it, Lu Yuan replied.
Lu Yuan summoned a golden soldier and controlled the soldier to battle Su Zichuan. After 2.5 minutes, Su Zichuan happily raised his hand in surrender. Aren't I impressive? I lasted a full 2.5 minutes against Lu Yuan.
Su Zichuan shouted excitedly. In the guest seats, the 4 league leaders and the judge hall master chatted. Boring, said Yen Fengyue, the leader of the Crimson Flame League. Whether it was the freshman group or the other 3 groups, there were no exciting matches.
The first day is like this, tomorrow will be much better.
Shin Duanhong, sitting in the central chair, said. The first day of the competition would determine the top 8, and the real highlight would be on the 2nd day. They focused on the freshman group, the other groups had already been seen last year. The freshman group was different, the martial arts test was a martial arts test, while the arena battles were not comparable. The time passed to the afternoon. Lu Yuan, congratulations on becoming a top 8 contestant in the freshman group. Come for the draw tomorrow, the arena instructor said.
A dull and boring day.
Lu Yuan stretched lazily. Indeed, the instructor agreed. There was no way around it, Lu Yuan was nearly invincible in the freshman group. None of the students who fought him broke through to the mysterious realm, and none who did break through were drawn.
Instructor, who are the other 7? Lu Yuan asked.
Chu Wuxia, Jiang Tianxia, Han Juncheng. The instructor recalled the list. Besides these 3 and Lu Yuan, the remaining 4 were all in the top 10 of the National Martial Arts exam rankings.
Got it. Lu Yuan walked down from the arena. The top 8 list was exactly as the teacher predicted, it was just unknown who he would draw tomorrow. Lu Yuan, don't let your guard down. Chu Wuxia is just as quick to defeat his opponents as you are, reminded a mentor from Pengcheng University. Lu Yuan at least chatted a bit with his opponent, allowing them to choose whether to step down from the arena or have him take action. Chu Wuxia was different, he injured all his opponents, and several times the instructor had to intervene to prevent serious injuries or even deaths. Tomorrow will be a good show, the instructor thought. He decided to apply to be the referee for Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia, to watch the arena battle up close. Chapter 55, You Tease Me, and I'll Tease Her. In the evening, as the sun set. In the top 8, asked Tang Jingwei, who had been waiting for a long time. Upon receiving Lu Yuan's confirmation, Tang Jingwei showed no surprise in his expression. Unless he encountered Chu Wuxia ahead of time, otherwise Lu Yuan had no opponents in the freshman group. Teacher, the vice principals seem very nervous, Lu Yuan said, looking at the 3 vice principals. Their expressions were serious, their eyes fixed on the live broadcast screens of the other groups. Of course they're nervous. For the students, the competition can earn credits and corresponding cultivation resources. Tang Jingwei adjusted his black-framed glasses. For the vice principals and the principal, the competition determines the future investment intensity of the 7 leagues in one hall in the school. Investment intensity? Lu Yuan looked at his teacher. In simple terms, the 7 leagues in one hall are investors, they represent Huaxia, while the 5 top universities are the companies being invested in. Tang Jingwei gave a vivid example. The school that produces students of overall high quality will receive investment from the 7 leagues in one hall. For example, Pengcheng University has the support of the Stormwind League, but it doesn't mean that other leagues can't support Pengcheng University. Over the years, because of your sister, the Imperial Capital University must secure at least 1 champion, even 2. The Stormwind League has become increasingly dissatisfied with Pengcheng University. At this point, Tang Jingwei's expression became serious. If this continues, it is very likely that Pengcheng University will be pushed out of the 5 top universities. So serious. Lu Yuan began to understand why the vice principals and the principal were so anxious. It has nothing to do with you, even if Pengcheng University disbands, you will still be a hot commodity sought after. Is it over? A gust of fragrant wind swept in, and Lu Yeli appeared by Lu Yuan's side without him realizing when. Along with her were 5 members of her team. It's over, Lu Yuan said. Looking at Lu Yeli, she should have also advanced to the top 8. What a pity to draw you out, otherwise, all 6 members of our team could have made it to the top 8, Xiang Xinyan said regretfully, the one who had previously teased Lu Yuan and had playfully touched his abs. Lu Yuan. So, that meant his sister and her 5 team members advanced to the top 8, but one of them faced a teammate and got eliminated. Sorry. A soft, sweet voice rang out. Lu Yuan turned to see who was speaking. She looked to be around 21 or 22, 170 centimeters tall, with short hair, a pure appearance, and large eyes that sparkled when she blinked. Spatial attribute, 7th star of the mystical realm. Lu Yuan checked the woman's awakened attributes and realm, her level was the same as Lu Yeli's. Yueyao doesn't blame you, she just thinks I'm unlucky, Xiang Xinyan explained, fearing that Yueyao might overthink it. Oh, Yueyao nodded. His sister even had a shy member on her team, it seemed not all of them were experienced. Lu Yuan thought. From freshman to senior year, all groups created their top 8, and the eliminated students did not return to school immediately. Carrying the thought of being there, they chose to stay in Peng City for 2 days as a mini vacation and watch the top 8 match tomorrow. The blue sky and white clouds, a gentle breeze blowing. Lu Yuan looked at Yueyao, who was shy and dared not meet his eyes. Let's go, to eat seafood buffet. I'm starving. Lu Yeli urged. She found a seafood buffet that cost 800 per person, with all seafood freshly killed and prepared. Salmon, East Star grouper, Australian lobster, everything was there. I want to sit in the same car as Lu Yuan, Xiang Xinyan said. You think you're worthy? Lu Yuan has been staring at my white silk for a long time, he likes me. Zhuo Mengzi said, unwilling to back down. It was quite a distance to the seafood buffet restaurant, so Lu Yeli ordered 2 ride-hailing cars. The 4 team members engaged in a heated discussion about who would ride with Lu Yuan. Damn, they noticed that? Lu Yuan's mouth twitched, he had only accidentally glanced at Zhuo Mengzi's white silk. Among Lu Yeli's 5 team members, except for Yueyao, all were experienced drivers. Each driver was more skilled than the last, driving so fast that Lu Yuan didn't notice, the tire marks pressed right on his face. Ultimately, Lu Yuan, Lu Yeli, and Yueyao shared 1 car, while the other 4 took another car. The 2 rides headed towards the seafood buffet. Sister Yueyao, you are the 7th star of the mystical realm, and Lu Yeli is also the 7th star of the mystical realm, why does she get to be the captain? Lu Yuan rolled down the car window to get some air and enjoy the scenery along the way. Ha! Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Koyue Yao was taken aback. Be because Sister Yeli is strong, Koyue Yao said softly. Lu Yuan, are you feeling cheeky again? Lu Yeli rolled her eyes from the passenger seat. Lu Yeli just lazes around at home, lying on the couch all day watching cheesy romance dramas, and Lu Yuan let loose a torrent of complaints. Sister Yue Yao, I just can't accept someone like her being the captain, let's fight. We're all the seventh star of the mystical realm, who's afraid of who? Lu Yuan stirred things up. I can't beat the captain. Koyue Yao said honestly. Hee, wait for it tonight. Lu Yeli looked at Lu Yuan, who was instigating and spilling all his dirty secrets. Although Peng City University provided dormitories and hotels for the students, Lu Yeli decided to stay at Lu Yuan's villa for the night. That's my villa, I don't allow you in. Lu Yuan said. After a noisy 15 minutes, they arrived at the seafood buffet restaurant.
When customers saw 6 stunning beauties, each with a unique charm, surrounding Lu Yuan, envious and jealous glances immediately came their way.
Can his kidneys handle it? Damn, if my kidneys were good, could I bear this pain too?
Dude, start a class and teach me how to pick up girls, I'm willing to pay a fortune for tuition.
Stay low-key.
Under the crowd of 6 beauties, Lu Yuan casually found a spot to enjoy a kingly treatment.
Come, let me feed you.
Dressed in black stockings, the powerful and alluring Xiang Xinyan placed the peeled lobster by Lu Yuan's mouth.
Xiang Xinyan, don't be naughty, I will feed Lu Yuan.
Dressed in white stockings, with long legs that attracted attention, Zhou Mengzi was vying for attention.
One at a time, don't rush. Lu Yuan said. Quietly watching, Lu Yeli smiled but did not speak.
After they were full, the 4 girls began to tease Lu Yuan again. Even Lu Yuan, an experienced driver from the Akina mountain, found it hard to withstand. After all, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. There were those who teased with words, those who touched him, and some who teased with words while also touching him.
If I'm not mistaken, Sister Yue Yao is the pet of your team, right? Lu Yuan said.
Suddenly called out, Koyue Yao looked up. She had been focused on eating and hadn't participated in teasing Lu Yuan. So smart, Yue Yao is the youngest in our team.
What's wrong? 4 people aren't enough for you? Do you need 5 to join in? Zhuo Mengzi asked. It's nothing. If you keep teasing, don't blame me for teasing Sister Yue Yao. Lu Yuan stood up and sat next to Koyue Yao. Upon hearing this, Koyue Yao. The 4 girls. Wow, so you're playing a clever trick, huh? Chapter 56, just beginning to end? The seafood buffet was bustling with people. Some guests were watching the chefs prepare salmon on the spot. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, the 4 girls were speechless. If we tease you again, will you tease the pet Koyue Yao? How could Lu Yuan say that with a straight face? The key was that they were genuinely worried he might do it. After all, Koyue Yao was famously shy. TCH, someone who doesn't know how to appreciate their good fortune. Zhuo Mengzi said. Their team had a great bond, and Lu Yuan was the brother of team leader Lu Yeli. It was hard to get together, so of course, they wanted to tease. Who knew Lu Yuan would hit their soft spot precisely? Stop messing around, reserve your energy for tomorrow's quarterfinals. Lu Yeli intervened. She didn't care much, primarily concerned about Lu Yuan. Tomorrow, Lu Yuan would surely face a fierce battle against Chu Wuxia. Whoever won could choose a top-quality spiritual weapon from the treasure trove of the 5 top universities. After eating, everyone returned to Pengcheng University. Lu Yeli and the other 5 stayed overnight at Lu Yuan's independent villa, which Lu Yuan welcomed. The independent villa had many empty rooms, enough for each of them to have a bedroom. I'll deal with you after the competition. That night, Lu Yeli didn't trouble Lu Yuan. She was just as curious about who would win between Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia. As the first rays of sunlight shone on the playground, the quarterfinals of the 5 top universities began on schedule. Who will win the championship in the senior group? I bet on Fei Mingyu from Beijing University. He was incredible yesterday, giving me a strong feeling of a master in the realm of laws. The sophomore group is also exciting, and as for the freshman group, Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia are advancing without any opponents. The playground was filled with numerous students from the 5 top universities. Many had already been eliminated, but that didn't stop them from coming to enjoy the spectacle. There were many topics of discussion, like who would win the championship in the freshman, sophomore, and senior groups. However, no one mentioned the junior group. No other reason, Lu Yeli was too strong enough to be ridiculous. And Lu Yeli had won 2 championships in a row. It was expected she would take the 3rd this year. In the guest seat, the master of the judgment hall, Shin Duanhong, and the 4 alliance leaders sat down. Greetings, Master Shin, greetings, 4 alliance leaders. The students at the playground spoke in unison. Shen Duanhong smiled and greeted the students, nodding to the principal of Pengcheng University, Lao Chi-yuan. The freshman group will draw lots first. Lao Chi-yuan said. The students, mentors, and guests in the alliance seats looked towards the front of the playground.
Lu Yuan was the center of attention, followed closely by the black and gold uniformed Chu Wuxia and Zhang Tianxia.
Oh boy, it's finally starting. Will Lu Yuan encounter Chu Wuxia early? There's a 1 in 7 chance. I'd say there's a chance, but not a big one. Yesterday, the strength gaps between Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia were so vast that it's likely the freshman group championship will be decided between the two of them. The students were discussing excitedly, especially those who had battled against Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia yesterday. When they saw the names of these two people, they knew it was over. Lu Yuan was the first to draw his opponent. Arena 1, Gu Yinping, Linen University, Wind Attribute, Xian Gang Realm, 1 star. The 5th in the National Martial Arts Exam, Gu Yinping. Lu Yuan remembered this person. Upon learning that his opponent was Lu Yuan, Gu Yinping's face turned dark. You and Lu Yuan are both practitioners in the Xian Gang realm. You have a chance to defeat him. Gu Yinping's mentor kept encouraging him. I will try my best. Gu Yinping thought about how to fight later. The 4th in the National Martial Arts Exam, Wan Zikan. Chu Wuxia glanced at the paper in his hand and walked onto the stage with a blank expression. As long as it's not Lu Yuan.
Zhang Tianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Her opponent was Ho Haoxuan, the 6th in the National Martial Arts Exam. On the arena, Lu Yuan looked at Gu Yinping, who appeared nervous across from him. Begin. The mentor serving as the referee announced. As the two words begin echoed, Gu Yinping flew into the air, distancing himself from Lu Yuan. High-level Xian-ranked spiritual technique, spiral airflow. High-level Xian-ranked spiritual technique, bewildering wind. Gu Yinping launched 2 high-level Xian-ranked spiritual techniques in one breath, trying to end the battle quickly. In an instant, a fierce wind blew, causing students around the arena to stumble and fall. Seeing this, Lu Yuan summoned the wind disaster to control the wind, preparing for a wind spike. However, before his technique could be executed, the mentor stepped in to stop it in time. You lost. How can a high-level Xian-ranked spiritual technique compete with a high-level Earth-ranked one? Even 2 techniques can't measure up. Gu Yinping's smile was bitter. He knew the gap in strength between him and Lu Yuan was too vast. If the mentor hadn't stepped in, he would not be standing there in one piece but lying on the ground, a lifeless body. Is it over before it even began? The students watching up close around the arena were dumbfounded. They didn't even have time to react before hearing the mentor announce Lu Yuan as the winner. Has anyone ever forced Lu Yuan to control more than 10 monsters simultaneously? Everyone thought about it. Even though Gu Yinping had broken through to the Xian Gang realm with the wind attribute, he was still quickly defeated by Lu Yuan, controlling only one special monster. Bang! Just as everyone began to react, a heavy thud echoed as someone fell to the ground. Wan Zikan, the 4th in the National Martial Arts Exam and a 1-star Xian Gang realm practitioner, clutched his chest, looking pained. Chu Wuxia wins. The mentor announced. It was also a quick defeat. The victorious Chu Wuxia showed no joy or sadness as he looked at Lu Yuan on Arena 1. The scene fell into silence, watching the two who won easily remain for a long time without speaking. It's important to note that the draws for the 2nd year, 3rd year, and 4th year groups had not yet ended, and these two confirmed their spots in the final 4 at the same time. This speed was simply too fast. Do you need to replenish your spiritual power? The mentor from the auxiliary profession asked Lu Yuan. Before each match, every contestant must ensure they have sufficient spiritual power and are in their best physical condition. Lu Yuan, who made it to the final 4, was about to prepare for the next round. No need. Lu Yuan shook his head. The other 4 still needed to fight for a while. This time was enough for him to recover his spiritual power to peak condition. Let's see who the final 4 will be matched against. Tang Jingwei walked over and said. Based on his judgment, the final 4 were likely to be Lu Yuan, Chu Wuxia, Zhang Tianxia, and Han Juncheng. The first 3 were easy to guess. They occupied the top 3 in the National Martial Arts Exam before. But Han Juncheng was different. He always faced tough battles to defeat his opponents. Anyone would be fine. Lu Yuan looked at Chen Yaozong, the principal of the Imperial Capital University, and recalled what the teacher said about the high-grade spiritual weapon, Heavenly Punishment Order. With this high-grade spiritual weapon, he could control each monster with the same amount of spiritual power as himself. Oh no, why does it have to be Lu Yuan? Why not that guy with purple hair? Zhang Tianxia complained. That's right, her opponent in the final 4 was Lu Yuan. Chu Wuxia would face Han Juncheng in a match to decide who advances to the finals. Is the recording on? The members of Zhang Tianxia's team said. Yes, it's recording. Yin Zia raised his phone to point at Lu Yuan, eagerly waiting to capture the moment when Lu Yuan would defeat his captain.
It's a pity that Chu Wuxia didn't face Lu Yuan in the final four.
Zhuo Ruifeng, who previously quarreled fiercely with Tang Jingwei due to differing educational philosophies, sighed.
He hoped even more that Chu Wuxia would defeat Lu Yuan in the semi-finals. Do you really think Han Junchen is a soft persimmon? Tang Jingwei sneered. What do you mean?
Zhuo Ruifeng frowned. Let me tell you, in my judgment, Han Junchen is not to be underestimated among these four, and Chu Wuxia may not be able to win against him.
Tang Jingwei's eyes sparkled with insight. Nonsense. Chu Wuxia has 4 attributes and is a 2-star practitioner in the Xian Gang realm.
Han Junchen has just broken through to the Xian Gang realm not long ago.
How do you expect Chu Wuxia to lose? We'll see. Tang Jingwei was too lazy to argue. This kid has problems.
Zhuo Ruifeng looked at Han Junchen, knowing that Tang Jingwei was not someone who talks big. But what puzzled Zhuo Ruifeng was that, as someone in the domain realm, he couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong with Han Junchen.
Chapter 57, let's see whether your sword is harder or my fist. Pengcheng University, first-year group playground, the top 4 contestants emerged. The draw results were announced, and over 10,000 students watching looked at the big screen. Pengcheng University Lu Yuan vs Modu University Jiang Tianxia. Pengcheng University Han Junchen vs Capital University Chu Wuxia. In this competition among the 5 top universities, 2 of the final 4 came from Pengcheng University. Jiang Tianxia is the 3rd in the national martial arts exam, so she may stand a chance against Lu Yuan. Han Junchen is really unfortunate to have drawn Chu Wuxia. I bet a spicy strip that Lu Yuan will win. The final will be between Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia for the championship. One spicy strip isn't enough, let others see and think I can't afford it. I bet 5 packs of spicy strips.
Under the scorching heat, the sun was unforgiving.
The students surrounding the playground eagerly awaited the start of the semifinals. Many mentors also stood beside the arena, wanting to see how this year's first-year group battles would unfold.
In the guest seats, the 5 university presidents had varying expressions. In this competition among the 5 top universities, no one felt awkward. The presidents of Xinjiang and Linen universities had slightly unpleasant looks, glancing at the leaders or elders supporting their own schools. They were somewhat dissatisfied, but didn't say anything due to the occasion. Youth is wonderful, a burst of youthful vitality hits me.
Chu Yongshun, the leader of the Thunder Alliance, sighed.
Especially watching these children chirping and discussing, he felt younger himself. And the Thunder Alliance invested in Capital University. Lu Yeli was certain to secure a championship, while senior Fei Mingyu also had a great chance to win. There's a reason why the 7 alliances in one hall invest in top universities, just to take Capital University as an example. After excellent students graduate, Capital University would recommend students to join the Thunder Alliance, thereby expanding the overall strength of the Thunder Alliance. Let's see how these 4 contestants perform who recently participated in the martial arts exam.
The main judge, Xin Duanhong, said. Lu Yuan, take it easy.
Chu Wuxia and Han Junchen did not know each other, so there was not much to talk about before the fight.
Jiang Tianxia proactively approached Lu Yuan. Brother Yuan, good luck. Give the captain a beating. Jiang Tianxia's teammate, Yin Ziyao, who had started recording, cheered for Lu Yuan.
Jiang Tianxia shot a fierce glare at Yin Ziyao. If Lu Yuan beats me, I'll come down and beat you.
Jiang Tianxia said. Yin Ziyao shrank his head, raising the phone even higher. Seeing Jiang Tianxia's frantic show of weakness, Lu Yuan did not let his guard down.
She had just obtained a unique high-grade spirit weapon, she could not treat her as she did the previous opponent. Under the sunlight, Lu Yuan and Jiang Tianxia both walked onto the arena. The mentor standing in the center nodded, signaling that the match would officially begin after a 30-second countdown. Boom. Dressed like a lowly, with a delicate face, Jiang Tianxia's expression was serious as she took out a dark heavy sword from her storage ring. Grandma said, even if it's a weak person's sword, it must carve a piece of flesh from an unbeatable opponent. Jiang Tianxia was filled with battle spirit, determined to fight Lu Yuan with all her might. The dark heavy sword in her hand was named Giant Cuckoo, a high-grade spirit weapon, 1.8 meters long, and weighing 1,000 pounds. Rather than calling it a sword, it was more like a giant ruler. The Giant Cuckoo was obtained by Jiang Tianxia at a great cost. In the martial arts examination rewards, there were high-quality spiritual weapons and treasures, as well as all the materials needed to refine the giant crane. This child. Looking at the giant crane in Jiang Tianxia's hands, the Grand Elder Lu Ziyuan of the Heavenly Sword Alliance was both amused and exasperated. This child may have an SSS-level talent, but she is an oddity among gold-type professionals, Lu Ziyuan said. Gold-type professionals are known for their calmness and composure, remaining unshaken in the face of challenges and excelling at swordsmanship. The sword is known as the king of all weapons, famous for its agility and lightness. In contrast, Jiang Tianxia is too fierce, wanting to use the sword as if it were a knife. Crash. Watching Jiang Tianxia, who was determined to have a good fight with him, Lu Yuan raised his hand to summon thousands of heavy silence soldiers. With skin the color of earth and towering 2 meters tall, the heavy silence soldiers immediately attracted the attention of students and instructors when they appeared. Over 1,000 Shengang Realm 3-star monsters. Damn, how can Jiang Tianxia fight against Lu Yuan? Even in a group fight, she won't be able to hold on. I suddenly thought of something terrifying. There are over 12,000 students in the freshman group, it seems Lu Yuan alone could take down all 12,000. Don't say that. If you do, I'll break down. The freshmen's emotions were mixed. So far, fewer than 10 freshmen have broken through to the Shengang realm, and Lu Yuan controls monsters that are all at 3 stars in the Shengang realm. With over 10,000 3-star Shengang realm monsters, Lu Yuan really could fight against thousands with ease. What puzzled the students was that the heavy silence soldiers disappeared the moment they were summoned. On the arena, the Earth Disaster Conjurer Zha made his entrance, absorbing the heavy silence soldiers. Come, let's see if your sword is harder or my fist is harder. With a red long line thrown out, Lu Yuan controlled Zha with a roar of battle. The fight was about to begin. Holding the high-quality spiritual weapon Giant Crane, Jiang Tianxia was the first to strike. Shen-level Intermediate Spirit Technique, Brave Battle Intent. Shen-level Advanced Spirit Technique, Dawn Strike. A huge shadow loomed over the arena as Jiang Tianxia soared into the air, gripping the giant crane with both hands and swinging it toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, controlling Zha, remained calm and composed, covering Zha's fist with yellow light, choosing to clash head-on. Bang! The arena floor was covered in dense cracks, and the powerful force radiated shockwaves, causing students around to instinctively raise their hands to shield themselves. Although they knew the arena was made of special materials and wouldn't hurt spectators, this overwhelming force was too rough. What the hell, is this the power of a Shengang Realm professional spirit technique? I was scared to death. I almost thought I was done for. Students' faces turned pale, especially those surrounding the arena. Fight on the arena, just don't hurt us bystanders who are just watching. On the arena, Jiang Tianxia and Lu Yuan's Zha were locked in a fierce battle. There were no flashy moves, it was a straightforward fight. Jiang Tianxia swung her dark heavy sword down onto Zha with all her might, while Zha retaliated with fists that cut through the air with sharp sounds. This is so satisfying to watch. The thrill of each hit left spectators exhilarated, with visual impact at its maximum. As the battle continued, Jiang Tianxia started to breathe heavily, beads of sweat dripping down from her eyelashes. One strike to decide the victor? Jiang Tianxia proposed. She knew Lu Yuan wasn't using his full strength, only one of the 7 disasters was sent to fight her. But what made Jiang Tianxia happy was that she was having a great time. Okay. Lu Yuan agreed. He was also enjoying the fight. Jiang Tianxia was already very strong, trading blows with Zha, who absorbed over 1,000 heavy silence soldiers. In comparison, Gu Yanping, who also broke through to the Shengang realm, was taken down in one hit by the wind disaster Windshieta. Over. Tang Jingwei, watching, shook his head. After another clash, exhausted, Jiang Tianxia slumped to the ground, lacking the strength to even grip her sword. Zha stood tall and proud. Lu Yuan wins and advances to the finals, the instructor announced loudly. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted. In the eyes of the audience, although there was a gap in strength between Lu Yuan and Jiang Tianxia, they both contributed the most exciting contest so far. Jiang Tianxia truly deserved the title of third in the National Martial Arts Examination. Lu Yuan was actually forced to unleash the evolved Earth Calamity. Teacher. Lu Yuan took the chilled sour plum soup from Tang Jingwei's hands. Just sit in the chair and watch the show. Tang Jingwei said. He had a strong feeling that the match between Chu Wuxia and Han Junsheng was not so simple. Be careful of Han Junsheng, something's off with him. The bald, fierce-looking Zhuo Ruifeng warned Chu Wuxia. Chu Wuxia looked at Han Junsheng, who had purple hair and seemed a bit crazy. He will definitely lose within 10 moves. Chu Wuxia said with confidence. Chapter 58, This Punch Pierces the Stars. On the big screen, Pengcheng University Han Junsheng vs Dito University Chu Wuxia was particularly dazzling. For this match, the students and many mentors showed little interest. 20 moves? Han Junsheng will definitely lose in at most 20 moves. Hurry up and end it, I'm waiting to see Lu Yuan's ultimate battle with Chu Wuxia. It's pointless, if it weren't for the president of Pengcheng University taking Han Junsheng as a disciple, I wouldn't even know who he is. The 4 leaders and the head of the judgment hall sitting in the guest area perked up. They were not only focused on the freshman division but also paying attention to the other groups. Upon learning that Han Junsheng and Chu Wuxia were about to fight, Yan Fingyue, the leader of the Scarlet Flame Alliance, had fire in his eyes. Who will win between these two? Yan Fingyue said in a deep voice. In the freshman division, he was only interested in 4 people.
They were Lu Yuan, Chu Wuxia, Han Junsheng, and Jiang Tianxia. The outcome between Lu Yuan and Jiang Tianxia was already decided, and Lu Yuan won quite easily. It's hard to say, both are practitioners at the Xian gang level, just a small realm apart. President Chen Yaozong of Dito University focused intently. Only a few people knew Han Junsheng's situation was special, otherwise, Lao Qiyuan wouldn't have taken him as a disciple. Chao Yongsheng, the leader of the Thunder Alliance, interlaced his fingers and looked at his son Chu Wuxia. Although he appeared indifferent to Chu Wuxia, what father doesn't love his son? Chu Wuxia's every move at Dito University was known to Chao Yongsheng. Don't let me down. Chao Yongsheng's scarred face twisted, making him look quite fierce. What's there to see? This is boring. Jiang Tianxia, holding a yogurt fruit bowl, sat next to Lu Yuan. She was just exhausted, she would be fine after resting for a moment. The yogurt fruit bowl was prepared for watching Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia's final match. Give me a piece. Lu Yuan said. Here. Jiang Tianxia handed over a useless toothpick. Lu Yuan. Seeing the entire box of yogurt fruit bowl instantly devoured by Lu Yuan, Jiang Tianxia puffed her cheeks in anger. I'm not talking to you anymore. Jiang Tianxia turned her back on Lu Yuan. It tastes good. Lu Yuan sat in the chair with his legs crossed, gazing at the two on the stage. The weak-looking Chu Wuxia, with bloodshot eyes, wore a cold expression, and the red thunder symbol on his forehead was eye-catching. His opponent, Han Junsheng, with purple hair, was happily laughing, throwing soul-searching questions at the onlookers. No way, could someone really drink sweet tofu pudding? I love cilantro, if you don't like cilantro, don't watch me compete. Lu Yuan. Oh boy, those two sentences directly heated the atmosphere. The sweet tofu pudding faction and the salty tofu pudding faction argued endlessly, while the cilantro lovers and haters also bickered non-stop. Bro, fighting is too rough. How about we decide the winner with rock paper scissors? Han Junsheng looked at Chu Wuxia. Start. As the countdown ended, the mentor commanded. Boom. Thunder roared. Several purple thunder slashes shot out from Chu Wuxia's palm, racing towards Han Junsheng at the speed of light. Han Junsheng stopped all his grinning, raised his hand, and formed a golden shield to completely block the purple thunder slashes. A huge explosion sounded, and upon finding Han Junsheng unharmed, Chu Wuxia's expression grew increasingly serious. The teacher was right, this guy called Han Junsheng was not simple. He's got some skills. Watching Han Junsheng and Chu Wuxia countering each other's skills without falling behind, Jiang Tianxia set down the strawberry cake she had just bought. Lu Yuan was completely focused on the situation in the arena. Bang, bang, bang. Han Junsheng, barehanded, emitted a dazzling golden light all over his body. Chu Wuxia was surrounded by purple lightning, continuously using one lightning attribute spirit technique after another. Mystic Intermediate Spirit Technique, Flashing Thunder. Mystic Advanced Spirit Technique, Thunderstorm 7 stars. Facing Chu Wuxia's fierce attack, Han Junsheng refused to back down and retaliated with his own spirit techniques. Crack, crack, crack. Numerous mystic and even earth-grade spirit techniques made the arena shake violently, filling the area of 100 meters with golden and lightning attributes. Watching students? Watching mentor? What's going on? This guy named Han Junsheng, who seems to have a mental illness, actually has the strength to fight Chu Wuxia. Looking at the two fighting without a clear winner, Lu Yuan simulated the battle in his mind. They're both hiding their strength. Tang Jingwei said. Whether it is Han Junsheng or Chu Wuxia, their goal is to win the championship. And the biggest obstacle on the road to victory, besides their opponent in front, is Lu Yuan. So both of them didn't want to reveal their trump cards, wanting to catch Lu Yuan off guard in the finals. As they exchanged spirit techniques again, Chu Wuxia's face twitched. He had thought that his only opponent in this major competition would be Lu Yuan, but unexpectedly, Han Junsheng popped up. You have successfully angered me. Chu Wuxia's face twisted as he actively revealed his fourth attribute. Earth-grade intermediate spirit technique Blood Shadow Split Sky. A strong smell of blood spread from the arena, making the surrounding students frown. Chu Wuxia disappeared, leaving behind several blood shadows. Puff. Tightly holding the blood blade in his hand, Chu Wuxia stabbed into Han Junsheng's lower abdomen. When did he get close to Han Junsheng? Everyone was shocked. Chu Wuxia did not use wind attribute spirit techniques, but at a certain moment, the crowd felt the blue sky and white clouds turn into a sky in clouds of blood. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Han Junsheng, who was stabbed in the lower abdomen, quickly reacted, as the four-headed fierce beasts on his bracelet glowed with milky white light. His knee suddenly gained strength. Chu Wuxia was thrown back, clutching his chest as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Everything happened in an instant, even the mentor in the center of the arena was momentarily dazed. Shouzheng, you go be the referee, said Pengcheng University President Lao Qiyuan. He was worried that the mentor of the law realm could not make an accurate judgment and would rashly interrupt the competition between the two. Hearing this, Vice President Zhang Shouzhen got up and flew to the arena. "You go down, I will keep an eye on it." Zhang Shouzhen crossed his arms. So strong. Jiang Tianxia swallowed hard, refreshing her perception of Han Junchen. Why is he ranked 101 nationally in the martial arts exam if he is this strong? Shouldn't he be in the top 10 or even the top 5? Jiang Tianxia looked puzzled. Not clear. Lu Yuan shook his head. Blood flowed from the wound as Han Junchen clutched his lower abdomen, keeping a close eye on Chu Wuxia. Chu Wuxia was also not feeling well, a pain from his chest made it hard for him to breathe. Seeing the spirit technique that Chu Wuxia unleashed, the words blood attribute rang out on the playground. Blood attribute. Chu Wuxia's fourth attribute is blood attribute. Thunder, wind, earth, blood, 3 out of the 4 attributes are rare, and the awakening probability for blood attribute is 1 in 10,000. Gasps of surprise rang out one after another, and with the revelation of the blood attribute, Chu Wuxia no longer hesitated. A blood mist enveloped the entire arena, exuding a terrifying aura. This move is prepared for Lu Yuan, but before that, let you enjoy it first. Chu Wuxia's tone was cold. In Han Junchen's perspective, Chu Wuxia's voice came from all directions, making it impossible to determine his location through sound. What a coincidence, this move is also prepared for Lu Yuan. Han Junchen stroked his bracelet. A spirit beast with pure white fur, looking like a lion but with 2 horns on its head, hovered above Han Junchen's head. As the spirit beast appeared, blood mist quickly spread, and Han Junchen's left hand held tightly onto his right arm, beginning to gather power. This punch. Han Junchen's pupils widened. Penetrating the stars. Chapter 59, A Tragic Victory. In the blood mist-covered arena, no one knew what was happening inside. A clear and pleasant beast roar resounded, and 2 wild, dominating powers were quietly gathering strength. The whole venue was silent. The students' expressions were tense, knowing that the semi-final of this promotion final was about to determine the winner. "Teacher, who do you think will win?" Lu Yuan asked. "It's too close to call." Tang Jingwei's brows knit together in a frown, then he felt his answer was too perfunctory. "It depends on whose willpower is stronger," Tang Jingwei added. In the guest seats, 4 masters and 1 hall leader looked indifferently at the arena shrouded in blood mist. The twin suns hung in the sky. As the blood mist dispersed, there floated Chu Wuxing, his expression frenzied, with both arms raised high, holding a blood-red sun. The golden light was blinding, and Han Junchen, standing in the arena, trembled violently, his right arm wrapped in golden light, clenched into a fist. Both of them were charging up at the same time, a golden and a red shield activated to prevent sudden attacks from each other. At this critical moment, on the playground, thousands of students dared not utter a word. Holding their breath, they stared unblinkingly at the two in the arena. No one expected Han Junchen could force Chu Wuxing to this extent. Whether it was Han Junchen or Chu Wuxing using their skills, they filled the onlookers, who were all practitioners at the Xian Gang level, with fear. In the sophomore group, the champion had already been decided. The champion In Jirue was in a good mood, humming a tune as he prepared for the award ceremony. "Mentor, have the other groups finished?" In Jirue asked. He came from Imperial Capital University, was of light attribute, and was a 1-star practitioner of the Divine Passage realm. The junior group, Lu Yeli, won the championship, the senior group is almost done, and the freshman group is still in the semi-finals, the mentor replied. "The freshman group is so slow, I'm still waiting for the hall leader to present the award." Upon learning that the freshman group was still fighting in the semi-finals, In Jirue was speechless, planning to go check the situation. What the hell? Seeing the blood sun above Chu Wuxing's head, Han Junchen exuded a terrifying aura. Just after winning the sophomore group championship, In Jirue was drenched in sweat. Is the freshman group really this fierce nowadays? In Jirue's face twitched. He felt a strong urge, he might not even be a match for these 2 freshman students on the arena. In the center of the arena, the vice principal of Pengcheng University, Zhang Shouzhen, focused on the match. As the referee, his main responsibility was to ensure that the competitors did not lose their lives while they gave their all. For the competitors, this was a fight for life and death. Die! Chu Wuxing was the first to finish charging, hurling the blood sun fiercely towards the arena. You think you are worthy? Han Junchen suddenly opened his eyes and punched towards Chu Wuxing. Bang! The ground within 100 meters cracked open, as the specially made arena collapsed with a loud bang. The students watching from close by looked pained, just the aftermath was unbearable for them. Seeing this, the mentor quickly intervened, preventing the students from getting hurt. Dust rolled into the sky, and the massive explosion created visible ripples in the air. Lu Yuan stood up, followed by the 4 masters in the guest seats, the hall leader, and the 3 elders who all stood up simultaneously.
I can't believe it ended this way, said Yen Finue, the leader of the Crimson Flame Alliance, with a slightly surprised tone.
Who won? After a good 10 seconds, someone finally snapped out of their shock.
In the moment the outcome was decided, they remembered Han Junchen enduring Chu Wuxing's blood sun, but he struck Chu Wuxing squarely in the face.
30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds.
2 minutes later, as the dust settled, everyone gasped at the sight in the arena. Blood, there was blood everywhere. Under the shining sun, Han Junchen lay on the ground, looking up at the sky, with the arena destroyed beyond recognition.
Cough, cough. Badly injured, Han Junchen coughed up blood, revealing his wounds where white bone was visible. Chu Wuxing, lying on the ground, was barely breathing, with a dent in his left cheek.
Both were severely injured.
Quick! Help them!
The mentoring professions instructor rushed over, trying to use spiritual techniques to heal the two.
However, he was stopped by Vice Principal Zhang Shoujing. The outcome hasn't been decided yet.
Zhang Shoujing shook his head, looking at Han Junchen and Chu Wuxing, who seemed as if they might lose their breath at any second.
Whoever stands up first advances to the finals.
Once these words were spoken, the scene fell silent again, watching two people, one lying down and one looking up on the ring.
This. Standing next to Lu Yuan, Zhang Tianxia was so shocked she couldn't speak. Is this the 1-star and 2-star practitioners of the Xian Gang realm?
Yen Ziru, who had just won the second-year group championship, was utterly astonished. The second-year group runner-up in third place looked blank, a question inexplicably appearing in their minds.
Can Yen Ziru beat both of them? Lu Yuan observed the ring, wanting to see who would be able to stand up. Damn it, crazy! You are crazy too.
Han Junchen gritted his teeth, trying to stand up, but after several failed attempts, he failed again.
It hurt too much.
He felt a sharp pain in his internal organs, even breathing in fresh air was a luxury.
Is it really necessary to fight like this in a competition?
Han Junchen knelt on the ground, then went down on one knee, and finally, his legs trembled as he tried to straighten his back.
Bang!
However, when he tried to get up on one knee for the second time, he couldn't hold on anymore.
Chu Wuxia was gasping for breath, feeling like his left eye was about to explode. In the audience, a noblewoman resembling Chu Wuxia, about 40 years old, felt her heart ache.
Why bother? Chu Wuxia's mother turned her head away, unable to bear looking at her son's miserable state.
Han Junchen is about to stand up. Someone shouted loudly. Kneeling on the ground, then on one knee, this was Han Junchen's sixth attempt to stand up. Stand up! Stand up!
The cheers in the playground were thunderous, some cheering for Han Junchen, while others cheered for Chu Wuxia. Just as Han Junchen was about to stand up, a furious roar rang out.
Lu Yuan!
Under the gaze of thousands, blood-soaked Chu Wuxia stood proudly, blood-red eyes fixed on Lu Yuan sitting far away.
Chu Wuxia wins!
Zhang Shoujing announced loudly, hurriedly waving to the support team to treat Han Junchen and Chu Wuxia.
Hearing Chu Wuxia call his name, Lu Yuan maintained a blank expression, walking step by step towards Chu Wuxia.
With the first step, 1,000 blood soldiers appeared. With the second step, 1,000 heavenly punishment soldiers appeared. With the third and fourth steps, 9,000 strange puppet warriors stood neatly on the playground, waiting for their master's command. Fire filled the sky, the 7 great calamities followed Lu Yuan's steps closely. As the strange puppet warriors absorbed, they collectively evolved. Crazy, realizing he had lost, Han Junchen lay back on the ground, gazing at the sky. Everyone focused on Lu Yuan, along with the 7 great calamities gaining immense power behind him. Standing 10 meters away from Chu Wuxia, Lu Yuan stopped. The big screen displayed the finals match list.
Lu Yuan from Pengchang University versus Chu Wuxia from Daida University. Chapter 60 let everyone see who was the first talent of Huaxia.
The sun shone brightly on the 4th-year group playground.
Daida University Fei Mingyu wins. The instructor announced.
Holding a long sword, the handsome Fei Mingyu smiled, looking at Bai Weiji, the number 1 of Xincheng University whom he had just defeated.
Weiji, your wind attribute earth-level high-grade spirit technique isn't good enough. You need more practice. Fei Mingyu said boastfully. What can I do? You used the turtle strategy, exhausting my spirit power with your earth attribute spirit technique.
Bai Weiji replied displeased. They, including other first-place holders from the top 3 universities, were old friends. They often sparred privately, and this year, Fei Mingyu, who awakened 3 attributes and reached the peak of the divine ability realm, became the champion of the 4th-year group.
Just say whether you won or not. Fei Mingyu grew even prouder.
The next second, his smile froze. You haven't beaten the 3rd-year Lu Yeli.
Bai Weiji said.
Lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife. Fei Mingyu won against Bai Weiji using the turtle strategy, and although some looked down on it, at least he won.
Lu Yeli had genuinely defeated Fei Mingyu, and it only took her 4 seconds. Let me say it again, I didn't lose to Lu Yeli in a one-on-one, I lost to her in a team spar. Fei Mingyu corrected. That's even more embarrassing. Your squad members are mostly at the 7 and 8 stars of the Divine Power Realm, and Lu Yeli is only at 7 stars. My squad members are at 5 stars in the Divine Power Realm. Bai Weiji analytically stated. I might not lose to Lu Yeli in a one-on-one. Fei Mingyu retorted. You indeed lost. Can we not mention her? Fei Mingyu's face gradually turned red. You lost to a student named Lu from the 3rd year of Imperial Capital University. Bai Weiji said. Damn. Fei Mingyu broke down. He wanted to tell Bai Weiji that losing to Lu Yeli is not shameful, especially considering Lu Yeli's squad. But Bai Weiji was not a student of Imperial Capital University, he wouldn't believe it anyway. Is the first-year grouping not over yet? Fei Mingyu changed the subject. Besides the first-year grouping, the champions for the other 3 groups have been born. The second-year champion is Inzi Rue from Imperial Capital University, Light Element, Divine Power 1 star. The third-year champion is Lu Yeli from Imperial Capital University, Time Element, Divine Power 7 stars. The fourth-year champion is Fei Mingyu from Imperial Capital University, 3 elements, Peak of Divine Power. Upon learning that 3 out of 4 group champions came from Imperial Capital University, the 4 school heads in the guest area rubbed their forehead. Their expressions were somewhat unpleasant. Leader Chu, it all depends on your son. If Wu Sha wins against Lu Yuan, this year Imperial Capital University will sweep all the championships. Chen Yaozong's laughter never stopped. In previous years, Lu Yeli consistently won a championship. This year, her students performed extraordinarily well, snatching 3 in one go. Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia have yet to compete, who knows, there might be 4. Principal Chen educates well. The Thunder Alliance has added many excellent members in the past 2 years. Although Chu Yongsheng was also laughing, the long scar like a centipede on his face made his smile seem rather creepy. I heard Principal Chen wants to establish a teleportation array leading to the uninhabited zones at Imperial Capital University, to be completed within 2 months. Chu Yongsheng promised. Thank you, Leader Chu. Chen Yaozong clasped his hands. At his age and status, he sought neither money nor power, only a name. Chen Yaozong longed to be remembered in history, to become the most outstanding principal of Imperial Capital University ever. Principal Lao, the leader is quite dissatisfied with your management of Pengcheng University. In the past 3 years, Pengcheng University has gained nothing in the grand competition. A middle-aged man with a hooked nose and a slender build spoke. He wore a luxurious blue outfit, with the words cracked wind printed on his chest. I understand. Lao Qiyuan looked at Xiu Chengxian, the elder of the Cracked Wind Alliance, his mood growing heavier. Principal Lao, the leader respects your elder very much, including me, but business is business. Xiu Chengxian shifted the topic. Lao Qiyuan had once served as the elder of the Sky Sword Alliance and a marshal of China, holding a high and respected position. Even Xiu Chengxian, the elder of the Cracked Wind Alliance, spoke to him in a respectful tone. The leader said if things remain the same this year, the Cracked Wind Alliance will withdraw its investment from Pengcheng University and shift it to Magic City or Imperial Capital University. Xiu Chengxian said, subtly hinting at the reason the leader had not attended the grand competition. He was very dissatisfied with Lao Qiyuan's management of Pengcheng University. Withdraw investment? Lao Qiyuan did not expect it to be this serious. Is Pengcheng University, with a history of 120 years and ranking among the top 5 prestigious institutions, to ruin under his watch? Lao Qiyuan wanted to explain, but he knew the leaders only cared about the results. Looking at Lu Yuan, who was about to compete for the first-year group championship against Chu Wuxia, Lao Qiyuan took a deep breath. Can he win? On the playground, the crowd of students gathered in the hundreds of thousands, all eagerly anticipating the ultimate battle between Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia. Chu Wuxia was covered in blood and injuries and was undergoing emergency treatment. Several extraordinary, even domain-level support mentors used various spirit techniques, striving to restore Chu Wuxia's spirit power and physical state to peak condition in the shortest time. Lu Yuan patiently waited, standing behind him were the 7 disasters, exuding an intimidating aura. Wow, the big showdown is coming. It feels like Lu Yuan might not necessarily win against Chu Wuxia. Chu Wuxia's final use of his blood-type spirit skill was just too terrifying. I actually think Lu Yuan will win. So far, no contestant has forced him to control more than 2 special monsters at once, not even Zhang Tianxia, who ranked 3rd in the National Martial Test and has an SSS-level metal attribute talent. Lu Yuan will win. Chu Wuxia will win. The students had a heated discussion about who would win or lose, and their analysis was well organized. The group champions from sophomore, junior, and senior years all arrived at the field, along with the runners-up and third-place winners who lost to them. Captain, what do you think? A member of Lu Yeli's team asked. Lu Yeli, who easily won the junior group championship, thought for a moment.
Both have their strengths.
Lu Yuan is a special profession, puppet master. Besides controlling monsters, he hasn't even used his spirit skills yet. Lu Yeli didn't favor Lu Yuan just because he was her younger brother. As for Chu Wuxia, he's a once-in-a-century four-attribute professional: blood, thunder, wind, and earth.
His combat power when using them explosively is terrifying.
Lu Yeli said. Especially blood and thunder.
Blood-type spirit skills are unpredictable.
Very few have fought someone with this attribute. Thunder-type spirit skills are incredibly powerful.
Whether for single-target or area attacks, they are top-tier among all attributes.
Time passed, second by second. Chu Wuxia finished healing.
A red thunder symbol flashed at the center of his forehead, and Chu Wuxia suddenly opened his eyes. He first glanced at the guest seat where the Thunder Alliance leader, also his father, Chu Yongxing sat, then locked his gaze on Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan, I've waited too long for this day. Chu Wuxia couldn't hide the excitement in his voice.
The martial test is for hunting fierce beasts to earn points, but the grand competition is professional versus professional. He never accepted Lu Yuan's strength. Looking at Chu Yongxing sitting among the guests, Chu Wuxia clenched his fists. Today, I will defeat you fair and square in front of my father, and show everyone who the real #1 genius in Huaxia is.
Chapter 61, Eye to Eye. Chu Wuxia finished healing, and the freshman group finals were about to begin.
Under the watchful eyes of 50 to 60,000 students from top universities, both stepped onto the stage.
I will serve as the referee, said Lao Chiyuan, president of Pengcheng University. President Lao himself as referee? That's a huge deal. Lao Chiyuan is a Divine Emperor realm powerhouse.
He once made great military contributions for Huaxia and is famous far and wide.
On the stage, Lu Yuan, who controls the 7 great disasters, looked coldly at Chu Wuxia on the opposite side.
Blood, thunder, wind, and earth, 4 different attribute auras burst out from Chu Wuxia's body.
Begin. With Lao Chiyuan's order.
Swish swish swish.
No nonsense.
At the moment the word begin was heard, Chu Wuxia launched several wind blades. With the sound of cutting air, the leaf-shaped wind blades moved fast, each aiming at Lu Yuan's throat, heart, forehead, vital spots. A terrifying, creepy laugh followed as Lu Yuan controlled Zhengsha to block in front, easily deflecting Chu Wuxia's probing strike. With fingers twitching, a creepy puppet that kept laughing airily floated in mid-air. Earth-grade high-level spirit skill suppressing puppet. A student not far from the stage? Crap, why did my realm drop from 5-star profound steel to 2-star? I'm worse than you, dropped from 8-star to 5-star.
Me, same here.
The students were stunned.
Is this the exclusive spirit skill of a puppet master?
At the guest seats, president of Linen University clicked his tongue in wonder. Lu Yuan's spirit skill can actually suppress realms, and no other combat profession has this kind of skill.
Interesting.
Even Hallmaster of the Judgment Hall, Shen Duanhong, couldn't help but examine the floating suppressing puppet.
Tang Jingwei, do you think Lu Yuan can defeat Wuxia just with this move? Zhuo Ruweifeng, bald and arms crossed, sneered. Ridiculous. Zhuo Ruweifeng said. I've been studying Lu Yuan for a long time. No exaggeration, I know him better than his parents.
Hearing Zhuo Ruweifeng's words, Tang Jingwei looked at him like he was an idiot. Suppressing puppet floated in mid-air, and Chu Wuxia's realm was still at 2-star profound steel. A thin membrane of condensed fresh blood covered Chu Wuxia's whole body. Nothing more than this. Chu Wuxia's smile froze as he unleashed his lightning attribute spirit technique towards Lu Yun.
If you wish to defend with your spirit power, then go ahead.
Having apprenticed under Tang Jingwei for some time, Lu Yun could tell at a glance that Chu Wuxia was continuously depleting his spirit power to fend off the erosion of the cursed puppet. His spirit power had been permanently increased by 50 times, while Chu Wuxia had a normal 2-star spirit power reserve of the Xian Gang realm. If this continued, he would eventually run out of spirit power. Then I'll defeat you before you run out. Chu Wuxia's voice was hoarse. High-level Xian tier spirit technique, wind feather dance. Low-level earth tier spirit technique, lightning incarnation. He unleashed 2 spirit techniques in succession, one of them being an earth tier technique. Chu Wuxia's speed was like a ghost, appearing behind Lu Yun in the blink of an eye, raising a blood blade high. Whoosh! Chu Wuxia was behind Lu Yun, a wind disaster swirling around him. A massive claw lifted, aiming for Chu Wuxia's heart. Damn! Feeling the life and death crisis, Chu Wuxia abandoned his stealth attack. He was certain, absolutely certain, that the wind calamity was tearing him apart. For Chu Wuxia, this was a life and death battle, neither he nor Lu Yun would hold back. Bang bang bang. Watching the two unleash spirit techniques at each other, the spectators on the playground were dumbfounded. Starting off with an earth tier spirit technique, are they that insane? So exciting, this is so thrilling.
These two are evenly matched. Zhu Wuxia's speed is so fast that Lu Yun can only control that monster with huge wings to fight him. Wave after wave of gasps echoed. To obtain an Earth-tier spirit technique, one must either join a certain faction or an elite academy. Even if one acquired an Earth-tier spirit technique, it would take a lot of time to learn and master it. In contrast, Lu Yun and Zhu Wuxia went from Xian tier to Earth tier, their spirit techniques growing increasingly amazing. Watching the fierce battle on the platform, the sophomore group champion, Yin Jirue, who had just broken through to the Divine Passage realm, was drenched in sweat. Damn, how are they both so powerful? Yin Jirue complained. He despairingly realized he was no match for Lu Yun and Zhu Wuxia. The expressions of the sophomores who placed second and third were grave. It seems we can't beat those two? The two exchanged glances, knowing they were not as advanced as Yin Jirue, being peak practitioners of the Xian Gang realm. His spirit power reserve? Lu Yun looked at Zhu Wuxia, feeling that he appeared much older, and raised his hand to unleash two exclusive spirit techniques of the Puppetmaster. Intermediate level Xian tier spirit technique, Cursed Puppet. High level Xian tier spirit technique, Grief Puppet. The cursed puppet emerged, and Zhu Wuxia fell into a haze of greed, anger, and obsession, his head pounding as he let out a painful howl. Seizing the moment when Zhu Wuxia was breaking free from the mental haze, Lu Yun controlled the seven disasters to charge forward. Bang bang bang. Blood lightning surged. Taking a direct hit from the seven disasters, Zhu Wuxia went completely mad, barely resisting with the blood-red barrier. Lu Yun, die! Zhu Wuxia shouted fiercely. Throughout this, the president of Pengcheng University, Lao Qiyuan, stood in the center of the arena, acting as a referee, his expression cold and indifferent as he observed the match. Crash! The sky sparkled with lightning, and blood rain poured down. Seeing this scene, Tang Jingwei frowned deeply. Are you crazy? Tang Jingwei grabbed Zhuo Ruifeng's sleeve. Do you know that Zhu Wuxia is the only son of Alliance leader Chu, and you're teaching him such self-harming spirit techniques? Zhuo Ruifeng sneered. I didn't teach him this, he stole it from the Thunder Alliance's treasure vault. Just like me, Wuxia is willing to give up everything to win. Zhuo Ruifeng's smile was mad. Tang Jingwei fell silent and then sighed. Why go this far? This is not a battle to the death. Tang Jingwei shook his head. The blood rain fell heavier and heavier, Zhu Wuxia spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and the lightning symbol on his forehead was glaring. A thick blood-red barrier wrapped around his body to prevent Lu Yun from launching a sneak attack. He visibly aged, conjuring a blood-red lightning dragon soaring in the air. Heaven-tier spirit technique? Lu Yun's expression was serious. Heaven-tier spirit techniques, the strongest tier of spirit techniques, could cover an area of 10 miles or even 50 miles with their power. This sense of oppression can only be possessed by the celestial stage spiritual techniques. The seven calamities are before me, and a gray barrier appears in front of Lu Yuan, who also reveals his trump card. Earth stage high-level spiritual technique Mirage Phantom. Bastard! In the VIP seat, seeing Chu Wu's face gradually aging, the Thunder Alliance's leader, Zhu Yongsheng, becomes furious and slams the table. A lion's roar echoes across the sky. Chu Yongsheng's veins bulge like a mad lion, ready to stop Chu Wu's at once. Leader Chu, mind the occasion, this is the competition of the 5 top academies, reminded Shen Duanhong, the head of the Judgment Hall. As leaders of the 7 alliances in one hall, they represent China and must always pay attention to their words and actions in public. Shen Duanhong can understand why Chu Yongsheng is so angry and anxious. At this moment, the spiritual technique that Chu was performing costs the price of burning his essence blood. Essence blood, to put it simply, is life. This is also the characteristic of blood attribute practitioners. They absorb fresh blood to raise their level, restore spiritual power, and even perform 2 Earth stage high-level spiritual techniques at the cost of burning essence blood. Leader Chu, if you stop was at this moment, he will probably hate you for life, Shen Duanhong said again. Chu Yongsheng's eyes are filled with bloodshot, and he ultimately chooses to sit in his chair. In the center of the arena, seeing Chu was unleash a blood-colored thunder dragon, equivalent to a lower-level celestial stage spiritual technique. Principal Lao Qiyuan of Pengcheng University is ready to intervene to end this battle and then declare Chu was the winner. Roar! Lao Qiyuan frowns and looks at Lu Yuan, who is not far away. Next to him appears a person who looks exactly like Chu was, mimicking his movements to unleash the same spiritual technique. The 2 blood-colored thunder dragons gaze at each other. Chapter 62, the high-quality spiritual tool that can upgrade. The blood-colored thunder dragon soars through the sky, exuding an aura that terrifies practitioners below the spiritual master realm. Even practitioners below the 5-star spiritual master realm continuously retreat, afraid of being affected. Master Tang. What attribute spiritual technique is Chu was using, asked Zhang Tianxia. She thought Chu Wu's blood sun was the limit, but did not expect an even more powerful spiritual technique. And Zhang Tianxia cannot tell what attribute it is. It's an Earth stage high-level spiritual technique with the fusion of blood and thunder attributes. Tang Jingwei answered without hesitation.
Different attribute spiritual techniques can be fused, and the fused technique is stronger. For example, the two earth stage techniques fused by Chu was have power comparable to a lower level celestial stage technique.
Tang Jingwei patiently explained, then added. The premise is that there is no restraining relationship between the attributes, and the practitioner has awakened dual attributes.
I see, Jiang Tianxia realized. When she heard that this spiritual technique of Chu was as comparable to a lower level celestial stage, Jiang Tianxia was first shocked and then confused. But that doesn't make sense. How could Chu have so much spiritual power to perform two earth stage techniques at the same time? He performed it at the cost of burning his own essence blood. At this point, Tang Jingwei felt some pain for Chu was. He treats every student equally as his own child. This is also his long-standing teaching philosophy. During this time, whenever Jiang Tianxia asked him any questions related to cultivation, Tang Jingwei answered seriously. You lost, Tang Jingwei, my teaching philosophy is the correct one, said Zhuo. His dream is to train batch after batch of war machines like Chu was, machines that only know slaughter and combat, and even disregard life.
Foolish.
Tang Jingwei was too lazy to engage with this madman. Zhuo Ruifeng wanted to say something else when he saw the two blood-colored thunder dragons gazing at each other in the sky, dumbfounded.
What kind of spiritual technique is this? Roar.
The two blood-colored thunder dragons emit melodious dragon roars, and the rain of blood in the sky seems endless.
The whole place is in shock. Is there a Chu was standing next to Lu Yuan? Why are there two Chu wusses in the arena? They look exactly the same and are performing the same spiritual technique. No, it's not the same.
Lu Yuan's companion, Chu Wushang, is stronger than his original self. He is a 3-star practitioner of the Xian Gang realm.
Not only was the entire venue shocked, but Chu Wushang, who was fighting Lu Yuan, narrowed his eyes. It's just an illusion.
Chu Wushang shook his head. There cannot be such a strange spiritual technique in the world. This means everything is a false image created by Lu Yuan.
Die. Chu Wushang controlled the blood-red thunder dragon to charge at Lu Yuan.
The two blood-red thunder dragons collided, followed by 7 different attribute high-level earth techniques unleashed by the 7 great disasters.
Is it going to end? Jiang Tianxia stared at the stage, afraid of missing any details.
The students in the playground were extremely tense, even able to hear their own heartbeats. The 4 league leaders, the hall master of the judgment hall, several elders, and the 4 principals stood up.
Bang! The stage shattered, leaving a giant pit.
Everyone's eyes focused on the stage. This time, unlike the tie between Chu Wushang and Han Junchen, both Lu Yuan and Chu Wushang were unharmed.
Lu Yuan stood on the left, while Chu Wushang stood on the right. Principal Lao Chi-Yuan of Peng City University shook his head as he looked at Chu Wushang. He had to take action. If he didn't, Chu Wushang would evaporate on the spot.
Lu Yuan wins, claiming this year's freshman group championship.
Lao Chi-Yuan announced.
Hearing this, Chu Wushang looked up at Chu Yongxing in the guest seat, a tear sliding down his cheek.
Thud. Chu Wushang lay on the ground, looking at Lu Yuan on the opposite side, a bitter smile on his face.
He was too exhausted, just like when Jiang Tianxia had been drained, unable to muster even a bit of strength. And at the cost of burning his blood essence, the newly adult Chu Wushang had a bit of silver in his hair.
Still lost. Chu Wushang sighed.
He didn't actually hate Lu Yuan, he simply wanted to win against Lu Yuan once. Just like in the competition between the 5 top universities. In the guest seat, seeing Chu Wushang lying on the stage, Chu Yongsheng felt a pang of sympathy.
Help him up. Chu Yongsheng said, and Elder Lu quickly walked over. Wushang, the league master wants me to help you up.
Hearing Elder Lu, who had watched him grow up, Chu Wushang's eyes brightened. Lu Yuan wins, claiming this year's freshman group championship.
Lao Chi-Yuan's voice was loud and clear, reaching everyone's ears. Clap, clap, clap.
The hall master of the judgment hall, Shin Duanhong, was the first to applaud, followed by a tsunami of applause.
Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan! The entire venue shouted Lu Yuan's name in unison, especially the students of Peng City University.
They had heard many rumors, such as the Riftwind Alliance canceling their investment in the school, leading to the school's possible dissolution. Peng City University desperately needed this championship. Not only to reignite hope for the Riftwind Alliance but also to boost morale. For Chu Wushang, who lost to Lu Yuan, the students looked at him with admiration. In terms of strength alone, Chu Wushang was fully capable of being the sophomore group champion. Unfortunately, he encountered Lu Yuan, who was even more monstrous. The match between the two was spectacular enough to rank among the top 3 in all competitions.
It's just the wrong timing. Chen Yaozong, the principal of the Imperial Capital University, lamented.
If it weren't for Lu Yuan, Chu Wushang would have surely been the brightest young talent in China.
But there are no ifs.
The freshman group champion was announced, and the award ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner. Watching his proud disciple Chu Wushang lose to Lu Yuan, Zhuo Ruifeng found it hard to accept. It's just relying on his strong disciple. If Lu Yuan were my disciple, he would have won too. Zhuo Ruifeng said. What surprised Zhuo Ruifeng was that his rival, Tang Jingwei, actually nodded in agreement. You're right, Tang Jingwei said. But if my disciple were Chu Wushang, I would definitely not let him practice self-harming techniques. I would tell him that losing is losing, and next time, just win it back. Zhuo Ruifeng was silent. Those who follow different paths should not make plans together. Rather than discussing this with me, it's better to care for your disciple Chu Wushang, even if it's just to comfort him. Tang Jingwei looked at Zhuo Ruifeng. Otherwise, he will be completely ruined. Zhuo Ruifeng remained silent, but he walked toward Chu Wushang. Bang bang bang. Thunderous applause. Under the watchful eyes of 4 alliance leaders, the master of the judgment hall, and countless others, 4 champion students walked towards the award podium. Receiving the award is secondary. What matters is the champion's prize. You can choose any high-grade spirit tool from the treasure vault of the 5 top universities. Shin Duanhong said. Don't rush, make sure to choose something that suits you. Shin Duanhong advised. Why is the second place in the martial arts exam rewarded with a dedicated high-grade spirit tool, while the third place receives a high-grade spirit tool and a high-grade spiritual treasure? The focus is on the word dedicated. After all, what suits you is the most important. Except for Lu Yuan and Lu Yeli, the second-year and fourth-year champions hesitated, taking a long time to make a choice. I choose the high-grade spirit tool, Don Bao, from the Magic City University's treasure vault. Lu Yeli said. The president of Magic City University nodded, indicating that the Don Bao would be given to Lu Yeli by tomorrow at the latest. Lu Yuan exchanged a glance with Tang Jingwei, looking towards Chen Yaozong, the president of the Imperial Capital University. I choose the high-grade spirit tool, Celestial Punishment Order, from the Imperial Capital University's treasure vault. As the words Celestial Punishment Order appeared, Chen Yaozong, who was smiling from his university's 3 championships, instantly stopped smiling. Lu Yuan, oh Lu Yuan, you really know how to choose, selecting a high-grade spirit tool that can be upgraded. Hearing this, Lu Yuan was taken aback. The teacher only told him that the Celestial Punishment Order allows summoned objects to share the same spirit power reserve as the user. He wasn't told that the Celestial Punishment Order could be upgraded. This means the Celestial Punishment Order is a high-grade spirit tool that can be upgraded to a supreme grade one. Chapter 63, the champion's reward in the competition is here. A high-grade spirit tool that can be upgraded? Chen Yaozong's words instantly attracted everyone's attention. From Chen Yaozong's expression, it was clear he was somewhat reluctant to give the Celestial Punishment Order to Lu Yuan. Old Deng, just give it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yeli said. Hearing Lu Yeli's address to Chen Yaozong, the mentors from Imperial Capital University were not surprised. Lu Yeli is Chen Yaozong's most outstanding disciple, without exception, and also his most doted-on disciple. Lu Yuan is the first-year group champion, so of course, I will give it to him, Chen Yaozong said irritably. But he felt a little pained. What I mean is, since it can be upgraded, you should also give Lu Yuan the materials needed to upgrade the Celestial Punishment Order. Lu Yeli said. Chen Yaozong? What? I'm your proper and serious master, and you expect me to just give it away. Lu Yuan is my brother. Lu Yeli stood firm. Don't even think about it. The materials needed to upgrade the Celestial Punishment Order are enough to refine 10 high-grade spirit tools, and besides, supreme-grade spirit tools are hard to get. Chen Yaozong decisively refused. Are supreme-grade spirit tools really hard to get? Lu Yuan looked at the equipment he wore, the silence. The effects of silence increase with his realm, and now it can withstand 3 full-force strikes from a rule realm professional. By tomorrow at the latest, the Celestial Punishment Order will be delivered to you. Chen Yaozong said. The other 2 group champions also made their choices, and the 2-day competition officially came to a successful end. The playground became empty, with many alliance leaders and the Judgment Hall Master chatting with the presidents. Seeing this, Lu Yuan walked over. You came to ask me to recharge silence, didn't you? Shin Duanhong smiled. He heard about Lu Yuan defeating hundreds of demons in a no-man's land, using the high-level Earth Spirit technique he provided for silence. This was a high-level Earth Spirit technique used by a powerful Divine Emperor, powerful enough to wipe out Rule Realm professionals collectively. You did very well. The Silence Storage Spirit technique is meant for life-saving in critical moments. Shin Duanhong said with appreciation in his tone. When he took the silence from Lu Yuan to recharge it, Yan Fengyue, the master of the Red Flame Alliance, coughed lightly. Lu Yuan, although Master Shin is a light attribute professional, and his spirit technique can do several times more damage to demons than other attributes, the probability of encountering demons in your current situation is actually very small. Yan Fengyue, dressed in luxurious red, said. The meaning of Alliance Master Yin is. Lu Yuan said, somewhat confused. How about I charge you up?
The fire attribute is recognized as the strongest spirit skill.
Yan Fenyu suggested, then showed a friendly smile.
The alliance leader is eager to charge me up? Lu Yuan was taken aback, then seriously considered Yan Fenyu's proposal. Alliance leader Yin, can my son's burned essence be restored?
On the other side, Xu Yongsheng was anxious and urgently asked the wooden alliance leader, Yin Ruo.
Yin Ruo was a dual-career professional, a would attribute combat and support role. Difficult. Yin Ruo's answer made Xu Yongsheng feel very disappointed.
No matter how badly Wu Sha is hurt, as long as there is a breath left, I can save him, but the essence is the root of a person and cannot be repaired. Xu alliance leader, there's no need to worry too much. Wu Sha is very young, and as his strength increases, his lifespan will also grow.
The loss of this essence isn't a big deal.
Yin Ruo's tone was gentle, then she advised Xu Yongsheng that Wu Sha should try not to do this in the future. Of course, this was an exception during life and death moments.
I got it. Knowing that Xu Wuxia was not in serious trouble, the stone in Xu Yongsheng's heart finally fell. Hearing Yan Fenyu's words, scars on Xu Yongsheng's face squirmed like centipedes.
What do you mean the fire attribute is recognized as the strongest spirit skill?
It's clearly the lightning attribute. Lu Yuan, let me charge you up.
Although it was Lu Yuan's fault that Xu Wuxia burned his essence, causing the young boy's hair to mix with silver at the temples.
But Xu Yongsheng never blamed Lu Yuan, all of this was Wuxia's own choice. Another alliance leader has come? Lu Yuan looked at Xu Yongsheng. Now 2 alliance leaders and 1 palace master were fighting to charge up his exquisite spirit tool, Oblivion.
Old Xu, don't fight with me, the Thunder Alliance has so many excellent youngsters, leave a way out for the Scarlet Flame Alliance.
Yan Fenyu said.
He, including the Judgment Palace's Shin Duan Hong, admired Lu Yuan very much. Especially having witnessed Lu Yuan's match with Xu Wuxia in full. Going to university is going to university, it doesn't conflict with joining a certain power. The reason Yan Fenyu was so eager to charge Lu Yuan was simply to suggest Lu Yuan join the Scarlet Flame Alliance.
Preferably right now. Are you saying there's too much money? Xu Yongsheng retorted.
His son had just been beaten by Lu Yuan, so it was right for him to charge Lu Yuan's spirit skill. In the end, Lu Yuan chose the Thunder Alliance leader, Xu Yongsheng. The lightning attribute spirit skill was still very appealing, especially the lightning attribute skill stored by Divine Monarch realm experts. As for the fire attribute, he had the Fire Calamity Red Skeleton.
Thank you, Alliance Leader Chu. Lu Yuan said. Oh, by the way, Wu Sha has no issue with you, he just has a strong desire to win.
Don't take what he said on the ring to heart.
Xu Yongsheng said.
Whether as a father or as the Thunder Alliance leader, he hoped Lu Yuan and Xu Wuxia would get along well and work together to support the future of China.
Lu Yuan expressed his understanding.
In fact, he had no problem with Xu Wuxia, whether they would interact in the future was a matter for later. Lu Yuan, satisfied after charging the exquisite spirit tool Oblivion, left.
You have a good eye, choosing a high-quality spirit tool that can be upgraded.
In Independent Villa number 66, Lu Yili sat on the sofa as if at home, while a cheesy love drama played on the TV.
Seeing Lu Yuan return, she stretched comfortably and said.
Among the 4 group champions, only Lu Yuan had the unique vision to choose the Heavenly Punishment Order. The other 3 chose high-quality spirit tools that could not be upgraded, and crucially, no one knew that high-quality spirit tools could be upgraded to exquisite.
Do you understand the saying of sharp-eyed gems?
Lu Yuan crossed his legs and sat beside Lu Yili. Humph, you're still pretending, it must have been Teacher Tang who had you choose.
Lu Yili pouted. I'll be leaving later. This time, I came to Peng City to find you, next time it'll be your turn to visit me in the imperial capital. Lu Yili said reluctantly.
She really hoped to spend more time with Lu Yuan. Now that both had gotten into university, it was different from before when they were always together during vacations. Got it, next time I'll go to the imperial capital to treat you to imperial capital roast duck.
Lu Yuan said.
Lu Yili and the 5 other team members left Peng City University. Only Lu Yuan remained in the independent villa.
Heavenly Punishment Order. Lu Yuan thought of Principal Chen Yaozong's words from the imperial capital university.
By tomorrow at the latest, this high-grade spiritual tool will be in my hands. Chen Yaozong was efficient. By noon the next day, someone knocked on Lu Yuan's villa door. The visitor was a mentor from the Imperial Capital University, who exchanged casual pleasantries with Lu Yuan before getting to the point, taking out an exquisite wooden box from his storage ring.
This is sent by the principal for you.
Opening the wooden box, a token with an ancient design and carved old patterns appeared before him. And this was the high-grade spiritual tool, the Heavenly Punishment Order, that Lu Yuan had been yearning for.
Chapter 64, One Man challenges a team of 6 at the Divine Ability Realm. Heavenly Punishment Order. High-grade spiritual tool. Sharing, the summoned entities have the same reserve of spiritual power as the user. Note, the holder of this order commands the world. Lu Yuan caressed the heavenly punishment order, unable to part with it. The item has been delivered, so I won't linger, said the mentor from the Imperial Capital University. A high-grade spiritual tool is not trivial. Chen Yaozong specifically sent a transcendent professional to escort it, showing his importance. Lu Yuan stood up to see his guest off. The villa was empty. Holding the heavenly punishment order, Lu Yuan summoned the 7 great calamities. Blood Butcher led the 7 great calamities to stand upright. They showed no visible changes on the surface, but their spiritual power reserves had expanded by 50 times. What does 50 times mean? Take the Blood Butcher of the 3-star divine ability realm as an example. Now it could unleash 10 high-level earth-tier spiritual techniques in one breath, including the other 6 calamities, plus the ability to evolve by absorbing the Phantom Brigade, easily killing fierce beasts at the divine ability realm. Lu Yuan thought of the 2-star divine ability realm Skykill Demon Wolf in Red Leaf City. If the 7 great calamities fought it with the enhancement of the heavenly punishment order, there was no need for all the calamities to strike together, just 3 of them would suffice. The sun was shining, and the weather was neither hot nor cold. Today was a perfect day for outdoor fun. Lu Yuan walked towards the simulation hall. He wanted to know how many stars of divine ability realm fierce beasts the 7 great calamities could kill instantly with the heavenly punishment order. As he passed the playground, Lu Yuan stopped. Different attributes of spiritual techniques flew in the sky. Students were gathered in groups of 6 or 7, some from freshmen, and others from sophomores and juniors. What are they doing? Lu Yuan was puzzled. Wasn't the competition among the 5 top universities over? Why were there so many students on the playground? Besides students, Lu Yuan saw many mentors along with Tang Jingwei. Tang Jingwei was still wearing a thick down jacket, occasionally coughing, his expression serious as he taught the students beside him. Ruan Juanji's speed in executing spiritual techniques is slow again. Jia Yuang, don't laugh. As the captain, you must bear the responsibility. If Ruan Juanji is punished, you will be punished too. The Earth attribute, 3-star divine ability realm Jia Yuang, noticed he would also be punished, and his smile vanished. Tang Jingwei had a high status. The 6 students he scolded could not lift their heads. Teacher. Lu Yuan approached Tang Jingwei. Seeing Lu Yuan, the serious Tang Jingwei broke into a smile. He was quite satisfied with this disciple of his. Junior Lu Yuan. The one who was scolded the hardest, Jia Yuang, greeted Lu Yuan, thinking it was fortunate that Lu Yuan diverted attention, or else teacher Tang would have scolded them for at least 10 more minutes. Hello, senior. Lu Yuan nodded. He didn't know Jia Yuang but guessed he was a junior student. In Pengcheng University, junior students generally had a realm of divine ability. Teacher, what are they doing? Lu Yuan asked. Preparing for the team competition of the 5 top universities. Tang Jingwei answered succinctly. The big competition consists of individual matches and team matches. Lu Yuan hadn't formed or joined any team, so the team match was irrelevant to him. Compared to the individual matches, team matches were not as highly focused, and the rewards were not as rich as the individual champion's reward. Hearing that the team match champion's reward was 3 million credits, Lu Yuan became interested. Teacher, can I participate? Lu Yuan asked. 3 million credits were indeed nothing compared to the high-grade spiritual tool, but even a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. You? Tang Jingwei frowned. I can take on 6, or even 7. Lu Yuan was eager to try. It's not as simple as you think. In team competitions, the focus is on teamwork. Even if you defeat 6 or 7 opponents, you won't win the championship. Tang Jingwei shook his head, briefly explaining the rules of the team competition to Lu Yuan. He personally believed strongly in team combat. As for why Lu Yuan wasn't allowed to form or join a small team, it was because he had the strength of one against many. In other words, he could join but it wasn't necessary. I see. Lu Yuan felt a bit regretful, then began to evaluate the 6 seniors in front of him. They were all practitioners in the mystic realm, and all had awakened the earth element. Each of them was tall and sturdy, nearly 2 meters high, with well-developed muscles, resembling fitness instructors. Lu Yuan, Jr. I saw your match against Chu Wuxia. Impressive. Jia Yuang, a 4-star mystic realm practitioner, gave a thumbs up. After winning the freshman group championship, Lu Yuan's fame soared again, becoming a pride of Pengcheng University. After all, out of the 4 group champions, 3 were from the capital university, and only Lu Yuan was different. With that said, the 5 top universities had Pengcheng University ranked 2nd. While Lu Yuan chatted with mentor Tang, Jia Yuang and the team members could take a break as well. Did you receive the high-quality spirit tool, the Heavenly Order? Tang Jingwei asked. He guessed that Lu Yuan planned to go to the simulation hall to test the Heavenly Order's power against simulated beast battles. Yes, Principal Chen just sent it over. Lu Yuan took out the heavenly order from his storage ring, observing the 6 seniors who were earth element practitioners, seeming to ponder. After all, the beasts in the simulation hall were just simulations. Fighting against real practitioners was definitely more meaningful for reference. Tang Jingwei noticed Lu Yuan's thoughts. How about we have a match, Senior Jai? Lu Yuan asked. Ha? Jai Yuang appeared hesitant. To be honest, as a 3-star Mystic Realm practitioner, he couldn't be sure he could defeat Lu Yuan, who was a 3-star in the Mystic Void Realm. Jai Yuang had watched the entire match between Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxia. If Lu Yuan used the 7 disasters combined with the Blood-Red Thunder Dragon that was comparable to heavenly techniques, not to mention Mystic Realm practitioners, even those at the Law Realm might not withstand it. Jai Yuang scratched his head, while his teammates cheered him on. Jai Ge, are you going to back down? You are one big realm above Junior Lu Yuan. It's a pity I'm not feeling well today, otherwise I would show Junior Lu Yuan what senior authority really means. What a coincidence, I'm a bit under the weather too. Seeing his teammates cheering, Jai Yuang was speechless. Calling him Jai Ge with such enthusiasm yet hoping he would embarrass himself, right? Lu Yuan, I have a stomach. Just as Jai Yuang tried to find a reason to refuse, Lu Yuan glanced at the 5 seniors behind him. What I mean is, I'm going to take on all 6 of you seniors by myself. Jai Yuang? The 5 teammates behind? Wait, Junior Lu Yuan, did I hear you right? You want to take on our 6-person team? Jai Yuang asked uncertainly, getting a nod from Lu Yuan that made his corner twitch. Junior Lu Yuan, I admit you are strong, but we are a team that has been cooperating for 3 years, all at the Mystic Realm. Ruan Jun released a remark. Their team was ranked among the top 5 in Pengcheng University. With good coordination, they could even match practitioners at the Law Realm. Yet Lu Yuan was merely a 3-star Mystic Void Realm practitioner. Let's give it a try. It happens that Lu Yuan just acquired a high-quality spirit tool, and you all need practical training. To everyone's surprise, Tang Jingwei actually agreed. He wanted to see how much combat power Lu Yuan could unleash under the boost of the high-quality heavenly order, operating the 7 disasters. Chapter 65, Never Ending, Simply Unending. Lu Yuan taking on Jai Yuang and his 6-member team? Students who were fervently practicing and preparing for the team competition paused their actions. So bold? Just a while ago in the simulation hall, Fu Mingcheng, who had just broken the record, raised an eyebrow when Lu Yuan challenged him. Creating or joining small teams in university was customary. Fu Mingcheng and his small team were actively training. Fu Mingcheng knew that Lu Yuan had the strength to defeat the fierce beasts of the Divine Realm. But this was a 6-person team in the Divine Realm, and they worked well together, able to skillfully use tactics. Jai Yuang's team was even among the best at Pengcheng University. Now it was July, and the heat was unbearable, with the blazing sun shining down on the earth. Jai Yuang looked at the ambitious Lu Yuan. Since Mentor Tang has agreed, Junior Lu Yuan, please. Jai Yuang said. If I can't beat you one-on-one, can I not beat you in a group? Jai Yuang thought. It was well known that Lu Yuan, who was actively accepted as a disciple by Mentor Tang, was very strong. Strong enough to be unbeatable in his freshman and even sophomore years. But they were in their junior year and were a small team made up of 6 members in the Divine Realm. No matter how strong Lu Yuan was, he couldn't just defeat them. Feel free to act, I will be watching. Tang Jingwei said. Can Lu Yuan win? Even Tang Jingwei was unsure. He mainly wanted to see the effect of the high-grade spirit tool, the Heavenly Punishment Order. Dark attribute practitioners need to break into the Rule Realm to summon skeleton monsters that can use spirit techniques. Lu Yuan was different. His 7 calamities, including the 9 strange puppeteers, could all use spirit techniques. And the power of his spirit techniques was fierce, unlike the skeleton monsters of dark attribute practitioners. Clearing out a space, Lu Yuan stood on the right, while Jai Yuang's 6-member team was on the left. Junior Lu Yuan, be careful. As the team leader, Jai Yuang reminded him. With Mentor Tang, who was at the domain realm, watching nearby, death was impossible. However, being injured during the fight was inevitable. Even with a supporting mentor to heal, the pain of injury was still unpleasant. Seniors, please. Lu Yuan summoned the evolved 7 calamities. 1 against 6 instantly became 8 against 6. Bang. Jai Yuang stepped forward, his whole body wrapped in an earthy yellow shield. Ruan Junqi and Ding Xiaowei, trap Lu Yuan, the rest of you, charge with me. Jai Yuang ordered. He decided to end the fight quickly, not wanting to waste too much time on Lu Yuan. Low-level Earth-grade spirit technique, Shock of the Chaotic Stones. Medium-level Earth-grade spirit technique, Gravity Magnetic Field. Hundreds of meteorites fell from the sky, crashing down on Lu Yuan, causing nearby students to tremble in fear. If this hit him, wouldn't he turn to mush?
Besides that, within a radius of 50 meters, the magnetic field changed, causing practitioners below the divine realm to feel their legs weighted down with lead, unable to resist the urge to kneel or lie down.
Junior Lu Yuan, you can't withstand just these two spirit techniques. Jia Yuang laughed.
He and the remaining 3 team members surrounded Lu Yuan from 4 different directions, preventing him from escaping the range of their spirit techniques. In Jia Yuang's judgment, under the influence of the gravity magnetic field, Lu Yuan could only stand still and watch the meteorites fall.
Bang bang bang.
A huge shadow loomed over the playground. A star-devouring soldier, towering over 100 meters, appeared.
Relying solely on its body to protect Lu Yuan, it easily withstood the meteorite attacks.
This was the most powerful star-devouring soldier, its strength comparable to the 7 calamities. Lu Yuan certainly wouldn't let corrupt abyss absorb it.
Damn!
Seeing the star-devouring soldier that resembled a small mountain, Jia Yuang's face twitched. Switch formation, I will defend, you all attack, together unleash the Earth Fist.
Jia Yuang commanded.
Earth Fist, a high-level mystical Earth-grade spirit technique. Although it was a high-level mystical technique, 5 Divine Realm practitioners using it together could wield power comparable to a full-force strike from the Rule Realm. With the star-devouring soldier present, Jia Yuang dared not rashly approach Lu Yuan for close combat. One punch down, even he, a 4-star Divine Realm practitioner, would find it hard to endure.
It seems the special training is effective.
Tang Jingwei took out a small notebook, carefully recording the battle process between Jia Yuang's team and Lu Yuan. He focused on how Jia Yuang commanded, whether the commands were reasonable, and whether the team members cooperated harmoniously.
As for Lu Yuan,
looking at Lu Yuan engaged fervently with the 6, Tang Jingwei's lips curled into a faint smile. To take such a genius as my disciple is my honor. No way, Lu Yuan really can take on 6 at once. Taking on 6 is one thing, but the fact that he can fight back is the most ridiculous part.
Those are 6 practitioners at the Earth Attribute Divine Power Realm.
Dressed in a white, sharp training outfit with a ponytail, Li Jinxue looked at Lu Yuan with a complex expression.
Has his strength reached this level? Hey, old Tang, this doesn't seem right. Is this how you taught Lu Yuan? A middle-aged mentor walked over to Tang Jingwei. His name was Yi Lingyue, a mentor from Pengcheng University.
The team led by Jia Yuang has always been under his guidance.
With the grand competition team match approaching, Yi Lingyue had asked Tang Jingwei for advice. At this moment, Yi Lingyue was confused, puzzled because Lu Yuan was wasting his spiritual energy.
Take, for example, the blood butcher who had been tangled up with Jia Yuang.
Lu Yuan could clearly control the blood butcher in close combat, but he kept using blood attribute spiritual techniques.
Although Lu Yuan's spiritual energy reserve was extraordinary, if he kept wasting it this way, it would soon run out.
A practitioner without spiritual energy is like an ordinary person. This is something even a 3-year-old child understands. You think with my teaching level, I wouldn't have taught Lu Yuan how to calculate spiritual energy consumption during battle? Tang Jingwei asked. Of course not. Yi Lingyue shook his head.
Tang Jingwei was recognized as the #1 mentor at Pengcheng University, or else Yi Lingyue wouldn't have asked him to guide Jia Yuang's team.
So what you're saying is,
Yi Lingyue thought about Lu Yuan recently obtaining the top-grade spiritual artifact, the Heavenly Execution Order.
He didn't have Tang Jingwei's experience and didn't know the effect of the Heavenly Execution Order. But when something's unusual, there's usually a reason. Lu Yuan's reckless use of spiritual energy showed he had full confidence. This guy doesn't run out of spiritual energy, does he?
Sweat poured down from Ruan Junqi, a 2-star Earth Attribute, Divine Power Realm practitioner. He was facing the Earth Disaster Zone Xia Zhao. Due to the difference in their realms, Ruan Junqi was stronger than Xia Zhao.
Both of them were Earth Attribute.
But what made Ruan Junqi feel hopeless was that he used a low-level Xian-class spiritual technique, while Xia Zhao used a high-level Xian-class technique.
The power of the spiritual technique was always 2 levels higher than his.
This was extremely frustrating. It wasn't just him, but his teammates and captain also faced disasters in the same way.
We can't drag this out any longer. Jia Yuang roared.
As the captain, he was facing 2 disasters, plus the strongest Star Eater soldier attacking.
Lu Yuan had shown him enough respect. Let's all cast Mountain Collapse together.
Jia Yuang said to his teammates.
Mountain Collapse was an Earth-tier mid-level spiritual technique.
When 6 Divine Power Realm practitioners cast it together, it could match a low-level Heaven-tier technique. However, before Jia Yuang could gather his power, he saw the 7 disasters controlled by Lu Yuan glowing with different bright colors.
Jia Yuang? The 5 teammates? After fighting for so long, Lu Yuan still has enough spiritual energy to cast a high-level Earth-tier spiritual technique?
Jia Yuang was dumbfounded. What was even more explosive followed after, as the disasters consecutively cast spiritual techniques, and then cast another 7 different high-level Earth-tier techniques.
14 high-level Earth-tier spiritual techniques? Everyone in the arena was shocked, staring at Lu Yuan, who controlled the 7 disasters.
Chapter 66, The Unique Traits of the Divine Power Realm. Earth Tier High-Level Spiritual Technique, Spiral Gale. Earth Tier High-Level Spiritual Technique, Heavenly Feather Fly Destruction. Earth Tier High-Level Spiritual Technique, Ashen Remnant Sound. The howling wind filled the air, and the temperature of the atmosphere rose sharply. The entire training ground fell into chaos, blood, wind, and the 5 elements all surged with 7 different attribute energies.
How many? 14 high-level Earth-tier spiritual techniques.
The students were left gaping in disbelief, and the mentors furrowed their brows tightly. They were not just surprised by Lu Yuan's terrifying spiritual energy reserve, but also by where Lu Yuan had learned so many high-level Earth-tier techniques.
Especially the blood attribute. Pengcheng University wasn't without high-level Earth-tier techniques, but they needed to be exchanged with credits.
Not to mention, just these 14 different attribute high-level Earth-tier techniques would cost at least 1 billion credits.
Damn, Lu Yuan's spiritual energy reserve should be at the law realm. Seems a bit low, at least at the transcendent realm.
I'm a 6-star Xian Gang realm practitioner, and my spiritual energy is drained after casting 2 low-level Earth-tier techniques.
Damn, this is infuriating. People are just too different.
You get what you pay for. Indeed, only Lu Yuan deserves the title of genius.
Due to Tang Jingwei's domain isolating the power of spiritual techniques, the surrounding students were unaffected.
But upon witnessing the chaotic scene, coupled with the terrifying number of high-level Earth-tier spiritual techniques Lu Yuan unleashed, the students turned pale.
Outside the playground, Principal Lao Chiyuan was chatting with a middle-aged man in a blue robe.
The middle-aged man was just over 50, with a thin build and eyes bright like a hawk. Although they walked side by side, it was clear that Lao Chiyuan held him in high regard, always taking half a step back.
Leader Yuan, this year's grand tournament. Lao Chiyuan hesitated, wanting to say more. The person he was talking to was named Yuan Hongyi, the current leader of the Storm Alliance.
Among the 7 alliances of Huaxia, only the Judgment Hall, Thunder Alliance, and Storm Alliance are not governed by the Grand Alliance leader. These 2 alliances and 1 hall have autonomous management rights. In fact, on many matters, even the Grand Alliance leader must consult their opinions.
Principal Lao, investment and return must be proportional.
Although Pengcheng University has cultivated quite a few excellent students over the years, compared to the other top 4 universities, it's somewhat lacking.
Yuan Hongyi stopped walking. Every year's investment in Pengcheng University accounts for 1/3 of the Storm Alliance's expenses.
You should thank Lu Yuan for making me rethink my decision to withdraw investment, Yuan Hongyi said.
Lao Chiyuan was his elder, but that didn't matter in business.
Even close brothers need to settle accounts clearly. At the latest, within 3 years, I will give Leader Yuan a satisfactory answer, or I will resign.
Lao Chiyuan vowed solemnly.
He indeed should thank Lu Yuan, as Lu Yuan, who won the first-year group championship in the Grand Tournament, kept Pengcheng University from falling out of the prestigious top 5.
Otherwise, if the Storm Alliance withdrew its funding, although Pengcheng University could barely survive, it would just be an ordinary university. Hearing the noise from the playground, Lao Chiyuan and Yuan Hongyi both turned their heads. It seems Lu Yuan has obtained the superior spiritual weapon, Heavenly Punishment Order, Lao Chiyuan said.
Only with this could he continuously unleash 14 high-level Earth-tier spiritual techniques. This is not his limit, Yuan Hongyi said, looking at Lu Yuan, who showed no signs of exhaustion or strain, quickly realizing Lu Yuan still had plenty of spiritual energy left. As the crowd marveled at Lu Yuan's spiritual energy reserve and his possession of so many high-level Earth-tier spiritual techniques, the team fighting Lu Yuan, led by Zhai Yuang, was drenched in sweat. Especially their captain Zhai Yuang.
Damn it, how do I fight against Lu Yuan? Zhai Yuang couldn't help but curse, yellow runes flickering on his forehead.
I'll take the brunt of most of the spiritual techniques. Zhai Yuang shouted hoarsely, engulfed in a yellow light as he took a step forward and let out a battle roar.
Is the teacher not going to intervene? Lu Yuan looked at Tang Jingwei, who stood calmly at his original spot. Bang! A massive explosion echoed. All 14 Earth-tier spiritual techniques struck Zhai Yuang and the 5 Earth Element practitioners.
Thick white smoke clouded the scene, and the burly Zhai Yuang trembled violently, his school uniform tattered, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The other 5 team members fared no better. Despite Zhai Yuang absorbing most of the damage, they sustained varying degrees of injuries.
Damn it, that really hurts.
Zhai Yuang gritted his teeth, completely losing his fighting ability.
We admit defeat.
We surrender, the team members shouted in unison.
They saw Lu Yuan controlling Blood Butcher, ready to unleash another high-level Earth-tier spiritual technique. More? Lu Yuan never runs out of energy?
I surrender, Zhai Yuang said reluctantly. To his surprise, the surrounding students did not burst into laughter. Especially the juniors in their 3rd year, their expressions were serious, some continuously wiped the sweat from their brows with tissues.
Losing to Lu Yuan, a first-year student, especially in a 6-1 loss, is embarrassing, right?
At first, Jia Yuan felt it was shameful, but now he didn't think that way anymore.
Try fighting Lu Yuan and see just how strong he is.
Teacher, Senior Jai took most of the damage from the spiritual techniques, Lu Yuan said, standing next to Tang Jingwei. The tone was somewhat surprised. Even though he was a 3-star practitioner in the profound realm, his power in using high-level earth spirit techniques was limited. However, such a large number of high-level earth spirit techniques were far beyond what the 3-star practitioner Jia Yuan could withstand, even if Jia Yuan specialized in defense as a earth attribute practitioner. That is because Jia Yuan utilized the power of supernatural abilities. Tang Jingwei explained. Supernatural abilities? Lu Yuan was not unfamiliar with this term. After all, the realm after profound realm is the supernatural realm. But he did not understand the power of supernatural abilities. Every profession has its talent. The higher the talent, the faster one can absorb demon crystals, magic cores, and those who cultivate to the supernatural realm have a chance to comprehend supernatural abilities, Tang Jingwei said. Only S-rank talent and above supernatural realm practitioners have the chance to comprehend supernatural abilities. For example, Jia Yuan comprehended a supernatural ability called Earth Defense. From the name, one can roughly guess that this supernatural ability is related to defense. Tang Jingwei adjusted his black-framed glasses. At this time, Lu Yuan was still far from breaking through to the supernatural realm, so he did not pass on knowledge about supernatural abilities. You have SSS-level talent. Comprehending a supernatural ability is a sure thing. It just depends on what kind of supernatural ability you will comprehend, Tang Jingwei succinctly said, indicating that Lu Yuan should take it easy. According to the data, SSS-level talent guarantees a 100% comprehension of supernatural abilities. S-level and SS-level talents are different, which is why many supernatural realm practitioners are unwilling to break through. They want to comprehend supernatural abilities. Are there good and bad supernatural abilities? Hearing that he would definitely comprehend, Lu Yuan felt relieved. But everyone wants to comprehend good supernatural abilities. Jia Yuan's earth defense is not bad. He actually survived being hit by 7 or 8 high-level earth spirit techniques.
Tang Jingwei looked at Lu Yuan.
You are the first SSS-level talent Enigma Master in history. Xiao Xingyou and Xinjun's talents are both below S-level, so no one knows what supernatural ability you will comprehend, Tang Jingwei said.
That makes sense.
Lu Yuan did not think too much about this issue, deciding to wait until he cultivated to the supernatural realm to talk about it.
Leaving everyone with his back, Lu Yuan returned to his independent villa to prepare for his trip to the uninhabited area. Outside the door of the 66th independent villa, 2 men in suits, one with a sharp nose and the other with a missing arm, had already been waiting for a long time. Chapter 67, Hengxing Company. In front of the independent villa, Lu Yuan saw 2 men in suits from a distance. They were standing at the door of his 66th villa. Is there something you need? Lu Yuan asked. Hello, Mr. Lu Yuan, we are from Hengxing Company.
The man with the sharp nose, a middle-aged man in his 30s, said. His tone was superior, as if the Hengxing Company was an extraordinary existence. My name is Yuan Xiaoyong, and this is Tan Yongfeng. We are both supervisors at Hengxing Company. Yuan Xiaoyong introduced himself briefly. Wind attribute, 2-star practitioner in the supernatural realm. Lu Yuan looked at Yuan Xiaoyong, and the man beside him, who had lost his left arm, was a fire attribute, 3-star practitioner in the supernatural realm.
I haven't heard of it, Lu Yuan shook his head.
The only companies he knew were the Sky Chamber of Commerce and Zhang's martial arts school, which were well known among great powers. Moreover, there was also the 7 alliances and the 1 hall. As for Hengxing Company, he had no idea where it came from, probably an insignificant company. Hearing this, Tan Yongfeng's expression turned unhappy. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Yuan Xiaoyong.
It's fine that you haven't heard of it. I can properly introduce Hengxing Company to Mr. Lu Yuan, Yuan Xiaoyong said, looking at the closed villa door. It's really hot, shall we go in and talk? Seeing their situation, Lu Yuan allowed them to enter the villa.
It's not easy to live in an independent villa at Pengcheng University. Mr. Lu Yuan is indeed the nationwide champion in the martial arts exam and also led his group to victory in the first year of top 5 prestigious institutions. Appreciating. Yuan Xiaoyong flattered Lu Yuan excessively, while Tan Yongfeng's expression was cold.
Just get to the point. I'm very busy, Lu Yuan said, not wanting to waste words. He was indeed very busy, rushing to the uninhabited area to hunt beasts. It was for credits, but more importantly, to increase his realm by absorbing the blood of fierce beasts.
We want to invite Mr. Lu Yuan to join Hengxing. The chairman has high hopes for you and promises that you will become the general manager of Hengxing right after graduation. Also, take a look at this. Yuan Xiaoyong took out a gem-encrusted dagger from his storage ring.
This dagger is called Qianrun, a mid-grade spiritual weapon.
Its small size allows it to easily cut through steel, making it perfect for self-defense.
Yuan Xiaoyong was full of confidence. No one could refuse the temptation of a mid-grade spiritual weapon.
In Yuan Xiaoyong's eyes, even the National Martial Arts Exam top scorer Lu Yuan would willingly join Hengqing for a mid-grade spiritual weapon.
Are you stunned?
Yuan Xiaoyong was pleased, thinking Lu Yuan had never seen such a great spiritual weapon before.
A broken dagger wants me to join a company I've never heard of? Lu Yuan looked at the smug expression on Yuan Xiaoyong's face. This guy's brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Does he not know that the second place reward in the martial arts exam is a top-grade spiritual weapon? My reward as the first place can't be worse than the second.
Pick up that broken dagger and get lost,
Lu Yuan said.
He thought Yuan Xiaoyong would take out something impressive, but it was just this.
If he had taken out a top-grade spiritual weapon, Lu Yuan wouldn't have spoken this way. Of course, he still wouldn't agree anyway.
Yuan Xiaoyong's face changed, and Tan Yongfeng beside him sneered.
I've told you long ago, if you want Lu Yuan to join the company, your attitude has to be strong. The softer you are, the more arrogant he becomes.
Tan Yongfeng stood up and stared at Lu Yuan, who was sitting on the sofa, and invisible pressure began to spread.
If my attitude isn't soft, I can't even get into the villa door, Yuan Xiaoyong thought.
Now, he could only let Tan Yongfeng take action.
Lu Yuan, don't be ungrateful, join Hengqing.
Tan Yongfeng said with an unarguable tone.
Are you threatening me? Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold.
What nonsense, Hengqing, as powerful as the Zhongqiong Chamber of Commerce, even they invited me politely to join. Including when I refused, they specially left me a black gold membership card. Holding this black gold membership card at Zhongqiong Chamber of Commerce provides a 30% discount on any purchase and the highest VIP treatment. The leaders of the 7 alliances and the lords chat with me warmly, as if treating a junior, hinting to me to join their alliance and palace.
In contrast, Hengqing's 2 managers are so arrogant?
A faint smell of blood permeated the air. Blood disaster, Blood Butcher appeared. Swish, the serrated chain blade wrapped around Tan Yongfeng's neck, ready to remove his head at any moment.
When did you appear?
Tan Yongfeng's throat moved.
In the level 3 realm of spiritual power, he actually didn't notice Blood Butcher appearing behind him. The atmosphere gradually became tense. You dare not kill me unless you want to go to jail.
Tan Yongfeng spoke with conviction. This is Pengcheng, one of the top 5 super first-tier cities in Huaxia.
If he died at Lu Yuan's hands, Lu Yuan would spend the rest of his life in prison.
Oh, then I'll give it a try,
Lu Yuan said. Crack. Crack.
Blood Butcher gradually tightened, about to cut Tan Yongfeng's carotid artery, blood dripping down his skin onto the serrated chain blade. Tan Yongfeng was sweating profusely, his face turning red. I'm in jail, but you are losing your life,
Lu Yuan said with a smile. I'm wrong. Tan Yongfeng panicked and quickly softened his attitude. Just as Lu Yuan said, he didn't want to die here.
The villa door opened, and a senior student passing by looked at the situation inside the villa.
Lu Yuan, what's wrong?
The senior student asked.
Senior, he threatened me. Lu Yuan's slender fingers twitched.
The senior student was taken aback, looking at Tan Yongfeng, who was about to have his carotid artery cut.
Who is threatening whom? It seems like Lu Yuan is the one threatening others?
Damn, who dares to threaten our Pengcheng University students? A powerful pressure surged. Every senior living in independent villas and being a 4th-year student was a peak practitioner in the level 8 realm of spiritual power.
Upon hearing that Lu Yuan was threatened, the senior student looked furious.
Pengcheng University students are known for their fierce temperament, and for years hunting fierce beasts in the wasteland, he had long been accustomed to a life on the edge of blood and steel. Finally returning to school, seeing the younger students being bullied ignited his anger instantly. You bunch of useless trash in your 30s, only reaching the divine ability realm, how dare you bully others?
Shame on you.
With an aura fully unleashed at 8 stars of the divine ability realm, the senior effortlessly suppressed Tan Yongfeng, who was at 3 stars.
A mentor happened to pass by.
What happened? The mentor asked.
He threatened junior Lu Yuan. Ha!
The aura of the law realm burst forth. Vice Principal Zhang Shouzheng passed by without even asking a question.
The aura of the Saint realm erupted.
Yuan Xiaoyang and Tan Yongfeng trembled in fear. The first 2 felt okay, but the key was Zhang Shouzheng. Zhang Shouzheng, at the Saint realm, didn't even need to use a technique. One glance from him could make them explode. The 5 top university presidents stood on equal footing with the leaders of the 7 alliances, and the vice principal's position was comparable to that of the Grand Elder. Once Zhang Shouzheng arrived, Yuan Xiaoyang and Tan Yongfeng knew it was over. You have 3 minutes to get out of Pengcheng University, or you'll know the consequences, Zhang Shouzheng said, starting the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Yuan Xiaoyang?
Wasn't it 3 minutes? Why was there already a countdown? The two turned and ran, fearing that when the countdown ended, they wouldn't even be able to escape. And you dare cause trouble at Pengcheng University? Zhang Shoujing scoffed coldly, then looked at Lu Yuan.
Next time you encounter such a situation, just notify security, they will handle it.
Okay. Lu Yuan nodded. Vice Principal, what kind of company is Hongxing? Lu Yuan asked, as he had never heard of the company. Hongxing?
Zhang Shoujing narrowed his eyes. His first reaction was that Hongxing actually invited Lu Yuan to join, then he remembered Lu Yuan's mentor Tang Jingwei. Chapter 68, Rising Desire for Slaughter. Yuan Xiaoyang and Tan Yongfeng left in disgrace, especially Tan Yongfeng. He held his neck, blood flowing through his fingers.
Tell the chairman, Lu Yuan refused to join Hongxing. Tan Yongfeng's face was dark.
As for being injured by Lu Yuan, at most, Lu Yuan would pay for some medical expenses.
The most important thing now was to report to the chairman. This tea is nice.
Zhang Shoujing took a sip of the freshly brewed tea, contemplating how to explain Hongxing to Lu Yuan. This was the dahompo put in the villa by Tang Jingwei.
You know there are supply points in the wasteland, right? Zhang Shoujing asked. Lu Yuan nodded.
In the wastelands, fierce beasts roamed, and they were full of treasures. Beast crystals could be used for cultivation, and specific parts of certain fierce beasts were excellent refining materials. Thus, professionals specializing in hunting fierce beasts were born, and there were numerous supply points in the wasteland. Supply points are like hotels, providing resting places and food for professionals. But the prices were extremely high. It was said that a bowl of egg noodles could cost over 10,000 yuan. The egg and noodles were not made of gold, nor were they, while street snacks cost at most 10 yuan a bowl. Frequent visitors to the wasteland knew how wonderful it was to sleep comfortably for a night or to have a steaming bowl of noodles. This is also the reason why a bowl of ordinary egg noodles at a supply point could dare to sell at such a high price. The major shareholder of the supply point is Hongxing Company, which is not well known in Huaxia, yet has been quietly making big money. Zhang Shoujing finished his cup of tea.
I didn't expect Hongxing to invite you to join.
Zhang Shoujing said seriously.
What do you mean? Lu Yuan asked.
Understanding Hongxing as the major shareholder of supply points, Lu Yuan realized that Hongxing was wealthy, not an insignificant company. But since he was the top scorer in the national martial arts exam, it was normal for them to pay attention to him. A senior manager at Hongxing has a grudge against your teacher, Tang Jingwei, so that's why I said that. Zhang Shoujing explained the reason.
A grudge with my teacher? Lu Yuan silently noted this matter down.
Regardless, since you rejected Hongxing, be cautious when you are out, especially in the wasteland. Zhang Shoujing advised. The wasteland is a lawless place, where there are no legal constraints. Killing for treasure and lusting after beauty is common in the wilderness, but nothing like this happens in Peng City and the cities of China. Once you enter the wilderness, even the son of a leader can meet his end. No one cares about your identity, only a strong fist is the truth. I understand, Lu Yuan nodded, preparing to pack up and head to the wilderness. Zhang Shoujing felt a mix of laughter and tears. He had just told Lu Yuan not to go to the wilderness recently, and Lu Yuan turned around and forgot everything. But it's okay, he can't just hide like a turtle in Peng City University forever. That way, he'll never amount to anything in his life. However, thinking of how the supervisor of Hongxing dared to threaten Lu Yuan, Zhang Shoujing tightened his grip on his teacup. A surge of killing intent arose within him. If they dare to cause you trouble again, what awaits them will not be my anger, but the anger of the entire Peng City University. Red Leaf City, one of the border cities of China. Upon returning to Red Leaf City, many soldiers stationed here recognized Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan, are you here to hunt ferocious beasts in the wilderness? Have you eaten?
There are still many lunchboxes left over there. Today's chicken leg tastes decent.
I have a day off tonight, let's go drink in the rear city. It's on me. The professional who was queuing for inspection looked puzzled, seeing Lu Yuan surrounded by soldiers, wondering who this person was.
The top commander of Red Leaf City, Kang Jinbon, greeted him with a smile, pulling Lu Yuan to drink. As for drinking, forget it.
You are busy, I'm going to the wilderness to earn some credits, Lu Yuan politely declined.
There was no way, these soldiers were too enthusiastic. There were at least 7 or 8 of them just inviting him for drinks, and they lived close to the rear city adjacent to Red Leaf City. After politely refusing them one by one, Lu Yuan used his student ID to walk out of Red Leaf City. The familiar desolation and the bones scattered everywhere remained, and the city and the wilderness were two completely different scenes. Taking out the map, Lu Yuan's gaze locked onto Sunset City, which was 60 kilometers away from Red Leaf City. Sunset City was once hailed as the best city for retirement in China. Before being breached by the beast tide, land in Sunset City was extremely valuable, with the price per square meter reaching 20 to 30,000. Fortunately, all the residents of Sunset City were safely relocated, so only the land fell into ruin. And in normally breached cities, the number of ferocious beasts is not small. Summoning tens of thousands of puppet soldiers and the 7 great calamities, Lu Yuan set off towards Sunset City with great momentum. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed, East Housing Area of Sunset City. A 5-star bloodthirsty maniac ape in the realm of divine abilities wildly fled. It was quite familiar with the surrounding environment, weaving back and forth with its 2-meter-long arms. The sunlight was glaring. The bloodthirsty maniac ape occasionally turned its head, and just when it thought it had successfully evaded the hunt, it found dozens of soldiers clad in crimson armor, wielding battle knives, blocking its way. Turning its head again, it was surrounded on all sides by bloodthirsty soldiers holding shields in their left hands and knives in their right hands. A chaotic group beating unfolded in an orderly manner. The bloodthirsty maniac ape was strong enough to handle dozens of bloodthirsty soldiers, but it was being besieged by hundreds. Damn it, this is brutal. The professionals hiding in the ruins witnessed this one-sided massacre. A man around 23 or 24 years old, with lightning attributes and at the 3-star level of divine abilities, said. His name was Jia Ruishuan, a 4th-year student at Starlight University. Starlight University is a top-tier university in China, belonging to the upper-middle level. Watching Lu Yuan standing on the shoulder of a Star Devourer soldier, effortlessly controlling the puppet soldiers, Jia Ruishuan's eyes were filled with envy. At the same time, many multi-headed ferocious beasts in the realm of divine abilities fell at the hands of Lu Yuan's puppet soldiers. That bloodthirsty maniac ape was just one of them. A Shen Gang level professional exploding and killing divine ability ferocious beasts is absolutely ridiculous. Jia Ruishuan exclaimed. 7 days ago, the 7 of them entered Sunset City almost back-to-back with Lu Yuan. Jia Ruishuan and the others arrived in Sunset City cautiously, fearing they would encounter unbeatable ferocious beasts. In contrast, Lu Yuan summoned tens of thousands of puppet soldiers directly, launching indiscriminate slaughter in conjunction with the 7 great calamities. During this time, Shen Gang level ferocious beasts were instantly killed, while divine ability ferocious beasts were mobbed. It's as if a bunch of bandits have come to town. Feeling Jia Ruishuan's gaze, Lu Yuan glanced at him. Both sides know of each other's existence, but they leave each other alone. Shen Gang realm 7 stars. After absorbing a large amount of fierce beast blood again, Lu Yuan checked his realm. In 7 days, he had slept for less than 30 hours, averaging 4 hours of sleep per day. During this time, he only did 2 things. Find fierce beasts, then kill them. This cycle repeated over and over again. With the blood-skilled blood catastrophe, he absorbed blood to elevate his realm. Lu Yuan directly broke through from Shen Gang realm 3 stars to 7 stars. As night fell, after hunting the last fierce beast within sight, a system prompt rang in Lu Yuan's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering an S-level hidden mission. Killing desire rises, hunt 100 divine passage realm fierce beasts within 3 days, reward with thunder catastrophe, thunder erosion, demonic catastrophe, demonic burial. Completing the mission rewards 2 major calamities? Lu Yuan examined the mission details. He thought gathering the 9 calamities would require a breakthrough to divine passage realm. It seems he could gather all 9 calamities while still at Shen Gang realm. Hunting 100 divine passage realm fierce beasts within 3 days is an impossible task for Shen Gang realm professionals. But for Lu Yuan, as long as there are enough divine passage realm fierce beasts, he could kill them all in 1 day. Chapter 69, Want to kill me? You aren't even qualified. In Sunset City, the northern housing area. Another night has passed. The chilling cries of fierce beasts sliced through the sky as the distant sun was about to rise. Watching Lu Yuan tirelessly hunt fierce beasts, Jia Ruishuan, resting in an abandoned building, yawned. Still killing? Asked teammate Lang Xingen. Yeah, still killing. Jia Ruishuan nodded. Isn't Lu Yuan tired? Even if he's not, his spiritual energy should be exhausted by now. Another teammate stretched comfortably. From yesterday afternoon until now at 5 in the morning, Lu Yuan had been awake for 16 hours, controlling the eerie puppet troupe to hunt fierce beasts. They stayed out of each other's way, both aware of the other's presence. And from the moment they discovered Lu Yuan, they recognized this national martial arts exam champion and first group champion of the 5 top universities. Put. After taking down another divine passage realm 4-star fierce beast, Lu Yuan checked the results from the night. He had killed 30, with 70 left to complete the system's mission. During this time, the number of Shen Gang realm fierce beasts he had killed was countless, a simple task for him. As the sun rose, the day brightened. Just as Lu Yuan prepared to search other areas, a group of armored professionals blocked his path. Out of spiritual energy, sneered a burly man with a scarred face, carrying a giant axe. Who are they? Hiding in the abandoned building, the senior students from Starlight University frowned. 9 of them, all divine passage realm professionals, the lowest being 7 stars. Jia Ruishuan's expression tightened, worried for Lu Yuan. This is a no man's land, a place where people kill for treasure without mercy.
But what puzzled Jia Ruixuan was that this sudden group appeared to be after Lu Yuan intentionally. Should we help Lu Yuan? A teammate asked.
During their time in Sunset City, when they almost let a Divine Passage Realm 4-star Fierce Beast escape, it was Lu Yuan who struck and killed it in one blow, bringing the corpse to them. Hearing his teammate, Captain Jia Ruixuan hesitated, then shook his head. 9 professionals above 7 stars in Divine Passage Realm, each one could wipe out our small team.
Jia Ruixuan sighed. Helping won't do any good, we can only. Jia Ruixuan didn't finish his sentence.
The teammates understood, hoping that the group only sought wealth and not lives, and could spare Lu Yuan. Looking at the professionals surrounding him from different directions, Lu Yuan smiled.
Does it really take so much effort to deal with a Shen Gang realm professional? Lu Yuan said.
He was sure these people had been staring at him since last night, otherwise, how could they dare to say he had no spiritual power? After all, they were professional practitioners above the 7th star of the Divine Power Realm, and there were 9 of them, yet they were timid and acted like weaklings. You are not an ordinary practitioner of the Shen Gang realm, of course we need to be cautious against you. The muscular man with a giant axe said, and without a word, he attacked directly.
Soil Attribute Mid-Level Spirit Technique, breaking the formation power.
The giant axe emitted a yellowish glow as the muscular man jumped into the air, cleaving down fiercely towards Lu Yuan.
Bang!
The earth disaster Zhansha stood firm in front of Lu Yuan, his body resisting the strike of the giant axe. Just this much. The muscular man retreated violently, and although he said that, he was astonished by Zhansha's terrifying defensive ability. To withstand a mid-level earth technique and remain unscathed, one must know that Zhansha was only at the 7th star of the Shen Gang realm. The battle officially began. Lu Yuan stood on the shoulders of the star-eating soldier. High-quality spirit tool Dragon Abyssline was thrown out, accurately injected into the bodies of the 7 disasters, summoning over 10,000 eerie puppet soldiers with a wave of his hand. Blood Slaughter Legion, Sky Split Legion, Golden Spear Legion. The 7 eerie puppet legions collectively evaporated, and the 7 disasters underwent evolution.
It's over, they are targeting Lu Yuan's life.
Finding that group of practitioners attacking Lu Yuan without hesitation and aiming for fatal hits, Jia Ruixuan's team members' complexion changed. This meant Lu Yuan had completely lost his chance of survival. Jia Ruixuan's expression struggled, but ultimately he chose to stand by and watch. Seems like it's not as bad as imagined, a teammate, Lang Xing'an, said.
Jia Ruixuan looked up. In midair, Lu Yuan was fully focusing on controlling the 7 disasters.
Blood Slaughter and Wind Fortune were fighting fiercely, and the remaining 5 disasters found their respective opponents. No, it can't be, Lu Yuan is not falling behind against 9 foes.
Lang Xing'an's mouth dropped open, stunned by the sight. Zhang Yaohui, didn't you say Lu Yuan had exhausted his spiritual power, and we could easily deal with him? Zhang Hongyi, a fire attribute practitioner of the 6th star of the Divine Power Realm, was furious. His opponent was the Golden Disaster Jijun.
Jijun held a golden long sword, skillful in swordplay, with each strike aimed at his vital parts. Forehead, throat, heart, kidney. Fighting against the highly skilled Jijun, Zhang Hongyi felt immense pressure. The key was that he wore battle armor, and Jijun also wore battle armor. After absorbing the Golden Spear Legion and evolving, Jijun's armor and sword both upgraded. The armor was impervious to water and fire, and the sharpness of the long sword compared to high-quality spirit tools.
How the hell was I supposed to know Lu Yuan still had spiritual power?
Zhang Yaohui cursed angrily, swinging his giant axe at Zhansha. He was the highest ranked among these practitioners, having already reached the 8th star of the Divine Power Realm. Facing Zhansha, who was also of the soil attribute, although Zhang Yaohui managed easily, he couldn't spare a hand to help his companions.
The situation was in a temporary deadlock. Hold on, everyone hold on, if Lu Yuan doesn't survive, we are all doomed. Zhang Yaohui urged. He didn't believe Lu Yuan was this strong, able to fight back against 9 practitioners of the Divine Power Realm. They were here on a mission. If Lu Yuan survived, they would die instead. With you lot trying to kill me? Lu Yuan taunted. High-level earth technique, Mirage Puppetry. A person who looked exactly like Zhang Yaohui simulated appeared, using soil attribute techniques joining the battle. Zhang Yaohui? The secretly watching senior students from Starlight University? What kind of spirit technique is this? Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially the simulated Zhang Yaohui, who was shocked to find that although the Lu Yuan simulated version had a lower realm, only at 5th star of the Divine Power Realm. Its combat experience and the reasonability of spirit technique use were even stronger than his own. Even more explosive things were yet to follow. After fighting for 16 hours without rest, Lu Yuan once again unleashed multiple exclusive puppeteer techniques. Mid-level mysterious technique, cursed puppetry. High-level mysterious technique, grieving puppetry. High-level earth technique, suppressing puppetry. A piercing laugh rang out as multiple puppets floated in the air. They all had different effects. Taking advantage of the 9 people being influenced by the cursed puppets, Lu Yuan decisively manipulated the 7 great disasters to unleash high-level Earth-stage spiritual techniques. Blood rained down, whirlwinds appeared out of thin air, the ground shook violently, and flames assaulted the sky. If you want to kill me, you are not worthy. Lu Yuan's voice was loud and firm. Zhang Yaohui, who had just emerged from the hallucinatory nightmare of greed, anger, and ignorance created by the curse, shook his head, looking at the overwhelming high-level Earth-stage spiritual techniques approaching him, feeling his scalp go numb and his legs trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 70 Supply Point Number 35. Bang! Bang bang! Abandoned tall buildings crashed down, explosions sounding wave after wave. What's going on? Hiding nearby, a 4th-year student named Lang Xing'an from Starlight University stuttered. Dust filled the air for 100 meters around, blocking Lang Xing'an's view and making it hard to see what was happening. He remembered Lu Yuan first unleashing multiple spiritual techniques, then controlling a special monster to perform 7 high-level Earth-stage spiritual techniques. Under the blazing sun, the dust gradually settled. Seeing the scene before him, Lang Xing'an's face twitched. Blood, there was blood everywhere. 7 corpses lay on the ground, their bodies shattered, wounds exposing glaring white bones. Some lost their arms, others lost their legs, and every part of their bodies was blown apart. Heart-wrenching screams echoed, and Zhang Yaohui, of the Earth attribute and a rank 8 spiritual master, cried out in agony. He was the strongest, plus being of the Earth attribute, barely surviving the explosion. However, he was covered in wounds, his breath growing weaker. Want to run? Lu Yuan looked at the only wind attribute cultivator flying in the air, wanting to kill him. Keep an eye on this person. Lu Yuan told the 6 hiding in the abandoned building, including Jia Ruishuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 spiritual master demon crystals were thrown out. Looking at the demon crystals in his hand, Jia Ruishuan didn't hesitate and rushed to Zhang Yaohui's side. The battle blade pressed sharply against Zhang Yaohui's neck. Having done this, Jia Ruishuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lu Yuan, who was pursuing the wind attribute cultivator. Before long, a cheerful and clear phoenix cry rang out. Stepping on the wind machine, Mu Jieduan brought back ahead. It was the wind attribute, a rank 7 spiritual master who had tried to escape. Thanks. Lu Yuan said to Jia Ruishuan. He didn't know Jia Ruishuan, but compared to this group of cultivators, he had spent a pleasant time with Jia Ruishuan and others during this period in Sunset City. Having Jia Ruishuan keep an eye on Zhang Yaohui was mainly to prevent Zhang Yaohui from being bitten to death by passing ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan, I'm sorry, we didn't help you just now. Jia Ruishuan's expression was full of regret. Why help me? Lu Yuan countered. Your decision was right. If I faced an unbeatable enemy, I would also stand by, but you should run quickly. Lu Yuan expressed understanding toward Jia Ruishuan. In fact, this group of cultivators had already noticed Jia Ruishuan. They would make a move against them once they dealt with himself. Knowing Lu Yuan was not blaming him, Jia Ruishuan felt relieved. Who sent you to kill me? Lu Yuan looked at the battered Zhang Yaohui. These 9 spiritual masters had a clear purpose, heading straight for Sunset City, not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Lu Yuan thought about the 2 supervisors who had invited him from Hongqing Company before leaving Pengcheng University. The king wins and the loser perishes, go ahead and kill me. Zhang Yaohui refused to answer. Pretty tough mouth. Lu Yuan chuckled at Jia Ruishuan. Jia Ruishuan also smiled, though his smile was forced as he saw Lu Yuan controlling Blood Butcher standing beside Zhang Yaohui. The next scene may be a bit cruel, you can choose to turn away. Lu Yuan said. Splash. Blood Butcher swung its serrated chain blade. Damn it. Watching Lu Yuan control Blood Butcher to torment Zhang Yaohui, Jia Ruishuan swallowed hard. The nearby team members couldn't bear to see it and closed their eyes, their ears filled with progressively more horrifying screams. After a full 10 minutes. Kill me, please, kill me. Zhang Yaohui, bleeding from all 7 orifices, sensory perception gone, and continuously shedding blood tears, begged for mercy. He didn't know where Lu Yuan was, continuously bowing his head, wanting to beg for death. Who sent you to kill me? Lu Yuan asked again. Hongqing, I am the captain of the defense team at Supply Point 35, the person in charge of Supply Point 35 sent us to kill you. Zhang Yaohui, who was tough before, now answered every question. The person in charge said that after killing you, we would receive a generous reward and be sent abroad immediately. Zhang Yaohui knelt on the ground, speaking loudly in the opposite direction of Lu Yuan. At this moment, he couldn't see, even his hearing was about to fade away. Lu Yuan held significant status in Huaxia, dying in the wasteland, especially at the hands of professionals, would inevitably infuriate the high-ups in Huaxia, leading them to uncover the murderer. This was also the reason why the person in charge promised to send them abroad after the deed was done. Hongxing. Lu Yuan gave Jiang Yaohui a quick answer. What kind of company is Hongxing?
Jia Ruishuan, who was listening the whole time, was puzzled. He knew about the supply point.
It's none of your business.
Lu Yuan shook his head, took out the map he carried, and focused his gaze on supply point 35. Hongxing had hundreds of supply points in the wasteland, each equipped with a complete team of professionals at the Divine Realm and Rule Realm for protection. There are many Divine Realm beasts in the center of Sunset City. They have fully awakened their intelligence, so be careful.
Lu Yuan said. Aren't you hunting the beasts here anymore? Jia Ruishuan asked. I'm going to the supply point to rest. Is it really just to rest?
Jia Ruishuan and the team members watched Lu Yuan's departing back, deep in thought.
At noon, an oval fortress stood tall in the wasteland.
The fort looked worn on the outside but had a hidden treasure inside. In a luxuriously decorated office, a middle-aged man named Xiao Jingshu, with a badge on his chest, clasped his fingers together.
Still not back? Xiao Jingshu muttered to himself.
He had dispatched 9 professionals at the Divine Realm, among them Jiang Yaohui, who was an 8-star Divine Realm expert.
Killing someone like Lu Yuan, who was at the Xian Gang Realm, should have been easy.
Xiao Jingshu had already thought it out. Once Jiang Yaohui returned, he would decisively eliminate these people to avoid leaking the news.
Where are they? Xiao Jingshu anxiously waited.
Assassinating Lu Yuan was no small matter. He knew better than anyone how serious it was. Unfortunately, this was the command from the upper management. He had to execute it. Crack! The fortress shook violently, and Xiao Jingshu knew a professional had entered. However, he was disappointed to see that the professional who came to the supply point was a young man wearing a cap, not the Jiang Yaohui he was eagerly waiting for. Watching the young man on the surveillance screen, Xiao Jingshu didn't take it seriously. Hello, sir, what would you like to eat? The front desk waitress smiled.
Arrange the best room and the best food for me. Lu Yuan said.
Sir, our consumption is not cheap. The Tianzi room is 5 million a night, and for the food, a full meal will cost at least 10 million.
Before the waitress could explain, Lu Yuan understood the context.
For example, in the wasteland, how high the cost of sending poultry to the supply point would be, how luxurious the Tianzi room equipment was.
Lu Yuan took out a black gold card from his wallet. Are you afraid I can't pay? Seeing the black gold card, the waitress's smile grew wider.
This was the black gold membership card of the First Business Association of Blue Star, the Zhangqiong Chamber of Commerce. Those who have this card are either rich or noble.
I'll arrange that for you right away, sir.
The waitress quickly said, leading Lu Yuan to the Tianzi room.
Remember, serve me the best food. Lu Yuan instructed. No problem, sir. Would you like me to accompany you tonight? It's 10 million a night.
The waitress said with seduction in her eyes. Even though she couldn't see Lu Yuan's true appearance, the black gold membership card proved that Lu Yuan was someone extraordinary.
No need. Bang.
The door slammed shut, leaving the waitress, who had been turned away, a bit regretful. She quickly arranged everything Lu Yuan needed.
Chapter 71. Thank you for the hospitality. The Tianzi room, the best room in the supply point. Removing his cap, Lu Yuan looked around the room's environment.
This was the wasteland, and it couldn't compare to the star-rated hotels in safe cities of Huaxia.
The facilities that should be there are all there. But staying here for one night costs 5 million.
5 million is enough to stay in a star-rated hotel in a safe city in Huaxia for decades, but the supply point has an absolute advantage. That is, you can rest at ease. After all, this is an uninhabited area where fierce beasts roam. After a comfortable bath, Lu Yuan lay on the soft and cozy big bed. Not long after, a meal worth 10 million was delivered.
Put it at the door. Lu Yuan said. Looking at the table full of dishes, Lu Yuan's appetite was greatly stimulated.
Steamed pork, sweet and sour ribs, chicken soup, and various stir-fried vegetables. The taste of the dishes was average, enough for an adult man's portion, but thinking about the price of these dishes, Lu Yuan picked up a piece of braised pork. Probably this pig never imagined its meat would be so expensive before it died.
One piece is worth hundreds of thousands.
After eating and drinking, Lu Yuan fell into a heavy sleep. The long battle left him exhausted, desperately needing a good sleep to regain his strength. Not knowing how long he slept, Lu Yuan, wearing a duckbill hat, came to the first floor.
Sir, do you need anything else?
The waiter who had previously attended to Lu Yuan, claiming 1 million for the night, asked.
Same as before, the most expensive dishes.
Lu Yuan said, casually finding a place to sit down. At this time, many professionals were sitting on the first floor of the supply point. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the professionals cast incredible glances at him.
The most expensive dishes? What kind of family spends over 10 million on a meal?
What they were eating was instant noodles, and at most, a bowl of egg noodles added with a little meat.
The water was brought by themselves. A bottle of mineral water at the supply point costs over 10,000, more profitable than robbing a bank. The key is that they must come to the supply point, wanting to eat comfortably and then take a nap. Some looked at the clock on the wall, afraid of going over time. Even sitting at the supply point charges fees. Has Zhang Yaohui not returned yet? While waiting for the dishes, Xiao Jingshu, the supervisor of supply point number 35, inquired at the front desk. This was the 6th time he had asked today. Through the wall clock, Lu Yuan knew he had slept for a day and a night. Supervisor, team leader Jiang has been unreachable, said the front desk. He can't be dead outside, right? Xiao Jingshu frowned. Originally, he wanted to say dead at Lu Yuan's hands, but he reacted immediately. Glancing at the scene on the first floor, Xiao Jingshu's eyes fixed on Lu Yuan, who was wearing a duckbill hat. Tap, tap, tap. Leather shoes clicked crisply on the floor. The surrounding professionals looked at Xiao Jingshu with awe. Xiao Jingshu, the supervisor of supply point number 35, is also a 5-star professional with metal attribute and rules realm. Whether in strength or status, he was not someone they could provoke. Standing in front of Lu Yuan, Xiao Jingshu stopped. Lu Yuan calmly enjoyed his meal, taking a sip of the freshly made chicken soup. Sir, you. Xiao Jingshu's tone paused, revealing a smile on his face. Are you satisfied with our service? Xiao Jingshu asked. A distinguished guest had arrived at the supply point, a guest holding a black gold membership card from the Sky Vault Chamber of Commerce. According to Xiao Jingshu's guess, this guest before him probably came from some big family or force, maybe even from the descendants of the leaders of the 7 alliances or the Hall Alliance. For such a guest who casually spends tens of millions, even hundreds of millions without batting an eye, even Xiao Jingshu, as the supervisor, had to treat him seriously. I'm fairly satisfied, but the price of the food and the room is set too low. It should at least be doubled. Lu Yuan said as he picked up a piece of steamed pork and put it in his mouth. Xiao Jingshu? The professionals on the first floor? Is this the thinking of rich people? They have money but nowhere to spend it. As long as you're satisfied. Xiao Jingshu felt embarrassed. He couldn't understand what this guest was thinking. After chatting with Lu Yuan briefly, Xiao Jingshu anxiously stood outside looking into the distance. Bring him a portion too, I'll treat. Lu Yuan sat in front of a professional with a straight brow, gnawing on steamed buns and pickles. Ah, you're treating? The man named Xing Xingjie was taken aback, unconsciously addressing Lu Yuan as you. Looking at Lu Yuan, Xing Xingjie always felt familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. How many ferocious beasts have you killed? Lu Yuan chatted with Xing Xingjie while surveying the internal environment of the supply point. I've been in the unmanned zone for almost half a year, hunting more than 20 ferocious beasts of the Xiangang realm, but the money I earned is not even as much as your meal. Xing Xingjie, a 6-star in the earth element, said. That's pretty good. Lu Yuan looked at the 2 or 3 dozen black combat vehicles parked outside the fortress. Is the supply point really safe? Why haven't I seen a guard team? It made me uneasy sleeping last night. Xing Xingjie wolfed down his meal, and Lu Yuan pushed his leftover food toward him. Safe, definitely safe. Just put your mind at ease. Xing Xingjie said. Every supply point is equipped with a small defensive formation that can withstand attacks from extraordinary ferocious beasts. Even if a beast tide comes, we don't need to be afraid. In addition to the guard team formed by the Divine Realm, the supervisor is a Law Realm practitioner, and the 2 deputy supervisors are as well. If we really encounter an unbeatable ferocious beast. Xing Xingjie pointed to the black combat vehicles outside. We can just run. True. Lu Yuan said. I need to think of a way to blow up those black combat vehicles. Lu Yuan's brain raced. As for the defensive formation, it can be easily solved, just destroy it from the inside. This thing is indestructible from the outside but shatters with a single touch inside. Assassinate me? Lu Yuan looked at the anxious supervisor Qiu Jingshuo. He would wait a lifetime and still not see Jiang Yaohui return. Eat slowly, if it's not enough, order more. Lu Yuan stood up and manipulated the 7 major disasters in the room with an invisible thread woven from spiritual power. Buzz buzz buzz. 7 high-level Earth-grade spiritual techniques were ready to launch. Sir, you have spent 80 million at supply point 35. The receptionist smiled. Who said I was leaving? Lu Yuan said. The receptionist looked confused. At the supply point, it is generally pay first and consume later, but due to Lu Yuan holding the Zhangqiong Chamber of Commerce black gold membership card, the receptionist made an exception and let him consume first and pay later. People of such status surely wouldn't run off without paying, the receptionist thought. Just going out to get some air. Lu Yuan swaggered out of the supply point. The receptionist hesitated for a moment but did not stop him. After all, Supervisor Qiu was outside, and Lu Yuan couldn't run away. Is Supervisor Chiu waiting for someone? Lu Yuan asked, standing next to Chiu Jingshua. The captain of the defense team has not returned with live poultry.
Chiu Jingshua replied perfunctorily.
Is it really live poultry?
Chiu Jingshua turned to look at Lu Yuan, his pupils dilating suddenly.
Lu Yuan.
He would never mistake it, the young man in front of him was definitely Lu Yuan.
Bang bang bang.
Before Chiu Jingshua could regain his composure, he heard a violent explosion from inside the fortress.
It's ruined. The supply point built at an astronomical cost in the unmanned zone was completely destroyed.
Thick black smoke began to rise.
Cough cough, what's going on? The practitioners and staff inside the supply point were stunned.
They were not injured. They could only watch as the fortress's defensive formation was torn apart, blown through, creating a huge hole. The sound of explosions continued. Lightning flashed, and more than 20 expensive black combat vehicles were flipped and blown apart. In the distance, over 1,000 heavenly punishment soldiers held long spears and disappeared after doing all this. Chiu Jingshua hurriedly took out a long sword from his storage ring.
Thank you for the hospitality. Chapter 72, Wanted Notice.
Thick black smoke rose into the sky, choking people to tears and causing them to cough repeatedly. Chiu Jingshua looked at the furious supervisor of Supply Point 35.
Bastard!
Chiu Jingshua's veins bulged, the longsword pointing at Lu Yuan.
Law established here, practitioners below the divine realm cannot use spiritual power.
Chiu Jingshua roared to the heavens. The power of law, unique to the law realm, is like rules that cannot be broken. Practitioners who walked out of the supply point changed their expression slightly. After Chiu Jingshua said this, their spiritual power felt as if it had been locked.
In other words, they were just ordinary people now. However, Lu Yuan was unaffected, disappearing in a flash without a trace. Only the words, "Thank you for the hospitality," remained.
Chiu Jingshua's face twitched, realizing that it was not special for Lu Yuan, but rather the power of the rules he unleashed had distance limitations. Lu Yuan's mentor was the famous Tang Jingwei, he surely couldn't be unaware of the limit distance of the power of the rules. Lu Yuan patted his butt and left, leaving the supply point in chaos.
Supervisor. What should we do? The front desk waitress looked frantic.
To be honest, she still couldn't understand the situation.
Why did that guest holding a black gold membership card of the Sky Commerce destroy the supply point?
What grudge did the supply point have with him?
Moreover, the power of the skill he displayed was too strong. Could it really be done by a professional at the Xian Gang level? What else can we do? Abandon supply point 35.
Chiu Jingshua exploded with rage.
It's ruined. All damn ruined.
Each supply point cost over 10 billion, with the defensive formations being the main part. Although the defensive formations of the supply points couldn't compare to those in the border cities of China, they were still very expensive, not to mention the more than 20 black war chariots. Each black war chariot was made of special metal and required demon crystal or magic core from the divine ability realm to operate. Before activation, the war chariots were as weak as can be. Once activated, they were indestructible. Looking at Lu Yuan, who had long disappeared without a trace, Chiu Jingshua's face turned red, and he clutched his stomach, spitting out blood.
It's over, I'm finished. Chiu Jingshua murmured to himself.
After all, he was just a high-level worker. Creating such a big mess would surely displease the higher-ups at Hongqing.
Can I still live to return to China?
Chiu Jingshua's voice trembled. Lu Yuan, I just heard Supervisor Chiu shout these two words.
Was it Lu Yuan who destroyed the supply point? Professionals whispered among themselves.
The destruction of the supply point didn't greatly affect them. After all, they rarely went there throughout the year. They were just curious about how Chiu Jingshua had provoked Lu Yuan, to the point where Lu Yuan risked his life to destroy the supply point. I should have recognized him long ago.
Chiu Jingshua's expression was filled with regret. Who could have thought Lu Yuan would be so bold, daring to come to the supply point right under their noses? Exciting.
Not knowing how far he flew, Lu Yuan landed steadily. He felt refreshed, with boundless energy coursing through him. The black mist in the distance still spread outwards, and Lu Yuan admired his masterpiece. Thinking of what Hongqing had done to him, and how Chiu Jingshua was willing to use the power of the rules to try to eliminate him in front of so many people, Lu Yuan felt a plan forming in his heart. There is plenty of time, I'll take my time to play with you. The no man's land had not only supply point 35, there were hundreds of other supply points, big and small. Since Hongqing wanted him dead, then they must bear the corresponding costs. The urgent task was still to complete the mission quickly, hunting 100 divine ability realm ferocious beasts to obtain the last two great calamities. Before him stood a dense forest, where a 7-star white-striped leopard was watching him closely. Upon discovering that Lu Yuan was only at the Xian Gang level, the leopard's eyes were filled with disdain. However, not long after, the white-striped leopard regretted it deeply, as it was surrounded by 1,000 blood soldiers in an instant.
Easily eliminating the white-striped leopard, Lu Yuan summoned all the ghost soldiers and 7 calamities, pushing forward like a bulldozer. A 6-star green peak python of the divine ability realm, a 7-star golden scale bull, the peak ghost king wolf of the divine ability realm. Trees fell one after another, blood soaking into the roots, and the faint breeze carried the acrid smell of blood wafting outward. Xian Gang 8-star, peak Xian Gang. Lu Yuan methodically controlled the ghost army, enhancing his strength by absorbing blood. In the no man's land, outside an ancient and dilapidated city, dark clouds gathered, a storm was about to hit. "Let me in, please let me in, if I don't get treated soon, I will die." A professional, face darkened and arm bitten and poisoned by a ferocious beast, shouted and pleaded. However, no matter how he begged, the city guard remained unmoved. "You're dying anyway, and I haven't eaten in a long time, how about?" Puff. A thin and malnourished middle-aged man licked his lips. The dagger pierced the heart of the professional from behind. "We've got food." Outside the chaotic city, someone shouted, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Some were cooking, some sat on the ground in despair staring at the sky, some pulled out thick wads of cash hoping to enter the city. When they found out they needed 10 mystic crystals from the divine ability realm to enter the city, and cash was not accepted, that person stood dumbfounded, staring around. In the end, he bit off his tongue and ended his life. "There's food again!" Someone shouted excitedly again. Creak. The city gate opened, and a woman in a chipa with coiled hair walked out. She looked about 25 or 26, with pale skin and particularly sexy lips. But the people outside the city didn't care about her beauty, they were too hungry, their faces yellow, bodies thin, eyes flashing with stars. Maybe disgusted by the foul air, the woman frowned and covered her nose with a handkerchief. Anyone who finds Lu Yuan's traces and confirms the truth can get 10 years of residence in Chaos City. Anyone who kills Lu Yuan will get permanent residence in Chaos City. After speaking, the woman took out a photo and stuck it to the wall. 10 years of residence? Permanent residence? Hearing the woman's words, the eyes of those outside the city filled with desire. Kill Lu Yuan. Kill Lu Yuan. The voices shook the sky. Everyone memorized Lu Yuan's face and scattered. Only by killing Lu Yuan could they enter Chaos City and live like real people. Without exception, they were all death row criminals from Huaxia, wandering in the no man's land, living like neither humans nor ghosts. The death row criminals outside the city couldn't wait to kill Lu Yuan, and inside the city, a sexy and seductive female voice came from the broadcast. Whoever kills Lu Yuan will receive 50 Divine Ability Realm magic cores and 10 Dragon Blood crystals. When they heard magic cores, the professionals inside the city remained unmoved. But when the 3 words Dragon Blood crystal appeared, even professionals at the Profound Strength Realm, Divine Ability Realm, and Law Realm sharply raised their heads. Lu Yuan. A man wearing a mask that hid his face, radiating blood, thunder, wind, and earth aura, had a glint in his eyes. At this moment, Chu Wuxia was puzzled. What on earth had Lu Yuan done to make Chaos City issue a bounty on him? After hesitating a moment, Chu Wuxia got up and left Chaos City, replaying the broadcast in his mind. Lu Yuan, don't die so easily at their hands. Chapter 73. These beasts don't deserve your blood sacrifice. In the no man's land, inside the forest named Green Snake on the map, a ferocious beast roared unwillingly, then collapsed on the ground, breathing no more. Along came many screams and begging cries. Bodies lay strewn all over the ground. Lu Yuan looked at the shivering bald man before him. He looked over 40, had awakened earth abilities, and was a 4-star Divine Ability Realm professional. And this was the 3rd wave of professionals trying to assassinate him today. Lu Yuan, I beg you, let me kill you. I've been miserable. I haven't had a full meal in half a year. My wife left me, I don't dare go home. The bald middle-aged man named Ding Daqiang pleaded. Why don't you dare go home? Lu Yuan asked. Ding Daqiang stammered. I killed people, but only tortured a few beggars to death. The government still sentenced me to death. I'm a Divine Ability Realm professional. Ding Daqiang emphasized his realm. As if he believed he shouldn't be punished so severely. You should have been dead long ago. You were lucky to live half a year longer. Lu Yuan's voice was cold. Standing beside him, Blood Slayer suddenly acted. Once again, it absorbed the blood of a Divine Ability Realm professional. Lu Yuan felt the changes in his body. He officially broke through from Profound Strength Realm to Divine Ability Realm. Chaos City. Lu Yuan looked at Ding Daqiang's body, now turned to white bones. Ever since he destroyed Supply Point 35, more and more professionals had found him. These professionals were generally malnourished, faces yellow, bodies thin, but all of them fought with their lives just to kill him. At first, it was 5-star Profound Strength Realm, then 8-star, and finally Divine Ability Realm professionals. Their strength grew fiercer. Lu Yuan suspected even Law Realm experts were hunting him down. At this moment, they must be on the way. Without thinking, these pursuers must be sent by Hongxing. Aside from Hongxing, Lu Yuan couldn't think of another possibility. No matter how many come, I'll kill them all. Lu Yuan's expression was fierce, as the system prompt rang in his ears.
Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the S-level mission. Killing intent is rising, reward thunder disaster thunder erosion, demon disaster demon burial.
Zila Zila. Half an hour later. The thunder god rolled, lightning illuminated the night.
Heavy rain poured down, and a creature appeared, draped in silver armor, its face covered in countless eyes, pupils radiating lightning.
I am free.
The creature opened its arms to enjoy the rain, then its right arm formed a tight fist close to its chest and knelt down before Lu Yuan.
Boom boom boom.
Thick as a barrel, purple lightning struck down, and thunder disaster thunder erosion raised its head fiercely. Betrayal is the epitaph of the weak, my blade will always face the enemies. Thunder erosion pays respect to the master.
Very good.
Lu Yuan looked at thunder disaster thunder erosion. The heavy rain suddenly stopped, the battle horses neighed, and thousands of bone soldiers roared in battle. Dense demonic energy covered an area of 10 miles, and a hidden professional from the Xian Gang realm had its pupils widen as a mass of demonic energy enveloped him and instantly turned him into bloodwater.
This professional knew full well he couldn't defeat Lu Yuan, thinking about returning to the Chaos City to report the news. At least he could gain 10 years of residency rights in Chaos City. And he was a space attribute professional, believing he was well hidden, and indeed he was. Even the scorching wind above was instantly discovered and turned into bloodwater by demon burial. Sha 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 sha. A man dressed in dark armor, radiating dense demonic energy, knelt down before Lu Yuan. Demon burial pays respect to the master.
Unlike the ugly thunder erosion with its countless eyes, the demon disaster demon burial had a handsome appearance, with armor engraved with strange and unique symbols.
Lu Yuan assessed the 9 great disasters before him.
Demon burial stood at the forefront, followed by thunder erosion, blood butcher and wind school's 5-element disaster eater occupying the top positions.
Lu Yuan focused his gaze on demon burial. Demonic attribute, only the demon race can awaken this attribute. And even among the demon race, those who awaken this attribute are exceedingly rare, with probabilities similar to that of blood attributes. Demon burial. SSS-level eerie puppet. Realm, Shintong Realm 1 star.
Spirit technique, claw of misfortune, grievous spirit stare, reverse refinement of the shadow, demon eye congealing abyss. Remarks, once regarded as the first marshal in the history of the demon race, met with untimely death due to the jealousy of the demon god, its soul was resurrected by the pollution of disaster.
Meritorious deeds shaken the master? Lu Yuan briefly understood the background of demon burial.
After breaking through to the Shintong realm, Lu Yuan increasingly felt that the 9 great disasters seemed to produce their own thoughts, and he could even hear their heartbeat. Both demon burial and thunder erosion possessed a large number of high-level spirit techniques from the earth level. Among them, demon burial had a spirit technique called grievous spirit stare, which could actually ignore the power of rules from law realm professionals.
This piqued Lu Yuan's interest. Law realm professionals are able to dominate those below the Shintong realm thanks to the power of rules. Grievous spirit stare, this spirit technique is not bad, Lu Yuan commented. Dragon blood crystal is mine. Lu Yuan, should I act, or will you obediently take your own life?
The National Martial Arts Exam top scorer, Lu Yuan must have a lot of good things. He wears the Thunder Alliance's exclusive storage ring.
Everything is mine, you are not allowed to snatch it from me.
In the Green Snake Forest, many Shintong realm professionals burst into excited laughter.
Hurry up, many law realm experts have moved from Chaos City. Fortunately, we discovered Lu Yuan in advance.
A bald, heavily tattooed man urged.
He was a peak Shintong realm professional with fire attributes. Lu Yuan coldly stared at this group of people from the Chaos City.
Each and every one of them was a condemned prisoner, but they were strong enough to live decently in a no-man's land.
How do we divide the 10 dragon blood crystals after killing Lu Yuan? I'm an 8-star Shintong realm, asking for 3 isn't too much, right? Stop stalling and hurry up.
When the powerful ones of the laws arrive, let alone the dragon blood crystal, we won't even get a piece of shit.
Are you so confident that you can kill me?
Lu Yuan laughed, his slender fingers lightly dancing. Leading the 9 great disasters, Mo Zhang stepped forward, and over 10,000 bizarre puppet soldiers disappeared into thin air, transforming into 9 different colored lights that infused into the bodies of the disasters.
Just broke through to the divine realm and you're acting all high and mighty? A muscular man with tattoos spoke. Bang, bang, bang. Several bolts of heavenly lightning fell.
What the strong man didn't expect was that someone as reckless as Lu Yuan, who dared to strike against them, was at the 7th star of the Xian Gang realm.
Lu Yuan is mine. Chu Wuxian stood in front of Lu Yuan with a cold tone. Chu Wuxian?
Some recognized the son of the Thunder Alliance leader, but even with Chu Wuxian's noble status, they didn't take it to heart.
Apart from Lu Yuan and Chu Wuxian, who among them was not a capital criminal wanted by China? They were just a bit curious, weren't these two sworn enemies? Chu Wuxian should be eager for Lu Yuan to die. His pupils reflected bloodlight, and Chu Wuxian first glanced at Lu Yuan, then his body trembled violently. To deal with these people, he had to burn his essence blood to enhance the power of his spiritual skills and unleash a high-level earth-tier spiritual skill fused with lightning blood properties. No need. Lu Yuan shook his head, stopping Chu Wuxian. Chu Wuxian frowned. These beasts don't deserve your essence blood. I'll handle it. After saying this, Lu Yuan controlled the 9 great disasters to kill the practitioners in all directions. Chapter 74, Chaos City. So confident? Chu Wuxian raised an eyebrow, stopping his act of burning essence blood. Burning essence blood costs one's lifespan. After the last competition, his teacher and several elders from the Thunder Alliance repeatedly reminded him. Do not burn essence blood unless it is a life-or-death moment. For Chu Wuxian, this was indeed a life-or-death moment. He had to save Lu Yuan and then defeat him fairly. Taking out a square, fist-sized red crystal, Chu Wuxian was ready to strike at any moment. Although he would rather burn his essence blood, he didn't want to waste this red crystal. Bang, bang, bang. Different attribute spiritual skills ignited the green serpent forest, and countless low-tier fierce beasts instinctively scattered. Controlling the 9 great disasters, Lu Yuan faced many enemies. Among the 9 great disasters, Mo Zan was the strongest, fighting fiercely with 3 peak divine realm practitioners barehanded. And he appeared to be doing it with ease. Next was the disaster of thunder erosion. Among all attributes, thunder and fire spiritual skills were recognized as the strongest. Under the enhancement of the high-quality spiritual weapon, Heavenly Punishment, thunder erosion frantically unleashed multiple spiritual skills, all of them being group earth-tier skills. Low-level earth-tier skill, Lightning Storm. Mid-level earth-tier skill, Thunder Judgment. High-level earth-tier skill, Thunder Strike. As one after another spiritual skill struck, the practitioners in Chaos City wanting to kill Lu Yuan had their smiles frozen. Their realms were higher than Lu Yuan's, but they were all in the divine realm. Having the same divine realm, the difference in the power of their spiritual skills was not significant, it depended on the tier of the spiritual skills. Earth-tier skills are not easy to obtain, especially high-level earth-tier. Among more than 30 practitioners, only a few possessed such high-level skills, while the majority used profound-tier skills. This also led to the fact that in a pure spiritual skill battle, they couldn't match Lu Yuan. Seeing the 9 great disasters controlled by Lu Yuan, Chu Wuxian silently put away the blood-red crystal in his hand. He didn't need to act, Lu Yuan could handle these capital criminals on his own. Divine Realm, ha! Chu Wuxian spoke with envy. He dreamed of breaking through to the divine realm, only then would he have a chance to defeat Lu Yuan. It is known that those in the divine realm can comprehend divine skills, and he had SSS-level talent, having awakened 4 attributes. If he could understand 4 divine skills, perhaps he'd have a chance to fight Lu Yuan. While Chu Wuxian thought about all this, the group of capital criminals was in a tragic state. Save me. He Bohan, a capital criminal with a death bounty of tens of millions, killed over 40 innocent residents out of anger during a quarrel while buying vegetables.